And that's the ball game, and the Giants sweep the Atlanta Braves in another one-run game.
And spectacular baseball. Fourth homestand of 7+ games to have every game decided by one run in Major League history.
Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Krukow, Jana Mountain View on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. The Gigantes are Lloyd Banks right now. They're on fire. So much so that a restaurant at Oracle Park, Joe Shasky, caught on fire yesterday. So hot that our studio, the AC's out. That's how hot the Giants are. It's affecting everything and everyone as they win yet another one-run game. 5 in a row for them. They are in fuego. They are just a game and a half, whatever it is. They are on the Dodgers' heels in regards to the NL West. They're playing great baseball right now. And you know what? This is as good as I have felt about this team since 2021, and maybe even prior to that, because even in 2021, Joe, I thought even a little, not that it was fugazi, but you felt like you were capturing lightning in a bottle. This feels sustainable. I say good morning to you, Sam Lubman, Carter, and all you lovely people just getting off work. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. A great weekend in sports. The French Open was popping. The Valkyries blew out not the defending champs, but multiple-time champions in the Las Vegas Aces over the weekend. Shout out Ball Holla. It was balling, and you're going to be wanting to listen to the Morning Roast all week long because we'll have your tickets for you to win some Valkyries tickets along this week. But we'll start with the Giants, Joe. They're on fire, and it's great to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, look, obviously the Braves are scuffling right now just in general, and they're a big disappointment, but that's still a really talented team. You're seeing, Acuna showed you Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday. He is dynamic in almost every phase of the game, whether it's running the bases with the bat. Clearly, he's got a flair for the dramatics defensively, whether it's diving catches, the arm in the first inning of Friday night, stymieing some of the runners that could be on tag-ups. I mean, he's unbelievable. You saw Spencer Strider, who's still a very good player, and good for Yastrzemski to come through yesterday. It just feels like this team has got this, I hate to use the word magic, but a little like pixie dust, if you will.
We use the term aura now, Joe. That's the term the not millennials, whatever the generation we're on, X, Y, Z, LMNOP. I don't know what we're on anymore. But aura, that's the word we're going to use, okay?
Yeah, and they've done it now against, the Padres with a very formidable lineup on paper. And then you see this lineup with the Braves on paper. And in any order, you got, Michael Harris, and you got Riley, and Ozuna, and you have Acuna leading off. Matt Olson's a star. I mean, Ozzy Albies. This is an unbelievable lineup. There is really no soft spot of the lineup.
Well, they're now 10 games under 500. The Giants are 10 games over 500. And dare I say, and I texted this to the group chat yesterday, I was like, well, heading towards the trade deadline, is there anyone on the Braves as far as hitters go that the Giants should be interested in? Maybe the Atlanta Braves, yes. The Braves with all that young talent all locked up, maybe they're going to be selling some of these players. Who knows? You keep winning games like that in short games, and we call this a crucial stretch for this team, Joe, as they had a massive split against the Padres. And remember, this is all going back to what Buster said back on Wednesday. It was go time for them. It's time to go. That was the exact quote. It's time to go. And he was calling out the entire organization, himself included. Everyone was put on notice on Wednesday, and they've responded with 5 straight wins.
Joe, they've done things that I just haven't seen them do in forever. Obviously, the big blast by Chapman was huge on Saturday. I mean, just what a great way to win a game.
It was pretty cool. We were all at Ken Luttrell's, producer Ken here at the station. We call him Jersey Ken, New York Kenny, whatever you want to call him. He's a big New York
everybody
fan.
Was there except me?
Except for you, Willard, and Dibs. You guys were the only ones that did not show up. So Steiny, Guru,
where was
myself,
it at?
Lafayette. So
I'm not going to Lafayette on a Saturday when I'm down in Sunnyvale, but continue.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's to each your own. We were at Carter. He lives in San Francisco. He made the trek with his lovely wife.
So
Sierra.
far.
I mean, Carter's got a limo driver, but keep going.
Lucas Alexander showed up. We had a lot of people.
So Lucas showed up to that party, but wouldn't come to my own son's. Got it, Lucas. Now I know where I stand.
Well, Ken, LJ, I mean,
I love Ken. I'm not trying to dog Ken.
No, but
Lucas and my wife go way back in terms of friendships, and my son and him, I mean, Jesus, He didn't come to my own kid's birthday. He went to Ken's kid's birthday. I feel
Actually,
offended.
it wasn't even his kid's birthday. It wasn't even 2-year-old Dean's birthday.
Whose
It
birthday
was Ken's. He was like 37, some just undescript number. I know, but again, I have an ending to the story, I promise. We were all there, and he had a TV out. By the way, lovely home. Shout out Katie, the lovely Katie. It's just a beautiful home. They got a pool. It was great.
Wow, Ken's got it like that?
Not one.
Carter, move aside. We got a new guy when it comes to family money.
Not one, but 2 TVs outside of the patio. It was beautiful. We had the game on, and I was playing with Benny and Nora, and they had a little play structure, and all I hear is everyone erupting. It was Carter. It was Lucas. Oh, it's going to go. It's going to go. And it was Matt Chapman walking it off on Saturday. It's pretty freaking cool.
How much live betting
popping.
was going on there between Lucas and Carter?
Oh, and Justin. Yeah, Justin was there. Old engineer here, Justin, from the station. Yeah.
I thought he moved back to New York.
He's back. He's here. He's chilling.
So he went to New York, and now he's back here.
A high-level loser, bro.
No, come on. We love J-Dog. All right? But they were going nuts. No, and the Belmont Stakes happened over the weekend, and Carter, with the all-time mush of the century, saying, who'd you have, journalism?
Yeah.
Yeah, journalism's going to win. Journalism's going to win. Gets absolutely destroyed in the last 20 seconds. Come on, kiss a death.
He came around the bed and was just mobbing it. I said, everyone listen to me on horse betting. I told you. And he lost.
He lost. The favorite one going away was a Sovereignty, that one. So there you go. There's a lot happening. Carlos Alcaraz coming back from 0-2 sets down 3 championship points against the number 1 overall seed, Yannick Sinner. Unbelievable final on the men's side. And shout out Coco Gauff, the American on the women's side, getting it done over Sabalenka, who's so salty. Please miss me with all the excuses she was making after it. But Joe, an incredible weekend capped off by the Giants winning yet another 1-run game. And you know what? Big hit for Chapman. Adames got the day off yesterday. We talked about that with
Adames needed about 7 days off.
Well, he's got another one today because the Giants themselves have a day off. Bob Melvin talked about it yesterday. He's like, we just need him. It's not like physically he's there, Bob was saying, which is great. That's awesome that he's there physically, but mentally, he's just, I don't know.
I've seen this guy strike out on breaking balls just time and time again.
It's not good.
Just getting knee buckled with 2 strikes. And just overall, just swinging through so many breaking balls.
And
yet
they're winning. And yet they're winning, right?
No doubt.
Yeah.
But they need him to play a lot better.
Well, he could only play better at this point. That's the glass half full, half empty
Here's
approach
here's what I'll give him, though, right now. Like, I was saying this to the young guys on Saturday. Like, he is struggling so bad, yet it's not he's not slamming helmets. He's not, throwing bats and breaking them over his knee. And when the team wins, who's the first guy out of the dugout?
He is.
There is something to be said for that. Now, look, we need return on the 182. Chapman diving back into first base, jamming his hand. That is something to monitor. I mean, this is an everyday player that you kind of just take it for granted, even though there's ups and downs and he becomes very streaky. They need him to be 100% healthy. But there were specific things that I saw from Bob Melvin over the weekend where I'm like, man, this is just different. It's just different. Friday, Hayden Birdsong's getting roughed up in the 4th inning. They leave him in. I believe they did a mound visit. And then he gets out of the inning. He starts the 5th inning. I liked him starting the 5th inning, but I also liked him getting yanked in that 5th inning. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. I don't know what they would have done last year. I don't know if they would even have started the inning with Hayden Birdsong and giving him an opportunity. They might have went right to the bullpen. But I just thought that the feel of the moment, Bob Melvin was on it. Sunday, yesterday, you know what I saw after they failed to get runners over with 1 out and runners on 1st and 2nd in the middle part of the game, I don't know, 4th or 5th inning? A double steal. When was the last time? Not only like a bounce ball in the dirt. I'm talking about a legitimate double steal. Can you remember the last time the Giants did that?
No, cannot. Can't remember the last time Bob Melvin even tried that, to be honest. Maybe as a Padre manager? I don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly. And then you have Yastrzemski reward them with that situational base running, and he rips one down the line and scores a couple runs. And just this team right now is doing lots of little things to be encouraged with. And the best part about it is they're not even playing like perfect baseball. They're playing good baseball, maybe even great baseball on a day-to-day basis, but not perfect baseball. So there are still things that they can shore up.
And they are, again, 10 games over 500. If I were to tell you that on June 9th, the Giants are 10 games over, you're feeling pretty freaking good about this team. And you just go to the standings, Joe. They're right there. They're right, percentage points, like 0.02 behind the Padres technically, because the Padres have 1 fewer loss, but the Giants have 1 more win, 1 more loss. So they're right there. The Phillies all of a sudden are just free falling. Shout out Tom Petty. They're 1-9 in their last 10. They've lost 5 in a row. They just got swept against the freaking Pirates of all teams, who are god awful. I love you, Go. But the Giants, like, all of a sudden, when you talk about consistency and being able to win games like that, when the offense is what the offense is, just they're not going to win 10-0. They're not going to win 10-4. Like, they're not going to be what the Red Sox and Yankees were over the weekend, which is just every single game. And I said that we were, again, go back to the party, the game of the weekend or whatever on Fox. It was Yankees, Red Sox. I was like, oh, this is going to be like a 15-10 game and take 10 hours. It's not going to be those games for the Giants. But that was a familiar brand of baseball that Giants fans are accustomed to, that they can gravitate towards too. I think Logan Webb used the term over the weekend, torture. Now, I do think we have to retire that word. That's specifically for 2010 Giants, 2012, 14.
Bochy's Giants.
That's Bochy's Giants. That's their word. Now, I love the recall, and it's going to bring nostalgia back for a lot of Giants fans, I'm sure. But you won 3 World Series there. The torture that was leading up to that first one was all the heartbreak you had suffered as a San Francisco Giants sports fan. Yeah, they won in New York, but it was all those times, whether it was 89, whether it was in the early 2000s, whether it was wherever, like getting to that point and just failing time in and time out. All those demons were exercised in 2010. And thus, for me, the torture finally ended. Now, watching the bats this year, Joe, for Giants fans has been torturous. I saw you flip the spread last week and I was out. That was torture for you to watch this team. But what is the new term for this team to watch the Giants brand of baseball? I want a new word. Torture's retired. Give me the word at 888-957-9570 to describe this Giants season thus far. You can same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. You can also let us know on YouTube, where we are brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance for the dealer. And as always, Joe, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Well, so what's that one word for you, Giants fans, to describe this team? Torture? Can't use it. It's retired.
Well, and here's the thing with the whole torture term. Like, to me, it was torturous watching this team try to grind out some runs. And I heard an interview this morning where Tim Kawakami on the Odyssey Podcast Network, the TK show, had about a 10-minute conversation with Buster Posey. And he asked him specifically, like, hey, does this team remind you of the 2010, ish Giants, meaning 10, 12, 14? And Buster said exactly what I wanted to hear. We're never going to be able to replicate 2010, 2012, 2014. If we're going to win, and I'm paraphrasing, but if we're going to win, we're going to have to do it in a different way. Yes, there can be elements that remind us of those championship teams. Like, look at pitching and defense is always going to be a hang your hat on if you want to win in the playoffs way of winning. There's no doubt you have to pitch and play defense.
Always.
I think Buster's probably sitting there going, yeah, I went through that offense, and I remember what it was like. And there were years we always needed a bat. Mm-hmm. And I think that he realizes and knows we can't have the same torture in terms of the offensive futility. And if you ask me right now, I think that Buster is imminently aware that this team not only needs, but it is mandatory that they go get a bat. Like right now, Dom Smith, a guy you got off the, anyone could have had him. You picked him up at basically, the Goodwill.
At Bart, right down the street.
Right? You picked him up. He has been one of your best situational hitters. He's got multiple sac flies. He's got big-time knocks to drive in RBIs. I mean, think about that sentence. Dom Smith, who anyone in baseball could have. And look, I'm not mad at Dom Smith. I like what I'm seeing.
Sure.
Dare I say he's better defensively than Brandon Belt? I don't say that lightly. Like, he has been a pleasant surprise over there. Made a really nice play with a runner at third. Acuna, who still ended up scoring, but he looks the runner back, still gets the lead runner on a situation where you have the corners in on first and second. First and third with one out. Like, he has been a really good player for this team. That's not good enough. No. Like, Dom Smith, and I know Buster knows that. And so, yeah, I like what I'm seeing right now. And the crazy thing is, I think this team's going to make a big-time splash. This was the week, though, Joe. I think all of the Bay Area took notice. This Giants team is legit.
Yeah.
How legit is up to them to now determine.
They're too legit to quit, I dare say. By the way, we have this or that coming up at 8:30 today. And you people are the guests at 888-957-9570. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? And it's a great point because it's time to go might be the rallying cry for the rest of this Giants season. As we're talking torture, I don't know if it's too many words to be the theme of the season, but time to go. Tell me when to go. E40 always at Giants games.
I'm down with that.
I love that moniker. And you know what is the big difference for me, Joe? Because they might not land the bat everyone wants or the name, and they might lose a bidding war with some of these other teams because everyone's going to be looking for a bat. That's the thing with the third wild card, as I keep bringing up. Everyone feels like they're just a bat or two away from really contending, right? I look at the standings right now, and I mentioned them earlier. Giants are right there. If the season ends today, they'd be in the second wild card spot. But hell, they're only a game back of the Dodgers for first place in their own division, right? The Padres are right there. They're all bunched up together. Then you got the Phillies who are scuffling. They're only a half game back of the Giants. Cardinals, a couple games. Brewers right there, 4 games over 500. Then it's the Reds, and then Diamondbacks, Nationals. Everyone else is under 500. So they're in prime position right now to make a deal. And I feel good about Buster Posey in this department. Not that they'll land someone, but they'll actually try to. I never really believed Farhan when he's like, oh, we're always involved. I was like, were you? Really? Was that the safe? Because you finished in second every time, and you let everyone know that you finished in second place. Not by his own words, but you leaked it to the Heymans of the world, the Buster Olneys of the world, the Bob Nightingales of the world. How many times, Joe, did you have to hear, oh, the Giants are right there. The Giants are right there for Ohtani, for Judge. Oh, it just didn't work out. They were right there for player X. See, I think that Buster will actually legitimately be in there for these conversations. Will they get them? I can't say. I don't know what those conversations are going to be like, but I do think he's going to actively, legitimately try to get those players. I didn't really feel that when it came to Farhan. I didn't. Whether that's fair or not, I didn't feel it if I was a fan.
I think a lot of people would agree with you in terms of the risk-averse nature of Farhan. It just felt like he always had to win the deal. We all know that friend in fantasy football who refuses to do a deal with anyone. Yeah. And right now it feels like everyone, there's only a handful of guys in my particular fantasy league who have the cojones to make a move.
And why is that? Because they don't want to get got, right?
Yeah, but you're losing. That's the thing I always say. Dude, you're literally at the bottom of the heap. You have nothing to lose. And to get, you must give. And Buster said something that you absolutely have to hear on the other side. And I thought it was so refreshing in terms of perspective at the top of the pyramid for the Giants. When you talk about how this team is going to operate moving forward, I think that they're a go for the gusto type of a team right now. And I didn't feel that way in 2021. It felt like all the guys that they assembled, it was like, hey, we're just playing with house money. Everybody's on a 1-year deal and we'll see what happens. This feels very, very different.
Now, how did you feel about that Chris Bryant trade at the time? Because that felt like a big deal.
Oh,
the guy won a World Series. He's a hero for Chicago. Obviously,
I'm talking about the team as a whole.
Okay.
Gosman was on a 1-year deal. Darren Ruff was 30-something years old, and it was like, really? Lamar Wade Jr. was claimed off of the recycling bin. Yastrzemski and Slater. I couldn't believe what we were seeing.
Crawford was balling.
Crawford was balling. He was at the end of a contract, end of his career. Posey had a monster year, and he was kind of rejuvenated. He had been bad the years prior to that. I know he missed the whole COVID season, but not good, bad by Buster standards. That team did not feel like it was building towards something. This team right here, because of the mix of guys that are under long-term contracts and where they are in their careers, it feels like this is a window right now where they're building for something. I'm not saying a championship window, but this feels sustainable.
Do you feel better about this team, where this team is at, Giants fans, right now on June 9th, or 10 games over, than you did about that 2021 team?
At any point.
At any point. Then, again, that was a historic team. The most wins they've ever had in a regular season, Joe.
I know, it's pretty crazy.
It was unbelievable season. It ended in 5 games in the NLDS, I should say, against the Dodgers. Obviously, you were there to see that happen. By the way, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More of your calls, more of your texts, 888-957-9570. The Giants are on fire. They won 5 in a row, and we're on fire too because we have no AC on 95.7 The Game. this morning, Joe. Like, you're 10 games over. The bats aren't exactly Herculean by any stretch of the imagination. You're winning tight ball games, and in the past, you were losing these same type of ball games. This is usually the inflection point of the season for the Giants the last few years, where they were like hovering around 500. It was like one step forward, two steps back, but now they're building some momentum here, heading towards, I know we're still a ways away from the trade deadline, but I'm feeling really optimistic about this team. And if they could add a big boy here or there, a big thumper in this lineup, yeah, they got action. They absolutely do. When I look, just look around the league. Is there any actual team that feels like a super juggernaut? They're going to beat you kind of, even the Detroit Tigers, like in the AL, we can go any team. Like, sure, they swept you. They looked pretty freaking good. They had the best pitcher in baseball. But you look at that lineup, and we talked about it with Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, our Giants insider. There's not exactly like a guy in there that you fear every time he steps to the plate. And the Giants don't have that player either, obviously. And maybe they don't even get that player out there. Maybe they don't get him. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe it's a Matt Olson type or something like that. I'm just throwing a name out there. I'm not saying they're going to trade for Matt Olson. I'm not saying the Braves are trading him. I'm just using that team because they're 10 games under 500. Maybe they're going to shake some things up at the deadline. Who knows? Maybe it's a player like that who's not quite a household name, but a guy that brings you thump and brings fear into the opposing line. Maybe it's Bryce Eldridge. Who the hell knows if they call him up? He's 20 years old. I don't know what to make of it. But the fact that we're even talking about that, Joe, on June 9th, that the Giants feel like a bat away, that's something in and of itself, right?
And it feels, yes, there's no doubt. And it feels like quietly, Matt Chapman is really heating up.
Yeah.
Last 15 games, 17 for 52, 8 runs scored. The walks and the strikeouts are almost identical. Usually he has twice as many strikeouts as walks in his career. It's somewhere in that range, right? Right now, again, last 15 games, I mean, he's basically slugging 600. That's phenomenal. He's got 17 hits, a couple of home runs, 3 of them to be exact. And the big one on Saturday, I can't remember the last time the Giants hit a home run to win a game. I'm talking about walk-off home run. And not like in a tie game. Down.
I think that was...
Sam, when was the last time they
Didn't Yaz have a walk-off splash hit this year?
Yeah, okay. Down a run?
Let me double-check and see if they were down on that one.
I thought they were tied in that game. I think being down a run, I can't remember the last time that's happened.
Well, I know they kept saying Matt Chapman, that's his first walk-off just hit in general since 2019, I want to say. So it's been a long time since he was an Oakland Athletic. It's been as far back as that. 6 years ago since he's had a walk-off, and boy, did he need one. And he's been hot, as you said. He's still batting just 243, but where he was and where he is now. 243
is his career. Exactly. He's going to be right where.
That's who he is.
Exactly.
And he's a streaky player.
Stay there.
Exactly. That's fine. That goes without saying. What we are concerned about, or if there's any concern right now, is the hand that he jammed, his right hand. X-rays were negative on that, Joe. So he's going to be listed as day-to-day going forward. So that is good news. And if there is any good news there, and hopefully there's nothing too serious, because that is his moneymaker, is his right hand.
Well, and the reason why I thought yesterday's win was so big is Adames took the day off and Jung Hoo Lee took the day off. They both needed it, right? And not only do you get the sweep of the Braves, but you win a game that you were down 3-1 into Spencer Strider. And although Spencer Strider coming back from the Tommy John, maybe not viewed the same way.
I don't view him the same way. The guy that they're really missing right now is in New York City, by the way. It's Max Fried. Well, they can't pay everyone. I hear you.
I mean,
but
they've locked up so many different guys. I mean, basically, I look at their team and I'm like, dude, it's like the Oakland A's from 4 years ago.
No, it's a
Nick
good point.
Allen at short. Oh, by the way, I love Nick Allen at short. Defensively, he is a stud. But like Sean Murphy, Matt Olson, and Nick Allen, like there's a zillion A's.
And they're 10 games under 500. So, like, again, like, you're 10 games over, the Braves are 10 games under, and now all of a sudden, where you thought maybe, an Atlanta team could be poaching some San Francisco Giants at the deadline, no, the Giants are looking at all these other lineups and saying, oh, okay, who's going to be out of it in a month or so? And again, we're focusing on the now, but also focusing on the future, which is exciting because for the first time, I could get excited about the future potentially for the Giants, Joe.
And this is what I loved about the win streak is Yaz has been pretty quiet till yesterday, right? Adames is, he's struggling bad.
Yeah, it's not good.
Right? Ramos has been pretty steady, but not his greatest week in the world in terms of the offensive production. Fitz has kind of been up and down. It was good to see Pat Bailey wake up a little, but it's not like 6 guys in the lineup are tearing the cover off the ball.
No.
So you won a bunch of tight ball games, 1-run games. I mean, that's September baseball. That's playoff baseball. And to be able to utilize their bullpen the way they have, they've been excellent right now. I mean, Camilo Duvall, over 100 saves. That feat happened last week. He was good yesterday, and I think that his team has been good right now, and I love the way that Bob Melvin is pulling all the levers.
I don't know if you heard Mike Krukow on NBC Sports Bay Area. I think it was pregame on Saturday. He was talking to Carlos Ramirez and who was it, Richie Aurelia, who were on the coverage, obviously, for NBC Sports there. And Krukow was like, for Willie, I'd love to see a Trey Turner, standing ovation from the fans. Remember, you alluded to this when Trey Turner was struggling with the Phillies. They gave him the standing ovation. It's like, wow, Philadelphia, they're doing a reverse thing where they're usually booing all the players that are struggling, but now all of a sudden they're getting behind the player, and then obviously he went on tear. Trey Turner has been amazing, right? Is it something as simple as that for the mentals of Willie Adames, for the fans to just stand up and cheer next time he's playing or next time he's at in front of Oracle Park? Is that what we're going to do? I mean, is that where we're at already for Willie Adames, really?
I mean, Joe, he's still got to be able to go out there and perform. We could cheer all we want when he's swinging over the top of a breaking ball on the first pitch out of his shoes. You could feel the air come out of the stadium. You could feel it. I mean, the poor guys at bats, I would just sit there and ask anyone, we could cheer all we want as fans, and I'm here for that. Trust me, I want to root for the guy. I want to like him. We all want to like him. He's clearly...
Yay!
No, he's clearly a very beloved guy by his teammates. His at-bats are atrocious right now. It's hard to defend them. Now, he's swinging over breaking balls left and right. He's not barreling anything up. The guy has 1 hit in his last 22 at-bats, 9 strikeouts, and quite frankly, the at-bats are worse than the numbers, which is almost impossible because he's batting .045 in the last 7 games.
It's
all right?
bad. It's bad.
The guy's basically, getting a walk is we're doing cartwheels here. So Joe, I hear you, the fans could cheer and all that, and I get, believe me, sentimentally.
That was what Mike Krukow said. I'm just saying.
Okay.
That's what he threw out there.
I
Not
love
to say
Krukow.
it's going to work.
I love Krukow, but sometimes Krukow just, come on, dog, give me a break. If I would have said that to Mike Krukow in 1984, he would have been give me a break.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, I love Adames. I'm rooting for the guy. I really do. There's a lot to really like. But I'm not going to sit here and lie to the audience. I'm not going to sit here and say, their at-bats are close. They're not close.
Let's just keep it a buck.
We could go through the pitch logs, Joe. I'm being real here. I watch every game back, and I go through certain at-bats. I'm not trying to be that guy. His at-bats are horrible. I am trying to find, he fouled off 4 or 5 pitches here. No, the at-bats, they're not even close. So I'm not going to lie to the audience. He's been downright awful. And defensively, hasn't been good either. There's a whole separate conversation. Nick Allen right now is batting dead last for the Braves for a reason. He's not a great hitter.
No.
Nick Allen is a significantly better defensive shortstop than Willie Adames.
Yes.
So, we can do all that clapping and the cheering, and I'm here for all that and getting his mentals right. He also needs to meet us halfway and play better, and needs to have better at-bats. And hopefully having a couple days off in a row is the start of that.
Let's just call it what it is. It's been one of the biggest busts so far of the offseason signings. And I'm not as tapped in on every other major signing this offseason, but when it comes to every single day players, it's got to be Willie Adames. Has been the return on investment's just been abysmal for the San Francisco Giants. But again, they're 10 games over 500, and if Willie could somehow, I mean, we've been saying this for the last month, right? If he could somehow break out of this slump, how huge of an effect would that be for this team overall, as they are red hot? Hottest team in baseball right now, Joe. 5 in a row for the Giants.
We're in the middle of June.
Yes.
Okay. If I told you he got his batting average up to 222.
Oh my God.
I think I'd be kind of shocked.
Yeah.
That's how bad it's been. The at-bats have not been leaving me very encouraged. And again, I don't want to be negative today, but they got to get something from them.
They do.
I mean, they really do.
Well, it could only be up from here. Again, glass half full mentality right now for me, as the Giants are 10 games over. We'll pick this conversation up.
And there's something that Harold Reynolds said about him that I just completely disagree with.
We're going to play that sound on the other side. Plus, we'll react to what Buster Posey had to say with Tim Kawakami and the TK show over the weekend as well. But you know what? As great as the Giants have been, and they've been in fuego, I want to highlight just an incredible win over the weekend by our Golden State Valkyries, Joe. 95-68, blowing out the Las Vegas Aces. And what do we know about the Las Vegas Aces in the WNBA? They're pretty good, and they pay their players a lot of money. Asia Wilson, Chelsea Gray, they got a lot of talent on that team, but they got absolutely eviscerated over the weekend at Chase Center. And make sure you are locked into the roast between 7:30 and 7:45 all week long, because we are giving away a pair of Golden State Valkyries tickets to their matchup against the Connecticut Sun on June 22nd at Chase Center. When you hear this Kevin Dana call, do you got it harder?
Attacking off the catch, into the lane, back for Martin, right wing three, cha-ching! 36-34, Valkyries on top!
And that's going to, again, not right now, between 7:30 and 7:45, you're going to be calling number 5 on the contest line and score yourself a pair of tickets. You can also go to Valkyries.com for your tickets. And again, all week long, we are doing that. We're going to pick up this Giants talk on the other side. They've won 5 in a row. Hottest team in baseball right now, folks. Get on the bandwagon. Right now's the time to do it, and that's what's going to be on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Get on the ground. Elby kicks it. Here comes Yastrzemski, and the Giants take the lead.
I want to thank you guys, Shasky, and I listen to you guys every single morning on the way to work. You guys make my morning drive way better.
That one gets me every single time, not going to lie. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. We've been playing their sound a lot. You know why? Because we've got a lot to celebrate for the Gigantes, who have won 5 in a row, all one-run games. You split against the Padres. You sweep the not-hot Atlanta Braves. All of a sudden, it's hot in the studio, though, because, well, no air conditioning. We feel from the Giants. The Bats, though, Joe, they can still use a boost, and we're talking about that. And this is a team worth getting excited about, and even more excited if they swing a big trade. And what Buster Posey had to say over the weekend, we will get to with one Tim Kawakami of the TK Show, because he had some very interesting thoughts, not only about this upcoming trade deadline, but a trade deadline of the past that a lot of Giants fans know very well when it comes to one Zach Wheeler, Carlos Beltran. Everyone remembers it. I'm sure you do very, very well. That was a big trade that, it didn't end up working out, but it was risky. And in hindsight, you know what? I'd do it again. Like, it sounds crazy. Like, there's certain trades where they don't work out that you still say as a sports fan, you know what? It didn't work out then, but I'm not mad at them for making it. People crush me for this one a lot. And I think the biggest example of how it could ruin a team, not the Beltran one, sure, but I go back to 2014 when the A's made that huge trade and was trading Cespedes for John Lester, straight up. They felt like they were an ace, a number 1 ace pitcher away from winning the whole damn thing. And to their credit, after they made that trade, they were the favorites, according to Vegas, to win the whole damn thing. They were stacked top to bottom. They had like 10 All-Stars, something ridiculous. They made the Samardzija trade. They got all these players. And I was like, you know what? Even in hindsight, I know it didn't work out, and they tanked, and the Angels ended up winning that division, and then all, bleep hit the fan, and they lost to the Royals because John Lester couldn't throw to first base. I still liked the gumption that Billy Beane showed then. Even with what the Giants did in Carlos Beltran and Zach Wheeler, I understood the thought process because they felt like they were just a bat away. It didn't work. And Zach Wheeler's still balling. He's now with the Phillies, still been with the Phillies, and it's been great. He was with the Mets prior to that. But you get what I'm saying, though, Joe. Like, even if it doesn't work, the fact that you made a big trade, I think, sends sound waves and resonates for fan bases, right?
There's no doubt it does. And just to put a bow on the whole Wheeler Beltran deal, people, I swear to God, there's a lot of people that they just forget the reality of what was happening. They won their first World Series in 2010. Okay, let me give you their record the day they made the trade. Now, Posey had been lost for the year on May 28th. So
Scott Cousins,
2 months earlier, this team without Posey was 61-44. 61-44 the day they made the trade for Beltran. They were 4 games up on the Arizona Diamondbacks. All right? This is before the extra wild card spots and all that.
Right.
You were 61-44. You owed it to yourself. Now, I went back and I looked. Now, just to let everyone know, they had Kane, Bumgarner, Lincecum, Vogelsong, Jonathan Sanchez, and Barry Zito. Kane made 33 starts that year. Bumgarner, 33 starts that year. Lincecum, 33 starts that year. Vogelsong, 30 starts that year. Sanchez, 19. Zito, 9. And a guy named Eric Surkamp took some starts.
I remember that name.
Those guys' ages, 26, 21, 27, 33, 28, 33. They thought they had their pitching staff pretty much set up. They had drafted Zach Wheeler 2 years prior. All right? They traded him. Beltran, at 34 years old, played 44 games, batted .323 with a .920 OPS. Now, he ended up getting hurt down the stretch. All right? The team was 61-44. They owed it to themselves to see if they could squeeze into the playoffs without their best player. You don't just give up because Buster Posey got hurt.
No.
Again, you were 61-44. In the prime of Kane and Lincecum, with Vogelsong having an all-star type season, with Bumgarner at 21 years old, with Jonathan Sanchez, being really good, all right? They thought they had a nucleus. And you remember, you had already paid Barry Zito, so you still had him in the fold. When they traded away Zach Wheeler, he didn't come back up into the majors because he was in the minors. He had never pitched for the Giants until 2013.
Was he their number one prospect at the time? Do you know?
He was ranked in a variety of spots as their number one prospect, okay? But he really didn't have a breakout till 2014. That was 3 years later, where he went 11-11 with a 3.54 ERA. Kind of a better version of what we saw from Birdsong last year. A better version, but a full season. What you're hoping Birdsong does now, right? And then he tore his UCL in 2015. He really didn't have the monster season till 2018. 7 years after the trade was made.
Right.
7 years.
Like, that's baseball. Like, sometimes it takes a long time, and the Giants weren't willing to wait 7 years. And you know what? Quite frankly, it's a long-ass time.
Joe,
it's a long time.
He might not have been a Giant by the time he broke out in 2018.
I know it's not the same comparison, but it's how some Warriors fans feel about Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah, maybe like 4 or 5 years from now, he might be awesome and he should be an all-star, but that's not where Stephen Curry is right now. He's got like 2 years left, maybe, to win a title, and then he's going to hang him up. Like, so that's why people are like, it's not, again, not like for like the same, but this is what Buster Posey said, Joe. I have the sound.
About the Bell trade. He was on that team. So he obviously had a feel for the dugout. And to this day, I will go down, and I said it then, I'll say it now, I'll say it till I'm in the grave.
Say it.
I would have done the Beltran deal 10 out of 10 times.
And Buster Posey, this is him on the TK show, also saying he loved it.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Saves. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game, and it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative, because again, it was the leader of our operation saying, "I believe in you guys." And Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was, you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while, too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things years down the road and then overanalyze them.
I love that mindset for my GM.
Totally agree.
I love that.
And you know what it tells me? It signals me as Giants fan, and that was with the TK Tim Kawakami show, which is on Odyssey, that you'll see. It's going to get posted later today. Or it posted on podcast, but not on YouTube. When you have Posey at the top of the helm, and that's his mindset, you know what that tells me? Giants are going to be in, and he is ready and willing to make bold moves. Isn't that what you want from your franchise?
Yes.
Why did this team have zero faith, and the fan base zero faith, in Farhan the last few years?
Because he was risk averse. He didn't make trades that you felt like were going to really be substantial to this lineup and to this team. Like J.D. Davis, God love the guy. He had some moments. But exactly. You
wasn't making or breaking the franchise.
Darren Ruff, right? Like, come on.
Look, you could find, right now they have Dom Smith.
Exactly.
Came out of nowhere.
There you
if
go.
you think Buster Posey thinks he's done after acquiring Dom Smith, I think you're crazy.
No.
And he basically told you right then and there, if it presents itself again this year and there's a Beltran-like move that they can make and they have to surrender a young guy, they're going to do it. Don't you want that from the people at the top of your team, of your favorite team?
Yes.
I love that mindset.
Why do you think we loved what Mike Dunleavy did the last few months for the Golden State Warriors?
Yes.
Because they made they felt the desperation. They felt desperate. Now, is this Giants team at the same level and stage of that Warriors team? No, they are not. But that doesn't mean you also can't feel like if Buster Posey's feeling some desperation, because you know what? He wants to make a big splash in his first full season here. He wants to make the playoffs. He wants to have that instant success. And he knows what it takes. And he has a pulse of this fan base, Joe. Like, that's the thing in all of this. I never felt that Farhan truly understood this fan base and what it wanted and what it needed every single day. He lost touch with the average fan, or he never had it. And you know what? Some people don't. And that's just the nature of the business. But the good ones, hell, the great ones, they understand a fan base. Do you think John Lynch understands the 49ers fan base and what they want?
Now he does, absolutely. He's been doing the job for quite some time.
Do you think Mike Dunleavy understands what they want? He's been with the organization a while now.
Absolutely.
You think, let's just go.
And we might, look, as fans, we might disagree on the direction of both of those guys, but I think we all understand, like individually we might disagree.
Right.
I think a big chunk of Niner fans are like, do whatever it takes to win a Lombardi.
There you go. Absolutely. And going to the Warriors, like, whether you like the Jimmy Butler trade or not, you knew something had to happen.
Absolutely.
Status quo was not the answer.
Yes.
And they made a big deal, and they got rid of Wiggins. They brought in Jimmy Butler. Howie Roseman. You think the guy knows the Philadelphia Eagles, the most abhorrent fan base, according to a lot of people in sports? He understands them. So, yes, I think Buster Posey understands this fan base, and he realizes a big bat would do wonders for not only the fan base, but the team itself, because it's about believing this team. Him saying it was time to go and DFAing the Lamont Wade Juniors of the world, right? Bringing up the Dom Smiths, bringing him in, like, I know it feels small, like who the hell is Lamont Wade in comparison to some others? No, but it was a rallying cry, and they've responded.
You know what would have happened a year or two ago had they done this? If they would have they would have DFA'd Lamont Wade. He would have cleared waivers, and then they would have had him in the minors, and we would have seen him in about 3 weeks. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes. And then now the Angels acquired him, and they did what, cash considerations? Is that what it was?
Because look, Buster realized, like, hey, we got to move on here. Like,
you can't just
we can't bring him back. Like, we've got to move on here. And I think that what ended up happening was it was the same old, and there were the Farhan guys that would, no matter what, they would never be able to get eradicated from the roster, and they would always find a way to find themselves back in the lineup, right? Mm-hmm. And, you know, the thing that Buster said in this TK interview that to me was my favorite thing that I heard regarding this team and striking now and everything, he was talking about trades and how you want these trades to almost make you uncomfortable. And I think about like the Jimmy Butler deal for the Warriors, and there was a comfort level with Wiggins. Now we can argue about how comfortable, you know, and how uncomfortable Wiggins made people feel regarding maybe his effort level or availability or things like that. But we can all agree, acquiring Jimmy Butler took them out of their comfort zone.
Yes. That's exactly. There was some creative tension, if you will.
Stylistically, age-wise, there was going to be some strain on incorporating a completely different style of play.
The whole thing, what's going on with Miami Heat, Pat Riley, that was baked into it. A lot of Warriors fans were like, and you include, like, and I'm not,
it's true.
But you had some questions about the leadership.
Absolutely.
And bringing this guy in, is he going to be toxic and bring that toxicity here? Shout out System of a Down. I don't know, but it's worked out. I mean, it did work out. Now, some people are saying, can you flip him and try to get a Giannis? That's a different conversation. But I think we could all...
that's going to being bold.
But I do think we could all agree and take a step back here. Like, where you were when you acquired Jimmy Butler to where they ended up, like, just judging it from that lens, I do think it was a success. I do. I think you have to say it was a success, given where that team was and where it ended in the Western Conference semis. You lost Stephen Curry, so I think you can fall back on that. Like, you do that deal. 10 times out of 10, you still do that deal, as far as I'm concerned.
No, I agree with you, and I think so many people are so afraid to get rid of anyone young, and I understand, like, you don't want to get rid of the next great guy, but in any particular walk of life that you're in, you got to give to get, and you've got to be willing to put something on the table.
Let me throw this one at you at 888-957-9570 as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And by the way, make sure you are locked into the roast between 7:30 and 7:45 all week long, because we are giving away a pair of Golden State Valkyries tickets to their matchup against the Connecticut Sun on June 22nd at Chase Center. And you're going to hear this Kevin Dana call.
Attacking off the catch, into the lane, back for Martin, right wing three, cha-ching! 36-34, Valkyries on top!
And again, be listening between 7:30 and 7:45 and be caller number 5 when you hear that and score yourself a pair of tickets. You can also go to Valkyries.com for your tickets. I got a question. As we were talking about the Zach Wheeler trade, right? Him being the number one prospect at the time. Bryce Eldridge, is there any trade that you even entertain in your mind when it comes to trading? Because he's like, that's the guy, right? He's the one. He's the untouchable at this point. It feels like.
Joe,
or is he untouchable, Joe?
If Bobby Witt Jr. was available, of course you're taking a call.
But that's it.
We're talking about,
the guys that aren't getting traded.
Joe, this is just the way I operate. I'll always listen to every deal. I'm never going to say no to a deal. And I think when you have specific parameters set in place of no before you even entertain offers, you're limiting yourself.
Well, I bring that up, Joe, because it was really like excruciating listening to some people at this station say they wouldn't even trade Kyle Harrison. They wouldn't even entertain trading Kyle Harrison a few years ago for a shot at Shohei Ohtani, for like a mid-season acquisition, and he was going to be a free agent. He was going to be walking potentially. They wouldn't even entertain it. I was like, really? Really? We're talking about a generational, one of the greatest talents we've ever seen, a proven talent for a guy we don't even know who he is. Like, really?
Let me go back 3 years ago. Like, we had been waiting for all those prospects to come through, and you have to understand, like, unlike the A's who turn over prospects left and right and bring guys up all the time, like, the Giants haven't had a lot of prospects to cling on to for over a decade. So it wasn't just Harrison in a vacuum. It was what Harrison represented.
But I hear you on that. It was the fact that we weren't even going to listen, or we weren't even going to entertain it.
Because we heard about him and Luciano for 5 years, and we wanted to see, or not, Harrison not for 5, but for like 2 or 3 years, and we wanted to see what it looked like. I think the fact that he was a local kid from De La Salle factors into this as well.
Well, the fact that, and we're talking about all this, right, because the Giants are 10 games over 500 right now, Joe. Like, this is go time for this team. It's time to go. That's what Buster Posey said last week. They've won 5 in a row. They're in Fuego, hottest team in baseball. And maybe, just maybe, the acquisition all along is the guy that they acquired this offseason in the biggest acquisition in the history of the San Francisco Giants, the highest paid contract, Willie Adames. Maybe he could get hot. Again, it's kind of like that mental gymnastics. Well, maybe if you think about it, like you added Willie Adames back to this lineup with his bat, if he gets hot, that could be your acquisition. Well, Harold Reynolds, obviously MLB Network, formerly of Fox Sports. We all know Harold Reynolds. He's been one of the voices of baseball, Major League Baseball, that is, for a very long time. Now, was this on MLB Network? Was this on a podcast?
On MLB Network last week.
Okay, this is what Harold Reynolds had to say in regards to Willie Adames' struggle. By the way, Adames didn't play yesterday, has the off day today. Bob Melvin spoke to the mental struggles there. It's not physical, nothing physically wrong with Willie. It's just getting him a mental break these next couple days, heading into the Rockies series in Colorado. Here's Harold Reynolds talking about Willie Adames' struggles.
You look at Willie Adames last year with the Brewers to what he's done this year in the first year of his $180+ million contract. I mean, it's not recognized. Those stats aren't recognizable.
What did we say yesterday? Not so fast? Where did he come from? Tampa. Then he went to Milwaukee. Those are ballparks where the ball's not looking like this. I just want you to see the ballpark. And when you drop in the difference in Milwaukee and San Francisco, and I'm not even factoring in wind and everything else, that's just dimensions. So let's go back to Milwaukee and look at some of the balls that he was hitting, and he's standing there pimping. This ain't going nowhere in San Francisco. That ball's out in Milwaukee, but it's not going anywhere in San Francisco. I mean, these are balls we're sitting there going, man, stand there and watch it. What a bomb. Look at that. I'm just going to show you real quick what I'm talking about. Here's the opposite field power. It looks like it's way out there, right? But when you start looking at the dimensions in San Francisco, those balls are out. Maybe they're off the wall. They're not going out the park. You're not watching it. You better get on your horse. So Willie's had to learn the hard way.
Is it as simple, Joe, as saying it's Oracle Park for the struggles?
Okay. Harold Reynolds is very informed. Almost always. He's wrong on this one. And I'll tell you why he's wrong on this one. I've watched every Willie at bat, like almost all the Giants fans out there. In one less game, he's got a better batting average. He's got less strikeouts. He's got more walks. He's got more homers. He's got more hits. He's got the same amount of doubles. He's got more triples. He has been better at home than he has been on the road in less games. He has a higher OPS, a higher slugging, a higher on-base percentage. Everything has been higher at home than on the road. You know what has been a consistent theme, whether it's at home or on the road? Bad at-bats. We can make an argument about a ball here and there that should have traveled over the fence or whatever, I would ask Harold, show me those at-bats, because the poor guy's not making great contact right now. If he had a bunch of warning track flyouts, I would buy into that. The eyeball doesn't support what Harold is saying regarding the ballpark. The data doesn't support what he's saying regarding the ballpark. You know what the reality is? The reality is that whether he is in Jupiter, and I don't mean Jupiter, Florida, I'm talking about the planet.
The planet.
Whether he's on Mars, whether he's on Earth, whether he's at Oracle, whether he's at Turner Field in Atlanta, Tampa, Milwaukee, right now his at-bats across the board aren't great. But the data tells you he's actually hitting better at home slightly than he is on the road. But the at-bats on the road, at home, are bad no matter what. I'm not running the guy out of town. I'm just saying you're wrong on this one. He is not good regardless. Now, I want to see him go on the road here as they've got a little road trip here coming up and figure it out. Like, that would be great. The ballpark is a factor in everything that's going on right now. But his at-bats as a whole cannot be summed down to, it's just Oracle Park. No, that's not accurate. No. He's wrong.
I agree with that. And I'll say this when it comes to Willie Adames. Like, the struggles that he's having right now, it's in a vacuum, it hasn't been good, and the team is 10 games over. It's been a couple months, and his best month historically is August. So he is, by definition, a second half of the season player, but he's dug himself such a hole right now. The fan base, like, I do wonder, and we've talked about it a lot, I do wonder, had this been the flip, maybe you're the Atlanta Braves instead of the Giants right now, and you're 10 games under, like the Boo Birds, I'm sure, would be out. But they are winning in spite of him right now because of the timely hits from a Chapman, from a Yaz, from Elliot Ramos being Mr. Consistent, right? Jung-Hoo Lee started off hot. He's kind of faded a little bit too. Another guy that's been playing every single day. Mm-hmm. Physically, he's been there, but it's been tough for him, tough go for him as of late. But this is all the more reason why you double down and say, you know what? Yeah, we paid all this money for Willie, but we're going to go do something else, right? To pick up our guy. Maybe someone else, a shot into this lineup can help a guy like Willie not feel like he has to be this guy, because he's pressing right now. We all could see it. He's pressing. Like, and I'm not telling you to feel sorry for him, Giants fans. The guy's got a $180+ million contract. Like, yes, this is in sports terms, sure, he's struggling. It's tough to watch, but in life terms, he's winning. I mean, he just is. So all I'm saying is, if I'm Buster Posey, there's no one that I'm like, everyone's on the trade block as far as I'm concerned to get another big name. Now, I keep Robbie Ray. I keep Logan Webb. You know, the Bird Songs of the world, we'll see. Kyle Harrison, as far as I'm concerned, yes, that's a guy I could be trading. Bryce Eldridge is the interesting one to me. I don't know. And this is the question I have for you, Joe, on the other side. There's a guy out there I keep bringing up, plays for the Anaheim, well, whatever, Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, I don't even know what they're called. LA Angels. California Angels. His name's Michael Trout. One of the greatest players in the history of the sport, of his generation.
He's been DHing for the last week, and he's going to go back to playing the outfield this week.
What if he plays first base? I'm just saying, do you entertain going after Mike Trout if you have to give up Bryce Eldridge? Oh. We're going to talk about that on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number, and it's going to be brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Bodoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Hey, Laughing Monk, ballin'. Got the burgers, they got the pasta, they got the salads, they got everything you need. They got the brews brewed right here, righteously. That's what they say, right? Righteously, righteous, bro. San Francisco. The Giants right now, they're righteous. They're balling 5 in a row. We're talking about it. We teased a little convo about one Bryce Eldridge, one Mike Trout. Do you do the trade? If it's just straight up, right there, just Bryce Eldridge for Mike Trout. You doing it? You're doing it. 888-957-9570.
No one's doing it.
I'm doing it. Absolutely. Bryce Eldridge might stink. And then I have a chance to get one of the greatest players of his generation, Mike Trout, on this team.
Who hasn't played 100. I'm here for the Mike Trout trade, not for Eldridge. No, you're not giving him up. You're getting someone who's younger if you're trying to get.
You guys told me the same. You guys, the same people have told me I can't trade Kyle Harrison for Shohei. Oh my God! Now we're flipping Kyle Harrison for a bag of chips. Please.
No one is doing that deal. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you where we're at today. Maybe a year from now, it sounds ridiculous.
What's more likely in the next 5 years, that Mike Trout is at least a 250 hitter in Major League Baseball, or Bryce Eldridge is a 250 hitter for the next 5 years? Which one?
I would go with Bryce Eldridge.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
I don't know if Trout can hang for 5 more years. The guy lives on the IL. Does he not?
He does. But you know what?
And I'm one of the biggest Mike Trout fans. I love the guy.
I'm telling you. I'm doing the trade. We're talking about risks all morning.
39-year-old Mike Trout, 40-year-old Mike Trout from 5 years from now. No one's doing that deal.
I'm doing
a 20-year-old.
I'm doing it. 888-957-9570. By the way, this or that coming up in the next hour. This or that. It's the fastest growing segment, I think, in Sports Talk Radio, Joe. This or that.
It's one of my favorite things we do.
You know what? We had the pizza, the Hawaiian pizza. You in or out and pineapple on pizza last Friday because Robbie Ray said he's in on it. You know what? I think it was a win for pineapple on pizza last Friday. We were all in it. Bonte in studio was in on it. So it was a win there. We got a summer related one coming up at 8:30 that I'm very excited about, because a lot of people are doing a lot of summer stuff. It's summer vacation for damn near everyone right now. And right now, that is baseball season for a lot of people. And the Giants, we're talking about them. And people are going to the ballpark now, Joe. I want to hear from the people that are going there at 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text. And this, again, we're guest free today. You people are the guests. What's different about this team? Why are we going to the ballpark? It can't be as simple as they're 10 games over 500.
No, I think
it can't be as simple as that.
I think it's a combination of a variety of things. Number one, there's a whole going to the city conversation that is bigger than baseball. Right, the city as a whole at night is starting to really. It's never going to come back to what it was pre-COVID, because the downtown scene isn't what it was Monday through Friday like what it was pre-COVID. That's a separate conversation, but there is something to be said about there is a renaissance happening around the stadium. I went to the game on Monday night, and just walking around the stadium, it just felt different. The vibe felt different, that's before I even talk about the Giants. I'm just talking about the vibe in that area seems a little more robust than it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But we know there's the whole COVID conversation about how this city shut down more than almost any city in America, right? And I'm not trying to get into the mass conversation or the way that we did business here, because I don't agree with it. I thought we stymied small business. That's a fact. We destroyed a variety of small businesses, and there was some give and take, and maybe we went way too far in one direction.
I think we erred on the side of caution more so than any other place in America, but maybe that was to the detriment of a lot of small businesses, to your point.
Exactly. And I think a lot of people moved out of the city, right? I went to a party up in Petaluma over the weekend, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, dude, so many of my friends have moved out of the city, right? So they just don't live in proximity of that area like they used to. So that's a whole separate conversation about the vibe of the city starting to slowly come back to something that's a little more normal. But the games themselves have been higher attended. There seems to be a renaissance regarding the love of the team. I think Buster has a big part of that. I think having everyday players is a part of that. Jung-Hoo Lee and Adames not being in the lineup yesterday felt different. It's whoa, Johnson's in center field? Every game this year, you've been all right, Adames is at short, Chapman's at third, Ramos is in left, Jung-Hoo Lee's in center. That's a far cry from 2 or 3 years ago.
It is.
where it felt like the lineup in terms of, forget the actual batting order, I'm talking about who's on the field, was just who's out there? I don't know. Are we facing a righty, a lefty? Who's on the roster? I have no idea. Fitzgerald has played a lot this year.
Yes.
So Pat Bailey's played a lot this year. It feels like there are 7 positions on this team that 2 out of 3 days, I know exactly who's going to play. And I think Giants fans appreciate that.
By the way, you mentioned it was Pat Bailey the last time the Giants had a come-from-behind walk-off home run. What was that, 2 years ago, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
2 years ago, Patrick Bailey did it. And now, obviously, Matt Chapman over the weekend on Saturday with the walk-off 2-run jack to left. God, didn't it feel great hearing Kipe on the call, too?
Yeah.
That was great. It felt like when I hear it from the broadcasters, like I start hearing it from their voice, like, that's when it feels big time and they're invested. And I'm not saying Kipe and Krukow haven't been invested in this team. Absolutely, they have been. And there are mainstays within they're Hall of Famers in their own right when it comes to broadcasters. But it feels that much more big time when you have all these one-run games and 5 straight of them you're winning. There's so much tension. I know Logan Webb, we were talking about, you used the word torture. Like, I use the word tension, very tense. And that's good. Pressure is a privilege. Who was that? Billie Jean King? As we're talking tennis, pressure. Carlos Alcaraz over the weekend, the French Open, down 2-0. There's a lot of pressure there. He was down 3 championship points, fights all the way back to win one of the greatest finals I've ever seen in my life. There is tension and there is a pressure with this team now because you know what? There's finally some belief. I think fans are starting to believe in this team again, Joe.
I also think they've taken advantage of the opportunity right now. So, like, think about this. Like, right, Warriors aren't going to play for a long time. The trades and the offseason, which is going to take over.
By the way, we haven't mentioned the NBA Finals, and it's been an hour and a half into this show.
What do you want to mention? Exactly.
There you go.
I'm not trying to be mean. Like, you could tell, it was great basketball. Great. Awesome.
I'll just do the typical show host. The Thunder did win. They evened up that series at a game apiece. Heading back to Indiana, and I guess there was tornado warnings yesterday during the game. So.
Joe, I just, the normal people that I see around town, no one's like, dude, Pacers, Thunder. Like, you know what people are saying? Like, this Giants team's fun. And I think a lot of people have now bought into the fact that it is fun. They are fun. There's a lot of fun players. Jung Hoo Lee's fun. I do think Chapman defensively can be very fun. I think the Ramos development has been fun. People really like him. Doval is an adventure in the 9th inning, right? Can we all agree?
I was going to say, how you feel about Camilo right now? He's the closer.
But he's fun.
Is he closer until further notice?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, right. but isn't there an intrigue of like, wow, he throws really hard. I have no idea if I'm going to get good Camilo or adventure Camilo.
Right.
Randy Rodriguez, is he fun?
Yes.
A lot of fun. Tyler Rogers, we could goof around, but if I tell every 12-year-old, like, hey, Tyler Rogers, what's the first thing? The submarine thrower. It just looks really goofy.
Right.
And I think as we're talking about, like, what's fun, and these are all elements that draw more people to want to pay attention. Then you're telling me, hey, they're going to be in these kind of crazy late-inning games a lot. Well, that's fun. Are they going to fail? Are they going to succeed? Are they going to blow it? Are they going to hang on? Are they going to fight back? Are they going to hit a 2-run homer to win the game? Matt Chapman, there's a lot of buzz right now. And I think about also like the ritualistic nature of, hey, I have a family. We're going to go to our 1 or 2 games a year, because that's all we can afford. And I'm going to pick a game and, it's the Braves on the schedule. Like the Braves are a national brand because they've been on TBS forever. I'm going to that game. Oh, it's the Padres and it's a San Diego rival. My friends from San Diego, we're going to go to the game together. I think that like baseball as a whole has a tradition, but this team has been fun, and there's something that's kind of like hooking the Bay Area fan right now. With no football, with basketball not into the forefront, they have an opportunity to grab our attention here.
Capture the audience, right? We talk about that when it comes to broadcasting, when it comes to radio shows, when it comes to television. Everyone's constantly battling to grab our attention. Advertisements, every single thing. Hell, we have signs in here that are bright as hell trying to grab people's attention. And by the way, you can find us on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I guess we got new cameras today. Do we look prettier? Am I better looking today? No. The nose, did it
Cameras aren't that good.
No, the nose, is it bigger or smaller? We're waiting to find out. Fat. There you go. It's fat.
Who even knows?
There you go. Thank you. That's a good one. 888-957-9570.
Hasn't the buzz on the yard looked like, I'm talking about on the television, Haven't you noticed a difference?
Well, it's funny you say that, Joe. I have, and I've noticed like day games. Well, there's like I know the buzz is back when it's a Wednesday day game against God knows who.
Yeah.
So just name the Rockies. Who I've never met a Rockies fan in my life. They're playing the Rockies. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're saying the same. You're thinking about it. They're playing the Rockies, and it's like 3/4 or like 90% full. It's like, oh wow.
Yeah.
Now the weather helps. I think we've actually had some pretty good weather here, and that has helped the last month or so. Now we're seeing the June gloom a little bit more, but that's fine. I love that kind of weather. You love that kind of weather, but maybe the fans don't. But they have been. They've been showing up to the yard. When Buster said it was time to go, I think we all went into the lens of the Giants and the players being put on notice. Hell, we could go meta here. Not that he was thinking this. Hey, it's the fans. They're time to go out. Go to the yard. Don't be a stranger. Time to go. I'm serious on this. That's for everyone. It's time to go. Whether it's going to the games, whether it's the players, time to go. Like, it's go time right now for the Giants. And for the first time, we've been put on notice as a franchise and a fan base, and it feels damn good. This was Buster Posey again last Wednesday talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's time to go. I mean, I think we all believe that we're better than what we've been with the bats the last 2.5, 3 weeks, and it's time to go.
Joe, the sense of urgency from that sentence alone is more sense of urgency than I felt in what felt like the entire Farhan tenure.
Right.
It's time to go. We never heard anything where it was like, all right, now's the time to start being judged. This is within the first 3 months of his run here.
It's been an incredible watch, and when I go to Giants games, and I'm gonna go to some this summer. I think July 10th weekend is when they're playing the Dodgers. That's when I'm really going to be again. That's a month away, and we're going to see where this Giants team is at. And they have a series in LA upcoming after this Rockies series, Joe. That's going to be very telling about this team. Talking about some exciting Dodgers Giants baseball. We're going to get that for potentially we could be coming back next Monday. The Giants could be first in the division. Let's see what they do against the Dodgers. Now, you don't want to stub your toe. And you know, 'cause crazy things happen in Colorado, and that's where they're playing next. They got the day off today.
Deplete a bullpen.
It can deplete a bullpen, and then you're going up against those hitters this upcoming week, and now you're relying again on the Logan Webbs, on the Robbie Rays. I don't know how the pitching combinations are going to go exactly. We're going to see that starting tomorrow. But yeah, don't stub your toe, because the worst thing you could do is lose some momentum against the Colorado Rockies. You got swept against the Dodgers. And now you're back against the Cleveland Guardians, and the Cleveland Guardians aren't exactly resonating here in the Bay Area. And it's just like, then you lost that momentum. No, keep building that momentum, and it's going to start tomorrow in Colorado. But when you got the pitching that they do, like, it's so much more important when the bats do what they do, and you get the timely hits from a Yastrzemski and you capitalize on them. So many times in the past few years, Joe, it felt like it was one step forward, 2 steps back with this team. So now that they've won 5 in a row, like we talked about last week, why not the Giants? Why not go after that big bopper in the lineup, whoever it is? And it's okay being uncomfortable. And you know what? Having a risky trade, Buster Posey over the weekend with Tim Kawakami talked about just that.
It feels like 10, like this pitching staff is getting you to a point where maybe you take a risk because you want to validate that. Is that some part of the conversation too?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's all part of the conversation, and ultimately, I think to get a deal done, it's like any type of deal you do. It doesn't matter if you're buying a house or a car. Like at some point, you're going to be probably a little bit uncomfortable with it to get it across the finish line. So keeping that in the back of our mind as well.
You listen to like interpretive dance music in the background? What is that?
I don't know, but the part about being uncomfortable to get across the finish line is so well said. Instead of like, we're afraid and you can't make a move and I don't know. It's like no risk it, no biscuit. I love it. I love the mindset from Buster, and I think it aligns with the Giants fan mindset right now. You know how many people tweeted at me over the weekend? This team better make a deal for a bat. And I was like, wow, finally. Instead of like, we're angry at the GM, I'm not going to games, none of that. It's this team is real. They have the ingredients of what a real team is, defense and pitching. Now you need to go get a bat and put you over the top. Like that is a mindset that feels totally flipped from the last couple of years. And something that I do want to get into with the audience here. And Joe, you and I We're giving out some Valkyrie tickets this week.
We certainly be listening the next 15 minutes. Be listening to it. Yep.
So
all week long. By the way,
hear me out on this.
Valkyries blew out the Las Vegas Aces over the weekend, 95-68.
So hear me out on this. Something that you and I have been kind of kicking around for quite some time. I've noticed that like everywhere around town, people are like, oh, the Valkyries. I want to go to a game.
I mean, how many 4 straight sellouts already? 18 plus thousand people. Dude, we're going to the game.
So there's the novelty of new, right? So being a new franchise, there's, this big movement from random people, which is great to see. Hey, we have a women's team and I want to support it.
Yeah.
I want to see it succeed. I went to my doctor for Dr. Baker for getting my teeth fixed a couple weeks back.
How's that
it's going a lot better.
Okay.
A couple weeks back, and the receptionist was like, oh, I am all in on the Valkyries. And she was just talking my ear off about the Valkyries. And one of the points she made was like, I get to go sit in seats that I otherwise couldn't afford. Now, they were still, costly or whatever, but nowhere near what an NBA game was.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, I want to make sure this women's sport succeeds. I thought it was really cool. I'm always fascinated by what draws someone to want to go to a game. And so I throw this out to Giants fans right now, and I'm like, hey, look, like clearly you guys are buying in on the product, but there's more to it. Why are we buying tickets right now? Why are we supporting this team? Why has there been a dramatic shift in optimism from where we were a year ago to where we are today? Because if the same elements were in play, but like Farhan was in charge, I don't think that we would have this same tenor. I don't think that their fans would be going. I think there's like 7 or 8 or maybe more different variables that are all at play right now. And I'm asking the fans that have gone to games or that are going to games or that are thinking about going to games, what is it? Like, is it I want to get out of the house? Is it feels like there's a party brewing at 3rd and King? Is it the Giants are fun again? Why are they fun? Is it I just want to love my team again? Is it I gotta get the kids out of the house? Is it the ritual?
I do think there is something with both. Now, there is the shiny new object that is the Valkyries, but this is kind of like a new, not to say a brand new Giants team, but it is a little different for these people that are Giants fans that have kind of, fallen out of love, I want to say, the last couple seasons with this kind of brand of baseball. It's feeling a little bit different now and more reminiscent of when people were going to the games back in 10, 12, 14. I mean, they had that sellout streak for God knows how long. For so long. Forever they had it, right?
Does the A's factor into this
maybe,
in terms of leaving?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe, again, like, I'm not going up to Sacramento. Carter and I were actually talking about it over here. He's like, Joe, we need to go out to like a Sacramento game. I was like, why? Like, no, but seriously, I have 2 kids, Joe.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to drive all the way up to Sacramento.
So from Oakland to Sac is how long?
Like an hour 45-ish, hour and a half.
It depends for me. It can be 2 hours.
But it depends. Like if that's me
that's
booking.
a sucky drive.
That's me booking it, by the way.
Yeah, that's a sucky. 80's a sucky drive.
It's not fun. Like I'd much rather, take Bart. It's fun for the kids. Just go over there. We can walk a little bit, tire them out. Or I could drive over, find a spot and go over there. That's a lot easier for me to do that. Like I'd rather go to a Giants game, a Giants-Dodgers game. That's really fun. Or hell, if the Giant or the A's come down here. But the A's, like, yeah, my kids are probably going to be Giants fans because I'm going to be going to a lot more Giants games. It's
convenient, so it's convenient.
It's convenient, and that's a reason why I went to a lot of A's games as a kid. My dad being a Giants fan is because it was cheaper and it was easier to find parking. Or we could go take Bart.
No,
it was right there.
convenience is really a factor.
It's really a factor.
It really
is. That is part of the reason. And you mentioned the Valkyries. It's interesting, Joe. I was reading
there's some overlap in terms of why you want to go to a game.
You want to check this out, as 95.7 The Game obviously is the home of the Golden State Valkyries. You can download the free Odyssey app, find that Valkyries tab if you want to stream their games anywhere. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones doing a hell of a job. I was checking into the game on Saturday where they blew out the Las Vegas Aces. Forbes had an article. This is the title of it. Why the Golden State Valkyries will be the WNBA's most valuable team next year. Now, the cynics might say, oh, well, what's value comparative to the NBA? It's night and day. It's not the same. We're not saying that. I can already hear the chuckles from a lot of the naysayers when it comes to WNBA. But Joe Lacob is the owner of this team, and he's in the business of making money. He knows what it takes to make money. Guy's a billionaire for a reason.
Well,
okay?
so let me stop you there. So part of the faith in the Valkyries whole thing is because of the equity they've built with the Warriors.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that's the only thing, because I told you all the other reasons, and there's plenty others that we haven't even described. But there is something to be like, hey, we believe in Joe Lacob, and he's not going to put his mind to something if he's not going to see it through. Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree. And I'll go as far as to say this. There is something to be said about every single time I'm watching or I'm tuning into a Valkyries home game or I see it on social. So I'm
the
posting about
vibe
it.
is cracking.
The vibe, there's been a Warriors player there every single time. Whether Kevon Looney over the weekend.
So that's interesting.
There's a Pajemski factor. Kaminga early on. Steve Kerr's been to games. I'm sure Steph is going to be going to some games with Riley or Cannon or whoever, right? That matters to me.
But on the Lacob part, and I'm seeing the texts flow in here, and I'll read some of them, and you can get in 888-957-9570. If you've gone to some games or if you're planning on going to some games, why? Like, it's a simple question. I'm talking about the Giants. And it could also go into the Valkyries because I think there's some overlap here. It's because Buster's back from the Fall 1-5. Buster's in charge. In Buster we trust. I think a lot of just basketball fans view Lacob similarly in the sense of, like, if Lacob's got his hands in the mix, I think it's going to be a good product. Now, again, I think with the Valkyries, there's, hey, I can go to a Chase Center game and sit in a seat that I might otherwise not be able to afford. I want my sons or daughters to be able to experience professional female athletes or just to be close to the action. I think there's the newness factor. There's the coolness factor. Friday night at the Giants game, my cousin over here, Tim Manning's texting me. It was Irish Heritage Night. And his boys were out there for Irish Heritage Night doing the bagpipes. And a lot of people show up because of those types of nights. Hey, I'm Irish American. I want to go support the Irish Heritage Night, and I want to, go have fun. Yesterday was Hello Kitty Jersey Day. A lot of people showed up to the game early. The Giants do a great job, and I know the Warriors do as well. So I know they had an Irish Heritage Night as well. They do a great job incorporating different kind of fun activities like that for people to want to go. But that can't be the only thing. You know what I mean? Like, there's more to it, but those are little tiny, like, hey, it's Hello Kitty night. I want to go to the game.
And just let's keep it a buck. It's the best ballpark in baseball still. Like, whenever I go there.
But Chase Center, there's something to that too.
There is something to that, but baseball's such a unique, it's an outdoor experience. Now, I know there's domes, but especially in California, it is an outside experience. And I'm going outdoors in a sense, and I am hanging out. I'm with my friends. I'm with my family. It is a group experience. And it could be two people. Hell, it could be one person. I don't shame people that go, whether it's the movies by themselves, they go to a restaurant by themselves, they go to games by themselves. You're selling everyone, man. And there is a uniqueness still when it comes to that ballpark, where it's located. And I do think the A's being out of there is convenient for a lot more friends and family when they're coming over here.
Do you think the fact that they have some personalities that people like? So I'm seeing this text. And again, get in 888-957-9570.
Personalities help.
209. It's the players that actually have personalities, and it's making a difference.
I'll push back on
Willie,
that per se.
Ramos, JHL, people love those guys, and it sells tickets. That's interesting.
Well, that's not, I wouldn't say personality per se. They have like a flair when they're playing. Like, if I said who is the big personality on the Giants right now, who would you say? Yeah, so you have to think about it. There's not, like, I don't think it's personality.
I think Willie has a huge personality, but I don't think we've been able to see it because he's been struggling.
Exactly. Or we don't want to hear it because he is struggling, and there is something to be said. Like, I know Carter's shaking his head. I don't want to hear from Willie right now.
Well, that's kind of my point. Yeah. But I do think Willie has it. That's why I paused. I do think he has a big personality.
Jung-Hoo Lee does too. English isn't his first language, so there is a language barrier there. He's getting better. But when he does speak, it is fun, and he's learning the language, and there is something to be said about that. I am learning Korean through him as well. Like, I do think it'd be more fun if they have those. I see it all the time when it comes to the NBA. They do a really good job at this. When some of their foreign players, like, learn Japanese with Rui Hachimura. And he's no, but like there's things about that. Like, I would love to see the Giants social do more of that. Learn Korean with Jung-Hoo Lee. Like, that'd be great. Like, that there is something to be part of that. For the longest time, Ichiro was one of the faces of baseball, right? Like, he was an international face of Major League Baseball. And he was a big, like, he wasn't really a personality, but he had this smile. He had this way about him. He did speak through a translator, although he did know English the entire time. But he always preferred to speak through a translator because he didn't want his words to be parsed. He didn't want to be a gotcha moment. And I totally understand that from his perspective. But it is funny. I don't know if you ever watched his sit down with Bob Costas a long time ago. He had to sit down with Bob Costas, and he was speaking in English to him. And he said one of his favorite American sayings. I can't speak to it on air. But it's like it's hotter than a beaver in Kansas City, but it uses another word. It was hilarious. But like that's the thing. Like if Jung Hoo Lee's your biggest personality on the team, which I actually think he is, let me hear more from him. Even if it's in Korean, put that on social. I'd love that stuff. I could gravitate towards that because the longest time, you a Giants fan, as you're decked out in Giants gear, Joe, you wanted an international player.
Absolutely.
That you can gravitate towards, right? This is a melting pot. This is one of the major cities in America, which is a melting pot.
But
let me see and hear more from him.
I think when I think about Jung Hoo Lee, though, I think when the cameras pan to the specific hooligans that are out in the field. No, like you could laugh at it, but I do think there are people that watch that from afar and like, I want to get in on that. And I might roll my eyes or laugh a little or, be a little more cynical on it. But I do think that there are like kids out there watching that are like, oh, that looks different. That's cool. Like there's an anime look to it.
Well, that's
when they have the outfits.
The catch into the lane. Back for Martin. Right wing 3. Cha-ching! 36-34. Valkyries on top.
There is the sounder. Caller number 5 right now on the contest line. 415-523-4652. Again, that is 415-523-4652. The Valkyries' inaugural season is in full swing. Valhalla has been an incredible environment through the first half of the season. The team has an amazing homestand coming up where they welcome the Seattle Storm on June 14th, Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever on June 19th, Sabrina Ionescu and the Liberty on June 25th. Go to Valkyries.com for your tickets, but be caller number 5 right now to the contest line, and you will win a pair of tickets to their matchup against the Connecticut Sun on June 22nd at Chase Center. So there you go.
Let's get some Valkyrie tickets.
Dude, I want to go to a game. The tickets are hard. I'm asking everyone, Big Boss Man, everyone, like, hey, can I get some Valkyries tickets over here? Like, yeah, fat chance because they got sellout after sellout after sellout. It's the hottest ticket in sports.
It is.
It really is.
Carter, you're the young guy from the city. I want your opinion on this.
We're all the same age, by the way, Joe. Sam, Carter, and myself.
Yeah, but he's got like a crew of rich guys that,
wow.
that has like expendable money.
Expendable money.
Giants games right now. All your boys are going, huh? There's a fervor to go to a Giants game.
100%.
Why? Why is that? What's different? Why are your boys in that? Because if I said the same thing 2 years ago, your friends would not be in on it. Is there something about being removed from COVID? Like, or is it strictly the product of the game and the funness and the cool factor?
There's a sense of hope.
Really?
It's in the air. I just think that there was this dark cloud, it felt like, with the Farhan regime. And I think, like, I was just over it, like, personally. It felt like this guy just knew more than everyone else. And
I love that, Carter. Has the dark cloud officially been lifted from the San Francisco Giants for you? Whatever that was, whether it was Farhan Zaidi, whether it was the style of play, whether it was the lack of big moves being made, has the dark cloud been lifted from the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570. I think it has for a lot of people. That's a great point.
There's something about, like, I remember when I went to Levi's early on and no one wanted to go to Levi's. And then for like the run that they went on, by the time the 2019 playoffs came around, everyone wanted to be at Levi's. Like everyone. And you could feel the momentum building as the season kept going and going. And then they had like a, multi-year run, if you will, where it's like, oh, I got to be at every game. And there's this sense of urgency. For the Giants, it was that way from like 2010 through 2016, 17? And then about halfway through 2017 until now. I mean, we're talking like 7 years. There wasn't this fervor of, I got to be there.
Right.
There just wasn't. And now I'm noticing this like party atmosphere. My niece, she's in her young 20s, and her and her girlfriends, like they will go to an occasional Giants game when they're all back in town or whatever. She's gone to so many games on a Friday night. Because why? Now it's the cool, fun place to be for the young 20-somethings.
Right.
And there's this like party atmosphere. And yes, the game and the players, that's an element of it. But there's a coolness factor that's stapled to it. I'm trying to connect the dots here and try to understand it.
No, there is something to be said about whether it's the millennial, whatever, Gen X, whatever we're on now. Like, when people are just casual fans, that does matter what you're saying.
Yes.
When it's just a cool place to be at. I want to go there. And tell with the game, I'm taking a selfie with all my friends, and we're just at the game.
It's true.
It's a social, it's a status thing.
You mean
we are there?
Meet me at the cable car out in dead center field. I'm going to be the belligerent one.
There you go.
Yeah, you and 7,000 other people.
Exactly, but I got the bay in the background. You get the picture of it all. It becomes an event, and that's what it is. It's an event. The Valkyries thing, it's an event. I'm at Thrive City. We're hanging out. We're getting some brewskis.
Well, Joe, you know what we call it?
What do we call it?
Doing a lap. You go to the game. Carter knows exactly what I'm talking about.
You love doing the lap.
You have to do the lap. And then you play the game. You know what the game is?
What's the game?
Who can run into someone first?
Oh, God.
It's a game.
I always get I was down in Monterey for like the last couple of days. And
Carter knows exactly what I'm talking about.
It's such a smaller area. When you truly grow up and you go back to a certain area where you grew up, you just realize how small it is sometimes.
No doubt.
And you just see everyone's just like, I don't want to see anyone from either high school I haven't seen in 10 plus years. And then
that's how the game works.
And then I'm being told
you run into someone you don't want to run into.
Right.
That's the game.
And
it's literally the game.
And then I sound like such a hater, like, God, you're just a boring person or an angry person. What happened to you in high school? It's actually nothing bad. I don't want to have the conversation of just catching up on
Joe,
life
you've got to
for the
do
last hour.
The unofficial head nod, and I actually have to meet somebody. And then you just keep it moving.
There you go, the Irish
Hey,
goodbye.
I'm in a hurry.
Yeah.
I got to go. And you just give them the quick dab.
The Irish Heritage Night, right? Irish goodbye. Just don't even say anything. Just dip, right?
I'm telling you, dude, the bleachers feel like a vibe. And seeing that on Saturday afternoon when Chapman hit that dinger, I could feel it, man. And it's just something is really starting to pick up momentum right now. And I want to hear from the fans on it because I feel like I'm a little late to the party.
Has the dark cloud been lifted over the San Francisco Giants of the last few seasons? 888-957-9570 is the number. Right now, I guess if you had a concern about this team, as we're talking about the momentum and capturing that and like the bats, but again, like the way you won these last 5 games, not to say that bats aren't still a problem, but it showed me that you've sustained runs now of winning 1-run games 5 in a row. That's not nothing for me. That's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like that's the difference between winning and losing and getting to the playoffs is winning games like you just did, Joe.
Yes.
Because you weren't doing that the last few seasons. And going back to what you were saying about capturing the audience, I do think some of the shine has been lost on the Niners after what happened this last season and not making the playoffs and being there and getting to a Super Bowl and falling on your face and all the toxicity and the drama that was the case. It's kind of out of sight, out of mind right now. I know they got mandatory mini camp starting tomorrow for the next couple days. We'll see if everyone shows up who's supposed to show up. Even the Warriors, the way it ended was kind of like, oh, you lost Steph. It's just like, that was deflating.
I had a buddy tell me that his brother, who's a season ticket holder, tried for the Warriors.
Okay.
Tried to sell Game 3 after Steph was hurt, Minnesota Timberwolves game, and couldn't find anyone to even buy it at face value, where he would take a loss after all of the service fees and everything like that. And that kind of blew me away.
That's actually insane.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
Right, because you're still having Jimmy Butler there. I
know.
Get it. It's not Steph. You still have Anthony Edwards on the other side. It's a playoff game.
I know.
That's
the
actually
series
insane.
was 1-1 at the time. Now, is that a one-off? Maybe. I don't know. But I found that to be quite interesting. I was like, I'm going to file that away.
Well, and I was reading this article, as I referenced earlier, why the Golden State Valkyries will be the WNBA's most valuable team next year, as they have had nothing but sellouts for all their home games. So much so, you know how incredible that is? Like ESPN, during their finals Game 1 broadcast, I don't know if you heard that, they were promoting Valkyries Aces because it was on ESPN. They were promoting that, and Doris Burke went out of her way. Yeah, the Golden State Valkyries, the only WNBA team in the history of the league to have all those sellouts to open up their season. Like that's something.
Yeah.
And Jess Smith, the team's president, who I think joined Steiny and Guru at some point, I think before the season or when the season started, he joined them courtesy of the River Islands guest line. She alluded to that in the article saying, quote, we're not selling them, the people, the fans, something that's an extension of it's not an extension of the Warriors. It's not an extension.
No, it's a totally new thing.
It's not an extension of the WNBA. No, this is a team. It's a new thing. And then she said, we're truly selling them on a unique audience who happens to play in the same building in a market that's already important to them. So it's separate from the Warriors. It's not the Warriors extension. No, it's its own thing.
I would also add to that probably the smartest thing they could have done was go away from the color scheme of the Warriors and do their own brand. The floor looks different. The uniforms look different. They feel like their own entity all in their own. And I actually think that's a brilliant move because now they're not drafting off of the vibes of the Warriors. They're just creating their own thing from ground up. And I think that there's something that people want to be a part of, like the come up, right? There's something about that, and I think it's a great hook.
And I think timing is everything in life, in real estate, or whatever the hell you want to talk. Just timing is everything. And the fact that they launched their franchise right on the heels of Caitlin Clark and what she did for the WNBA, basically putting it on the map right now, I think that's a huge story in all this. The fact that the Giants are doing this right now and getting hot, Joe, the fact that they're doing it right now on the heels of the Warriors and losing Steph Curry, when the 49ers aren't doing anything and it's summertime, I think it matters.
Can I read you this text? I actually think this is one of the most fascinating. 510. There's no drama surrounding the Giants. Unlike the Niners, it's all about ball right now for the Giants. Fans get exhausted hearing about Ayuk, Trent, and CMC. That is really fascinating. Look, we do this job for a living, and it's a job, but it's not a job, but it is a job. And we talk, like, I'm exhausted by the Kuminga conversation.
Sure.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think the fans are?
Probably.
Yeah. I'm exhausted hearing about Brandon Ayuk's Instagram.
Yeah, that was funny over the weekend. I'm not going to lie. There was some funny things in there,
No, it might
but
be
you're
funny.
But you're done with the drama.
Well,
I
it's
hear
been
you.
2 years of trying to, like, decipher his hieroglyphics that he's posting on Instagram. There is something special about just breaking down the actual games and talking about the roster and talking about the game that just happened the night before. And I do find the Giants, just the whole Giants thing, so refreshing. And this is, I mean, we'll see what he ends up being. But if Bryce Eldridge at some point comes up, now he went 0 for 3 and 0 for 4 in AAA over
Trade
the
him
weekend.
for Trout. Doing it right now.
No one's doing that.
I'm doing it.
If he comes up and just shows anything, I think he could be one of the biggest stars in the Bay Area almost immediately.
Well, he's literally a larger-than-life figure. He is an Aaron Judge type of Paul Bunyan guy. He's like 6'7". He's 20 years old.
I mean, he comes up.
20.
Think about the way we're talking about the Giants right now. It's a lot of positivity. Look, they need a bat. We all see it. Like, they need a bat. They bring this kid up, and he has a week, just a week of hitting a couple of balls hard. I mean, this dude is going to be floating across the Bay Area when it comes to the way he's going to be presented. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. And I think we're floating to the injury report, Sammy. Are we? No, that would be amazing to get one Bryce Eldridge. That's a fact. And if he could just replicate what he's doing already, whew, sky would be the limit. A scary moment, though, happened in yesterday's Giants game when Matt Chapman appeared to injure his right hand diving back to first base. Chapman was down for a moment, but was able to stay in the game. The good news is he told the media afterwards that x-rays on the hand were negative, and he did not believe there was any serious damage. Just a little soreness. Chapman had bent his right hand back too far while diving back to the bag, but said he remained on the ground, not because of the pain, but out of frustration for getting picked off at first base. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We got this or that, 8:30. It's going to be summer related. It is the greatest segment in the history of this show. Some are saying it. A lot of people are saying it. 8:30, this or that. Plus, coming up on the other side, let's dive more into this. What is it about this Giants team that has you changing how you felt about them the last couple years? Is it the players, the familiarity with them? Is it just the overall aura or vibe around the ballpark? Everyone's going, so you want to be a part of it? What is it about this Giants team right now, who are, again, the hottest team in the major leagues? 5 in a row, all one-run games on 95.7 The Game. hottest team in baseball. All one-run games. When Buster Posey said it was time to go, I didn't think they'd win 5 in a row. I thought, okay, maybe they win like a series.
Number 5.
They split against the Padres, which felt like a win in its own right because you were down 5-0 on Wednesday. Come all the way back to win that. And ever since, the resilience, the chutzpah, whatever you want to call it, torture, Logan Webb, what is that word for this Giants team that encapsulates what they're doing at the moment? I don't know.
So, you know what's funny?
Fun.
Let me tell you something funny. There are some new elements to baseball that drive some people crazy. The Ghost Runner is an example.
People mad at that still? He's like 70 years old. You getting mad at the Ghost Runner? Please.
Well, let's go back to...
I did actually hear Grandy talk about it with you last week, and he's anti-Ghost Runner. He was filling in for me last week. You guys were talking about it for a second.
Well, let's think about the strategy on Friday night. All right, let's think about this. It's the 9th inning, and Tyler Fitzgerald gets picked off of second base.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, all right, excuse me, picked off of first base. Everyone's like, what are you doing? How can you get picked off in that situation? Well, he's going to be the Ghost Runner in the 10th inning, and he's really speedy. It's actually kind of genius. Like, I'm going to try to steal a bag here in the 9th inning, and if we don't, I become the inherited runner at second base because I'm one of the fastest guys on the team.
Yep.
And they end up winning the game because of a pass ball.
Yep.
Like, I had never even considered that strategy. Now, you might say, Joe, they got away with one, but the way Fitzgerald was breaking it down in the clubhouse after the game, I was like, had never thought of that. I actually kind of like that.
Kind of respect it, right? And that's a little new strategy for a semi-new rule here over the last couple of years. And by the way, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed right here in San Francisco. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We're halfway home here on a Monday, reacting to a giant sweep of the not Atlanta Braves, who are now 10 games under 500. Giants, 10 games over 500, right behind the Dodgers for first in the NL West. And if I would have told you that, Joe, a couple months ago to the start of the season on June 9th, you're just a game back of the Dodgers for first in the NL West. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I would take it all day.
In a heartbeat. And I would tell you, Willie Adames has been cheeks at the plate, been
Terrible.
Non-existent, he's been awful. Your bats haven't been good at all, and yet you're still right there.
I'm actually looking forward to Casey Schmidt at bats over Adames. That's how bad it's been.
Oh, my God.
I mean, think about Friday night. Think of how different this weekend would have been. Matt Olson hit a 2-run home run off of Ryan Walker. Everyone was ready to run Ryan Walker out of town. Is anyone even thinking about that play? Because they just swept the Braves.
But sorry, you said Matt Chapman hit a home run.
Matt Olson, excuse me.
Matt Olson, okay.
My bad. Did I say Chapman? I meant Olson.
All right, both used to play together.
Matt Olson hit a 2-run homer off of Ryan Walker.
Yes.
I think it was in the 7th inning, and it just sucked the life out of everyone at that particular moment. I mean, I think they got 3 or 4 guys thrown out on the bases Friday night. You know, you could have scored early in the game. Acuna throws a dime into home, and you can't tag up. We'd be having such a different conversation. This team has found a way to consistently be resilient. Every time I'm ready to nail that final nail in the coffin, somehow, some way, they pull a win out of a game they have no business winning.
And again, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. We got some people on hold we're going to get to. What's the difference between this team in the last few years? Is it as simple as there's no Farhan? There's just a buzz at the park now when you watch every single game, every single time. And again, this was like the Atlanta Braves are a major franchise here. They're not the Miami Marlins. They're not the Tampa Bay Rays. They do have some cachet. There was Braves fans. Padres, same thing. Like the Padres fan base, talking about going from like dead to all the way, the party. Yeah, the Padres fan base is a part of that now. Absolutely. And it's going to be interesting when you get the dog days of August when you're playing like the Colorado Rockies. I think the Giants are going to be selling out those ones too. Something has changed at the ballpark. Something has changed with this fan base. Carter referenced it. He says, you know what? It's just the place to be. There's just the dark cloud has been lifted. You know, we were talking about the dark cloud being lifted, quote unquote, from the Warriors season after the Jimmy Butler acquisition. In a similar way, it's happened. Maybe it's been with Buster Posey. Is as simple as that? Well, Tyler Fitzgerald, this was you, Sammy, over the weekend. Tyler Fitzgerald over the weekend talking about this team. And Tyler Fitzgerald, one of the young players, the up-and-comers who was balling last year, obviously. He's been playing very well this year. Had the walk-off wild pitch. This is what he had to say about the offense. Struggling still, yes, but this time last year, they would have been panicking. Right now, they're not.
It's no fun losing, but we weren't panicking in any way. Last year I think we probably would have panicked a little bit more, but we knew the club we had here, and we feel like it's special, and it just, we scored 4 runs today, which we haven't been doing, so, there's more coming from the offense, but, for us just to put more runs on the board is the key, and we'll win a lot more games that way. But, yeah, there was no panic, but it definitely is a better feeling than losing.
No panic, right? And there was this sense, because it felt like Farhan was in a lame duck situation, like there was a sense of dread over this team last year. Like you were waiting for them to fail, right, Joe? Like that is how you summarize the Giants the last few seasons. You were waiting for them to fail. At least the fan base felt like that. Whenever I talk to Giants fans, hell, Sam Lubman, one of the most optimistic Giants fans I know, this time last year, he's like, yeah, you're waiting for them to fail. And like, that tells me something. Hell, you were always hope springs eternal guy. They had you so down, Joe.
I know.
You were so down on this team. You and Bonte talking about two of the biggest Giants fans. Just absolutely like, oh God, it didn't feel right talking about the Giants. And you wanted it to feel right. You tried to talk yourself into it, but you knew in your heart of hearts something was wrong. What's changed? What's changed for you, Joe?
I mean, it's a variety of things. Like, number one, the same players every single day, and guys that I think are good ball players. But I keep coming back to this team just feels smarter. They had a double steal yesterday after one of their guys failed to get guys over, first and second, no outs. And then they end up getting a fly out and getting a run in. Like,
I thought the Giants were smart under Farhan. I was told they're smarter than you.
No, this is real baseball smarts. Again, I go back to Friday night, man. Like, just think about this for a second. A year ago, Tyler Fitzgerald gets thrown out to end the inning in the 9th inning with the best hitter on the team right now, Elliot Ramos at the plate with 2 outs. Everyone would have been like, what are you doing? How could you do? And I did that in real time Friday night. But then, like, I listened to him afterwards, and he's like, hey, look, like, I want to be aggressive in that situation because with 2 outs, whoever makes the last out is going to be the ghost runner. So if I steal second, now I'm at second with 2 outs and Ramos is up. If I don't steal second and I get picked off, I'm going back to second base, and with no outs, Ramos starts the inning. To me, that sounds like someone who clearly understood the moment of the game and then referenced last year in Toronto when they had a situation similar to that. So what does Ramos do in the 10th inning? Now you've reset the inning. He goes to second base. Ramos grounds out. Fitz goes over. Wild pitch to Wilmer Flores. Boom, they score and they win the game. And I'm like, wow, last year I would have been screaming and yelling about Fitzgerald and how stupid it was to get thrown off of first. And no, they were actually 2 steps ahead of us in this situation. Right. I thought it was genius. I know I sound like I'm really inside baseball on this one, but like last year, we would have been obsessing about the horrible base running. This year, they're like, no, it was a strategy to be aggressive in the 9th inning with 2 outs. And I was blown away.
And I actually will give credit to Bob Melvin for this because prior to that, like the Gabe Kapler era, there were so many of those little mistakes and errors. Starting last year, Joe, I actually looked this up because I was just looking at the base running errors. It felt a lot worse than it actually was. They only had 10 base running errors all season, which was the fewest in baseball.
Last year?
Last year they did. That was under Bob Melvin. I know. Some of them felt really bad at the time.
Just because you don't make a mistake on the bases doesn't mean that you shouldn't advance.
I know. I hear you on that. But they were making strides even last year is what I'm getting at here.
No, they were better last year than the 2 years prior.
Correct. And you're seeing that even more so this year. For sure, but that was Bob Melvin's first year. I was giving him a little more rope.
But Joe, there's pressure on the bases this year, which I couldn't say last year.
Well, a lot more pressure because the guy behind you don't know if he's going to hit. Like that's the problem right now. So getting those stolen bases and getting those, and then Matt Chapman was really frustrated with himself, obviously getting picked off yesterday because he's just like we can't be tricking ourselves off right now because we just can't hit right now. All these people on base is so important. Thankfully, the X-rays were negative. He jammed his hand going back to first. He stayed in the game. Hopefully, going forward there, he's good with the day off, heading into Colorado tomorrow. We got G Live in San Francisco wants to join the conversation.
All right, let's go.
We're asking Giants fans, what's different about this team for you? G Live, good morning. You're on the morning row.
What's up, G Live?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. Hey, you guys kind of hit the nail on the head. To me, personally, it is the Farhan because Farhan seemed like, I won't say a mole, but it's like he was counterproductive in his decision making, like it would be a negative, right? And now with these players with Buster coming in, it's a new energy. The players are gritty, taking on Buster's personality, so to speak. Kind of stoic, but they're more gritty. They played together. They lost together last year, and something about losing together and sticking together coming into another season, it can produce winners. We did that with our SFYBL group that we had. We practiced all year, even during the wintertime after a losing season, came back and were SFYBL champions 3 years straight. So
nice.
That's kind of like where I think the Giants are. They grew together with the losing, and now, like you said, they're smarter. It's not through the analytics like how Farhan did things. It's more or less on how players feel, what they do, how they get down and how they interact with each other. So, yeah, man, it's a new vibe, and that's what's inspiring. And it does feel like the 2010, the 2012. You know what I'm saying? It does feel like that again.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
In San Francisco. What feels different about this team? 888-957-9570. He says Farhan being gone. I mean, is it as simple as that?
I think it's what Farhan represented and then how they're playing every day. So, like, great example, like when the Farhan era, sack flies weren't something that was emphasized. It was like we're smarter than you. We're going to draw a walk or we're going to hit a home run, and we don't care where you position yourself. We're just going to hit it hard and exit velos everything. You know what happened on, again, I'm going to go back to Friday night. Like, Dom Smith, sack fly. You're up 2-0. Simple thing like that. Like, Dom Smith, I'm sorry, like, I love Lamont Wade Jr. for what he represented a couple years ago. He has not executed with a runner at third base. Dom Smith did 2 little things. And you know what all the Giants fans did? Standing ovation as Dom Smith's walking off the field. Right. The little things, real baseball. A sack fly is a great baseball play in the right circumstance. Right. No. And I feel like they missed the window on those little things. And fair or not, like, that was the Farhan era in a nutshell. Later on in the game, 5th inning, what does Dom Smith do again? Another sack fly. It doesn't have to be this huge base hit down the line. Just put the ball in play.
Well, it sounded like what you're saying is that the mindset of Farhan, it really did have an effect on the overall team last year, and the personality almost. I don't really think the personality, but sometimes it happens. They take on the personality of the guy that's in charge. And whether you liked it or not, it was Farhan calling the shots. He was the guy that was getting in there. He was talking to Bomel. He was doing all that stuff, right? I do think now, Buster Posey, he's spoken about it. He's given Bob some rope to let this team, let him have some sway over this team and taking a little bit of a step back. And in today's day and age where it's all, advanced analytics, Billy Ball, all of that, where it feels like the GM or president of baseball operations, whatever level you want to talk about.
The Excel spreadsheet makes the decision.
Right. Like we see it all the time with the Dodgers. Now it's worked for the Dodgers and Dave Roberts. Yeah. And they've won at a very high level. Like Andrew Friedman, give him his credit. The guy can identify talent. But you know what is different with him? And I'll say this. He does identify young talent and let them play through their mistakes as well when things aren't going well. He's not constantly going to be platooning guys left and right.
I don't think Ramos becomes Ramos under Kapler.
No, he doesn't.
Would you guys all agree?
I would totally agree with that. Totally. Hell, was it Dave Fleming who was telling us?
They were a week away from cutting him.
Cutting him.
That's incredible.
Which, again, craziness.
That is, I still can't believe that.
And Dave Fleming was on with us last week. I have the clip right here, Joe. Our 95 The Game Giants insider, voice of the Giants, knows this team like the back of his hand. And Dave, yes, is he an employee of the team? But as far as employees of the team go, he does his best not to sugarcoat things.
No, he tells it like
he tells it like he calls it like it is. And he has said that the team has now taken on the personality of Buster Posey.
Yeah, I think they have, don't you? I think they have taken on his personality. It's a personality of work. But when I think of Buster as a player, what was Buster as a player? Buster was a guy who put everything on the back burner other than being the best version on the field that he could be during the season. Buster was just a maniacal professional who there was never a day, not one time in all the years when I was around him, where Buster was before a game, doing a crossword puzzle or pulling a prank never. I never saw that from him. He was just a preparer. And, he was also really, really, really talented, but he unlocked all of that talent by the way he approached it. And not everybody can be that way. I'm not saying everybody has to be as focused and serious as Buster was as a player, because some guys can't handle that and need the release of, some other stuff. I'm not saying everybody has to be like him, but that's what defined Buster as a player. And, being the most prepared we can be to win a game today. And I think that's all he's asking from this group, but he's asking it based on who he is, and those players all know it about him.
That was Friday. The Giants have swept the Braves since then. So, yeah.
And the Braves might just stink this year.
They might.
But I watch that lineup, and I go, that's not a stinky lineup. No, they're not playing well this year. Like, they made a lot of mistakes.
Yes, but also, like, that's the mark of a good team.
Yes.
You're beating the team that's not playing well. 100%. That's struggling heading into it. That's what you should do. The Giants did the same thing to the A's a couple weeks ago. The A's were scuffling. God, they're still scuffling. But, like, they swept them. That's what you're supposed to do against teams that you find or deem that you are lesser than you slightly.
Yeah, you take advantage.
Take advantage of that. Against the Marlins, I know you were calling for a sweep, but the fact that they just won the series was big.
They've played in, I feel like, tight ball games for a month now.
And
just tight games.
One of the best teams they played in the National League as of late was the Padres when they do. They split against them. And you know what? You will take that against the good team.
It could have been a sweep in either direction.
Exactly.
It really could have.
Yes.
That's how thin the margins were. The point about Bob Melvin's a good one. I think he's done a great job of understanding who to go to and when. For example, Friday night, he kept Hayden Birdsong in the 5th inning, let him start the inning, then yanked him, and then went to, I think it was Tristan Beck. And it was the right move at the right time. Yesterday, he had Landon Roop, who was kind of teetering, and I was like, I don't know about the 6th inning. He let him back out there in the 6th inning, and he rewarded him by having a good inning. And I just say to myself, like, if Buster doesn't have the roster that they've built, and Farhan helped bring some of these guys in, but sticking with the same kind of guys day in, day out, I think it makes Bob's job easier to understand roles for others on the team. And when you have an everyday shortstop and an everyday center fielder and an everyday third baseman and an everyday second baseman and an everyday left fielder and an everyday catcher, we're only talking about a couple of decisions a game. And so now I can really hone in on specializing those other positions, my bullpen arms. When my starters are going deep into games, boy, that's a hell of a lot easier for a manager to know exactly who to go to and when things kind of, hit the fan. And so, yes, Bob's been great this year, but I think the team that Farhan kind of constructed and that Buster kind of finished as of right now, I think the team they've put together has made the job for Bob easier, and I think Bob's done a good job utilizing the roster because of the specific constants every day.
By the way, Landon Roop continuing to ball, 1.62 ERA over his last 6 starts.
I was surprised he went back out there for the 6th.
I know, right? But you know what? 5 hits, 3 runs, 3 of them earned. It's fine. Couple Ks, couple of walks.
Hey, I'll take that.
You'll take that every single day. Look, for your 3rd starter right now?
I'll take that.
Absolutely. Hell, I don't even think he was supposed to be your 3rd starter when it was all said and done, but he's playing damn well. Basically, you got 2 number 1s right now, so that helps a lot when you got Robbie Ray and Logan Wynn. By the way, 10 minutes. 10 minutes, Joe. This or that. The fastest growing segment in the history of radio. Not even sports radio. What's going history of radio?
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, but it is my favorite thing that we do.
I'm going that far.
It's a little distraction every single day to have some fun, and we want to hear from the people.
This is going to be a summer-related one. It's going to really, I'm going to have a take here that not a lot of people are going to agree with this, especially those that grew up along the coast. They're not going to like this answer, but you know what? You're going to get it anyways. This or that in 9 minutes. Before that, though, Buster Posey spoke to what you just were talking about letting Hayden Birdsong go longer on Friday. Let's take a listen. Sound courtesy of the TK Show with Tim Kawakami.
It's hard, if you're not in this dugout, to get the full picture of what is going on. I'm sure there was conversations that he had with Hayden and said, how you doing? He's reading, whether he's saying he's doing great or not, he's reading facial expressions to try to make the best decision. And no, I think it's a great thing to give a young pitcher that belief and confidence that you can go back out and do it. And it didn't work out the way Birdie wanted it to, but at the same time, that's hopefully something he's going to learn from, and he'll be able to adjust the next time he's in a similar situation.
Again, that was Buster Posey over the weekend talking with one Tim Kawakami. Did you like what you heard there from your president of baseball operations?
I think there's finally an acknowledgement of, like, sometimes the spreadsheet doesn't give you all the details.
Really? Wow. Yes. Yeah, I know. I know you're selling that to me. But I was like, yes, there's this thing called balance in life. I don't know if we all know about it. Yes. Like, it doesn't have to be, oh, I hate all the nerds. I hate the sabermetrics. I hate the numbers. Oh, I go with my gut. I go, no. Like, Buster Posey has talked about this, and he's talked about it in his pressers when he became president of baseball operations. Like, there's a balance with everything. Same with Bruce Bochy. Like, Bruce Bochy has come on our airwaves here. Current manager of the Texas Rangers, won a freaking World Series with them, won 3 with the Giants, been to 1 with the Padres. You don't think the guy knows baseball? Yeah, he also knew analytics. He didn't like to be, pigeonholed as this guy that just always went with his gut. He's like, no, I actually don't like that. I actually looked at the numbers a lot. There's times in situations where, you know what, I could throw it out, but I always look at that stuff. And I do think that Buster is a lot like Bruce in that regards. Now, he's not a manager of the team. He's the guy that's calling the shots. But I do think he uses that same approach, and it's so refreshing. It's so refreshing. Like, I just don't think that Farhan knew the game. Like, and there's no fault in that. Like, no one knows the game like Buster Posey. The guy was a catcher. He knows the ins and outs of everything else. Offense, defense, all of that. And he's using it now, and it's becoming a think tank with not just him, with Bo Mel as well. And it's refreshing.
No doubt. There's a reason why there's a constant in baseball over the years. It doesn't mean you're going to be great no matter what. But if you look at some of the most successful managers of all time, a lot of them played catcher. Joe Torre, obviously, Buster Posey is now running the team.
Yeah.
Bruce Bochy was a catcher.
Yeah. Mike Matheny, I know you say what you will. I thought he was a good manager for the Cardinals.
No, I completely agree with you. But there's a reason why, and that position just requires constant analysis and constant adjustment.
Yeah.
And think about this from a catching standpoint. Like, I know, Joe Spadoni, your favorite pitch is a fastball, but for whatever reason on today's day, and we're facing a guy that doesn't hit fastballs well. Well, that might be what we go up against, but I know from your spin, the feel, he just doesn't have it with the fastball today. We got to adjust and do something different.
Right.
The whole job of the catcher is, what has this guy done in the prior at-bats? How can we attack them? All right, but what do you have today to actually be able, and in this moment, to be able to get it done? It's analytically driven, but it's also gut and feel and performance driven as well.
Well, and also I'll couple that off of the third or fourth time through a lineup, right?
Yes, maybe it's totally different.
It's totally different through a feel of an individual game.
We've thrown him 9 straight fastballs. We got to give him something else here.
Exactly. So I always hated that. It's it's his third or fourth time through a lineup, so this is when you just have to yank him out. I was like, yeah, but go from the feel of the game. These guys aren't seeing jack bleep. Just keep riding. They can't swing. They're praying you take him out.
I know.
So now you're helping them. That stuff always frustrates the hell out of me. I mean, hell, we all go to what? The Tampa Bay Rays, right? With Blake Snell in the World Series. That's what we go back to against the Dodgers.
I know.
We were all watching in the COVID years. What the hell are you, Kevin Cash? What are you doing, dude?
I know. Whether it's, again, I'm going to keep saying Mike Scioscia, Torre, Bochy, Matheny, Yogi Berra, Snedeker, who's the Braves guy.
Snedeker.
A lot of these guys are former catchers, or played catcher for a bulk of their career. Bob Melvin, AJ Hinch, Lou Piniella.
Yep.
I'm not saying it means you're going to automatically be a great coach or a manager. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the skill set required to be a great catcher demands that you're thinking like a manager constantly.
Well, yes, and you're also bridging that gap between the pitcher and the position player.
Yes.
You know that so well because you've been playing with these guys all the time, all these different relievers, the closers, the starters. You know the mindset of all these guys and what it takes. I'm loving this conversation. We'll pick it up on the other side. But first, we're going to get to this or that, and it's going to be a summer-related one, and I'm going to have a take for you. It's not going to be very popular here in the Bay Area, and it's coming to be brought to you by Safeway.
That was a bit, all right? I want to let the record show. Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex, which I have in my backyard. And since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking, railing, and other offers that products that just don't rot, they don't splinter, they don't fade, they don't stain, and there's no seasonal maintenance needed whatsoever. I literally just hose it down, and it works great. It looks beautiful. Trex pioneered combining the recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigated technology keeps the deck cool under my feet, perfect for hot and sunny days. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. You can find Trek's decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms, or you can visit goldenstatelumber.com. With their commitment to excellence, they're here to support you and every project you do every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed. Bust.
Shut up.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
Oh man, apparently we got like makeup, studio production. We got like lights in here now. They're trying to work on the lighting. Wow, we're big time. Remember we didn't even have YouTube up in this studio or any studio? We had faces for radio is what we said. You didn't see us. You heard us. You didn't see us. Now everyone, you got to have a face everywhere. And we are streaming on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And we have new cameras up. And we're trying to look pretty for you. So we had Big Boss Man.
It doesn't matter what camera lens you use. We're not going to look pretty.
We're not good looking? Of all the shows together, I'd say
Steiny and Goo.
Steiny and Goo easily. They're the best looking. Okay. Yeah, you feel confident.
Both guys are 15 years older than you think they are. Then that's how good they look. I'm very jealous of how they both look.
Oh, Guru for sure. He's way younger.
Steiny looks great for his age.
What is going on here? Steiny was out over the weekend over at producer Ken's house as everyone was invited and came except for Shasky, Willard, and Dibs. It's okay. You guys have prior engagements. It's fine. But Steiny, man. Oh, boy.
Well, there's free drinks, so of course he was there.
He's trying to talk shop with everyone. He's trying to like do bits with my 5-year-old son, Benny. Yeah, he's like, Benny's all right. He's a good kid. I was like, what? What did he do to you? Did he slight you or anything, Steiny? By the way, he was wearing his Washington Wizards zip up. No longer a Wolves fan, I guess, as they got ousted. He's back to the Washington Wizards. So there you go. As we're talking orange and black, but we're also talking, Carter, are you ready? We're talking this or that, baby. That's what we're doing.
You guys are funny.
Oh God, I throw it right to you, Carter. That was a fastball. All right. We just referenced it. So producer Ken had a party over the weekend here, 95.7 The Game. We were all invited. A lot of us showed up. And they had a pool in the backyard, Joe. A pool. So a lot of people during the summertime.
Was it a bean-shaped pool?
It was just a regular pool.
Was it a rectangle?
It was a rectangular pool. Okay. And they had the little
You guys have never seen Christmas Vacation, but continue.
No, I haven't seen Christmas Vacation.
The whole point of the thing. Eddie, just go. You guys.
I love National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Thank you.
I do. I'm more of
It was a bean-shaped pool.
I'm more of just a Vacation number one guy, or Vegas Vacation personally. Probably the GOAT for me as far as I'm concerned, but that neither here nor there. So there was a pool there out in Lafayette. Beautiful. It had a nice breeze. It was like 75, 78 degrees.
Oh, nice.
Very lovely. Nice. And I started thinking, because we're here, we're on a coast, we're a walks away from going to the beach, right? Would you rather go to a pool or go to a beach? All weather, all things being equal, you got the same party around you. Would you rather be at a pool or on the beach? 888-957-9570. And I'll tell you this, I'm taking the pool 10 times out of 10, 7 days out of the week, twice on Sunday. You know why? I hate sand. It is the worst thing ever. Don't say,
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
What? Thank you, Anakin Skywalker in Attack of the Clones.
Hayden?
Yes, that's Hayden Christensen, baby. And he gets it.
What?
It is coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere. I got the little kids with me. They're getting it all over my car, the crevices. I got to wash them off. I got to give them a bath afterwards. And yeah, I got to give them a bath afterwards for the pool. But that's neither here nor there. I don't have to deal with the sand all over the apartment, all over the couch. Ugh, it's the worst. Give me the pool as we're talking this or that. Going to the pool or going to the beach. 888-957-9570.
Okay, I want more like context on this. Because like if you go to Hawaii, the beaches in Hawaii or the beaches in Miami, like we're talking a different kind of a beach. Ocean beach? Yeah, I'm out.
No, you can have any beach you want. You can go to Miami. I'm still taking the pool at the resort while I'm overhanging the beach.
I'm a pool guy. So just I'm letting you know, like I'm all pool all the way. But there's a big difference between Ocean Beach in San Francisco, where, let's just call it what it is. Come on. It's like nuclear. The Simpsons could have had fish with 3 eyes coming out of that Ocean Beach. All right?
But it's not that bad. It's not horrible. What are you looking at me?
Have you ever stuck your feet into Ocean Beach here in the city?
It's cold.
Cold? So you've never done it.
You don't dip your feet, you dip your toe.
No, you dip like a piece of wood in there and then watch it acidically evaporate. What are we talking about?
Wait, over here on the coast, right there?
Ocean Beach?
Right there?
It's not made of like acid.
Yeah,
it's just
what?
cold water.
Okay. Have you ever been in Ocean Beach, Sam?
Yes, I have.
No, you
And
have not. I'm calling you out. There's not a chance in hell. What? First off, when is it ever hot enough? Number one. And number two, where'd you park your car?
Could have been wearing a wetsuit.
What
I parked in the
glass
parking
bottle
lot.
did you walk over on our new public park at Great Highway to be able to go to Ocean Beach? I am calling you all out on this.
Well,
not a chance in hell
real quick.
any of you has ever swum in Ocean Beach.
I go in it all the time, actually. Yeah,
and it's freezing.
freezing.
And are you wearing a wetsuit?
No,
Really?
I love
Carter's
it.
built different.
Yeah, you are built different.
By the way, Sam was the life of the party over the weekend. He was
surprise me.
going into the pool, hanging him and Steven Risotto. They loved it.
I appreciate that, Spadoni, but I mean, Carter was absolutely killing it on the pool shooting game. He was talking all of it. He was pretty lively too.
He was. Shout out Matt Lively, KPIX. Pool or beach? 888-957-9570. Same number to call or text. In this segment, by the way, it's all about you guys. It's not about us. Now, we'll set it up, but it's about y'all's and your calls, as a former host here like to say. 888-957-9570. I was just feeling some type of way. It was great. We had the patio. We were at Ken's house. It was fun. The little kids were running around. Now, Benny was giving me a heart attack. Oh, my God. He doesn't learn to swim yet.
Oh,
Not yet. It's a whole
floaties.
It's a whole thing with his hair. I didn't know if they had them. I didn't want to impose, but also I didn't bring my trunks. So I'm not trying.
Wait.
What?
You didn't bring your own floaties for your own kid?
Well, no. I made it known that he wasn't going to swim because I wasn't swimming.
Why would you bring your kid to a party if you couldn't swim?
Only 2 people actually ended up swimming there.
I would have swam if I would have went.
Okay, but they had stuff to play with for the kids. Like they had a jungle gym.
Were a
and
lot
stuff
of
like
people
that.
afraid to take their shirts off? Was that
No,
what this was?
Sam wasn't. He was showing out at Steven Risotto.
Sam, did you wear knee-high socks like you did at the softball event?
How high? Like knee high? No. Just
I
standard
don't think
socks.
any females.
Now
got into the
I'm
pool.
thinking about Caddyshack when he's like, I've got a pond in the back. The pond would be better for you.
Oh, for what's his face? Bill Murray.
Yes, it's like one of my all-time favorite. So did you do cannonballs into the pool, Sam?
Yeah, I did one.
As he should have. You know what? And the hair was on point, as the kids would say. He was looking great.
All the chlorine.
A lot of chlorine. A lot of cleaning.
Washed out the next day. So
There were some cigars being smoked, too. This was a very posh.
And other things.
Yeah, Joe, you really missed out.
Did Guru get his feet into the pool?
No, Guru showed up. He was the only one to show up to the front door as we were all in the backyard. But Guru was the only one to knock at the front door, call Ken, and be like, hey, dude, I'm here. And Ken's like, what the hell are you doing in the front door? To which Goose said, he said to me, his point blank, he's like, Spadone, man, I'm a black guy in Lafayette. You got to knock on the front door. This is his words. This is like, I can't just show up to the back like you, man, with their tank top and flip-flops. I got to knock on the front door. And I was dying.
The jokes just make themselves with
Goose.
Guru.
Goose
I mean, they
is
really
so
do.
good.
Did he show up in jeans?
Yeah, I think
Of
so.
course.
Yeah, jeans.
Flip-flops
Rocking the
and
cowboy
jeans.
jacket.
The starter Cowboys jacket too. He's looking fresh. It was
He was
clean.
wearing a starter
No, it
Cowboy
wasn't
jacket?
a starter one. It wasn't a starter. Was it? Okay, it was. Yeah, it was. It
Oh,
was.
God.
He looked fresh. He looked good. I
Looked like a
loved it.
first stringer.
He did. He was a first stringer. Steiny showed up and also
We would agree.
Pants.
We would agree, though. There are levels to beaches, correct? Can we at least acknowledge?
Well, I'm telling you, Joe, if we're at like Oahu or Kauai or whatever, I'm still taking the pool over the beach. Yeah, that's a hot take. I don't care. I hate sand. Play me the drop again. It's the worst. I hate sand. Give it to me. Come on, Annika.
We put it on your board if you want to play it yourself.
Oh, we do?
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
God.
One of the great quotes in the history of Star Wars right there. Anakin Skywalker talking about his hatred for sand. And that's mine. There you go. So pineapple on pizza and being by the pool. That's where I'm at in my life. And I'm not mad at it. By the way, you'll learn this. Hopefully LJ is already, I'd be like, you've held him in the pool. Has he gotten like,
He loves the water.
okay, but like he's gotten his hair all wet. That's okay.
yeah.
He's fine with that.
Oh, yeah.
All right, good.
But like up the Russian River, the Rio Neato pool is like, when I say ice cold, it is ice cold.
Yeah.
Ice cold.
Yeah.
And
Another great thing about pools is you can heat them.
well, okay,
Just letting
not
you know.
one made in like 1962, right? There's like no heating system for that one. So that one, like it's got to be over 85 degrees to really, offset it, because he's not going to run around to build up the sweat to be able to like jump into the pool.
Fair enough.
You got to get nice and warm a little. And look, everybody on the ocean beach, I'm joking, all right, as a San Franciscan, but we would all agree on the level of beaches, if like Waikiki is up here, or Maui's up here, or Miami is up here, or like
anywhere in Northern California. Joe, I grew up
Cancun.
I grew up right down like 90 miles south in Monterey, where the water is just as cold. So I literally, Pacific Grove is the same weather as here. Asilomar Beach or Lovers Point.
It's almost like the further south you go, the nicer the beaches get.
But not even. Like, literally, this was 2 hours south of here, just driving, and it's just as cold. You have to go all the way down to literally L.A., San Diego for it to get a little warmer. But even then, it's nothing compared to the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean is just
it's a lot warmer.
Swimming. Yes,
yeah.
There you go. Go to Cancun instead of Cabo. It's going to be a lot different.
No doubt. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, if you just had standardized beach, like, forget the sand. The whole rocks thing, like, there are some smooth rocked beaches where as you start to approach the water and then you go into the water, you get on, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
There are some really sharp rocks where you're like kind of like walking like this.
I cut my feet in Kauai a couple times because of the coral beds and all that.
There's a difference.
Stuff.
And then sometimes it can be so smooth that there's algae on the rock and then you slip.
Yeah.
Right? It can get very dangerous. Look, with kids, there's a whole danger element of going to the beach that just, obviously terrifies me. That can happen in the pool, too.
No,
you
absolutely.
look the wrong way in the pool, that can happen as well.
We were all literally watching Benny. He was running around like a chicken with his head cut off because he was shooting the hoop. They had the little extension of the hoop in the pool, right? You want to play? So they had it outside of it, and Benny was just shooting, and he kept getting so close. Like, God, he's just going to fall in. Jesus. Now, in fairness, we had like 5 or 6 adults all staring at him.
I'm just surprised you didn't bring the swim trunks for the kids. The whole point of bringing
I'm not getting in the pool. So I'm making it and I'm not putting the burden on Sam or Steven Risotto to have to watch my kid.
No, but you should have been able to go in the pool with the kids.
I didn't want to because I had 2 of them with me and I have to hold both of them.
I get that aspect.
Now I'm strong enough and I'm yoked enough and my body looked sensational enough to where everyone would have loved to see it, but I don't want to do it.
Does he have a pool house?
I don't know. I didn't see. His whole house is just gorgeous, by the way. I'm gonna get Katie, the lovely Katie Luttrell. It was spectacular. It was great. Ken lucked out here. Ken is living the life.
Wow.
Yeah. And the lovely Katie, I think she's a doctor. Like, what the hell? What is Ken doing? And Ken's listening right now. Ken, you lucked out, buddy. The lovely wife, lovely child, Dean. He's 2 years old, same age as baby Nora. They were playing. They were shooting the hoops. LJ should have came. It would have been great. All the little kids would have been running around. Next time, all right? Next time, we'll come out there. Michelle, I'll bring the kiddos. We'll have a good time.
I like pools for a variety of reasons, but pools are not without their own issues as well. If you own one at your house,
it's maintenance.
Huge insurance issues. You could have a deer fall into your pool or a raccoon fall into your pool.
Alligators in Florida.
Alligators, you're right.
No,
yeah.
he's right. Alligators, ducks like in The Sopranos could show up in your pool one day. And
Carmela can drain it, your ex. There you go.
Yes. And then there's this whole the maintenance system. I don't know what it's called, but you have to have the right balance when it comes to the chlorine water and all that stuff. And pools are great, but I like visiting a pool and then leaving the pool. I don't know if I necessarily want one at my house.
Correct. I am totally with you on that. And you're not going to have one in San Francisco anyway, so you don't even care. In Lafayette, where it's nice and toasty in the summertime, it's worth having one. And they did, and it was beautiful. And they had like nice like pool cover where you just do like the little crank, like you just crank out the little the lever, and it just rolls right over the little covering. And it was closed. And Benny was like, "All right, well, I'm done. I can run away." And there you go.
Now, what we haven't brought up are river beaches, which are a whole nother level, right? River beaches. So, like, for example, up in Chico, they got this huge river.
Are we counting rivers and lakes in this? Are we going to do that?
Oh, no, they have beaches.
Okay.
Absolutely, they have beaches. Like the Russian River Beach. I'm very skeptical on it. My wife does not want LJ in that river at all. It is pretty green and algae. It is nasty. I know, Carter. I see you over there mouthing nasty.
A lot of sewage.
But that being said, there is a novelty of, I don't even care anymore. And you just kind of like jumping off of rocks and there's a swing rope and all that. And going down the river is a lot of fun.
Exactly.
That being said, you better have the high-powered hose once you get home to hose yourself off.
Well, that's exactly what my point is. Where I hate getting back to my car, whether it was a long day at the beach and the kids are it's just sand everywhere. And I hate it. There's no worse feeling in life, Joe, than having sand on your feet and in the crevices and then putting a sock on over it.
Gets everywhere.
Oh my God, I hate it so much, Anakin.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
I think the bigger one now, this or that, was Spadoni being kind of a wuss
I'm not
for
a
not
wuss.
getting in the pool with his 2 kids. this or that.
Was that a weak move from me?
I think it was garbage, actually. Garbage.
Say,
I don't know, man. Actually, it would have been good if you gotten in.
You guys,
there's a whole nother.
I hate to come at you on that one, but
you are just.
You guys weren't. I wasn't forcing you guys to watch my kids in the pool, and I would have.
No, we were rising up. We were taking care of you. It wasn't in a position.
I would have
anything,
literally had to hold both of them in my arms because they can't swim. So like, this is a 5-year-old kid who's a little bigger now. Like I have to hold on to both of them. And yes, you come down my parenting, Joe. How can he not learn to swim? I know.
Look, every family's different.
He's got a phobia with his head getting wet and getting underwater. It's a thing.
No, I know.
I'm trying to work through it.
I'm not shaming you on that. I'm shaming you on the fact that you didn't bring the stuff.
Yeah. No, I know. Well, I did bring the suits.
In Spadoni's defense, for the last 48 hours, I've had to hear about how good of a father he is from my significant other. So.
Oh, thank you. So I actually came out winning this weekend, is what you're telling me, Carter. Thank you. Although they kept telling me, it's like, oh, your son Benny, Sierra, Carter's lovely wife, was there, just joining in the conversation. Like, oh, he's such a model. He's so beautiful. I was like, don't gas this kid up right now. You know what? He's living.
He was feeling it,
This is the last thing I need. Is this? Yeah, he was feeling it. He was like dribbling in front of everyone, trying to do like jump shots.
He had some great moves. With
Did
ball,
anyone else show up in swim trunks besides Lubman and Risotto? Were they having like a journalist convention in the pool?
It was literally only
breaking down the Giants, BABIP or whatever.
I think there were 3 or 4 females there in total, and none of them got into the pool.
Were they wearing pool-related garments? Like, women will wear like the bikini or whatever, the one piece underneath, but they'll wear I call it like the slip that they wear over. Like my wife will bring that. She doesn't really like to go in the water that much.
No, there were some sundresses, maybe a tank top here or there.
Sundress, okay.
Yeah, but no one was trying to get in.
Now, did Ken get in his own pool?
He did not. He
invited everybody over to the pool and he didn't get in?
Well, because he had to, be the host. And
we tried to throw him in, but he was like,
set the tone.
We wanted to throw him in. He's like, bring it. But I used to wrestle in high school. So I'm like, all right, cool. Where's Carter at? Let's see if we can make that happen.
We also all learned Ken's real age. And it was all like, we were all very like, it was jarring. Like, he's turning like 37. Is that what it was? We all thought he was turning like 30. We all thought he was turning like 31 or 2. I guess that was a compliment to him. We all thought he was younger than he is. So there you go, Joe.
Takes care of himself.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel left out, by the way, that we were all there?
Not at all.
No?
Not at all.
As he was asking where his invite was in the first segment.
He sent a text to everyone. It was in there. You were a part of it.
Look, I'm going to let you know this right now. I've got a big beef right now with all these text invites and like Evite and paperless and this and that. No. This is a real thing now. So now you've opened up a can of worms.
That's the reason I get pissed.
Great example. My aunt sent us an Evite individually to Michelle and myself. Okay? And so when an Evite goes out, I never know if the Evite goes out to just me or I get one and Michelle gets one. And so I never lock us in on if we're going or not because I assume she's going to, and then she'll send me the invite to my calendar because if it's not on my phone, it doesn't exist.
So what you're saying is Ken should have gotten Michelle's number and sent it to her.
The problem is is that I don't commit to anything unless I know exactly what we are going to do because I've done this long enough to understand that once you start locking yourself into things that you shouldn't lock yourself into, it's even more of a difficult conversation backing yourself out.
Okay. You could just say I couldn't make it. I have prior engagements. It's okay. Bonte did that. Producer Ken, by the way, had his birthday over the weekend. That's what we're talking about it. We're talking about pool or beach for this or that. Which one you taking? 888-957-9570. Bonte couldn't make it. It's all right.
Well, the king doesn't just go into any pool.
The king had prior engagements. Bonte probably would have gotten in the pool with baby Chaz.
Could you imagine everybody like lowering Bonte and from his hammock into the pool?
Relax.
I mean, that would just be hilarious.
It was the funniest thing. No.
He's quick. Like sitting there with a straight cartoon.
We haven't brought
being lowered into the pool by the minions.
We haven't brought up the funniest thing that happened over the weekend at said party. Carter meeting Ken's 2-year-old son, Dean, and Dean being so scared of Carter because he's so damn tall. He was frightened. And Carter's like, hey, Dean, come here, dude.
He started full-blown screaming.
See, kids know degenerates when they see one.
Oh, my God.
This guy has to have money on Giants' money line. I got to stay away from him.
Benny and Nora weren't scared of you, though. I'll say that. They weren't frightened by you.
Well, they smell another degenerate over here.
My God.
So, there's common smell.
There you go.
I'm on fire right now. I'm sorry, guys. This is my wheelhouse.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
Keep that on my board
now
forever.
I want to know more about this party, because now I'm like, what do you think Steiny was like? I got nothing going on. Is there free liquor at this party?
That is actually a great assessment of probably what that was.
Steiny was like, what kind of food are you going to have?
Well, he brought
there?
his boy over, Dana, too. Like, I didn't know that
Wait
was
a minute.
thing.
Steiny plus one?
Yeah,
somebody who's not his... Wow. That's...
Wait, is that fair or foul? You can't plus one of your friends. It has
I
to
don't
be
know. Did he ask
other?
ahead of time? I'm not sure. If you just showed up with Dana, I'd have been a little surprised. I know Dana usually comes armed and ready with the
The stogies.
Oh, he was
The
ready.
stogies, the weed, the this,
it
the
was
that.
it was a stogies. That was fine. They brought those out. They busted those out. Benny kept trying to go to where all the boys were like smoking their stogies, which is totally fine. But Benny's like, I want to go over there. That's what they're doing. I was like, dude, it's just gonna be smoky as hell. You're gonna reek like it. I'm gonna drop you off to your mom later. She's gonna be pissed at me. He's like, what were you guys doing? You reek like cigars from Cuba. I was just like, I don't know. He's just having a good time. It's all right. But so the boys are having a great time. E-Dog showed up. Mark Grandy, man, Lucas Alexander, director of sports, was talking shop.
Oh, wow.
He was alive for the board. Stephen Langford, KCBS.
Grandy got a little sun on that white pale skin.
Well, no, he was no sun for Grandy.
For a guy that grew up in the 707, I mean, Casper the Ghost.
Well, you look at his skin, like he burns. Some people just burn, Joe.
Oh, I do too.
You don't get, but like,
hello, like look at my watch tan.
okay, well, that's sure. There. I'll do it over here. Well, do you wear your SPF?
Yeah, all the time.
What's your number, by the way?
Like probably 40 or 50.
Okay, all right. It's lower than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be like 75.
Call me when you hit 80.
Is that what you do, Sammy? What were you rocking?
Oh, yeah, I'm using the 50 to 80s. I got a tan with a 100 one time.
You got a tan? Wow.
Yeah,
look at that.
was hardcore.
So that
it was in Hawaii.
So that was this or that. That was a fun conversation. And that's what you get.
Yeah.
You never
Fun.
know what you're going to get with this or that. You get pineapple, you get pools, you get beach, you get sand.
I don't like sand.
What?
It's coarse, and rough, and irritating,
heard that
and it gets everywhere.
Could someone explain to me what the poll? What did we end up finishing online on the poll?
Yeah, what we got?
We got on the poll of 58 votes, 66% are going to the beach. They like
Really?
sand. They don't mind that it gets everywhere.
Okay, fair enough. I say all this, I'm probably going to be going to the boardwalk. Was it Father's Day is coming up this weekend, so I'll probably end up doing something like going down to the beach boardwalk or something. That'll be fun.
One thing that is underrated about the beach, and I'll close the loop here, is how difficult the walk from the car with all of the junk that you have to carry. I just bought a new bag, like a backpack bag, because my wife wants to put them in those straps, the ones that you're holding on your arm, and everything's like funneling out of the bag.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I hate those bags. It's like a knapsack. I don't even know how else to describe it.
Well, then you got the cooler, right? You're bringing the igloo. Like,
oh my God.
Yeah.
And then with the baby, you got to bring the thing for the baby. And then you got to bring this, and you got to bring that, and you got to bring this. I'm like, no. We don't need any of those.
We don't need all
Where's
this.
the tennis ball?
There you
Do
go.
we have a football? Do we have,
that's all you need.
We need
There you
all
go.
those things,
There you go.
like, and then I'm wearing the, what are those shoes that I've got? They're like strapped, that you can get them wet and you can walk around.
Water shoes.
What?
Water shoes?
They're like water shoes, but they're more like hiking water shoes. I don't know how to describe
Aqua
them.
socks?
What? They're not water socks. Water socks get heavy and long.
Are they the ones where like your individual toes go in them?
No,
Okay, those ones
These are
weird.
like sandals that you would walk in.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Like not like Birkenstocks.
No, but you strap them around. They're like, they look like, you look dorky as hell, but I'm telling you, they're functional.
And as we put a bow on this or that conversation, beach or pool, like, what are we doing with all the tents? Like, where did we get in society?
What do you mean? How
where
we're
it
charging for them?
No. It's literally turned into a campground at the beach. I'm
that
literally
too.
seeing tents, every single place I go to. What happened where it's a good old beach chair, 2 towels, a cooler if you want one, and you're chilling? We have to have tents now everywhere? That's the thing?
Well,
An umbrella is fine. We've jumped the shark at tents at the beach. Aesthetically, it's gross to look at, and I hate it. There you go.
All right.
And that was that. We had one in our back pocket, by the way, when it came to this or that. What was it, Sammy? You brought that to our attention, and I thought it was really interesting. Jump in on the conversation. By the way, shout out Sam Lubin, Dan Devone, crushing it on the Giants Talk on Saturday. I tapped in. You want your Giants Talk? Tap in every single Saturday for the orange and black weekend wrap, correct? There you go, from 9 to 12.
And they're called Tevas, these shoes that I have.
Tevas. I've
They're
heard
like
that name.
sandals. I'm telling you, they look ridiculous, but I am the most comfortable because we're going a long walk as I'm carrying a bunch of stuff. Tevas are the only way to do it. I'm telling you, they are money. And I was late to the party on Tevas, and they look ridiculous. I'll be the first to admit it.
The Moses sandals.
Oh, they're the Jerusalem Cruisers, doggy. Like, they are them. Don't get me wrong, but I love them.
Tevas, not TiVo.
Teva apostrophe S, I believe.
Did you have TiVo back in the day?
No.
Oh, okay. I did. So what was that, Sam? Our back pocket, this or that that gets us back into sports in the Gigantes.
Yeah, no, this was kind of what we're going to be talking about with Willie Adames here. And, he took the day off yesterday to kind of rest and kind of get himself mentally straight to get the 2 off days today. But it's simple. What do you do with Willie Adames going forward with him struggling? Do you keep him in the lineup and have him play through it? Or do you maybe bench him?
For who?
You put, Casey Schmidt or Tyler Fitzgerald.
You literally just said you wanted more Casey Schmidt at bats. You literally just.
He said he was more excited for Casey Schmidt at bats.
There's a different. Look,
he's going to get what he's excited for.
I also understand that, like, Casey Schmidt, if you play every single day in terms of the at bats, it's probably going to not look great. Now, Willie Adames is in a horrible funk. I don't think you have an alternative other than to like play him. He's had a couple of days off here, as in yesterday and today. You're going to go on the road. Is there a better ballpark in America to hit in than Colorado?
No. That is easily you need. If you can't get out of a slump in Colorado, might just have to cancel the season at the plate for him. Like I'm kidding, but also not. If he can't do anything done this series, is he going to do anything at all the rest of the year?
That ballpark against this edition of the Rockies
Great point, Sam. This is historically one of the worst teams we've ever seen, ever. Last year's White Sox.
It is.
Go back to the Nationals of whenever. We always bring up the Cleveland Spiders. Is that the team we're always referencing? Like one of the worst teams historically. Like they are on that track, Joe. If you can't get it done this weekend, good luck. As I go Taken and I go Liam Neeson.
What this guy needs right now is he just needs to string together 3 or 4 really good at bats in a row. That's where he needs to start. And then I would say he's got to make some plays defensively because I do feel that making some plays defensively can fuel your offense. And they kind of go hand in hand. We see this all the time. How many times in ESPN growing up, you'd see a guy make a great catch in the field, and then, boom, he's the guy that leads off the inning, and he leads off with a double, right?
Sure.
You see that a lot back in the day. And it's infectious. So I want to see him start with, 3 or 4 really good at-bats. They don't even have to be, base hits. Just square the ball up a couple times. He's not pulling it as much as he has in years past. He just hasn't barreled anything hard right now. A slap the other way to just drop over the first baseman's head for a Texas leader, that could open the floodgates for someone like him. He just needs some positivity.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, 3 hours down, 1 to go here on the Morning Roast. And by the way, I mentioned the Valkyries. They got a huge win over the weekend, taking out the Las Vegas Aces 95-68, the final there. And by the way, you'll have all week long your chance to win a pair of Valkyries tickets to a home game at Ball Holla. We're not calling it Chase Center for Valkyries home games. It's Ball Holla. Shout out Norse mythology. But you brought up Willie Adames. You talked about it last week with one Zach Manazian, general manager of the San Francisco Giants, when you were with Mark Grandy. Here's what he had to say about Willie Adames and where his head is at right now.
I think with players and how convoluted swings can be, we can see those long stretches of hot and cold. And I think he's just working to try and figure out what works for him and adjusting to our ballpark. And, probably some of those balls he's hit here to center field or right center field in Milwaukee, those are homers, and how do you work your approach? How do you change that? Now, I think hopefully he's got a pretty good example in front of him. Our leader of baseball operations was a right field guy, and the stadium ended up working for him just fine. So I don't doubt Willie's going to continue to work. He's coming with the same energy every day. I saw him yesterday running outside of that dugout, cheering his teammates on, and that's admirable. And one thing I can say for him, nobody wants to play better than him. And I think it'll come, and it's just one at bat at a time, and trying to find the positives. And yeah, the walk was huge, and who knows how that game turns out if he doesn't draw it.
So he's so right about how infectious it can be. Let's say you get 4 hits in 20, you're batting 200.
Yeah.
You get 6 hits, 2 extra hits, you're batting 300.
Yeah.
That's how thin the margins are. We're talking a couple of hits a week. If they could just start flipping the other way, everything will feel different for Willie Adames.
He's batting 193. 193, 5 homers, 26 ribbies, 47 hits. A struggle to say the least. A struggle doesn't even put it into perspective. This has been, given what he has been paid, $180+ million, Joe, the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. It's been incredibly disappointing. Like, I cannot think of a more disappointing start to a San Francisco Bay Area sports career than this. Can you think of like a slower start in your lifetime than this?
Barry Zito.
Is this bad?
Nate Clements, Jonas Jennings.
See, Barry did it though, right across the bay. So I saw it at his best a little in it. I know. Willie did it in Milwaukee. So for Giants fans, maybe it might as well have been all the way in Milwaukee for Barry Zito as far as they're concerned. But like, I did see it. Now, him being a pitcher every 5 days, it's more heightened. I feel that. But the fact that this guy is out there damn near every single day and that's what we're getting, it feels like this is even up there with all those guys, though. Does it not? Joe, it's bad.
I know
it's so bad.
But we're only 2.5 months in. Barry Zito, first 3 years in the bigs. With the Giants. I'll give you his first 4 years.
You said something though. It's only 2.5 months. Like, that's a long time. 2.5 months. We're going to be on 3 months, and then we're only 4 months, we're only 5 months. No. We're getting through halfway through the season here, man. You going to hit or not?
Francisco Lindor had a similar thing happen to him, and then he went red hot, right? So this is not just a Willie Adames. This happens to a lot of guys. It's not good. I'm not here to cape up and say it isn't. Like, Joe, he's been thoroughly underwhelming. I've probably been more underwhelmed with the defense than I have with the offense, and that's saying something. But I don't know if a lot of people have that same opinion. Barry Zito's first 4 years with the Giants, 2007 through 2010, he was 40-57 with a 4.5 ERA.
Which actually would play in today's league. 4.5 ERA? Yeah, sure, he can be my 4th or 5th starter. But he was getting paid. I know.
$130 million.
I know. But this feels like what Adames is doing is way worse than those numbers. It feels awful. Considering where the bats are and they're still 10 games over, it speaks to just how good the team was in these clutch moments.
When Barry took the mound, it felt like we had no chance. When Adames is at the plate, I feel like there's no chance, but I don't feel like the team has no chance. But if that makes sense.
But you could say that Willie Adames puts his team in so much more of a hole, just given his at-bats in comparison to Barry Zito's starts.
Well, he's done some positive.
What?
No, he's been a very positive play. Like, hey, I haven't been that thrilled with his defense. It's still better than last year's shortstop.
Okay.
Like last year, it was a combination of 4 guys at short, and they led baseball in errors for the whole season.
I guess the one thing you could fall back on is the positive nature that is Willie Adames in comparison to what Barry Zito was, who on our very airwaves, when you were sitting down with him in our old studio, even said I was rooting against my own team at one point because it got that bad.
No doubt.
So there is something to be said about, the positivity of Willie still being there. Now, if he's struggling still a month from now, 2 months from now, is that same positivity going to be there? I wouldn't fault the guy if it's not. Like,
Friday night,
it hits you.
Friday night, did they show him? It was Friday night they showed Mark Melanson.
Oh, yeah.
Loveman.
That's right.
That's right, it was, yep.
So the
Giants legend.
The Jumbotron, what was the caption that they put when they showed him?
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Former Giants pitcher, they had to have just been
They could not have said legend. Tell me they did not say legend.
Please don't put legend there.
He started off probably the worst way you could ever. He blew a 2-home run opening day outing by Madison Bumgarner, where he hit 2 home runs.
Oh, my God.
And then didn't want to stretch with the team.
They titled him Forever Giant.
Oh,
Mark
God.
Melanson underneath Forever Giant.
Forever DFA Giant is what I wanted it to be.
Forever stretching.
Forever stretching.
By the way, I think they're still paying him $1 million this year.
Oh, did he get it deferred?
Yeah.
The Shohei Ohtani.
Look that up. I bet you Spotrac has him all the way at the bottom.
Instead of Bobby Bonilla Day in the Bay, we should have Melanson Mondays. Is that
why would you sit Melanson over there? I mean, that guy.
God. Do you think he just showed up and they just happened to see him, or did he call the Giants hey, I'm going to the game. Can I get tickets?
Oh, God. It probably was that. You're right. Does he live in the Bay? Why was he here?
Well, the Braves. He played for the Braves.
But that's the only reason?
I would assume.
Let's go to a Braves-Giants game in San Francisco just to hang out.
Hey,
if Mark Melanson is going to the games at Oracle.
Craig Kimbrell play on Friday night. It was I could do that.
Got DFA'd, by the way. You want Kimbrell? You want to add him to this?
After one game.
He's got the fentanyl fold. Who was it that sent that?
Oh, my God.
Who was it that sent that?
I don't think that was something you're supposed to bring to air.
Jesus.
But they were showing all the
yes, we know the joke. I don't think it needs an explanation. That was for the text thread only.
That was funny.
My God.
Clearly came from Sam.
So right now, yep, right at the very, very bottom of the Giants SPO track, all the way down, you guys scroll to 2025 deferred. There it is in the little print.
How
Mark
much?
Melanson, RP age 40, $1 million.
$1 million.
Hey, it's good work
Thanks,
if you can
Farhan.
find it. Richie and Queen, speaking of legends.
What's up, Richie?
Rich.
What's up, my guy?
How you feel about the Giants, Rich?
Well, I'll tell you what. We spoke about a week and a half ago. They've won 5 in a row. They're 10 over 500. It's amazing. You guys touched on a lot of good stuff. You know, the Adames thing, I kind of equate it when in New York here, they got Lindor. Lindor's first year was pretty horrific. He was a much high-profile player than Adames. They had a 720 OPS, 20 homers, 53 RBIs, hit 230. He got a lot of abuse. You guys are right. This is historically bad. You know, I always say the barometer is get to June 1st, and you know, the end of May. Then you know, at 52 games in, now we're 60 games in. If he can somehow pick it up, which I would think he will. I mean, he's got a resume. He could be almost like a mid-season pickup for us. And you know, it's funny, guys, because if you have a good streak, and where they are, if they were 10 under, he would be hung. I could care less how many times he runs out of the dugout. Seems like a team guy. First one to throw water on Chapman. That gets boring after a while. It's meaningless, you know, to me. Is you have to produce, and he hasn't. But if he can get hot and keep them in the race, because, you know, the producer, the guy that answered the phone that I talked to initially said, what's the most exciting thing? It's really not exciting watching pitching all the time, because offensively you want to see 3 hits together or back-to-back homers. They don't have that ability right now. I mean, but their pitching is historic. I was going out to with my brother, who we watch every game here till 1 a.m, and we're discussing it on the phone. They're 6, 7, 8, 9 with Walker, with Rodriguez, with Rogers, and now with Duvall, who I've been on, is one of the best in the last. They're phenomenal. I mean, these guys do not give up a run after the 3rd inning. So that's what's going to keep them in. Matter of fact, I just booked my tickets to go to Milwaukee. We're going to see them when they play Milwaukee. And
nice.
Hopefully, Adames, I don't think the fans in Milwaukee, hopefully, are not screaming, we don't want him back. By then, I'm hoping he gets hot and he really starts to produce, because, you know, Ramos, Chapman, and Adames, it's not the worst. Fitzgerald has fallen off the map. I don't know what's up with that guy. He doesn't hit the ball hard. Historic low figures at first and catching. Are we going to hit 5 homers? Think about that.
It's a great point, Rich, and I appreciate
And
you.
that's why Dom Smith with a couple sack flies, it's like I'm doing cartwheels.
He's Babe Ruth all of a sudden in this lineup,
Hey,
right?
but Dom Smith's made some plays defensively,
Richie
too.
just said something there that just...
What?
Hold on. He's like, you know, by the time I'm going to go watch them in Milwaukee, by the time that's up, you know, that game's there. Hopefully, you know, Willie Dom's sitting. That's August 22nd, Rich. I would hope so. That's 2 months away. Yes, he better be hitting by then.
A 2-hit game for Willie Adames would be huge right now. I know it sounds nuts, but like a couple of hits, it could flip everything.
Yeah.
Chapman's been hot for 2 weeks. Look where his average is today. He's at 243.
And then he hurt his hand, so hopefully that doesn't affect
no
anything
doubt
going forward. I know. I'm just saying, like, it feels like they'd be snake bit at that point. And again, we were saying it, Joe, and I referenced what Richie just said. I was like, hey, I guess if you want to do the glass half full, I mentioned this earlier, you know, it's a mid-season acquisition if he gets hot, like in July or August.
Oh, it'd be just what the doctor orders.
It'd be great. But again, I also paid him. He's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. Like, if you want to do that mental gymnastics, sure. But he needs to just be hitting.
Well, Willard was texting that there were audible groans within the ballpark over the weekend. I didn't notice that on television.
Not on TV, we can't really.
I didn't, but I'm not saying that he's not accurate on that, but people are pulling for him, and the at-bats are just so bad. I mean, Joe, I feel like he gets down 0-2 every count.
No, it's bad.
Every single time. And then he's swinging through the top of these sliders and breaking balls. He's just got no chance now.
But all that being said, they are 10 games over 500, and we're going to put a bow on this. On the other side, SFA Drummer is believing in the Giants. Are you finally a believer in this team? Has the dark cloud been lifted for you? And what is drawing you to this team right now? Is it as simple as, you know, the team has taken on the identity of one Buster Posey? Has it been the pitching? Is it the aura of Oracle Park being back? Is it all of it?
And I've got one thing that Willie Adames can do this week to truly endear himself to Giants fans.
And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. Let me see what you got. You like that? You like that? Little Traxamillion. Little Too Short. Mr. Fab. R.I.P. Traxamillion, by the way. This is one of the sickest beats, if not the sickest in Bay Area beats history. Whatever you want to go, whatever genre. It's so sick. 06. There you go. I was 13 years old when the song came out. How old were you?
In 2006?
Yeah.
I don't know, 25 years old.
There you go. And we both, see? It's a generation right there. I didn't mean that. That's mean. By the way, make sure you subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Steven Risotto, and eventually Joe Shasky will bring you the best Giants talk in the whole world. Catch the latest episode where Steiny joined the show.
That's when you know the Giants are the hot topic. Steiny's all in on Garlic Fries. And
he had some great perspective to add.
What was that?
No.
You know, the 1970s Yankees remind me a lot of this current Giants team.
Who's this guy, Rocky Colavato? Is that the guy he always references?
Mickey Rivers.
I kid you not. So we hop on the video to do this. Before he gets started, it's like, hey, you want to tour my man cave here? I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? And so it's like, yeah, so here's my picture of my shirt of Rocky Colavito. He shows me that. And he's like, all right, that's all I'm going to show you. Let's get started.
How many vape pen cartridges were in the background?
Not 6, not 7.
There you go.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
We both had the vape pens going.
That episode is available now, by the way, wherever you listen to podcasts. So what's got you believing in this team again? 888-957-9570. As we're talking about
I need you to do a Garlic Fries and Baseball Guy episode from Ken's Pool with risotto.
Oh,
that's what I need.
With the little
floaties on.
The floaties or the inner tube just chilling. Yeah. That's next.
That would actually be a really chill episode.
And I want like the zinc oxide, like the stuff the lifeguards put on the nose. I want that all over the schnoz. That's what you want.
Oh,
absolutely.
There'll be plenty of that on. Don't worry.
SF Bay Drummer wants to join the conversation. He's been holding on for a little bit. 888-957-9570 is the number. SF Bay Drummer, haven't heard from you in a minute, which means he's really liking what the Giants are doing right now. Winners of 5 in a row, all by 1 run, SF Bay Drummer. You feeling it now? You believing in this team?
Oh, yeah. I've been believing. Ever since I saw him earlier this season in Houston, I still believe. But good morning, Joe Squared. Atlanta came into town, and I'm sorry, Andre 3000, the South has nothing to say because y'all got swept. But the Giants have really responded to Buster Posey's speech and wanting them to get going. And I think Buster is trying to make the team really believe in themselves before trying to rely on a big trade or something like that to help propel the team. And I mean, my God, please, I don't want to see Helio Ramos in 1 or 2. Please drop him to 3 or 4 or 5. Let Johnson and Jung-Hoo Lee be 1 and 2, just so we can have that speed factor at the top of the line, and we can keep it moving. Because I think the offense is there. It just has to be uncapped. It's like, shaking a Sprite bottle and just ready to explode. So I think the offense is there. And a nickname you guys asked for, I think we can call the Giants the Giant Dippers, man, because it's just a roller coaster of a ride. We've seen a lot of ups, we've seen a lot of downs. It's going around, and then it's going to go up and down, and then we'll see where we finish. But go Giants, let's finish strong. Let's go into summer and own the summer, and let's get this division.
How many games in a row?
I love that, by the way. Shout out to Boardwalk, the Giant Dipper. Classic, right?
How many games in a row has Daniel Johnson been the leadoff? Is it 3 or 4?
Let's look this up, shall we?
I know he did it Saturday, Sunday, and I believe Friday. Did he also?
I think Ramos was leading off on Friday.
Okay, so Ramos was Friday, then he was Thursday.
You have it right here. Game. I have it right here. So Ramos was Friday. He was leading off. Jung-Hoo, Flores, Chapman. And then Saturday, it was Johnson, Ramos. And then yesterday, it was Johnson, Ramos again.
Are we going to maybe try Jung-Hoo Lee there? I like Johnson. I don't know if I like him necessarily as my leadoff hitter.
And we'll see, right? He was 0 for yesterday to K.
Played okay defense in center.
Played okay defense. Yeah, I'd rather see Jung-Hoo Lee there. Now, and the league's adjusting back. So Jung-Hoo got off to a very hot start. League's kind of adjusting back, and he's shown some flashes here or there. And listen, the wear and tear is real. He's played a lot of games. So just to get him a breather at times is definitely going to be, looking forward huge here. I know Adames also got a breather. I think that was more mentally than physically for him because physically, Bob Melvin was speaking to the media, and he was saying physically he's fine, just mentally just needs to load off. Jung-Hoo as well, just more so physically. So Yeah, going forward, I would prefer Jung Hoo be that everyday lead off, top of the order guy, show some speed. And the way he just gets out of the box, like it feels like whenever he just puts it in play, he has an opportunity to get there just with that swing and that Ichiro style, as we like to talk about, running while he's hitting. So yeah, I would like to see that. But.
Yeah, when you had him and Jung-Hoo Lee and Yastrzemski kind of simultaneously struggling, it really put a damper on the offense because of the struggles of the infield. With Wade and Fitz and Adames and Chapman all struggling at the same time.
Well, that's the thing right now that's different about this team in compared to last year. Like the bats we've all acknowledged are just not very good, but there's no panic from anyone. Shout out Joe. There's none of that panicking happening. And Bob Melvin talked about it over the weekend as well. We played Fitzgerald earlier. Here's the manager talking about this team having no panic.
You know what? All I can say is this year's team, we get support, at least at this point, supported by the pitching staff where we're in every game. I think we've won enough close games late to feel like any game that we're in, we feel confident in winning. So I don't compare anything to last year's teams. It's a little bit of a different group here, and we've made some changes here recently, but I think the success we've had late in games this year gives us the mindset that no matter what happens, don't get bogged down by, lack of offense early in the game, that, we have a good chance to come back at any point in time in the game, and we've done a good job of, team's best relievers. It's the starters that we've struggled with. So we'll continue to, try to combat that and do a little bit better earlier in games, but like you said, there's no panic here. We feel like we have a chance to win a game, especially when it's close at home.
And that was pregame yesterday, Bob Melvin talking about no panic and not to compare last year's team with this year's. In fairness, it is different. There's different management up top. You can feel it from the clubhouse, everyone talking about it. Something is different about this team, but what is it for you that has you excited about this team? What is that different thing compared from last year to this year? 888-957-9570. Does that sound brought to you by a potato, by the way?
They're playing a brand of baseball right now where it feels like they are trying to make things happen. Like yesterday, they have first and second with no outs. They don't get the runners over. So instead of being frustrated and angry and then waiting for like a double play to happen, Yastrzemski's up to the plate. And that's a lefty. I want to make this clear, like a lefty up as you're stealing third. And they do a double steal. And it caught everyone by surprise. And it was a great move. And then Yastrzemski doubles down the line. They tie the game. They just didn't have that in the bag the last couple of years. And so the little things that they're doing right now are very important. We've been talking about like no one's panicking or whatever, but yet there is a real element of Willie Adames, right? So They got the 3 games in Colorado. You would hope that he would maybe get going a little in Colorado.
I would hope. That's a historic, and just for some perspective here, the Colorado Rockies are flirting with history. They're 12-53 here, folks. 12-53.
Oh, no.
Just times 12 their wins. It's 4 times the losses than they do wins. More than that.
Yeah, they've won like 3 or 4 in the last week, so they're a hot team.
No, they've lost 3 in a row.
More wins than Scotty Scheffler this week.
They had won 3 in a row.
They did. Now and then they lost 3 in a row. So.
But you get what I'm saying.
Right.
Look, Adames, I would love for him to break out there. But when guys become Giants, 9 times out of 10, not only do they do it in the playoffs or they do it just over a long, long period of time, you really want to make a dent, you do it against the Dodgers. And that game Friday night, Saturday, and I believe Saturday night, and then Sunday as well, that's when Adames, if he gets like a late inning hit or makes a great double play to secure a win or knocks in a run on a sac fly or, breaks up 2 at second base and gets into it with somebody like Mookie Betts, that's when you can become a Giant. That was the night Bochy became a Giant, was the night that he called out Don Mattingly for going to the mound multiple times. So, we think about Mike Tauchman. Why is the Mike Tauchman name still in our head? Because he did it against the Dodgers.
And it was against Albert Pujols, right? Like there was so much cachet, and that tight race towards the end, there was so much baked into it. And again, we might be shaping up for another tight NL West race between not just the Padres, but specifically the Dodgers and the Giants. And can we get that rivalry back again? Because it's been anything but the last couple seasons. It really hasn't been.
Yeah,
I know we
like
to get excited for it.
No, I like where we're at. You know why? Because they're the Goliath, and we're the little David with the slingshot in terms of our offense and our firepower versus theirs. And that's always the sweetest come up. The sweetest come up is when you knock off the juggernaut. Is it not?
No, it is. And it's really going to be, for this iteration, it's going to be their bats against our pitching. Because that's really what it's going to come down to, is if you could stymie those guys, the Giants can get enough hits to beat that team. Because Dodgers don't have pitching right now.
No.
They're all hurt. Every single one of their big acquisitions is hurt right now.
I think one of the more favorite teams that never won at all, but just in general, for most people of the last, let's say, 30 years, okay? 30 or so years. Like the 2011 Niners. And why did that team resonate so much? Because you were coming out of the darkness of, a lot of people hated the Niners. Literally hated the Niners during that period. They were so angry. And everything that represented, Mike Nolan, Singletary was so much promise. They were a joke. They were kind of a joke.
I went to one of the saddest games I've ever been to in my life. I think it was either 2009 or 2010, and it was a Battle of the Bay game at Candlestick Park, and it was the worst weather imaginable. Two garbage teams.
Was that the Lamont Jordan game?
It might have
fumbled the ball backwards.
Exactly. Yeah. It was just it was horrible just to watch. It was just bad. Everyone was miserable. Even when the Niners were winning, everyone was still miserable.
Joe, you couldn't give a Niner ticket away back then.
It was bad.
No, I'm dead serious.
We were celebrating the punters on both teams. Oh, Andy Lee and Shane Leckler were the best players on those
My
teams.
boy, White Mike, who's somewhere out there.
White Mike?
Yeah, he also calls himself Matsuyama Mike. He loved Hideki. He just loves Hideki. You have no idea.
It's a great name. I don't hate that. Yeah.
No, he loves Hideki, but because the pause at the top. White Mike used to get up on second down. Andy Lee's coming up. Get ready, baby. Get ready, baby. We were down bad. But the beauty of the 2011 was you brought in Harbaugh, and the vibe change was almost immediate. And not that at the beginning of the year, not that we didn't think that the team didn't have certain players, but you had no shot that there's no way the Niners are going to do anything of significance. And then as the year went on, belief just kept getting stronger and stronger. And all of a sudden there was this vibe shift. And then by the end of that year, late in the year, you could feel something special was brewing with the Niners. You could just feel it. There's no other way around it. You could feel the special vibe. And part of what made that Saints playoff game so special was it felt like a decade had gone from when you loved the Niners to when now you believe that they could actually do it. And then for them to knock off the Saints and Drew Brees after, that team had won a Super Bowl and they were fully credible, and Sean Payton and the fear and Greg Williams running the defense. I'm not saying it's a like for like, but I get similar vibes around the Giants right now where people are coming around and we're coming out of the cave of not liking the Giants for so long. And we've got a little something here. And there's a lot of guys we like, on this team. Right. And then you get guys that, come like Carlos Rogers was a big part of that 2011 team. He kind of bounced around the league, and didn't really live up to the promise elsewhere. Chapman's kind of bounced around the league, Now, I think Chapman's probably better in his career and where he's at in his sport than where Rogers was. But, Chapman's having you look up, his numbers don't look that bad.
No. For Chapman, this is about where his average is at, 240, 243, whatever he's at right now.
Yeah, he's on pace for about 25, 30 home runs, 80, 85 RBIs.
And that was a massive home run he had on Saturday.
No doubt.
Huge.
No doubt.
I'm not underselling that at all. Just the vibes around the ballpark. It was sunny. It was gorgeous. Hell, we were all huddled around at a party. Everyone was going nuts.
I know.
We were a Giants game. Of all things, a Giants game.
But then you got guys like Ramos right now. And again, this is a loose comp here, but Ramos reaching his potential for where he's at. It's in no world did I think Navarro Bowman was going to be Navarro Bowman. He kind of came out of nowhere. We were all Takeo Spikes fans.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they went to, Lord Vic Fangio. We went to his defense and this guy just popped. And right now, Ramos is popping. He is sustainable. He is the best everyday player on this team. It is not a doubt in my mind right now. But there are other guys like Robbie Ray having a resurgence. Logan Webb is still very, very good. Hayden Birdsong seems really, really promising. Camilo feels promising.
Kyle Harrison, sneakily, you know what? He's been pretty solid. And he's going up against the Rockies tomorrow, Joe. He pitches his best against the Rockies. Colorado 3-0 in his career against Colorado, 2.20 ERA. And I think the last two times he's been at Coors, combined, it's 14 innings and a shutout.
Yeah, he's dominant.
He pitches well there, which is surprising because you just don't do that at Coors Field. And if he does it again against this Rockies team, which he should, right? That bodes well going forward. Again, is he the answer as a starter? No. But I like he gives you a little bit of a different look. If he's a lefty that just could deal occasionally, he could be my long man occasionally out of the bullpen. He could give me a spot starter. That'd be huge. Now, where he was projected to be, where he is now, probably overall maybe a little disappointing, but I don't care about any of that right now. If you can contribute to winning, that's all I care about right now if I'm a Giants fan. And Kyle Harrison's been helping in that department. Hayden Birdsong as well, kind of battling it out. Even Friday wasn't his best up. But you know what? They stuck with him. They got through it. They won the game on a walk-off. It was great. It was great.
There's just something about when your team, though, starts to turn it around and you start to love them again.
Right.
And I'm just getting the sense that everybody in the Bay Area is starting to kind of come around on the Giants, and they're starting to love them again. And I think they have picked up a couple of would have been A's fans, the casual fan. Like, they're taking advantage of their opportunity. That's why I think now is the time to strike with a trade.
Well, I love that, and we referenced it earlier. Like, I am a father of two, and you know what? I went to a lot of A's games. I mean, I live in Oakland.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Oakland. I'm father of two. I live really close to the Coliseum, close enough to where it's like less than a 10-minute drive, or maybe 10 minutes. So, the fact that the A's are in Sacramento, I'm not driving all the way up there with my two kids to go to a baseball game where they're going to lose interest after the first inning and be running. I'm going to be walking around the ballpark, and I'm not going to a minor league ballpark to do that. I'm sorry. I'm just not. And it's going to be like 100 degrees. They're going to be miserable. No, I'm going to go to Oracle Park. It's right there. And I think that's where a lot of people are. And not just me being in Oakland. I was born and raised down in Monterey where there's a lot of Giants or A's fans, and I'm not driving that extra hour and a half, dude. 2 hours. I'm going to San Francisco, and I'm going to stop there. And that's where I'm going to go. So, yes, that is an aspect to it, Joe. I think a lot of people are sleeping on. Not that the A's were getting a lot of people to go to their games at all.
They've turned people away, though.
Correct.
And I do think that, you're not going to convert everyone, and that's not what I'm saying. No. But I do think if there's options and, the team starts to feel fun, and, I think about when the Raiders left in the late 70s, early 80s. I think it was 81 they left, I think it was.
Yes, the last Super Bowl, their second Super Bowl, that was their last season.
Yes. Was it 82?
81, I believe. 80? It was right before the Niners.
Yeah. Anyway, point being is they left, and then what happened to a lot of East Bay fans? I know a lot of A's Niner fans in the East Bay. Mm-hmm. And it's how the heck? Well, because the Raiders were gone for so long. And I do believe that the Giants are going to pick up the void, not for everyone, but for some people.
It was the 1980 season. They won the Super Bowl in 81, so I know.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I knew it was right around the same time. Yeah. And the rise of the Niners and the departure by the Raiders, turned them into the juggernaut. I don't think they would be this big of what they are now, the Niners, had the Raiders vacated and went to L.A.
Well, right, and then went to L.A., and then they won a Super Bowl.
Exactly.
And then that's how they got all that fanfare down there. And then, obviously, when the whole thing was Vegas, or who's going to Vegas, who's going to L.A., that made most sense for the Raiders to go back to Los Angeles. But Stan Kroenke, building the stadium, the Rams, he didn't want to be second fiddle to the second team there, which is what he would have been, to be honest.
And I wonder, I wonder how many A's fans just like Chapman and Bob Melvin. Not that they think they're the greatest, but they just like those two guys who happen to have ties to the East Bay. And I don't think that was done by design. I think it's more coincidence by the Giants. Those guys happen to be available, and that's who they brought in. But I don't think it's a negative.
That's an interesting aspect into it. I never really thought about the Bob Melvin angle, him being familiar and being with the A's for damn near close to a decade, maybe a decade. There is some familiarity there. It's hey, I know that guy. He loved the A's. He did a lot of good things here. Matt Chapman, another guy who always, I'll say this with Chapman, when he talked about the A's fan base, he never once blamed them. He always blamed the owner. When he went to Toronto, he always blamed, no, that's what the ownership's doing. They're not investing in the players. He never once, because a lot of players did. The Robbie Grossmans of the world, it's not going to work in Oakland. That fan base sucks. It's going to be great. No, Matt Chapman always struck the right note, and he understood the politics and all of it. He did.
He does. I think Chapman overall seems like a good dude. I feel like Ramos feels like a good dude. Jung-Hoo Lee feels like a good dude. They have a team of a bunch of guys that you could root for.
They have no divas on that team. There's not one.
I think Doval, that's why he was so polarizing. Right. Because I think he was perceived as a malcontent.
And you know what?
I don't even know if that's accurate.
Relievers and closers
are quirky.
They're so weird. I don't even put them in the same category.
I'm with you.
They're total head cases, all of those guys. So I do think that's an aspect of it, though, to be honest. The A's not being here anymore, not that it's going to a 10 or 20% intended increase, but you're going to be getting a lot more of those fans that are starting families or have little sons or daughters that are going to be going to games. I'm going to take Benny to a game this summer. and take Nora, and they'll probably end up being Giants fans. And it is what it is.
I'm going to be real with you. When you take them to the game, like the slide is pretty fun.
It is. I love that when I was a kid.
It's pretty fun. When like on opening day, I took my little nephews and LJ was there, and they were all wanting to go. And he didn't go to the slide. I didn't let him. He's too small.
Yeah.
But like they were like dying, and just like the build up for the slide, all the kids were hyped. Then we went to the little diamond. There's that little baseball diamond where you get to hit. It's pretty cool, dude. And now we have pictures for life. That's one thing you have to give the Giants credit for. They understand the whole experience of going to the game.
The family experience. They tug on the heartstrings. They 100%. Do that very, very well.
No kid under 6, 7, 8 years old is going to sit for 2.5, 3 hours without having to like run around a little. It's really hard at a game.
And didn't you feel like that was kind of lost the last couple seasons? Like people weren't like
the amount of dads, moms, and their kids in the stands is blowing me away. And then the amount of young people. There was a group of 3 dudes. One guy dropped his cell phone the other day.
Oh my god!
Onto the field, and Yastrzemski tried to throw it up to him, or maybe it was his glasses. I don't know.
Sunglasses.
Was his sunglasses? Okay. And like I was like, dude, I don't remember a group of young guys like partying like that ever.
Just didn't want a Pittsburgh
By the way,
situation.
Second worst thing to be thrown on the field. In the last few days.
That brings me to that. Friday night. Apparently there was a Reddit post where someone asked months ago on SF Giants Reddit, could a fan, the average man, throw a ball from section 315 to home plate? Now, I don't know if it's coincidence that there was a Reddit post or
so what field are we? What
315 is right behind home plate, up in the top, upper reserved. So like the top,
the nosebleed.
Yeah.
Okay, and throwing it where?
To home plate. That's what they asked on Reddit. And then during the game, there's a play at the plate where Yastrzemski Friday night is throwing the ball home. Was it Acuna? I don't know who was running the bases. Sam?
Sure. I think it was Sean Murphy at that time.
Okay, so Yastrzemski's throwing home. All of a sudden, over the catcher, you see a ball come flying onto the field.
Yeah.
In mid-play and bounces kind of near like pitcher's mound, home plate, first base, the Bermuda Triangle, if you will. And I'm like, whoa, what the heck?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up. This is very odd.
This really made me angry. It's our ballpark. Yeah. This is our community, okay? Throwing anything onto the field is a no-no. Throwing a ball onto the field mid-game action, whoever you are or group of people you are, you should be banned from going to a sporting event for the rest of your life. No, not a little thing. This is not like, and I'm not here for like it's a joke. No. Someone could have been injured. I'm talking about people in the stands. You're throwing balls around in the stands. Like you could hurt an older person, a younger person.
There's a reason we have netting now.
Exactly. Yeah. Number 2, trying to affect the field of play. Really? In a big game? Yeah. I'm not here for the alcohol excuse. I'm not here for the we're just having fun excuse. There is no excuse you could file it under. Anyone who did that deserves to never, ever go to a sporting event ever again. It is a privilege to go to the games. Just because you buy a ticket doesn't give you the opportunity to do whatever you want. I'm embarrassed. I'm ashamed. And I'm outraged that our fans at our home stadium, whether it was a Braves fan or not, it makes me furious it happened at our ballpark. And let the record show that we should out this individual however they can find them via the technology. And again, I'm saying this as a member of this community. I'm embarrassed and appalled it happened at our stadium, and it ticks me off to no belief, and we need to out this person, and they need to find a way to make sure they never go to a sporting event ever again.
The only time it's
ridiculous.
The only time it's ever acceptable, and it's not during the field of play, it's when someone hits an opposing home run. It's like throw it back, and that's when it.
No. That is so different than what this was.
That's what I'm clarifying.
Yeah,
here. That's the only thing.
I agree with you on the throw it back on a home run.
Yeah.
I'm all for.
That's fine.
All for that. That's context, right?
I don't like the peer pressure of that, by the way. If I get a ball, I'm keeping it. Don't pressure me to throw it back. I'm keeping that, man. I've never gotten one my entire life. It's a home run. I'm keeping it. But this is way different. Throwing it to like what are you doing?
Well,
it's like literally having your own football at the 50-yard line.
Thank you.
And Tom Brady throws it to Rob Gronkowski, and I throw it at the same time, and he's just like, what are you doing? What? And the defender like intercepts the different one.
Look, I will, depending on the situation, I will defend a fan who, instinctually reaches over to catch a foul ball with a glove. Like there's a time and a place, And also, some fans can get out of line and get into it, but I also understand that it is kind of part of the game or whatever. Actively throwing a baseball while the play is happening, you shouldn't throw it ever, but what are we doing?
We got the cut right here.
It pissed me off Friday night.
We got the cut here. Sound courtesy of NBC Sports Bay Area. Top of the fourth inning, 3-1 Giants. Someone throws a ball in the field.
Line drive to right. Diaz has got it. He's coming in. Here's the throw home. It is not in time. And where did the other ball come from?
Came out of the upper deck. Some clown threw the baseball onto the field.
Wow.
I have never seen that.
I've never seen it in my life.
Immediately.
And the way that Kruko said it, some clown, 100%. That's clown behavior.
Well, you heard the boos in the background, and I saw it come down from the upper deck of the press box. I had no idea where it came from. Everyone stands up to look around where it came from, and immediately everybody's booing whoever did it. So, Shasky, all the Giants fans who were there Friday night are exactly where you're coming from right now. There was a lot of anger in the crowd that happened.
Look, it could have been so much worse. Like, they were so lucky. Now, look, if a kid did it, right? If a kid did it, I'm hopeful that the parents were or whoever they're with.
It had to have been a really big kid to do that.
I mean, that's a hell of a throw.
That's like a teenager.
It's a pretty good throw, dude.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good throw.
Sign him up for your Little League team.
Yeah. Henry Rowan-Gardner.
Look, I'm just saying, like, that's really dangerous. Like, really dangerous. And again, like, you shouldn't throw anything. You should never, whether it's basketball, football, whatever, stay off the field of play. Don't touch the professionals at all. Now, if they fall into the stands or whatever,
they
like,
throw
okay.
They throw
a guy wants to jump into the stands in the Packer with the Lambeau leap.
Yep.
Like, that's different, you know. No, don't touch anyone. You know me, I'm like that. Don't throw anything. Don't touch anyone. Don't provoke anything.
How many times do we see in the football celebration when the opposing team goes out there, they're dumping beers and stuff? Like, dude, like, what are you doing?
It's clown behavior. Yeah. It's clown behavior. And I don't understand. Like, I didn't see them isolate the camera on anyone, but I know they have the technology to find that fan.
Well, of course. And Bob Melvin spoke about it after the game.
Yeah, what did he say? I didn't see this.
Now, that's a first. I've never seen that before. And I don't know where it came from, and I don't know what the rule is. I think everybody was a little surprised by it. It didn't affect the play, but it was extremely odd to see another baseball come on the field.
Unacceptable is the way I would take it a step further. It's unacceptable. Just because you buy a ticket, you're still a patron of the park. You are there because the park has allowed you to be. Like, I know people disagree on this. Like, it's not a public place. It's privately owned. All right, and going to a game is a privilege. You buy a ticket, but that doesn't give you the autonomy to do and say whatever you want.
What's the biggest knuckleheaded behavior a fan can do at a game? It's really just getting into the field of play, Sam, because even if there's like a streaker or someone running onto the field, they stop it. It's whatever. It's just like they run in the outfield.
No, I like when, like Bobby Wagner. I remember there was a Niner, Niner primetime game where that fan had like the pink or whatever.
Yeah,
it was like some sort of PETA guy. Yeah, and Bobby Wagner's like, screw this, and just plowed him.
Well, I think Angel Pagan did that a couple years ago as well. I remember they came back from a game and they have like a wide shot in the ballpark. You see a guy running out towards left field. It's like, what's going on there? He gets close to him. All of a sudden, you see Pagan grab the guy and like take him down to the ground. And everyone's like, oh, my God. But, Joe, to your point, though, like, yeah, you are a guest. So they even have the whole warning before the game. They have the whole warning. Fans are not allowed on the field and don't throw stuff on the field. They say as clear as day. Like, those are the rules.
It really pissed me off. And, again, like, more so because it's a horrible look for all of us. Like, Bay Area residents, forget if you're a Giants fan or not. Like, that's clown behavior. That's stupid.
In every sport,
anywhere.
Yeah, and every sport has them. We reference like the dumping the beer on the celebrations in the end zone. Basketball happens all the time where it's like a courtside or something like that. People are being knuckleheads.
Oh, this could happen in any fan base.
Absolutely. Well,
it just pisses me off it was ours.
Well, in sports, too, there's just certain things you don't do. That's one of them. After the field of play. We were watching tennis over the weekend. I hate when people are yelling or screaming during the serve, which is that's a no-no. You're not supposed to be doing that.
Well, that's more of the etiquette.
That's the etiquette, but also like the judge will literally tell them, and they can remove the people if they are bothering them. During, like the backswings in golf, like they'll tell you the same thing. Like,
but in this
or
analogy,
taking the picture.
But in this analogy, it would be like throwing a golf ball at someone taking a swing.
Yep.
Or throwing a tennis ball at someone taking a serve.
Yep.
Like, what are we doing? I just
the Mookie Betts situation, right, where he's trying to go for the ball. The guy's like trying to take his glove too.
I love to like laugh and have fun. And I know that this isn't the end of the world. Like, there are real life things happening right now. We know what's going on in LA. but that's wrong. Wrong is wrong, okay? You can't foul throwing a baseball onto the field during the middle of the play as, oh, it's just for entertainment and fun. No, you're wrong. Like, look, legitimately, what happens if that ball comes in? Like, what if that ball comes in and somebody did get injured, the catcher or whatever?
Oh, that would suck. Now I'm thinking about this, though. Maybe the Giants should have a designated person in the dugout. So, like, Willie Adames is going to ground out, but they throw a ball and said, actually, it's a base hit. Look at that. They got one.
Well, you know why?
You're looking at me so upset.
No, this is going to sound stupid.
You got to play meta
You know
here.
what the old re-entry rules used to be? So, like, so back in the day, part of why they had this no re-enter and substitution thing in baseball was guys would sub themselves in and make a play in the foul territory. Like, oh, I was in for him. So all these little rules of baseball. For example, you used to leave your glove on the field. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, you used to literally just drop your glove on the field and then go into the sidelines. They used to have rope as the home run thing, and so as the fans would get closer, the rope would either go back or go forward.
I have seen that. You're right.
And that's why they would have ground rule doubles. Why did they start doing hand signals? Well, there's someone who was deaf that was playing in the game. All these little intricacies of how the game came around, which is the kind of the novelty of it. But, you know, I'm sorry, dude. I have zero respect for anyone that's willing to do what they did and throw a ball on it. It should never happen. I can't even believe we're having this conversation.
I can't believe we're already at Fast Five. I mean, my goodness.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
I don't like balls being thrown at the game during live play. Gets everywhere, ruins it, clown behavior. There you go. Is that your final thought?
No, my final thought is pretty straightforward. This is the week. This is the week. This is the week Willie Adames has 5 or 6 hits. I'm feeling it. This week is the one. Give me 6 for 20 this week.
If he can't do it against the Rockies, who, by the way, they're through 65 games right now. The Colorado Rockies are 12-53. This time last year, when we were talking about how bad the White Sox were, they had 5 more wins than the Rockies do right now. Even those White Sox, who we all laughed at, were 17-48. This is all-time ineptitude. You're heading into Colorado. You better do something. Get some hits. It's going to start with Kyle Harrison setting the tone, though, as well, who in his career at Coors Field is a baller. But my final thought is, Joe, I'm going to tell you what it is. It's just an incredible, incredible French Open final on the men's side. Yannick Sinner, number 1 overall seed. He's won majors in the past, going up against the number 2 seeded Carlos Alcaraz, the next big phenom, taking over for Joker, taking over for Nadal. And this truly was a turning of the tide, as Novak Djokovic, who's kind of the last remaining of the big 3, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, and obviously Novak. You want to be a big 4, Andy Murray, but not really. But he lost in the semis. He's 38. His time is ending. And now it's the time of the Carlos Alcarazes, the Yannick Sinners. Can we get an American to join their ranks as Coco Gauff on the women's side wins the final over Sabalenka? Shout out Coco Gauff. Her number 2 in the Grand Slam now. She has won the U.S. Open. She's won the French. Can she get Wimbledon? Can she get Australia? That would be awesome. But shout out to Carlos Alcaraz coming down from an 0-2 deficit and facing 3 championship points, fights them all off, gets the comeback. Incredible, incredible. One of the greatest championship finals I've ever witnessed, Carter.
You completely just took mine.
Oh, sorry. You won money on it, though, right?
Yeah, of course. I got to say, I think I'll take that a step further. That was one of the greatest sporting events I have ever seen in my life, frankly. To go at 40 love championship point and still lose the match, I mean, it's something you may never see again in major championship history.
And it was the second longest final in a Grand Slam final ever. Novak Djokovic and Nadal in 2012 had 5 hours, Joe, and 53 minutes of play. This was only second to that. So they're playing for 5+ hours, just tennis, one-on-one. It's incredible stuff right there. Incredible. Sammy.
My final thought is just, again, thinking about this Giants team, how resilient they are. You know, when they were off to a hot start, my first, watching this hot start, my thought was like, you know what? Kind of want to see him hit a bump in the road, see how they handle that. And that's what we saw a lot of last month in terms of just the offensive ineptitude here.
You want your team to hit a bump in the road?
Well, maybe if you let me finish my thought, I can explain why. Anyway, But yeah, I want to see how they respond to that ebb. Everything's fun when things are flowing. Shout out Wilmer Flores. But that's when the real test comes, is when things are ebbing. And just talking to these guys over the weekend, hearing what they had to say and seeing the performances they're having right now, I think they passed that test. And throughout the ebbs and flows of this long season, Giants fans, again, this team's going to ebb again. Just, don't panic. It's all good.
Oh, what you're saying is pivot, don't panic, right, Joe? Is that yours?
Am I allowed to talk yet, Sam?
I will say one last thing, Joe, and then I'll pass back to you. I really like what you had to say about throwing the ball on the field.
Wow, look at that.
Okay, now it's your turn, Joe Shasky.
Oh, look at that. That's so nice. That was such a nice thing to say.
Like South Park. Can I talk? Okay, I'm done.
You're done. Are you done? Are we done? Is Fast Five done? Is this show over already? Oh, my God. That was fun. Let's do it again tomorrow, shall we? That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and Guru are next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I'll play us out, Carter, on this note.
I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere.
off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
You oughta.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Goo, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, baby? Magical Monday.
Why?
Because we had a great weekend. We bonded as a station at Ken Luttrell's birthday party in Lafayette. And I'm happy to be here. The Giants are amazing.
No, they're amazing.
No, seriously, they got action. I'm getting 2021 vibes. But how was your weekend?
I was all right. Yeah, it was fine. Had a nice barbecue at Ken's house. You were there. A little late, like a Dodger fan. But, hey, you got there, right?
Why is the camera up on me so intensely? Oh, whoa.
Hey, we got new cameras.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh, I'm looking a little dark.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but I tan naturally, so.
Yeah.
Giants, Goo.
This is wow.
5 in a row. Some amazing little tidbits here. 5 in a row. 7 straight one-run games.
That's the, fourth time in Major League Baseball history that a homestand of 7+ games ended one-run victories for either team, man. Steiny, they just seem like they got some magic, and it's kind of funny. Real quick here before I throw it back to you. It started the day they made the changes, and I know Lamont Wade Jr. is now an Angel, but, man, you talk about Dominic Smith, Mr. Johnson from Vallejo. This is wow. Like, they've taken off since then, and the bullpen right now is – Steiny, they're Elliott Ness. They're untouchable. So if this formula of, we'll score when we need to, or we'll score just enough to make it win, to get a win, if you're telling me this can keep up the whole season, that's kind of a lot of pressure on the bullpen and the starters. But I went Friday night, shout out to Bram, behind home plate. You can see me on TV. It was I'm in love with the game again from just watching it from that perspective. And I'm a guy that watches it anyway. I had to throw that in there. Friday was incredible. After I left you, we had dinner, you and I. Talked about a lot of stuff, Steiny. You don't remember.
Shut up.
Do you remember? We had some real deep conversations.
Sure. Oh, no, we definitely did. I spent all weekend processing it, to tell you the truth. So you were right behind the plate?
About 4 rows up, partner. Oh, my gosh.
Stay for the whole game?
Stay for the whole game. So I saw
that was Friday.
Olsen's two-run homer to tie it, and then the walk-off.
Did you throw the ball on the field?
No. I can't believe that happened. Did they find that person?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
They had to be a Braves fan, right? Why would you do that?
Or just a malcontent.
Yeah.
Just somebody that wanted to.
Or a happy hour.
Well, that's why I was asking if maybe you possibly were the one to throw it.
Never.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. And, I find sports very amusing, entertaining, and it's just unbelievable what 5 games does. I mean, we were in here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of last week. Oh, my goodness. You would have thought the sky was falling, and the Giants had gone 16 games and only scored 32 runs. And I don't know if you remember this, Goo, but
talk to me.
And maybe it's an early victory lap for me. But when they lost on Tuesday of last week, dropped the 5 games over 500, I said, Goo, that's baseball. And look what happened since. They started to score runs. And the pitching is absolutely terrific.
It's been their staple. So starting pitching and bullpen.
Question is what happens now when they go to Colorado starting tomorrow. And then, of course, the Giants go to L.A. against the Dodgers.
No, that'll be fun. And you got to back me up on this, partner. I've told you of all the 3 major sports, football, baseball, basketball, I believe baseball, you can manipulate it because the way that the game is played is you don't need a Larry Bird or Michael Jordan in the NBA and we're going to win. baseball, so many different parallels or things that have to happen. You can be great offensively and your bullpen stinks. But the Giants, Steiny, this staple right now is their starting pitching. Again, Birdsong Friday, Roop yesterday, and I'm just sitting here saying to myself, my gosh, the starters could go 5-6, turn it over to the bullpen, and they're coming in just with their fire extinguisher. Like right now, this formula is set up for success. They're the second wild card, one game back out of the division. I'm just telling you the way that they're winning games. Friday, yesterday, I just get vibes of 2021. And I know it's early, Steiny, but damn, I don't know. Maybe they need to make roster moves every other week because right now the Giants are a problem. And they're a playoff team if it ended today.
Well, where are you with
I said the goal before all this popped off was them just to make a wild card.
Because it was only like 3 or 4 days ago you were saying, Steiny, where's our Ohtani? Where's our Judge? Where's our Barry Bonds?
But I thought about it, too. I love you for that. 10, 12, and 14. Did you have that type of play? Well, you had MVP and Buster Posey, but, outside of that, you had guys that weren't of that caliber. And, Steiny, we'll see if you need them. Because right now, Ramos and the rest of – Adames, to me, Steiny's struggling so bad, I feel like he's going to be your addition at the deadline because you hope that he turns it around, and you're doing this with him struggling the way that he's struggling. Like, that might be your addition right there, which we know Posey's going to try to add. But, boy, he needs to get out of it quick, fast, and in a hurry.
The one thing I was thinking about, and I was listening to Shasky and Spadoni coming in. And
Morning Joe's.
Shasky obviously is fired up. He's on cloud nine after the last 5 games. And, I did look at the attendance over the last week. It's been terrific. Probably has a lot to do with the fact that the Padres were in town for 4, and then you had a nice weather over the weekend against the Braves. Nevertheless, they had some real nice crowds out there. And just listening to Shasky, he's kind of letting people know that he's seeing interest out there. He's seeing Giants fans coming back to the fold. The ballpark seems to be getting a little more electric. I'm a little
you were
hesitant.
just out there.
Yeah, and I was there Tuesday. It was a nice crowd, a lot of Padres fans, but
okay.
Nevertheless, have people noticed this team's caught fire in the last week or two and turned around the interest level? Do you feel that?
No, I was just there Friday, Steiny, again, but the bottom line is they've been a vibe, and we kind of talked about it even before they were in that rut of averaging 2 runs over 16 games. The fans were coming out, and that was the one thing the Giants had to their favor. The fans is they've showed up. But now, Steiny, I'm out there Friday just looking around, walking into the stadium, walking out. I'm going young kids now. The Giants are a vibe, but I feel like
I'm not ready to say that, but you probably wouldn't expect anything else
to it. Help me out. I don't want to add, these last 5 or 6 games are why it's happening. I feel like it's already been there.
Oh, please.
Please what?
I think a week ago when this team was struggling to score, it almost felt like the interest was waning.
To the games, though, is my point. They were getting people. We talked about it. Fans were coming out to watch the Giants.
The Padres fans came out this week. They had like 35,000 at least for each game. I don't know. I'm just, I think it takes a little longer than a nice 5-game streak. But there's no doubt that the last week has been the most exciting week of Giants baseball. My question for Giants fans is this sustainable? They've played 7 straight 1-run games.
Incredible.
They've won 5 of them. Obviously, they've won the last 5 of them. But are you like Guru? Are you getting vibes of 2021 or we say 2010, 2012, 2014, or hell, even 2016 when this team made the playoffs? 888-957-9570. There's no doubt they've caught a little lightning in the last week. Now you'd hope that they can win 2 out of 3 at least in Colorado, and maybe more than that. And then they go to L.A. and we'll find out if they can continue to move up the standings. Lauren Thompson, $1.99 super chat, says zoom out more with the cameras.
Yeah, it's in on me.
That's really not your call, Lauren Thompson. That's the call of Matt Nahegan, et cetera. But, we got a new camera set up here at 95.7 The Game. So if you want to go onto YouTube and check it out.
It's rather aggressive.
You can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Back
fine.
up off me.
So we'd like to remind people it's the first day.
Thank you, Evan.
Meaning we can
relax,
jiggle it a little bit, or what?
Meaning patience.
Right.
Patience that will fix something that
I know
maybe
you're
isn't
not
perfect.
a patient person, but I would preach patience.
Evan, we left off last week in a real touchy spot.
But you guys were good Saturday. I watched you.
Yes and no. Yes and no.
I had my evidence study camp for sure. Oh, boy.
If you're going to put tortilla chips in a bowl, it's not going to be possible to reach into the bowl and only touch the tortilla chip that you're going to eat.
I forgot about this, actually.
Yeah, I didn't. All right, 888-957-9570. We already got some calls lined up. Somebody saw you at the game. They want to talk to you about it. And then somebody wants to talk about the Giants pitching, which is clearly on a roll right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. You starting to get 2021 vibes? Goose says he is. That's the year they won 107.
Man.
Are you feeling that good about this team right now? Coming up on the game tonight, Valkyries. And they had a big win on Saturday against the Aces.
Yeah.
Coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries take on the LA Sparks, and you can hear the game on 95.7 The Game and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones, Mark Jones' daughter, will have the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX+. Pregame starts at 6:30, and I got a great little tester question for Bay Area sports fans I'm going to get into at some point in the show. That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Let's make love to the mic.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, baby. Mac Dre.
Yeah. Is that who this is?
Yeah.
What instrument is that?
Evan may know.
Exactly. I don't like it.
I asked you, did you play instrument last week? That was the question of the week for myself. I was driving and your answer was kind of no.
You know what we should do, Goo?
Sports.
Well, I've got 7 things on my mind right now. One is, can somebody, either you, Evan, or a younger person, tell me, and I'm not making a judgment, what's going on with the upside-down hats? You have a Cowboys hat. Well, now you turned it around.
Yeah, but it's Dallas upside down.
Now, what is...
And they
where
say
is that
it originated in Texas. That's what they're claiming in Texas, and now it's taken off. And I got this when I went to Texas a couple years ago, Steiny, but I don't... Is that where we're at with society? Hey, I got a great idea. Just turn Steiny upside down, and it'll be hot. This is the easiest it's been to come up. And when I say come up, sell your album. Go on Twitter and do something. Pretty soon, somebody's just going to videotape themselves going to the bathroom, and they'll have all the views in the world. It's headed that direction.
How you feel about that?
I think I'm a little irritated that I ain't got in on it. I got to say something. Last week, I shared with my family here and the listeners that I was having knee issues. Getting better, by the way.
Good.
But Evan, every day, I counted them, every day of the week, had a snide remark about getting old in my knee as if I was handicapped. And I kind of didn't tell him how low below the belt he was hitting. So I walk in this morning, and the first thing, I'm not happy, but I'm like, oh, the first thing I hear is Evan's back is hurt.
Yeah, Evan's hurting.
And all I said to myself, and I'm telling him now, is quit picking on the old people. That's why his back is hurt. And I'm not happy, but I do feel like it's a little bit of karma.
You sound pretty happy about it.
They kept calling me a gimp, everything.
I just said you had bursitis.
Well, I'm feeling frisky. I hope you feel better, E.
One thing I've learned from weightlifting is every day you go to the gym, you can't try to see what your max is.
What was that first thing you said?
Was that
one thing I've learned about weightlifting? First thing I learned about weightlifting was don't.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see, I came from an era where weightlifting ruined your jump shot, so I didn't lift.
See, we came for the era where tattoos, bad boys warm. Guys in the, you want to watch out.
Tell that to Aaron Gordon.
Now you got Pee Wee Herman and the softest dudes with face tats.
Oh, thank you, 925.
What happened?
Steiny, drop where you got those glasses. Looking good. They're called peepers. Mm-hmm.
You look like Harry Carey,
peepers.
And that's a compliment.
No, it's not. It's about...
You got them. They're big. How about that?
It's the furthest thing from a compliment.
They're big.
All right, let's go to Vincenzo in the Mission.
Vincenzo.
You should remember Vincenzo. Hey, Vincenzo. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey. Yeah, loud and clear. Yeah.
What's up? Hey, actually, new Vincenzo, long-time listener, first-time caller, 6 foot, 210. I saw Guru in the halls on Friday night at the game.
Yeah.
And Guru, I said, "What's up, baby?" And I didn't notice, but were you wearing the Cowboys jacket?
Yeah.
The one guy of the 41,000.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was me.
Always putting on a show.
What show? It was just a jacket.
Did he acknowledge you, Vincenzo?
Yeah, hell yeah, I did.
You remember him?
Yeah. He said, "What's up, baby?" He was walking down.
He said, "What's up,
baby?" He was busy though. He was shaking hands and doing his thing. But I want to make a couple comments on the game.
Go ahead, baby.
I think that we got action. I think we really do. If you look at the bullpen, even looking at yesterday's game, you got Walker in the 7th. He had good stuff, 2 strikeouts. Then you have the phenom Rodriguez in the 8th, who I think is untouchable. I think he has a massive future. And then you got our closer in the 9th. So if you look at the crowd size the last week or two, we got 40,000 strong in the ballpark every night. That's a couple $1 million. going through the gates, and that's not even including any concessions, right? So what that shows to me is it's time to spend. And I think it's time to go out and get a bat. One power bat slots everybody else in the lineup perfectly because you have speed with Lee and you got Johnson, and you have some power with Chapman and Ramos. One Trout or one big slugger in the lineup, I think we have action, boys. So this is my plea to Buster. I heard Buster's interview with TK over the weekend. It's a really good interview. And he made a comment that I think we should all keep an eye on. He made a comment about the Beltran trade years ago and how he loved the trade from the GM perspective, from Stadium's perspective, because we took a shot, right?
Yep.
And this is Buster speaking as a player at the time. And it gave the team a lot of confidence. Even though it didn't work out, we still made the trade. And I think Buster's going to make a big trade here before the deadline, just listening to that interview. So I was wondering, maybe, Evan, if you could speak about, like, who you think would be a good target. Let's put Trout on the table, but anyone else with a lesser name that has some power. And I think we got action, boys. Thanks.
Thank you. What are you laughing at?
What happened?
Steiny gave me a look. Go
ahead, Evan. Run down the list. Top free agents.
Adames is your guy. I told you, if he heats up, that's your bet.
No,
and
I'm sorry. I was doing something because during the middle of this great call, Steiny gets in my ear and starts giving me snide comments about what I should be doing back here, as this guy asked for my opinion on something. I'm trying to listen, Steiny.
Well, he also brought up what Posey said about the Zach Wheeler, Adrian Beltran trade. Take a listen.
Carlos.
What did I say?
Adrian.
I'm thinking of the Dodger.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Sabes. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game, and it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative because again, it was the leader of our operation saying, "I believe in you guys." And Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things years down the road and then overanalyze them.
All right, so that was Buster Posey on the Tim Kawakami podcast, referencing a trade from, what was that, 10-plus years ago at least, 10, 15. Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran, and, of course, the Giants weren't able to keep him after that particular season, but Posey saying he loved the idea of the move.
Just the effort, and that's what's so smooth about it, right? And, again, I people can't tell me any different. It feels like Buster running the Giants or being a part of it is just like Steph Curry running the Warriors when he were to retire. So just think about that right there. But for him to reference that, Steiny, I think he's going to be active. And right now, you can look at the Giants this year two ways. At some point, the bullpen's got to slip up or, go through a slump, you would think. So if the bats don't improve or this is one-run games is who you are, at some point you're going to tire, get fatigued. One would think. So you got to go add. And the guy asked for names. I'm thinking of the White Sox. Their season's already over. Lewis Roberts Jr., would he be an option? Just something, a guy that has the capability to put some oomph into the baseball. And then Mike Trout. Remember last year, you're like, Guru, you want Trout? I was like, hell nah. But now I'm like, just romanticizing about Trout in this outfield to help this offense, because I think we could be real and call this Giant offense up until, they score some runs anemic. Wouldn't you say that, Steiny? Our guy Yaz drove in 3 runs yesterday, and he was in a slump. Oh, my God, almost as worse as Adames. But the bottom line is he came out of it. But you gotta, if you're dealing with the Padres and the Dodgers, and you don't want to just say, hey, Goo, we want that third wild card, we want the division, you gotta hit the plus button on the calculator. You gotta add some offense, Donnie.
I'm more interested in the assumption that Buster Posey is going to be good at this. Like, because it's Buster Posey, but there's less doubt that the Giants are definitely headed in the right direction. Because I was just going to say, like when Magic Johnson was coaching the Lakers.
About a week.
Yeah, and you brought Curry up, and, I mean.
But just think about it. That's what
Curry wouldn't be a good GM.
Right. I'm not saying it, but you
remember he wanted
right
Avery
now,
Bradley.
And I'm going to say this. Farhan got the benefit of the doubt. He got benefit of the doubts, I believe. Steiny, just me.
Really?
When he came here from the Dodgers and all that so-called pedigree and winning, I thought he was the smartest guy in the room. So I'm saying Buster has that times 5 just because he's one of the Giants' prized possessions. So it's exciting to hear him talk and analyze this team. And right now it's going well, but just because it's going well, Steiny, doesn't mean, you're good. You can go add. And that's why I brought up, I know he wanted Evan Stott, and we'll get Evan here in a minute, but Lewis Roberts Jr. from the White Sox, maybe Mike Trout. I mean, that's not our pay grade. That's above our pay grade, but it's exciting to see Buster if he were active,
Yeah. Let's take Jimmy. Jimmy's in Danville. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
I want to start off. First thing I want to say before I get to the pitching is, what is the last power bat that you guys have signed on the contract that you guys can say that you were honestly pleased or happy with? Can you elaborate on that right quick for me, please?
I mean,
the last power bat.
You mean, like would Chapman? Chapman?
Nah. I mean, honestly, man. Nah, I would honestly say they brought him in more so for that Gold Glove over there at third base. Because I mean, he's still right now. He's still top 3 in the National League at third base, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay,
I'm going Barry Bonds.
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's a long time.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. That's a long time. And then you got Adames in here right now, and this contract is looking real spooky, man. I mean, the dude has been playing mediocre at his position, right? I mean, the arm strength hasn't been there. There's times where I see a guy that's not even fast like that, beating out, double plays and routine almost ground balls over to his position. And then you go, he comes up the bat like in a lot of clutch spots, and he doesn't deliver. But then moving on, man, to the pitching right there. Right now to the pitching, right?
Yeah.
I would say the Giants have 2 guys that you guys can kind of count on right now in the regular season. When the playoffs start, that's a different animal. But right now, I would say Robbie Ray, and then I would say
Webb.
I'm having a brain freeze.
Logan Webb. Logan
exactly, Webb, right?
Yeah.
But right, exactly. But outside of that, who do you guys have? Because when I hear Goo say he's getting 2011 vibes and stuff like that, hey, man, we're talking about Bumgarner, Lincecum, Matt Cain. I mean, that's a whole different level. And even that lineup poses a threat. You look at the Giants lineup when they show them next to teams like the Padres and the heavy hitters. It's not even comparable. And then these games that they just won, I mean, they got lucky. I mean, you need a lucky walk-off 2-run homer with two strikes and 2 outs. Then you had a meltdown, by the Padres, and then an Atlanta bullpen blew a couple games as well. So, yeah, the last week, Gru, you were talking about Adames, this is not looking good, and yada, yada, yada. Then now all of a sudden it's like the Giants are like serious World Series contenders.
No,
I think a lot more has to happen.
Okay, I love you for that. Let me just say this. I meant 2021, and when I meant 2021, when they won 107, not that they'll win 107, is that they had that big bottle of magic. And every time they put their hand in it, it worked. And I'm just watching this offensive, the bats have been impotent, but yet they're still willing because they're winning because they're dominant with their starting pitching and their bullpen. So I'm just up here doing the math. If you were somehow to go get, a Cedric Mullins or a Carlos Santana, I don't know, Steiny, a guy we just saw if the Braves keep losing, Marcell Ozuna, if you were to add a bat to this nucleus, who's to say that the magic would dissipate? That's all. So I meant 2021, not 2011, Steiny. but they didn't win in 10, 12, and 14. But the bottom line is I feel like good luck is on their side, and they're winning with their prized possession doing nothing. And that's Adames.
Yeah,
that's all.
I look at it this way. A week ago, we were down on this team because they couldn't hit. And we were talking about, is this the way it's going to be, or is this, just a big dry spell? And the one thing that always came up was, it's still pretty early.
Yeah.
Okay, well, guess what? They won 5 in a row. Yeah, it's still pretty early.
I get you.
It's still pretty early. We're just starting June, and I'm not saying don't be excited over what happened the last 5 games, but
they've played 66 on the year, partner.
Well, they played 61 before they had. In other words, everything's changed in five games.
See,
that's the way it feels to me, and that's where I think you just got to be careful when you do that.
There's no doubt. But Steiny, I'm asking you to analyze my commentary. Do you think I'm telling you something different about the Giants just after this 5-game stretch?
Yes.
See, then I'm not doing a good job at all. Again, I'm telling you, they've had staying power this whole season with their bats that have been what have I said? The death of the Giants will be they don't have what the Padres have in regard to Tatis Machado and what's my guy's name? The rookie, Evans guy.
Merrill.
Thank you. And then you look at the Dodgers. So I'm looking at the Phillies who have lost 9 of 10. I'm looking at the Brewers. Everybody's got a story. My whole thing is I didn't know this pitching staff was going to be this dominant. It's early, Steiny. But also the bullpen lights out, led by Rodriguez. So if you add a bat, maybe just an average bat for some oomph, who's to say what this team can do in regard to putting a limit on it? So that's all I was trying to tell Jimmy, who called in. I was talking 2021 in regard. Steiny, nobody can argue the Magic was more than Irvin that year when it came to big at-bats offensively and what they needed done. I don't care who they sent up. It just felt like it was infectious. That's all.
They need to go 69-27 to get to 107 wins.
Okay. Well,
from that year. So, again,
obviously you want to win them all, Steiny. I'm not saying that's the goal, but I think Saturday, Chapman, the walk-off, just things like that, and we've seen it Friday night. The walk-off. They just the juju is good around the Giants right now.
I mean, the juju's good because they've won 5 in a row. There's no doubt. But even if you look at those 5 games, they scored 21 runs in those 5 games, which is a little more than 4 per game. So, sometimes I think we have a tendency to hype up something that might not be totally worth being hyped up. And it's not like their bats have come alive and they've had a couple 10-run games. And I'm just I need to see a team play well or play poorly for months and 6 weeks at a time. And where the Giants are right now is a good spot, but
you can understand how a fan could be excited.
I can understand how a fan could be excited,
all right.
But I just don't think, to me, baseball lends itself to a week ago.
No,
this team wasn't going anywhere, and now after 5, what if I said won 5 straight 1-run games?
Yeah,
that's not sustainable.
But now you're going to Denver, where maybe you can get healthy. But Steiny, I hear what you're saying, but I won't come at you with this. But I didn't come in here and crack the mic and say the Giants no longer need a bat. And our caller Jimmy, it's real. Yeah, the last 5 games have been better, but I'm not being that dramatic or drastic to where I'm telling you they still don't need a bat. No way they need a bat. They still do. And you could add an S to that.
I mean, exactly. So I need to see more. I need to see how these guys continue to hit. I mean, they're going to Colorado, then they go to L.A. 5-game winning streak is a 5-game winning streak. That's probably their longest of the year, going back to when they started out 12-4. Obviously, the pitching is absolutely dominant right now, both starters and relievers and closers.
Steiny.
You look at yesterday's game, and they have 3 pitchers come in the 7th, 8th, and 9th. Don't give up a run, strike out 6 among them. So the pitching is obviously the strength of this team. And was Buster Posey foreshadowing when he said, he liked the Beltran trade from back in the day where they gave up Zach Wheeler. They weren't able to keep Beltran long term, but Posey said he liked the message that it sent at the time. And he still looks back at that trade as one where Brian Sabian was sending a message to the team that he believed in him, and they gave up a pitching prospect and they got a bat, and they were willing to give up Wheeler in the hope of signing Beltran long term, and it didn't work. But it sounds to me like Posey is open to doing something similar in that maybe he'll give up a pitcher for a hitter who's not under contract for a long period of time, but he thinks he can get him to stay.
No doubt. And it doesn't take Einstein to me, Steiny, to look at this team and where they're at. Second wild card, a game back of the division with some heavyweights in your division. But the bottom line is, if this trend keeps up by the staff, the starters, along with the bullpen, and you talk about at the deadline incentive or their lack of, oh my gosh, if I was at the helm, again, I bring up Einstein because it doesn't take him to see. All I need to do is add a bat or two, and who knows, we might be able to get this thing done. Now, there's a long way before then, but the deadline is rapidly approaching, and I just can't get over the starters and the bullpen, the pitching for this Giant team this year. And if they get some bats, some consistent bats, I mean, Steiny, who's to put a cap on what they can do?
888-957-9570 is the number. Absolutely terrific week of baseball for the Giants, or at least the last 5 games. There's something going on out there at the yard. We were watching Saturday's game at a company barbecue. Well, at least that's what it turned into. There were a lot of people from work. I was expecting to see people from outside of work, but it was great to see the people from work. But we were watching the game, and by the way, I'm going to take a victory lap on the other side. You weren't there yet when that game ended on Saturday, but we had an old friend in the building.
Oh, I missed him?
No, I think he was still there. Jay?
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Jay was still there.
Yeah, from the Bronx.
Soon again, he'll be from there. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. dude, there's only one of us.
Hold on.
In this studio that went to a Catholic school.
But my uncle Lee Arthur was a pastor.
Well,
shout out Richmond, California.
Yeah, but
take that to the bank.
Was he one of those kind of pastors, if you know what I mean?
No, he gave you the word Sunday morning.
All right. But
what do you mean by those?
How much went to the church? How much went to the pocket? What?
Boy,
I don't know. Like, they're good.
They didn't share the books with me, but he was on the up and up. How about that? Because church can be expensive. I know where you're going. Dude, I'm mad at you a little bit.
I don't really care.
I believe that.
Okay.
But the fact that you think I'm changing my tune.
You are.
No,
that's who you are. Remember, we were talking about the all year. Rules are different for you.
Stop. Dude, I told you they needed the bat. They still do. But I'm on the train of they got something going here. That's all. You can't take that from me. And if I'm a Giant fan right now, I'm like, man, keep playing sound ball. Wait for Adames, like our guy was waiting at the bus stop, Forrest Gump, in that movie. And hopefully he'll turn it around. So that can be an addition right there. And then the names that I just mentioned, I can't believe that guy called and asked Evan. Hey, Evan, you got some names. Marcell Ozuna, the Brave, he just left town.
Sure.
Lewis Roberts Jr., Carlos Santana, Cedric Mullins, just anybody, but somebody with some POP.
You give up Eldridge for that?
Oh, stop.
Well, what?
No,
well,
who said that?
I mean, Posey. Yeah. Zach Wheeler.
You don't give up
similar to Eldridge,
that's your
right?
guy, Steiny.
Wheeler turned into an ace.
Well, I ain't touching. He's off limits.
Why?
Because he's the future. Okay. And he does. Chicks dig the long ball.
I've been following Mark Willard on Twitter. Actually, I haven't.
I was about to say, when did you get back on?
I haven't.
You just got caught in a lie.
I was going to say that has he still been posting Eldridge's at bats?
I hadn't seen it over the weekend.
You know why? Because what happened this weekend was we found out that Eldridge has a hole in his swing. That's what we found out.
And that's why we haven't seen the
exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
We'll ask him at 148.
All right.
Him and Dibs.
Couple things, Goo. So let me ask you this. Something happened to me over the weekend at the barbecue that still has me thinking about.
Wow. Okay. You better share it.
So
this happened while I was there before or after.
Our producer, Ken, had a barbecue in Lafayette.
Nice
great spread. He's got a pool. He's got a clubhouse.
Got heels.
We were, we're having a great time. Spadoni had his kids there. Who else had their kids there? Is that it?
I want to say, yeah.
I think there was one other set of kids. Anyway, so
Ken had his kids.
So it's, I'm sitting there watching a little of that horse race, the Belmont. These guys think they know horse racing, betting on it. Dumb. Anyway, I'm sitting there with Benny.
Yeah, my nephew.
Benny is Benny is Spadoni's 5-year-old.
Just a beautiful young man.
Yeah, we're sitting there, and I realized I'd left my phone on the other side of the backyard on the table.
All right.
Where people were, but it was, it's like I would have had to walk over there and miss some of the stuff on TV. And I said, Benny, how's it going, Benny? And he was playing a video game, and he said, pretty good. I said, hey, you want to do your Uncle Steiny a solid?
Yeah.
He said, what? I said, any chance you could run over to the other side of the yard and grab my phone? It's on the end of the table. No. Benny.
Oh, he told
Benny.
Uncle Steiny no.
Come on, Benny. It's right at the end of the table.
Oh,
it's right
Benny.
where that one guy's sitting who's holding court. Just can you run over there and get it for me? And he said no. A 5-year-old.
Did you tell his dad?
Hell yes.
What does Spadoni say?
He said he was proud of Benny. And that's the problem with our society.
He wasn't feeling you then.
Get my phone.
Dude.
Anyway, let's go to Sam. Sam's in San Francisco.
The city.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I am worried about our guy. He is moving slowly. Evan, he's sore.
Yeah.
Like he is.
That's what he gets.
We'll get Panja in here at some point. What's up, Sam? How you doing, man? Sam.
Take my call.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Doing well.
Okay, I wanted to harp on this Giants take. I think the last caller is ridiculous. I don't agree with that. This team has been finding ways to win in the trenches, and that's how the character of a baseball team is developed. These guys are rallying against each other. They're a game out of first place going into Colorado. Worst team in Major League Baseball, best hitting environment in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers are like the worst first-place team in baseball. They're going to get it right. I feel like this is just kind of like the vitriol of Bay Area sports. Like, we just throw people under the bus, man. It's been 2 months that Adames has been here. I'm tired of hearing it. He's going to get it right. He's going to get it figured out, but we got to give him some grace. I feel like this is no different than, Trey Young, or not Trey Young, but
Trey Lance.
What's his name in Philly? Trey
Turner?
Phillies, the Phillies. Trey Turner.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like it's no different than that. And we're giving him a really tough time. And, I mean, it's a big adjustment. He's going from an East Coast to a West Coast thing, the weather. And it's just it's too soon to be coming to conclusions on that.
Hey, let me ask you a quick question before you go.
Sam.
Are you hearing that from radio heads, us, or in print or fans? Because I feel like when I watch Adames being at the Yard Friday, I'm like, he's still got a good attitude. And you could say, that he gets paid, but where are you hearing it seems like you're saying slander towards Adames? Because he's in good spirits, man.
I think that's the overall narrative. Is that, like, I think that's the sports headline, is that he's not living up to the contract, he's underperforming, and it's too soon to really stamp that bill.
Yeah.
It's been 2 months. I think people are forgetting that baseball is such a long game. And, I mean, I think people are forgetting baseball is such a long game. It takes time to mesh with the new clubhouse and a new region.
Sam. No, appreciate the call. Here's what I would ask Sam and you, Goo. Would you rather be Adames having this kind of year and you're 500, or Adames is having this kind of year and you're still somehow 10 games over 500?
I love you for that, and Steiny, man, you just hit it on the nail. The latter. And now, I get it. Hey, it's not pretty. It's still relatively early. And if you're telling me he's going to snap out of it, and let's just get back to 85% of what he is at his truest power, Steiny, then that's addition already to the addition that you already know you need. So in a crazy world, to that caller, I would say, man, put your shoulders up. I mean, because right now, this is almost a compliment to this Giant team that they're 10 over with their big addition struggling.
I mean, I'm looking at Adames' career numbers, and
there's a year I don't like in there that you shared with me a couple weeks ago.
Well, he's a career 244 hitter. So if he hits 244 this year, is he living up to the contract?
How many bombs did he have last year?
Well, last year he had 32. But that was the most he'd ever had in a season. And it was in Miller Park.
Yeah,
That's pretty friendly.
Yeah.
Well, trust me, I was there. I've been there.
Yeah.
Ball flies out of that place. So
he's hitting better at home than on the road, and it's still bad, but just think about that.
I mean, last year he had 112 RBIs. I mean, he ain't getting that this year. Last year he scored, how many runs did he score? He scored 93 runs. He's not going to score 93 runs this year.
I know I'm putting you on the spot, Steiny, but there's also another side of the game.
And he's not even good at that.
How many errors did he have last year? Are you able to see that?
Oh, errors last year? Let me look that up.
Okay, yeah.
I'll tell you what, in the meantime, let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Oh, man.
Then I'll look that up.
Right.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? Happy Monday, guys.
Back at you.
Hey, Evan, get well soon, man. Get well soon. And look, Goo, I was thinking okay, last week I was like, yeah, we could use a bat. But then over the weekend, I started hearing people say, we needed a left-hand pitcher. And I was wondering, Goo, one question for you. Why do you think we need a bat versus pitching? And then, Steiny, for you, you got the Giants going, right, Steiny?
Going where?
You got the Giants going.
Oh.
You got them going because last Tuesday, there's no way the Giants can win the division.
That's true.
They're not going to. Don't put your money on it, blah. And boy, I texted you that day, but it didn't get through. And I said, Steiny, you're dead wrong on that. And I said, at the end of the season, you're going to eat your words because we are going to win that division. Now, it's early.
No.
But, I just thought you were dead wrong on that take, Steiny.
Well,
last Tuesday.
Leroy, let me tell you something about me is I always have a retort to this, and it's, you want to make a bet? Want to make a bet?
Are you trying to bet, Lee?
Well, he hung up. He's smart. Leroy's smart.
Well, no, he's just telling you right now they're one game out.
Yeah, no. Oh, it's easy to say that.
Relax.
Okay, then put some money on it. No, but
you take it out of context when you go there.
I take it in context.
No, let's have the conversation about today, God's greatest gift to us all.
Okay.
And right now, today, the Giants have won 5 in a row after making moves. They got a phenomenal, I'll call it that thus far, starting rotation with another prized possession, Verlander, nowhere to be found.
He doesn't belong in this staff.
And for Leroy to say, just to answer his question about the left-handed pitcher, I'm like, okay, obviously you could use that. But the bottom line, Lee, if you watch this offense in totality early on this season, it's obvious to everybody they need some pop. And if you want to keep up with the Dodgers and the Padres and the rest of the National League, you cannot rely or expect your rotation and bullpen to be this phenomenal. That's all, Steiny. Meet me halfway. You can't expect this to keep up. So the offense at some point is going to have to pull their weight. And that's why I would tell the likes of Leroy and others, a bat is imperative that you try to go get. And that's why Buster Posey had that Beltran on his mind about something that happened when he was playing. He didn't talk about pitching. He talked about bat.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. This is more Buster Posey from the Tim Kawakami podcast, and this is about maybe making a move or two that makes you a little uncomfortable. He doesn't necessarily look at that as a negative.
It feels like 10, like this pitching staff is getting you to a point where maybe you take a risk because you want to validate that. Is that some part of the conversation too?
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think it's all part of the conversation, and ultimately, I think to get a deal done, it's like any type of deal you do. It doesn't matter if you're buying a house or a car. Like at some point, you're going to be probably a little bit uncomfortable with it to get it across the finish line. So keeping that in the back of our mind as well.
What do you make of that, Goo?
It's got to make sense, and you don't want to get taken to the cleaners. Shout out to George Jefferson. But that's how I took that, Steiny. But I think if this keeps up and they're within 5 games, and let's just say the division, and they got a wild card spot, I think Buster Posey in year 1, Steiny, is going to be aggressive. And maybe I'm doing aggressive a disservice when saying adding a bat to this offense that's been somewhat impotent throughout 66 games is aggressive. I just think it's par for course. So I'm excited to see if this pitching and bullpen can keep up, and can Adames turn it around. And let me just throw this to you, Steiny. Is there a world where Adames could turn it around? Obviously, would have to start quick, fast, and in a hurry, to where you feel like come deadline, maybe you could add in other areas and you don't need a bat. Or are we way past that? Adames turning it around and you're like, you know what, we're good here.
Well, I'd be surprised if this is who he is all year, but I'd also now be surprised if he ends up hitting 270 with 20-plus home runs. I mean,
and let's not just call him out. Yaz is not – he's been underperforming too.
But Yaz is Yaz, and Adames is Adames, and you're paying Adames to be a better player than he is. And Yaz is a player, to me, who –
he helped you yesterday.
I know as much as people are frustrated with Yaz, they haven't found anybody who can do it any better than him. That's over the last 3 to 5 years. Let's go to Dre in Lemoore. Hey, Dre, what's up, my man? How are you? I hear some people want to make a bet with me. Okay.
You fellas.
Hey, Dre, how are you, man?
I'm good. Good to see the Giants scoring some runs. A lot of one-run games. I like what they're doing. As far as Posey saying, that Beltran move, it looked good on paper, but let's be honest. What did he do that year? He really didn't do nothing. He was the biggest name on paper, but I remember the Phillies got Pence from Houston, and I didn't know who Pence was. I said, that guy's tearing it up. We end up getting Pence the next year, and that's Mr. Giant as far as I'm concerned, lifetime Giant. So, beware who you're going to get. Don't just get the biggest name on paper. Do a little homework.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that, Dre. And I think Buster will do his homework.
Mm-hmm. But year one, again, Steiny, I know a lot of people, a couple weeks ago, Grandy, when he filled in for Dibs, was, stating facts. A bunch of this team and the guys that are playing right now are Farhan's guys. But the bottom line is the guy running the show right now is Buster Posey. And if I'm him, early on, Steiny, I like what the team is doing, and I don't care where the origin is from. Bottom line is they're wearing orange and black. And in a division with the Dodgers and Padres, I'm looking at this staff and this bullpen like, man, those are the ingredients to take you a long way in Major League Baseball.
415 says, Steiny, I'll take your Giants bet.
And that was win the division? Yeah, I'm good.
As P.J. Carlissimo said to Latrell Sprewell, I'm right here.
I bet he wants that back. Those words back.
Drew's in Sunnyvale. Hey, Drew, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Drew.
How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I obviously I have my own opinion on this. I think the whole reason that the Giants are 10 games over 500 is because that pitching staff has been otherworldly, right? We the starting rotation and the bullpen has really kept the team in games, and it has given the team the opportunity to win games that you could say it didn't deserve to win, including this weekend, right? And so, am I enjoying this winning streak? Yes, I am, but I don't let it change my opinion on the team. I think this team is still one bat away, and if they don't get that bat, what's going to happen is that you're going to put the pitching staff under a lot of stress, and the month of like July and August, you'll start to see that stress, and then you'll be out of the playoff race before you know it. So this team needs to address their offense, preferably second base and right field, if they're going to keep Adames, Bailey, and Chapman still in the lineup.
No, I agree.
Thanks, Drew. Appreciate the call.
And Steiny, what he's basically saying is what I just echoed to you last segment. Again, how long can you expect, and is it smart to expect that this pitching and the bullpen is going to be this dominant? And maybe the answer is yes, but again, you want to add some power to what you got going, the ability, a hitter or hitters, to help you score runs more easier and take advantage with runners in scoring position. Because, I can read this to you, Steiny. This was baseball's been around forever. This was the fourth homestand where all 7 games were ended in one-run victories. Last time, 2005, the Minnesota Twins. 1906, you were just a boy. The Chicago Cubs, and then the L.A. Dodgers did it in 1986. Like, just think about that, Steiny. That's uncomfortable. That's too close for shout out. Too close for comfort. He's no longer with us. Ted. Who was the actor? You don't know.
I don't.
Anyway, that's too close for comfort.
So you don't like that?
Ted Lounge. I think. Let me get
Ted
it.
Lane.
Go ahead, Jim. I'm listening to you.
Ted Lange was a guy.
That was filmed out
he
here,
was
too.
Isaac on the Love Boat, I think.
You're right.
He's
so
on,
it ain't him.
He's
but
on the Gap Tooth Mount Rushmore.
Michael Strahan.
Curry. Lauren Hutton.
Curry?
Yeah, Curry. Curry's got a little gap between his front two teeth.
Ted Knight, Steiny. Ted Knight, the great Ted Knight. Rest in peace.
So I'm sitting in this incredible house in Lafayette this weekend.
We kicked it.
Sitting next to our former engineer, Jay, the J-Man, Justin. And, he doesn't like the Giants.
Well, he's from New York.
Right. And ninth inning starts. I forget who got on, but here comes Chapman. And I said, hey, Justin, I got bad news for you. And he said, what? I said, Chapman, good chance he goes deep here.
Did you really say it?
I swear to God. And he goes, why? And I said, you can't leave that slider. You can't leave a slider into Chapman.
It was two
over
strikes.
The middle. You've got to make him fish. You got to make him fish.
No doubt.
And he made a mistake
and threw a meatball.
It was the same home run that Chapman hit on Monday or Tuesday against the Padres.
Oh, I'm not
the exact
mad at
same
you.
pitch, an exact same spot.
So how'd you take that victory lap?
Just a clenched fist. That's it. Just a.
Like, what was the pitcher? Throw it in the dirt, son. I mean, I felt like he threw that pitch 6 straight pitches, Daddy. Chapman was like, I know what this dude is trying to do.
And this from the 209. And 209, I can tell you're a smart baseball fan. I wouldn't bet the Giants win in the division, but I will say that I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Oh, that was. But make that bet. I'll take it.
Duh.
Well, then it sounds like you don't want them to make it.
No. Well, I don't care about that with the Giants. I just
position.
You really think this team's going to win the division? You got a lot of faith.
Well, they're a game out now.
Oh, God. It's June. It's June, Goo.
What the Dodgers got going for them? Everything's gone wrong with their staff, and they're still in first place. Kershaw looked good over the pitch against the Cardinals.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Well, we'll get to it on the other side. But 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants have won 5 in a row. They start a 3-game series against the Rockies in Colorado.
2 or 3 at the minimum.
Tomorrow for the Rockies?
No, for the Giants.
Rockies they've won.
They beat the Marlins.
Well, hold on, though. Hold on.
Swept the Marlins.
I got to believe the Rockies are 4-7 over their last 11. No, not that many. They were 9. They have 12, 13 wins now, don't they?
They just got swept.
Yeah, they still have won 4 of 11.
3 of 11.
Oh, so I'm right there. They have 12 wins, right? Look at Evan keeping track of the standings.
Watch the Adamas get hot. This is it, baby. You're in a hitter's park, and they stink. What else you need?
But what happens when you stink, too? Like Adamas.
Stink versus stink.
I do want to get Evan in here on the next segment and see what's realistic for. I mean, Adamas is gone. We're coming up on 70 games. He's hitting,
lay off of him.
He's hitting 193.
Man.
193. But he has had 2 hits in his last 30 at bats.
And some errors mixed in.
By the way, at some point, maybe we'll do it next segment. I think you're going to come down a Legends road on the other side. I think you've got some choice. It sounds like you got some choice words for one of the greatest coaches in basketball history. And I think the whole Bay Area is interested in that, especially because this coach in question has Bay Area ties. You sent it to the thread. You were hot on it. And you can let it loose on the other side, Goo. Coming up tonight, 7 o'clock, Valkyries take on the LA Sparks, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7 and the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones will have the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX+. Pre-game starts, everybody, at 6:30.
Yeah, I went
recently?
to, after we left Tommy T's Faison Love. Big Worm in the movie Friday.
Dude, think about that. And you know what?
And my man Mario Hodge.
My man.
From Oakland.
Sure.
But he lived next door to me in Union City. Yeah. We called him Moody. He was opening act for Faison Love. Nothing like laughing. It keeps you young.
Yeah. No doubt about it. Hey, people need to understand something, Goo, about you and me. So we do 20 hours a week together on the radio.
About 25 if pre-post game. Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Well, 30 if the cafeteria count.
I mean, technically you don't get in till a little after 9.
I do that for the
25.
sake of the show.
So anyway, I was thinking about that. So we spend 20 hours a week together. We did a show on Friday. And then what did we do? Go hang out more.
About 3 hours.
Yeah, and I almost went to the game. I went to a little of the game Friday.
Okay.
But, anyway, then Saturday, there's a barbecue, and we're hanging out there.
No doubt.
So, this idea that we don't get along.
That's not out there.
Oh, please.
Well, somebody brought it up.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we are clicking on all cylinders right now.
My man.
And so you went to a comedy show after the barbecue.
Yeah.
And Tommy T's in the city?
Pleasanton.
Oh.
Yeah. So you haven't seen like Tommy Davidson or any act come to the Bay. They go to Tommy T's.
I haven't seen a comedy act in a little while. Well, that's not true. Okay. You and I went.
Oh, yeah. Rudy Ortiz.
Yeah, we saw
the city here.
That's right.
And some up-and-coming comics.
Yeah, that was...
That's a hard job.
Duh. I went to a comedy night in Oakland about 6 months ago. Remember?
Oh, that is right.
I met I wish I remembered his name. He was funny, though.
And you've been
really
knocking
funny.
it out the park with names.
How so?
When you recall names, you come up with it, but here you win Adamas on us. He's got to really get going. I know it's early in that caller. I felt him about but hey, he got paid a lot. Steiny, and they're doing it without him. That's like Jimmy Butler coming to town, not doing anything, but the team's still winning. So you got to think, okay, what if he starts doing something? Sky's the limit. That's all.
Oh, Evan's not back.
Yeah.
So I guess I can't call for that sound yet.
Well, Carter's back there. Well, he can't do two things at once.
You know what sound I'm talking about, Carter? He said no.
And he was with us. Let's throw him in there.
You can tell me, Steiny.
It's the Don Nelson on Luca. But hold on, we still got to talk about Carter. Met his wonderful wife.
Oh,
She was there,
beautiful.
Sierra.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Dude, we are I'm proud of our where I work. Seriously. Carter, you married up. That's what they did.
Technically she did, because Carter's 6'8".
Well, yeah, but I'm right. But I got to be careful.
From the 925,
beautiful.
Steiny, I'm sorry, but let me correct you. You spend 16 hours a week with Goo.
Why is that?
Because he usually misses Thursdays.
Like, I'm not laughing. Because if we really pulled the receipts in the boss wheel, the Thursday thing's kind of played out.
Well, until the next Thursday.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah, this got me mad.
So Don Nelson yesterday got a former coach of the Warriors.
Looks good.
Bucks, Knicks, Mavericks. Am I missing any?
I want to say you are. Bucks, Mavericks, Knicks, Dubs.
Warriors. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Anyway, he received a lifetime award yesterday, and for coaching.
Congrats.
And he was in Oklahoma City last night.
Shocked me. He was on site.
And this is how Don Nelson started things. You got it, Carter? I can buy more time. Sure. It's just the kind of thing Evan would have ready. But I can be patient. That's fine. There's Sam Lubman. He was also at the party.
That Lub.
We had a lot of the only thing, it's kind of like an all-staff meeting. It's kind of like our old off-site.
Where was the boss? In Shasky.
I don't think Shasky was invited.
Shasky was. Everybody was invited from here.
Willard was invited?
I got to imagine, yes. Kid invited everybody.
Dibs?
He got the baby.
Dibs?
I got to imagine everybody, Steiny.
Anyway.
Yep.
Looks like Carter's
hey, let's say this. He had a better turnout than my party where Dibs saved me. He was the only one from the
That was
station
in
that showed up.
Sacramento. That doesn't count. Or Folsom. Rose Valley. Or Roseville.
But the road trip, I think the further the drive, the better time you have. Just me.
So, but I told you why he went there.
Why?
He didn't have good intentions.
What are you? He's family now.
And that's the only reason he went, to get some points, to get some brownie points.
We got a text from Ken. Everyone was invited. Tell him, Goo. Could you imagine inviting 6 people of the 9? What are you telling the other 3? Everybody would. Way to go, Ken.
I don't want to go around this office and actually test Ken on who he invited or who he did.
He said everyone.
I believe him. I believe him. I'll tell you what, the topic of conversation was his spread.
I thought I needed my deer hunting rifle. We might have saw some bucks out there. Wow, man. My man Lafayette.
Yeah, Lafayette is
he's doing it right, man.
Nice little era.
Nice pool.
Yeah, hey, Carter, we're still working on that. That's fine. One of the things we can do. Okay. All right. So Don Nelson received a lifetime achievement award for coaching. It was given to him last night in Oklahoma City. And listen to what he had to say. Former coach of the Mavericks, Warriors, etc., but the Mavericks for the sake of this soundbite. Take a listen.
And Luca, too, my dear friend. As a matter of fact, I want everybody to know I'm wearing Luca's shoes, his new shoes from Nike. They just got on the market, and I'm wearing them in protest for the trade from Dallas. I think it was a tremendous mistake by the Dallas franchise to trade him, and I want everybody to know that.
There you go, Goo. Don Nelson, former coach of the Mavericks, flabbergasted that they would trade Luka Doncic. And you're feeling a certain kind of way.
Well, listen, I love Nelly. I love what he's meant to the game. I feel like he's the author or instructor of my new bowl, giving me so much pleasure. Rest in peace, shooting threes from the top of the key. But the bottom line is, I love OGs. He's kind of like Gary Radnich. We don't hear much from, but they were greats, icons, trendsetters, and we don't hear much from. Some retiring, do a podcast and you know where to find them every day. Bottom line is, I was loving Nelson, the hair slicked back. He's living his best life. And then he went somewhere where he was like, y'all messed up so bad, I'm about to call you out on it, wearing the shoes. And then I was thinking, well, where was that energy when you broke up the Warriors with Chris Webber, when you were supposed to be the adult in the room? And whatever happened, you resign, but you leave Chris Webber here so we can watch his basketball puberty. That was one of the greatest seasons where Chris Webber won Rookie of the Year. We gave Phoenix and Charles Barkley all that and some, and I just
swept.
Yeah, but it was a hard sweep.
Oh yeah, 3-0.
But the bottom line is, and you know what? This is where I got to slow down.
Okay.
And I'm learning now what goes on the vine is public, but maybe he's grown. And years have gone by, and he looks at the Weber thing because he has admitted, Steiny, and I've caught hell on Twitter, a couple guys just like, oh, he had to trade. No, you didn't. You could have fixed it. And there's no telling what the Warriors' future would have been. But anyway, that's what I thought when he came with Heat Rocks, because that was a Bob Gibson fastball right by the head to the Mavericks and Nico Harrison and everybody. But I thought, is he being a little hypocritical? Because when you were in that situation, you couldn't fix it. And it was a different situation, but man, Weber was not supposed to be out of here, Steiny. That hurts. That's a scar that will never heal for me.
Well, I hear you, and that's definitely something that popped into my mind. This is Don Nelson, who traded
oh my gosh,
a player of maybe not quite the stature of Doncic, but probably one of the best, if not the best, young players in the league. Trades him for, remember who he got traded for?
Give me,
became an all-star, but not with the Warriors.
Give it to me.
Tom Gugliotta.
Oh, man, NC State.
Yep, and then Nelly resigned in the middle of the year, and the acting general manager, Ed Gregory, then traded Tom Gugliotta for Donyell Marshall.
That was a friend of yours. Still is.
The rest is history, and they missed the playoffs for 12 straight years.
Wow, man.
And let me tell you what's not happening, Nelly. Mavericks aren't going to miss the playoffs for 12 straight years.
That's a fact.
And the other thing I was thinking is, was it a mistake? Was it? Do we know that for a fact?
12 years of futility?
No. Trading Luka Doncic.
Oh, okay, got it.
Was that a mistake? My way of thinking is verdict's still out.
Well,
I don't know if it was a mistake or not.
Okay, I love you, and this is what we do. We talk to the people all day, every day. The fans matter. Let's be real, Steiny. Forget upstairs. Forget the owner and the general manager. Do you think that fan base thinks it was a mistake?
Probably not. But
they do.
Well, let's see what happens when let's see what happens when they get Cooper Flagg and they get Flagg, Anthony Davis, and Kyrie Irving, and sitting with Klay Thompson as their fourth best player.
No, that's attractive.
Maybe they don't make that trade, and they don't luck into Flagg. And
we'll see. That's a lot of ifs, Steiny, and I love Cooper Flagg and what he's supposed to be. But, again, Luka the Don, even as heavy as he is or whatever we want to body shame him with, the bottom line is he was getting it done or getting you closer to getting it done than anybody else in Dallas in a long time since Carlisle. So I got you. So you're just saying wait and see, but we can't – I don't think definitively we could say right now that was the right move.
Or the wrong move. I can't say it was the wrong move.
How can you connect that trade though to getting Flagg?
Well, because had they kept Luka Doncic, maybe
there's no doubt,
and he's healthy, maybe they end up making the playoffs.
They probably do, but they didn't make the trade to get worse.
No doubt. But that was like a byproduct that happened because Anthony Davis ended up getting hurt.
The first game.
Yeah, but if the GM had said, well, this also gives us an out to potentially recoup some draft capital and, there's an opportunity to, well, then I'd hear you. But they traded Doncic because they didn't believe he was a championship player and they're trying to win championships.
So
through defense.
That still may be the right way to think.
I think they got bailed out.
Well, we don't know that either yet, depending on how.
I think we do.
What
with
do you mean?
The Cooper Flagg part of it.
Well, if Cooper Flagg's a hell of a player, then, yeah, they lucked out.
And just the excitement of him, the idea of him.
But, I just think it's a little unfair to say, well, they got Cooper Flagg, so that's the reason why the Luka Doncic trade wasn't a bad trade.
I think it does.
I'm kind of with Steiny.
There's an offshoot of it that was, what's it called? No, you're right. I mean, they didn't do it to be in that position.
They got lucky, but there was no intention of drafting Cooper Flagg. That didn't factor into the equation at all when they did it.
No doubt.
But wouldn't we all bet, though? I am. You tell me what you think, Steiny, too. Had Luka been healthy whenever that day would have came, they wouldn't have been They wouldn't have been in the draft lottery, Steiny. That Cooper Flagg wouldn't even. It would have been. You know what I'm saying? I'm being proactive in regard to Luka. They wouldn't have been in the lottery had Luka remained in Dallas.
Right.
And there's no Davis injury.
No, and I hear Evan. It's like it just worked out that way.
So you're right. They got bailed out. Oh, he's right.
Right, but to me, I don't know whether or not the trade without Cooper Flagg is a big mistake. I still something was going on there that was big, and the Dallas Mavericks looked at Luka Doncic and they didn't like what they were seeing.
But the fans were seeing something else. A guy that was getting them to the finals, the Western Conference Finals, to play average 40 minutes in the playoff series the year before, even with his weight being what it is. But, yeah, you're right. And, I mean, how long are we going to have to wait if Cooper Flagg is the key to anybody's equation about if it worked or not,
Well, to me, as it relates to Luka Doncic, to me, he's one of these guys who kind of like, in your mind, I think he's like Shaquille O'Neal.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
Because he's underachieving in a way.
But
because yes. He's not, he hasn't been in great shape in his career. That tells me he's leaving game on the table. Now, because he's a great player,
right?
He's still really good, but I don't think he's maxing out on. I don't think he's maxing out on his potential.
Wow, man.
He doesn't get back on defense. He doesn't play defense. He's a volume shooter. He has the ball all the time. Just a tricky guy to win with, I think.
Yeah, but a career 29
point
game score.
Yeah, he's a scorer.
And he took his team to the finals last year. He was the best player on that team.
Okay.
And a couple years before that, remember, he had a team with no Kyrie Irving playing the Golden State Warriors before they got ousted. So we got to be careful just to say, oh, if he gets skinny mini, he's going to be better. I mean, you would think that, and I get it, but, man, this came out of nowhere. And like I said, I didn't like it early on, but I will say this about Luka's tenure in L.A. in a Laker uniform. That made the Mavericks fan, if I'm a Maverick fan, feel like, oh, maybe we did mess up as bad. He was kind of more exposed without having the Livelies and the Gaffords behind him to block shots and guard his man that was getting beat. So let's just say his money hit a little different in L.A., Steiny. When he scored, you could really see how lethargic he was on D, though. It just looked different. It felt different to me.
To bring it to the Nelly thing, though, was there this kind of blowback in the immediate when they traded him?
That's
hated
a great
Nelson.
question.
I hated my camp hated Nelson.
Well, that's a great question, Evan. The way I would look back on it and describe it, and maybe other people who were there at the time or following it at the time disagree, I feel like it was like half and half, believe it or not. Because you got to remember at that time, Don Nelson was the king. Like he was the Golden State Warriors. And they were starting to put together what looked like a really good team. But back then, there was a segment of fans, and I don't know what the percentage was broken down, but there definitely was a large percentage of fans that thought Webber was a baby, and Webber didn't want to be coached by Nelson, and there were some signs that was true. But the reality of the situation was they had their best player and their coach. They didn't get along, and Webber didn't want to play for Don Nelson. He thought Nelson was way too hard on him. There was a question about whether Webber wanted to play center. He didn't. Nelson wanted to use him at center. He did. And they just didn't have a great relationship. There wasn't a lot of trust there, and they ended up moving Chris Webber.
You think Nelson regrets it?
I mean, I'll bet you could find a quote from Nelson where he said he regretted it.
Would you have a problem if I felt like what he said last night hit me because I thought that's what he was saying?
No, I think that's fair. That's the first thing that came to my mind is, he's criticizing a franchise-altering trade.
Man.
And he made a franchise-altering trade.
Without having Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving in the cover.
With Chris Webber, and the next thing you know, the Warriors go 12 years without making the playoffs. Are all 12 on Don Nelson? No, but that's where it all started.
And to answer Evan's question, just another factoid. People still came out and watched the Warriors, Steiny, so it wasn't like the fans boycotted, They still came out. Even during the 12 years of futility, they still came out.
Mustafa on the YouTube chat, Luka's a better defender than Steph Curry. I don't think so.
Stop.
But
Luka can't guard, especially now, a cone.
I'll tell you what. Right now, Luka gets targeted more than Steph Curry.
You think?
Yes, absolutely. So, but you said, I'm sorry, but you did say you saw a photo of Luka and he's looks good.
You got it.
Yeah, there we go.
But I got PTSD from the Zion pics.
What about the Wiseman pics? When he was dribbling around a cone.
That was a video. And looked like Durant.
So this was just a photo?
Yeah, this is a photo. Oh, and then the caption was, "Watch out, NBA." I'm like, please. You can't unless he had, what's the surgery where my uncle had it? Where they
Hip surgery.
No, where they take the fat off you.
Liposuction.
Yeah, liposuction. I don't know if that's as popular as it once was.
Well, that's because they have a drug now called Ozempic. You inject it, and then weight just falls off you, apparently. And supposedly it's very healthy for you.
Well, how much
kidding.
do you? Oh, okay, right.
Or you can use a completely natural and far healthier method like Abundant Life.
That's true.
That's my boy back there.
And I'll tell you what, the other thing I learned, and I apparently was off base on this for much of my life, is like I always thought if I started lifting weights, I'd get big.
Yeah.
And I never liked that look. Like I don't like the muscle bound
The
look.
meathead look.
I don't like the muscle bound look.
You know,
but then people
Evan's
are
got
saying
it perfect.
Yeah, but people, well,
You don't want to be low knee all tight, and then you drop to get your wallet. You pull
I mean,
stuff.
Evan's in great
But Lowe's
shape. He's a little bit out of proportion, but he looks good. But somebody told me, Steiny, you could lift weights till the cows come home, and you're not going to get big. And I was
that's
wondering
not
if
true.
Is that my age, or is that just the way?
Well, if you go put a needle in your butt, you'll get big. What do you want? What look are you going for?
You know what?
And if you lift the weights, you will get bigger.
No, but I think what people are saying. Let's just say, pick a number for me right now.
7.
No. I mean, let's say I weighed 180.
Oh, I'll guess. Right now, I was looking at you Saturday. Go about 181.
Okay, sure. Let's just round. Shut up, Evan. Let's just round that down to 180.
Right.
So if I started lifting and exercising and eating right, I think I would
165 in a second.
Right. So I wouldn't get big.
Right, but
that's my point.
Do you understand what lifting weights does? It's
not really
to your muscles. So you lose the bad weight, but if you're lifting, you're turning that into muscle, plump. So you'd be like, oh, look at Steiny's
But
traps.
I'd look stronger but lose weight. Like that I could get into.
You would be what they call ripped. It would be your body fat would go down, and I'm looking at the slack in your shirt now. You look good. That would be populated with, and you're like, oh boy, like Evan.
Evan, can you bench 350?
No.
Oh. Well,
like 265.
He's doing that for me, Evan.
Wow, you guys should have a lift off.
I'm old enough to be his dad.
But you're bigger than him. I think it would be a good
I bet
competition.
that I lift a higher percentage based on my body weight
No
than
doubt.
Guru
Yeah.
does of him.
No doubt. Evan.
But he's obviously stronger than me.
I don't know.
And I've had this, Evan.
I don't know. Evan's got some guns.
I got to be careful here.
Yeah.
I've had short friends, and they have the crocodile arms. And we're in the gym. This true story.
Oh, that's, yeah.
And they go, I can pitch 500. Yeah, because you got to just drop in the middle of things. Like a tall guy, Steiny, Scottie Pippen, you got to bring it all the way down and up. Short guys just, nothing to see here.
Isn't that why Lowe didn't pay you for the push-ups?
That really scarred me. And I know you guys got a version of the story, but that hurt. I should have had the money out.
You were out of line. I would have paid you half. I told you that. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll touch up on this Nelly stuff on the other side. Also talk about the NBA Finals. I saw a headline.
Oh, the ratings.
No.
They were low. They were sad.
Of course, because
who cares? Enjoy the game. But go ahead. I'm interrupting.
Don't tell a fan how to watch a game.
No, just watch it. Everybody's Nielsen. The money's not going in your pocket.
You're missing the point.
No, that's to my boy 49er Frankie. The ratings. Who cares?
And anybody with some expertise on a guy my age lifting weights, can I lose weight that way? I'd love to know. Because just about 8 to 10, Goo, nothing major.
But you've been talking about this for honestly, 2 years.
About four.
I got dumbbells in my.
Ever since COVID, I've never really gotten. Oh, we got to go.
Yeah.
And I don't have anything to read, so we'll talk about Nelly and the finals on the other side.
Oh, hey, Steiny. I listen to you a lot, except when my wife's in the car, then it's music.
The audacity. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What?
Do you really want to know?
Yes.
I'm going to just say it. It's our show for them. Thoughts and prayers to everybody in L.A. dealing with what they're dealing with. I'm not going to sit up here and act like I ain't been watching that. I have been glued to the TV, and it's just sad. But
yeah, you're right.
Glad nobody's been hurt as of yet. So thoughts and prayers for our L.A. folk.
Yeah.
And then real quick, congratulations to Coco Gauff and Carlos Alcaraz for each winning the French Open. I had a great weekend. Tennis was excellent, man. Now, what are you laughing at? Seriously.
You're the worst. By that, I mean you're kind of the best. But you watched the tennis on?
No, man.
yesterday?
It was incredible.
Really?
I tweeted it.
Yeah, I know you did.
You're off Twitter, or are you
I know, but
spying
Evan
now?
told me.
Oh, okay.
And that's what life's about.
There you go, E. Not just baseball, basketball,
They're
football.
calling it the greatest tennis match of all time.
Wow.
But here's the thing.
It's not hyperbole to say it's one of.
Okay. But here's the thing, Ev, and this is why this is
because I got one but for
this
the
is
men's.
why
I got to bring up
people
here.
are people, and I'm me.
Yeah.
So Evan goes, maybe one of the greatest matches, and I didn't watch it, so I'm not going to come down his road. And he said, Steiny would have been like a double overtime NBA game in which neither team led by more than 2 or 3 points the whole game. And of course, Goo, my first thought was,
Give it to me.
Well, is that better than a team making a big comeback? And then
this is riveting, man. Just tennis and to me, and I mean this, Evan wasn't around. Wimbledon, it was Becker and Lindell. Becker won 1986. I was in high school. So that to me,
check that, but
hey, that to me, you can check it, is the best men's tennis match I've ever seen in my life. I believe it was 86. I think I'm right.
Mine would have been McEnroe against Borg.
Oh, see, that whole era was, yeah. But I'm not mad. That was riveting yesterday, man. And the guy sliding, you know how strong you have to be in the endurance?
Some people say it actually makes it easier.
Seriously?
Yes, because when you're moving parallel to get to a ball, you can slide.
Like you're on an escalator.
Which is less harsh on the knee than if you stopped completely.
Real quick, were you any good in tennis? I was okay.
I was pretty good.
My serve sucked.
I was pretty good, but I ran up against. I was pretty good, but what I found, Guru, was as somebody who played many sports as a child, tennis, basketball, ping pong, I was pretty good at. There was a community of tennis players that they did it year round, and then they were better than me when I was, let's say, 12 years old playing middle states tournaments back on the East Coast.
All right.
I played in 7 tournaments when I was 11 or 12, and I went 1-6.
Wow, at least you're honest.
I was 1-6.
Yeah.
And
you had to give it up.
And the one I won actually happened to be in a double elimination tournament. So I'd already lost.
My man.
Played another guy who had lost and won. And then, of course, I lost the game after that. Let's go to Damon in San Leandro. Hey, Damon. How's it going, man?
Hey, Steiny Guru. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
You know, you talking about Nelly. I remember Nelly when he used to come off the bench for the Boston Celtics. And he played a great role. We won a lot of championships with Russell in the game. Nevertheless, as a coach, there was one trade that he made back in the day that upset me, and I never got over it. And it wasn't Chris Webber. It was when he traded the Rookie of the Year, Mitch Richmond, for Billy Owens. I didn't think Billy Owens did anything for the Warriors, and I could not ever understand why did he trade that man for Billy Owens. And I never got over that. It just bothered me. And all I can say is that, wow, you know, and I remember during that time, Nelly said on camera he didn't like rookies. He didn't like rookies. And I never forgot that.
Man.
And I said, whoa, whoa. I said, is this George Allen? I remember the old George Allen days when he had the over-the-hill game. Nelly was not the over-the-hill coach because he did have some players that had experience that wasn't old. But all in all, that was the trade that really got to me.
Wow.
Because I thought, with Run TMC, I thought they were going places with Mitch. And, and Mitch had a great career.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He had a great career.
Wow.
And so sometimes you just don't like rookies. And I can understand that to a degree, but hey. But I also, on the other hand, he was the one that drafted Steph Curry. No.
All right.
So there's two sides to every pancake.
The first time I heard that. And just real quick, nobody cares about my friends, but what did I read to you during the break? A text from my buddy Squirt, who said to hell with Nelson. He also traded the great Mitch Richmond.
For Billy Owens.
So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchell. Oh, boy. So which one's worse?
Maybe it was Richmond because Weber's not in the Hall of Fame, is he?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Mitch is, though. He made it clear.
So what was your thought the day that we found out that was happening? Were you like, what are you doing, Nelly?
Well, a little bit, but they needed to get bigger. That's what Don Nelson said.
Just real fast. C-Web is in the Hall of Fame.
Okay. He is?
Wow. Yeah.
Huh. I must have missed that induction.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they let a lot of people in that.
Well, he ain't one of them they let in. He belongs.
You ever played in finals?
Nope.
Weber?
Nope. Lost the conference finals to the Lakers.
One conference finals?
Yep. And it was in the era of Jordan when he was with the Wizards.
Lost to Tim Donaghy.
Oh, that's...
Hey,
referee game. Evan spin facts.
Hey, man, you get to the Western Conference Finals. Yeah, let him in then, right?
How good was he at his position?
What position?
You want to put him at center or you want to put him at power
don't
forward?
Put him at center. He doesn't like to play there.
Yeah.
Never liked to play
Anyway,
there.
the Mitch Richmond, man. Yeah. Two guys back to back.
And I feel like I have an obligation to do this.
He didn't draft Curry.
Larry Riley drafted Curry. You know how you know that? Is because Curry's got a kid, and the kid's name is Riley. Yeah. It's not Nelly. It's Riley, because that's who drafted Steph Curry. Remember, we broke that. We broke that story right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Weber went in 2021, COVID.
Yeah, I forget that. Maybe that's why.
Do I sound like a stalker if I tell you and Evan, because you brought up Curry, he was in Roseville, his daughter was at a volleyball tournament, and the people took the picture of one of the parents sitting, almost wanted to drive to the volleyball. Steph, what are you doing here? Hey, but Evan, that's just how great he is, but he was being a dad, and I got to tell you, Evan, I ain't too far. That's sad, right?
It is.
I'm admitting, I think that's half the battle.
You know how many places and how far I've driven for my kids' soccer? Like, don't lionize that. He's just doing what any dad would do.
No doubt.
And where was the game?
Roseville, Roseville.
And
it was kind of a jamboree. I was like, I wanted to go, Evan.
How nice is Roseville?
It's beautiful.
It's really nice, right?
For whatever, for other stuff, it's not. But yeah,
exactly.
For the viewing.
So he's driving to Roseville,
up 80.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking my kid to Stockton and Modesto, places like that.
Yeah. What? Now hold on.
I get the sense Curry, when his daughter has a tournament in one of those places, then it's on Aisha.
You got to be careful.
But Roseville, I'll go to Roseville. That's really
nice.
What
are you saying about Modesto and Stockton?
It's got they're wonderful places.
Oh, well,
but the reputation of those places, unfortunately for them, isn't the greatest. But I enjoyed going there.
Dude, I saw it and wanted to jump up. I'm playing, obviously.
Well, I'm surprised he didn't invite you because you guys are so tight.
Yeah.
And you're his friend, and you could have gotten a picture taken with him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM. and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And I got a question for you.
Let's do it.
So Bobby Marks, ESPN's NBA insider. He's a salary cap guy, former GM. He wrote a story on the 10 NBA teams that are going to be the most impactful during this offseason in the NBA. And, of course, the Warriors he has as one of the 10 teams that are going to, in some ways, drive free agency. And what he said was this. And I want to ask Warrior fans how they feel about this. Bobby Marks said the Warriors are allowed, listen to this, the Warriors are allowed to trade up to 4 first-round picks the night of the NBA draft. And they also have control over 7 first-round picks. So in theory, they could trade 4 of them and also trade their picks as a pick swap,
right,
which would mean they could trade their other first-round picks in between and do a pick swap where the other team would get the better of the 2 picks. So,
wow,
my question to you would be, how badly you want Giannis?
Well, now I feel like we have the necessary capital, just with what you just said, to make that move or even start to put some package together to where that would be attractive. But for Bobby to write this and come up with these notes, that's big game hunting right there. That's the entry into the big game hunting. So now, Steiny, I got to be honest, just hearing this and with Kuminga's future kind of up in the balance, I hope he doesn't go anywhere. But the bottom line is the Warriors are married to the now. And Warrior fan can be like, yeah, what are you talking about, Goo? No, they're not. They are. And this would be par for the course. I don't know how many Warrior fans would be mad if you use this capital, if not all of it, Steiny, to go get a guy for the future and a guy that would help Steph Curry immediately. And that is one Giannis Antetokounmpo. So I'm getting kind of excited. And then I'm thinking about who else is available. And Giannis is kind of a Giannis caliber, little Giannis light that you could use some of these picks on. And I get excited just getting ready to do my homework on that assignment.
Well, one of the guys who said is going to be available is Kevin Durant again. But Durant,
he said he didn't want to come here, though, Steiny. He didn't want that ended. Because I think Curry kind of lightweight was disappointed. Like, damn, is that where we're at? Without knowing they were getting Jimmy Butler.
Well, if you remember, when Durant was later asked about that, not wanting to come to the Warriors, he made it sound like, I didn't want to be traded anywhere halfway through the year.
Oh, I did hear that.
That's why he ended up staying, or at least that's why he said he ended up staying. But obviously, the Warriors have the draft capital to get a big boy.
Wow.
If they're willing to trade a part or all of those picks. They're also going to need to come up with the salary match, and that's going to be the issue. And that's another thing Bobby Marks was talking about, because right now, right this minute on the Golden State Warriors roster, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, and Jimmy Butler comprise 85% of the entire salary of the Golden State Warriors. Now, that'll change some if Kuminga remains and he gets a nice little payday, but I don't see any way you could get a big boy without one of those guys being included in the trade, because they've got to make the money work. And after those 3, they don't have a lot of big money guys. They have some, Moody's at 13-ish and Buddy Hield's at 10 plus.
What about if you get the funky with you sign Kuminga knowing that you're going to trade him?
Yeah. The problem there is you can only take back half of Kuminga's salary, and
that's the hate for Joe Lacob, man.
Yeah. Well,
so when you read that, honestly, just can we come up with another team to where there are 3 guys comprised for 85%. I'm trying to think Boston.
Well, I got to believe
Lakers.
Phoenix is one of those teams.
You got it.
As for Boston, there's a report out there that the Celtics are willing to part with Drew Holiday. And one thing they want in that deal would be 1 first-round pick. How you feel about Drew Holiday? Holiday.
I feel like he could come in and start for Pods.
Maybe that's the problem.
What you mean?
We got Pods. You know what I'm saying?
You don't think they would look at that as an upgrade? And he's, but he's expensive too.
Drew Holiday.
Yes.
Yeah. No, he is. He's absolutely. I don't know what he's making offhand, but I got to believe he's making 40-ish at least.
Little Miss Trouble.
Yeah.
On YouTube. He's too old.
Yeah. He's up there.
Well, he'll fit in.
Well, that's true, but I'm kind of with Little Miss Trouble there. Apparently, the Celtics are a team that is going to be entertaining a lot of different
and they could
scenarios.
Say, well, Tatum's gone all next year. That's good gosh. I mean, there's getting hurt, Steiny, then there's getting hurt to where you're going to miss the whole next season. You know what I mean? In the postseason.
Is that a foregone conclusion?
Well,
he's missing all of next year?
Yesterday they were on the broadcast talking as if he's pretty much done for the next year, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, he got hurt in the playoffs.
Yeah. By the way, I got to tell you, I think
what 1986.
What's that?
Lindell. I thought it was 1986.
Oh, no, I have no idea.
No, I think I'm right.
Okay. I'm going to make a prediction.
Oh, Evan, call KPIX. You don't do this much.
I think Bob Myers is winding down on ESPN. I'd be surprised if he's back next year.
Well, where will he be? Because I might be there.
I think now he takes a year off.
Oh, okay. But you ain't feeling what is this?
Drew Holiday's making 33.
Good Lord, bad. Larry Bird.
It's not that much.
You know how Bob Myers is done at ESPN? He's finally critical of someone last night.
He did go in on Halliburton.
Went after Halliburton.
All you guys and gals,
can you find that?
Game, calling in, saying he's a superstar. And
after one game, okay.
I can't believe.
No, it's been after one game.
I'm talking to myself.
He's the best player in the postseason outside of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Well, then he's not the best player in the postseason because there is no.
So there's only one superstar allowed in the league.
Is he a super? He's averaging 15 points, and he was great making that shot.
Right.
And then you got mad at
me.
He hasn't got one offensive rebound in 2 games.
See, this is where
he got mad.
This is where I'm proud of myself because I can educate. And it's in large part because of my background. What position does Halliburton play? Point, yeah. And do you know that in Rick Carlisle's system, they have rules, okay?
This I did not know.
And one of the rules that Rick Carlisle talks about is transition defense. And the first responsibility of the point guard is to be the first guy back on defense. That's why he doesn't hit the offensive glass. Because his first responsibility is getting back. What are you looking up? It's getting back on defense.
No, I love those principles.
There you go.
If true, are you going to be shocked when I bring up how many rebounds he averaged during the season? Or would you say, nah, dude, that's just fluke or happenstance?
Go ahead. Give me the number. I don't know.
No, but keep going. I'm listening to you.
I saw a headline that bothered me the way
4 rebounds.
Yeah. That's nothing. I mean,
that's not. I get you. It's
like,
nothing.
what does it mean? Yeah. He gets 4. Is that too many?
Pods
not enough.
Is getting 8, 9. Go ahead.
Well, and Pods goes to the offensive glass, and the Warriors give up a lot of transition. It's just the way it is. How about this headline? So you're mad.
Oh, that's strong. But
you're angry because they've anointed Halliburton.
No, I was having fun with myself because I did that.
Okay.
And it would rightfully so.
What about this? Ahead. What about this headline I saw on Yahoo?
All right.
Oklahoma City has solved the Halliburton headache, and they now control the NBA Finals. It's 1-1. The Pacers have taken home court.
Yeah. But
the Thunder are not in control of this series.
All right.
They lost a home game.
No, they are, Steiny.
Oh, my God.
Listen, their best player in the MVP is playing. He's had 2 games. He scored 38 in a loss.
Right.
Listen, just take a step back. Evan's going to be right. I drove my son to get ice cream yesterday and brought up Evan after the game. You said, and I'll bet you this, gentlemen sweep OKC. That's what we're about to see. Listen, it's
you want to
nobody's
bet?
fault. Let's do it now.
Okay,
Let's do it now.
I'll bet you the Pacers.
I'm ready.
I'll bet you
I saw it. Their defense is too much. And the reason they lost the game, Steiny, as great as it was a fluke. OKC, their best player, cannot be stopped, and their team-wide defense is second to none. And that's why I told little D last night, Evan got it. They're not winning another game. And I love Indiana, Steiny.
No, you
They're
don't.
not. It's over. Shea is the man.
Just 3 weeks ago, Oklahoma City hadn't done S.
I'm not a fraud.
And now they're
I
dynasty.
admit when I got it wrong. And Evan, you came up in my conversation.
Did you say the Pacers aren't winning another game?
No, he called it gentleman sweep OKC.
Before the series started, I thought they'd win in 5.
When we did a prediction.
Yeah.
And last night it came clear to me in the lab.
I think the Pacers are going to win another game.
We got to bet.
Yeah, we do.
Although this is, all right, I've had this debate with some people, and I'm hoping you guys as experienced hoop heads can help me out. What is a gentleman's sweep? Because I think I'm already wrong.
I kind of agree that
a gentleman's sweep is 3-0.
Right.
Team wins game 4. You beat them game 5.
Yeah.
So my prediction is wrong.
I almost think a gentleman's sweep is
told me to.
You win your 2 at home. Like, I almost think it's got to be by the higher seeded team.
But 3-0, though.
Right. But what I'm saying is if you're the underdog and you go in to the other arena and win 2,
then
like
I
only think a favorite is
right.
Yeah.
So Indiana winning game 1, did that knock the gentleman's?
It takes it out of the equation. If you want to go by the letter of the law, that's the way I feel.
Dibs broke it down, but I thought it was 3-0. You win that game, then you come in and
like the way I look at it is, and we can discuss it.
Yeah.
To me, a gentleman's sweep. There's only one way there could be a gentleman's sweep in this finals, and that is the Thunder win the first 2 at home, then go to Indiana, win game 3, then mail it in game 4, and then win the series in game 5. But I think it's something that I don't think it's hard fast.
And his counterpart, Steiny, and I love Halliburton, he can't even guard him. He's averaging 38 points a game. Halliburton's had 14 and 15.
But he missed a big shot in game 1. And, we got to go.
Yep.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. If you want to define a gentleman's sweep, more specifically, you can do that. Here for you. Let me just start over again. Give them their just due. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm going to ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento. That's really important.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, Evan. That's why your back's hurt. That's my dude.
Apparently, nobody out there is worried that if I lift weights, I'll get yoked.
Well, I think we're past that joke.
What about?
But you would look more, you could tell. Your blood would, I'm just telling you. I compare, Evan, give me 1 through 10, give me a number here. Lifting weights is like putting the air in a tire.
Oh.
When you go pump and you get that blood going, that air goes to the muscles and you like, look at that boy's back, look at that chest. And then when you're not, it's like me. You just hate, oh, God.
By the way, that's a new shirt.
Well, glad you.
Yeah, I like those kind of shirts.
This whole thing, got it for my birthday.
Yeah, no, I like that.
Yeah, I'm doing it no justice with the fit and the hat. Had a long weekend.
What happened?
Well,
I saw you Saturday. You were fine. You weren't.
Did
you
it
weren't all
Saturday
liquored up.
night and Sunday.
No, you came. You stole the show.
I did have a red cup Saturday.
You stole
Everybody
the show.
Did. Now I went in 4 corners. I don't think I did, and I don't think I tried.
All right.
But someone overheard somebody say, "My dad's name is Daryl. He talks a lot too." That was brought back to my. Hey Evan, that was somebody said, "My dad's name is Daryl. He talks a lot too." I didn't like that.
Well,
they'll remain anonymous.
I'll just share with you a little information. So I got there around 3-ish.
Hey.
There were some people there. And as I was getting out of the car, I overheard,
oh no,
some people, Lubman, and he said, "Oh, Steiny's here." And then I got there and I was involved. And then I was there for 20 minutes. And I would say that over the next hour, 7 people said, Steiny, is Goo coming?
Oh, no, that makes me feel good.
And I said, let me check.
And you did.
And your first answer was game time.
Yeah.
And that's when I told everybody he's out.
Evan.
But he ended up showing.
Yeah, no doubt.
2 things. 1, the red carpet's not out for you everywhere you go. Number 2, the one thing you did miss, Goo, was...
set it up.
So there's a pool at the house, and there was a basketball hoop set up by the pool. It's for the kids. But a lot of the guys from the station played a game of pig. And Steiny was involved.
Oh, this is a joke.
He was, dude.
This is a joke.
And Steiny, number 1, 1A, was the first one eliminated. 2A, his last shot, he set up by saying 40 years of journalism is on the line and proceeded to brick the bucket.
It was an air ball.
It was not an air ball.
It was so funny.
Front rim. So don't do that.
Well, one of them was an air ball.
No, I didn't have an air ball. But here's the bottom line. Here's the way the pig event went. I'm, of course, minding my own business, entertaining in my inimitable way. Yeah, Steiny, we're playing pig. You want to play pig? Mouth? Yeah. Sure. I'll shoot a couple goofy baskets at a pool basket. So I'm playing with Justin and Carter, and I make a shot, and Justin misses. And Carter misses a shot, comes back to me. I make another shot. Justin makes it. Carter misses. Back to me.
Yeah.
I hit 2 little half hooks, if you'll remember, from the mid-range area. Carter gets another letter. Justin gets another letter. Oh, okay, I'm up big. Guess what? Now Lubman jumps into the game with no letters. Okay, so basically, did I lose? Yeah, but I got 9 letters off 4 other guys, and they got 3 off me. It's the way it goes.
Yeah, I was a little jelly, Evan. I know you nobody asked me to shoot.
I know you were. Remember the shot I hit from deep when I was like automatic?
I must have went to the restroom.
Yeah.
But now, the other thing we have to discuss, I want to ask you this. When you put your hand into a public bowl of anything, could be chips.
This one does bother me.
Could be bread. could be something that everyone else has to share. What percentage of the item in the bowl are you allowed to touch?
Ooh, this is because in the black community you got to be careful. Because if it's like, I would say, Evan, touch 25% of it.
Oh, I probably did.
At least. Steiny must have manhandled every single chip in the chip bowl.
Yeah.
Now you're going to make
He went digging like National Treasure is at the bottom.
And you called him on it, of course.
Oh, yeah, Evan was regular Groucho Marx on Saturday.
Well, what about me?
You weren't there yet.
No,
it was
I'm
like
saying
when
what
we're
I
preparing
brought.
in the morning.
I'm in the store buying Ken a gift of Ciroc.
Yeah,
I show up and the Diddy slander, I like, pull it off the shelf then. I didn't think of him when I bought the Ciroc.
So you just brought one bottle?
It was a long, it was a tall bottle. It was the big one. And it was a pretty color, so that's why I went and got it. That was a nice bottle. Evan, I didn't think. Is that where we're at? We can't buy Ciroc?
It's not a good look.
He said it was half off.
By the way, Carter, did you, I brought a big bottle of Fireball. Did you take it when you left? That's always a great trip.
No.
Here, I'm going to bring a bottle of something, and then you take it home when it's got 3/4 left.
Dude, wow. You brought Fireball?
Yeah, and I didn't want to get into this, and I'm not going to.
You critiquing my gift?
Nope.
Diddy.
I brought a bottle of Fireball and a 12-pack because, I had a +1.
Well, I spent more than you.
No, you didn't. Those things are like $19. Those Cirocs, and if it's not the original, and it was a what's it called, like the Costco version?
No,
it's like a Safeway. What do they call that?
Got it.
What's Safeway's brand? Like they have their own signature. It's like signature.
But it's Ciroc.
Well, is it?
The young kids, they didn't like it. I was blown away. Like, you can't take it off the shelf then.
Steiny, what did you get, Ken? I just told you. 12-pack and a bottle of.
How were you feeling
fire.
when you left? A lot of cigars being smoked, Steiny.
You don't smoke them either. I can't either.
That was my gift.
Did you? That's a good gift.
You brought cigars?
Yeah, I know Ken likes cigars, so I brought 4 different ones.
From where, Evan? Like, where do you go get yours? I'll be real.
Well, I was going to stop at this place in Oakland, but I had a guest with me. I didn't want to take him to East 14th, so I dropped him off.
My neck.
Yeah, I was going to stop at International, but it's neither here nor there. So we went to this one in Walnut Creek.
All right. Probably a good move.
Now, you know me, when I'm sipping, I'll smoke, Steiny. Like when I was gambling in Reno and the old lady had the cigarette. Give me that thing. No, for me not to go with the cigars is starting to bother me because these cigar lounges are taking off. And if you don't smoke, what's the point being there?
Well, they're
music.
Tell you what's really cool is going to a cigar lounge and then wearing the same clothes the next day. That's a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Yeah, it reeks.
Okay, so I didn't want to do this, but this crap about me reaching in for the tortilla chip.
Oh, he was right.
Digging.
Okay, so there was a problem that I didn't want to bring up, but ordinarily you'd be right. You don't want to finger up the whole bowl. Right. But that's assuming that all the chips are intact and they're big chips.
Yeah.
The problem was that there were a lot of stubbies.
Oh.
It was one of those, there were a lot of stubbies. You had to kind of search for the big chip and you had to, seek them out. And so sometimes that involved going, a half inch beneath the surface.
Wrong. Evan didn't like it at all. I would have passed, Evan, after. I wouldn't have, your hands all sweaty.
No, it wasn't.
It
wasn't that hot out there that day.
It don't matter. Germs.
Anyway.
I just had to make sure that everyone else saw.
Yeah, Evan was.
What we all needed to see.
Evan was a big Evan fan on Saturday.
Oh, whoa.
He didn't like it because Dana laughed at him.
And there you go. Dana's the man.
I wasn't crazy.
I got to be careful, real quick. You got to be careful with Dana Because he's one of those like Bonte took Frankie.
Yeah.
People might take Dana off your
You can
hands.
take him. You can take him.
Big D.
And Evan's coming down my road about, you know what? I didn't like what Evan was wearing.
Now, I felt like I had a tuxedo.
I didn't like it.
I would, Evan, he had the tank
Tell him.
top and
He
shorts.
had a tank
and the
top.
flip-flops.
Yeah.
There was a swim party, Steiny.
Yeah.
It was 78 degrees outside.
Did you go into the pool? No,
No, of course
you
not.
didn't.
Spadoni was dressed like Evan. I liked it.
Spadoni doesn't own a good pair of clothes.
No, stop. I've seen him out.
NBA Finals 1-1 Goo wins Game 3.
Oh, my God, Wednesday. Like everything you wanted, just make the final.
Yeah, I didn't want this.
This is not good, man. Sunday, why do we got to wait?
It's every year they do this, pretty much. The
Baseball,
finals.
I get is back-to-back. Super Bowl is what it is. You can't compare, but you think this is hurting it? Is it too big of a layoff? Forget guys being rested.
You know, the kids have a phrase. It is what it is. This from the 510. Hey, Daryl. I just met Norm. What a nice guy. I deliver for UPS to the house in Union City. I took a moment to introduce myself. I see where you get your good looks and great attitude from.
Wow.
Okay, I told him you and Matt are the best 4 hours of my day. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
That's big, if true. I'll
is
text
nice.
Pop to see if that happened.
That is.
But who would text that trying to trick us?
Demetrius.
Oh, okay.
He said his name, Demetrius. So
think about that. He's got 24 hours in his day, regardless what the boss says about us. He said his best 4 are listening to us and Evan.
Why
Possibly.
wouldn't you view that as a red flag?
I could, but I won't. It's a compliment.
You should.
He gets something from it.
Demetrius. We appreciate it. We absolutely appreciate it.
Before we get back to sports and the regular scheduled program, can I get my props on the 86 Lindell and the Wimbledon match?
I don't know. Can you?
No, I watched it with my own eyes. I was right. I double-checked it, but that was a great match. Becker and Lindell. And it was on grass.
That would be Wimbledon.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Now, you do understand the difference between Wimbledon and the French Open.
Clay.
Right. But do you know what that means for the style of the game?
Now, I'm not going to front and act like, one's grass, one's, no.
Right.
Do you?
Yeah, one's grass, one's clay.
Okay,
now do you know what the difference is other than the substance?
Well, we said the slide, which now I thought was a detriment. You said actually helped some of the tennis players. So I would think the French Open would be easier if I was taking on somebody better than me, if that's going to even the playing field.
I would say yes and no. Clay is about the slowest surface.
So the ball.
So if a guy's and Wimbledon, the grass is like the fastest surface out there. So at Wimbledon, you'll see a lot more aces.
Damn.
Guy will serve and it's unreturnable. And at the French Open, you're liable to see more rallies, which
we saw.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. But on grass, it's a serve and volley type of game.
Because these guys were blistering the ball, Steiny, and I'm like, how the hell is it not over the? But now
when it
you're
hits the
telling
clay,
me
it just dies. It doesn't skid.
So Wrigley Field with the wind blowing in.
That would be Wimbledon.
Yeah, no, yes.
Because Wimbledon's a lot of
clay. It would be French Open because you're saying it's slowing down after it bounces off the clay.
Right.
Balls are easier. Why so many rallies yesterday?
That's why, because it's clay.
Damn.
That's why, because it's clay. And I believe, I don't know if all 4 of the majors, that would be Wimbledon's grass. The U.S. Open is the blue surface. I don't know what it's called. That they have at the Arthur Ashe facility.
The Australian and the U.S. Open are just hard court. Hard court.
Thank you.
Have you been to the U.S. Open, E? You strike me as the type that maybe have.
No. My brother went last year. Bonte went last year. So it was a lot of fun.
That's right. Mullen hooked him up.
The place is apparently massive.
Yep.
Arthur Ashe Stadium's huge.
Have you been there?
I have not.
Man, that's on my bucket list.
It's a tennis center. I believe center court holds about 18, if I'm not mistaken, which is as big as the Chase Center. I got a great question for you.
Wow.
Remember I threw this at you earlier?
It ain't great because I don't.
Well, you don't listen, so you wouldn't remember. So I'm listening in the morning, and he is on cloud 9 right now about the Giants.
I love it. Right?
And he's saying Magic's been recaptured, big crowds out at the stadium. I said, okay, probably there's something to that. But let me ask you a question, Goo. Next week, if I said to you, and I'm going to throw this out to our listeners, the Giants play the Dodgers in L.A. this week, okay?
That's wow.
Next week, the Dodgers, no?
No, the Dodgers do not come next week.
I thought it was, no, the week after. I thought you said Goo's going to be gone.
July is when the Dodgers are in San Francisco.
Yeah. I can still do it. it.
Yeah, but I got you.
If you had right now, I'm giving you the best 4 seats in the house at Chase Center for the Valkyries, Fever.
Wow.
Or I'm giving you the best 4 seats in the house where for you it would be where you sat the other night behind the plate. You said it was unbelievable.
Shout out Bram.
Now I got 4 of those for you when the Dodgers come in July. But you can only go to one game. Are you going to the Valkyries in the front row, or are you going to the Giants-Dodgers, best seats in the house, whatever you deem them to be?
This is interesting. So it would definitely be a thought, but Steiny, it would end up being a landslide because I would pick the Dodgers-Giants. But if you allow me, forget who's playing. I'll just make it baseball versus basketball. And there's just, in Bob Meyer's seats, I'll never forget, the ball hit me. I bounced past the Steph. There's just something about being that close as I was to a pitcher, hitter, and catcher in the game. Steiny, it hit different than me being up close watching Steph and Dr. J. So I would bypass the Valkyries Fever just to watch that baseball jump and do what it did Friday night for me until the game was over. I'm telling you, man, I am back. I've been in love. I watch ball all day, every day. I watched Oregon State, Florida State College World Series last night.
Is that who's in the College World Series?
Two of the teams.
Do we know that for sure?
2 of the teams.
Okay.
And I was on the wrong side of it. But, Steiny, watching that ball and the pitcher and that bat, Olsen's home run, watching the risk, it's something different than basketball being up close, which is also awesome. What would you take?
I would take the Valkyries right now.
And tell me why.
Because of the
anything
novelty.
to do with basketball versus baseball? Or?
No, not really. It's
Okay.
more, I believe it or not, like who's a bigger draw, Ohtani or Caitlin Clark?
I got to say Ohtani, but it's up there.
I mean, I don't know. Like I would go to the Valkyries because that's an experience I have not had.
Oh, okay.
I have
know what?
I've had.
Either have I.
Are you changing? Now you get Steiny, you're right. Now I'm going to do what
I
you
just
want.
love that validation of that experience you hadn't had. But if we could leave that off, and let's just say you had, then give me the crux of your decision.
Yeah, like you've sat courtside before.
Yeah, that's why
it would be because of the novelty of the Valkyries. You know, you're seeing a game. It's not the Warriors, so that's new.
Yeah.
And Caitlin Clark would be, to me, the big draw.
When did she come? It's been a little while. Damn.
You know what? I think it's June. I want to say 19th. It feels like it's going to be a maybe, maybe not.
Man, I hope. Steiny, the Valkyries play tough, man. They play hard. Oh, thanks for stating that, Goo. But you get what you watch them. They kicked Las Vegas' ass. It were 9-point underdogs.
How do you know? Really? You go that deep? You go that deep with your? Did you bet on the Valkyries aces?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay.
I know somebody that did.
49er Frankie?
He's mad at me. He heard me rip him about the finals. The ratings are down. He just tweeted like, Willard, I'm listening. But, no, I kind of like your answer, but I feel like, again, if you had watched the Valkyries before.
I've seen them on TV, but what's a better atmosphere?
Well, Oracle right now, you can't lose. And I'm kind of mad at you because you've been saying that.
I mean, what do you do the 7 innings the Giants don't score?
Well,
you're just sitting there like a bump on a pickle.
That's a 9. But they're having Steph Curry Day, too. That's coming up, the Giants.
And what does that tell you?
He'll be in the house.
Let me guess.
Why wouldn't you have that?
I don't know who they're playing, but I'll bet whoever they're playing stinks. I'll bet you.
What is that about?
Well,
Why?
it means that
so
the reason you
win.
make it a Steph Curry Day is because they're playing the Expos on a Thursday night.
So homecoming, you're saying?
And no, you're only going to draw 18,000, but hey, maybe with Steph there, you'll get 28,000.
Well, that's why guys like Shasky are so fired up and excited. You baffle me because I thought we had the conversation about this year's Giants before the 16-game stretch with 32 runs. That you were like, "Goo, people are coming out."
That was last year.
No, that was this year when we had the question that you posed about 2 weeks ago about what team would you rather be right now? And the fan base, the one positive or a few positives we gave the Giants were fans were coming out already, and that was just because to the Giant experience. And I talked about Mexico and just going to a Giant game and being out and about. We were giving Giant fans their kudos.
Yeah, it's a pretty big day, Steiny. It's a Saturday, number 1.
Oh, night game for sure.
Mets are in town, number
game.
2. 6:05 first pitch.
Yep.
I don't follow. So the Valkyries are playing the Fever when
my point is Steph Curry Day is a big day at the Giants
against the
yard.
Mets. It's not homecoming against the Pirates.
Yeah.
It's a Saturday?
6:05.
Well, that means
it'll be a sellout.
That means, I guess
you gonna finish
people
that
like the
off?
Mets. They're not the Yankees. They're not the Dodgers.
They're prestigious
Hell, they may
clubs.
not. No, they're not.
They're more expensive than the Yankees.
They used to be the Giants' rival.
They were never the Giants' rival.
In New York?
The Mets? The Mets weren't in New York when the Giants were. I don't think.
No, help me out. The
Mets came in like late 60s.
The Mets replaced the Giants.
Well, my whole point. It's like the Colts and Ravens. The Browns in Baltimore. Yeah.
Baltimore went to Cleveland.
Cleveland went to Baltimore.
Yeah. So there's always that built-in. You know what I'm saying, Steiny. The Mets are a prestige. If you said the 5 prestigious baseball teams, Giants.
Of course.
No, Evan,
you always start with a home team, don't you?
Well, he's not wrong.
Dude, I know I'm not wrong.
But
okay.
It's not because of San Francisco.
And that's where I was.
But that's neither here nor there.
He understands.
Well, I'll come up with a 5.
I'll come up with the 5.
The Mets. I mean, there's no history.
Shasky, Texas.
Oh, boy. All right.
I'll read on the side.
Oh, I forgot. I was going to stop doing that. Remember? I told you. You remember Friday? I said he was going to stop doing that? You don't remember, do you?
I do.
Remember when I said, I got to stop doing something?
But there was a list of those.
No, there was one thing. Just one thing.
You failed.
Yeah, no doubt.
No, I did it with Shasky. I haven't done it with Goo yet today.
Oh, please. I'll read this text on the other side.
Hey, coming up tonight at 7 o'clock, the Valkyries, they take on the LA Sparks, and you can hear the game right here on 95.7. And also the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Kevin Danis, Sophia Jones there on the call. And you can watch the games on KPIX+. That pregame starts at 6:30. And that segment was also brought to you by Safeway. All righty. Hey, good, we're getting there.
Yeah, but they know we're getting there. We had a great convo Friday, and you made it sound, because I'm going to read 2 tweets we got.
You okay?
No, I'm really not.
All right.
Because now you got people thinking, I didn't know that the Met color scheme was from losing the Giants. But, of course, you jumped in.
What'd you get wrong? Just
nothing.
Let's cut to the chase.
My partner is what I got wrong. Listen, I brought up Baltimore and Cleveland, Art Modell moving Cleveland to Baltimore. That's going to always – that's nasty. And that's why I was trying to make the parallel with the Mets and Giants.
Mm-hmm.
But you jumped in and – they weren't there at the same time.
Yeah,
Nobody
you made it sound like the New York Mets and the New York Giants had a rivalry. They never did. That's all.
It's a natural rivalry.
Honest mistake.
Because the Mets replaced the Giants.
Yeah, it's not because one team is on one side of the country.
This from our guy Shasky. I'm gonna read it to you.
God. That's what I said.
Now, when he's in here, you're his best friend. Tell Shasky who's listening now why you would go, oh God. Tell him.
Well, let's this moment in Giants history brought to you by Joe Shasky.
The Mets replaced the Giants and the Dodgers, we knew that. The orange from the Giants, the blue from the Mets.
Yeah, this makes sense.
No, I'm reading it wrong. Hold on. I need my readers. The Mets replaced the Giants and the Dodgers.
All right.
The orange from the Giants, the blue from the Dodgers, and the Giants and Mets played each other in 2000 in the playoffs. JT Snow home run.
That was a
Come
big
on.
one.
And he sent us the clip. I do remember that.
Okay.
But
nobody said the Giants and the Mets haven't played each other.
Okay. All right. And then Jim Olay, our guy, sent me this. And this is when I said, okay, it's out of control because of you. Goo, don't know if you know, you may have. The Mets uniform color is a combination of Dodger blue and Giant orange. Sorry if you already knew. And I knew. Because you jumped in and blurted as if I was saying they were both there at the same time.
You know what? You're like Nico Harrison. You just got bailed out.
No, I got a better hairline.
By Mole.
All right, hurry up and go, because I'm going to give you my top 5 storied franchises in baseball.
All right. Let me go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I'll set the tone. Yankees.
Gotcha.
Dodgers.
Gotcha.
Red Sox.
We're 3 for 3. There's 5.
Well, there's. I'm going to go with the Cubs. The Cubs.
Gotcha. So I missed that.
And then to me, it's between the Braves and the Phillies.
Well, you got to pick one.
I'm going to take the Braves.
All right. So I'm shocked at you, Steiny. That's your list. That's the best part of the list.
Mm-hmm.
So I had, obviously, like you, the Yankees.
Okay.
I had the Metropolitans, the Red Sox, the Giants.
Of course.
And the Dodgers.
All right. You got 3 right.
And then what I did for you, Evan, is my second 5 honorable mention. The Detroit Tigers, the Chicago Cubs, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Atlanta Braves, and Baltimore Orioles.
Huh. Why don't you just pick the 10 oldest franchises in baseball?
No story, Steiny. History.
Giants are not a top 5.
Do you really believe
they're
that?
not?
Borderline.
That's fine. That's fine, but I deal in absolutes.
But what's keeping them from that? The history is incredible. They got arguably the best player to ever play on the team.
First of all, the San Francisco history is only a part of their history, and they're called the San Francisco Giants.
But why are you saying that like it's a demerit?
It is. They've only been out here for 40 years or whatever it is.
No, we'll see what the people think. And nobody's going to be a homer just because we're in the Bay.
Fine. You want to, it's subjective. If you think
but
the
you
Giants,
understand how some could have it.
Right, because we live in San Francisco.
No, but I'm not doing that because of that.
No, but you're the Pirates. Oh, my favorite team. Why the Pirates and not the Cleveland Indians / Guardians?
What have they done?
I thought you said storied.
Yeah.
Well, Cleveland's been around longer than Pittsburgh.
Well, Honus Wagner, Roberto Clemente. I take in all the history.
Yeah.
You're using, they got a movie about him.
Hey,
the
about
Indian,
who?
Major League.
What team?
The Indian. Well, now Guardians.
That was loosely based.
It was.
Let me ask you this about Willie Adames. And I get it.
I think you're being too hard.
Let's say we're halfway through the year. All right.
Okay.
We are basically.
Yeah. Yep.
Is he on his way to being the biggest acquisition bust in Bay Area history?
Can I tell you? I don't know if you know your partner.
It's
who
only
has that award.
halfway, but this is pretty bad
All
now.
right. But can I tell you who owns that right now? That award?
Who?
And you got mad at me the other day. Barry Zito.
Here's the difference.
Okay.
As bad as the Zito contract
I know
was,
where you're going.
They won titles.
And we don't know if this team is not going to. But Steiny, I think it's so unfair to think this is going to keep up. It's just
why?
That's why I feel like the Giants are in a great position, because if he snaps out of it, that's one bat that you don't need to go make a move for.
I got news for you. Snapping out of it for him is going to be ending up hitting 229. It's at 193.
Well, it's just about what are you doing when you got ducks on the pond. That when he's at the plate, Steiny, and you know, okay, Willie Dibs, this is the best version of himself, and he's driving in runs
but he's not. He's not doing anything.
And Buster did have, and I know this is Buster's investment, but Buster said, Steiny, if you look at traditionally in major leagues, when big names go to other cities, sometimes they often get off to slow starts. And I got to believe that's nothing more than this is.
All right.
But if we talking 45 days or 60 days and this is still the thing, then obviously this is going to be a bad thing. But again, why you say Shasky and the Giant fans are so giddy, I'm going to join Lubman Thursday on Garlic Guys, Garlic Fries, Steiny Podcast. I'm just going to tell you the biggest compliment about this team is, okay, yeah, they're not scoring a bunch of runs, but that's how filthy the defense has been at times.
There you go.
But most definitely the bullpen and the starting rotation. Who saw this Bird song?
Oh, what are you kidding? I have him on my fantasy team. It's like my fifth pitcher.
Okay.
Anybody do
Verlander goes down. Robbie Ray, Webb being Webb. They got arms for right now.
They do. They acquired Willie Dibs the year after he had 32 homers, 112 ribbies, and 93 runs.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you right now, he will never equal any of those in an individual season here in San Francisco. He will never hit 32 homers for this team.
All right, but
he will never drive in 112, and he's not going to score 93. Evan, would you take that bet? Hey, his back hurts. Never mind. Goo, would you?
I
go
would
ahead,
take,
Evan.
yeah.
No.
Because you.
Well, he hadn't put up those numbers before that last year.
Well,
he said last year was the outlier for him.
No, it was the best year of his career at the plate.
He cashed that in.
But look at this. The last 4 years in Milwaukee, 20, 31, 24, 32 homers.
And 81 games are played in that park. But, Steiny, you act like all 162 are played over here on 3rd and King. And I'm looking
at a guy with 5 homers. That's all I'm telling you. And he hit 32 last year.
And he's batting under 200. So there's a lot there going on. But I would fight you on the 32 bombs. He's got some pop. It's just about once he gets it going. And I'm looking at it, those hot summer days in August and July, and you're in Atlanta. You're in Cincinnati, where the ball's traveling.
8, 9,
and he hasn't embarked
14.
on that part. Well, I guess, to be honest,
Yeah,
the ball would
they
start.
didn't open in Cincinnati.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they didn't. He hasn't played yet at that. Oh, yeah, he has.
Steiny, will you give a guy a break? But it's too soon now. I get you. The sirens are flashing.
Since when do you ever care about too soon?
Baseball is a marathon.
You always are the guy that makes these bold, outlandish statements
baseball,
after a guy strikes out.
We've seen it so many times, Donnie. It looks bleak. I get it.
Oh, this is true. From the 707.
Give it to me.
He's not Jamarcus Russell yet.
Well, Jamarcus had nothing but his college experience.
That's why when
this
I said
is a little odd.
That's why when I said bust, I didn't say free agent.
all right.
I said acquisition.
Yeah.
See, that puts the umbrella over everything. But no, I mean Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, come on.
Was a bust.
I saw him in the Bay in summer in a fur coat. That tells you all you need.
Well, you heard what Mark Twain said.
He said,
the coldest winter I ever spent was my summer in San Francisco. Mark Twain.
I heard that one.
Okay. Well, that's the case. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I am so mad at myself. I to my list that I gave you that people probably forget, but Steiny, there was one glaring omission, and I'm going to call a timeout, and I'm going to get it right.
What?
The Oakland Athletics.
What about them?
They should have been on one of these lists.
Oh, my God.
And somebody's
You don't
going
have
out.
to pander anymore. They're not even in the bag.
No, I mean it, Steiny.
Well, you said the Phillies.
But I included the Athletics.
So you're just taking the city.
What do you think, Evan? Did he really include it?
The one you guys all missed was the Cardinals.
And that's when I'm getting a lot of blow.
That's a good call, Evan. Who told you that?
The fact that they've won 9 World Series.
I mean, you didn't come up with that on your own. Like, who did you see it online or something?
No, my uncle lives there. He gloats about how great the St. Louis Cardinals are. There's also nothing else in St. Louis.
Man.
The Arch.
Well, they had Neil Lomax back in the day.
This past year, I don't know if you remember this, they had Arch Madness. Remember that?
They did.
That is so great. I'll explain it to you during the break. Let's go to Coach in Los Altos.
Oh, man.
Hey, Coach. What's going on, man? Let me guess.
Hey, guys.
You got to sign Kuminga.
What a great show. And these Giants they're fun to watch. It's back to torture. We need a bat. And I think, like I've heard a bunch, I would trade an arm. My list of 5, just for the record, is you got to go with the Yankees.
All right.
The Cardinals are number 2. They've got 11 World Series. The Red Sox, and then if you count the time for the Athletics in Kansas City and Philly, they have 9, and then the Giants have 8, and it's the Dodgers next with 7. So I think that's probably my list of 6. The one story I've got about the 4 New York teams and how 2 of them moved here in '58 to expand to the West Coast. It's funny how old rivalries are. One Father's Day, we were back in New York. We went there for a family vacation, and I dressed up my whole family. We're in Giants uniforms, and we're going to the Bronx. We're going to the Yankee Stadium, and the Yankees were playing the Dodgers. And what was funny is we walk in, and the Yankee fans and everybody, they were super welcoming. They're like, oh, this is great, wanting pictures with us and whatever. And then this family walks by in Dodger gear, and the guy just turned purple. He's like, I can't get away from you guys. I hate you guys. It was so classic that the Dodger fan, the former Brooklyn Dodger fan, was screaming at me and my family in Yankee Stadium because we were wearing Giants gear. So anyway, that's my list. That's my story, and love the show. You guys are ballers. Have a great day, fellas.
My man.
Appreciate it, Coach.
And I got to say this.
I got to put the Cardinals there. I think Evan and the caller are right.
No, but see.
No, they're right. I forgot about the Cardinals.
My list is not who won the most.
Mine's not either.
Okay, mine is just what my life on this earth, how I look at where you played, the history, some of the winning, but it's not just about how many chips you got, Steiny. And the 5 I mentioned, the Giants are in there, especially with the Barry Bonds era when the baseball world stopped.
Stop that.
What you mean stop that? Nightly, dude. Would it stop what? I don't know what Barry meant to you, but I know what he meant to me.
What? Tell me. What did he mean to you?
The greatest living baseball player I've ever laid my eyes on and had the luxury of going to watch.
Okay.
And I've seen him hit the most home runs in a season ever. And I saw teams walk him with the bases loaded. I saw him be
that happened one
what
time.
He was in another city, come to where he was from, the Bay, and then just become more.
I think the Cardinals are a more storied franchise than the Giants.
And I won't fight you on that.
Like my 5 are the Cardinals, Cubs. I got to put the Cardinals there. I miss them. Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox. That's who I got. And obviously it's not based on rings because I got the Cubs there.
And the Dodgers.
Well, they've won recently.
Yeah, but they've got less than the Giants.
But you said it wasn't about winning.
Well, it isn't, but the Dodgers have...
They've owned the National League West for forever.
No, but they won in the 70s and early 80s.
Sure.
The San Francisco Giants have more World Series than the
because of
Dodgers?
their time in New York. Because you also have to include the Dodgers' time in Brooklyn.
Yeah. No. I only use it since they moved out west.
Oh, yes.
That's just me. What else are you going to
You set me up.
How so?
No, you said you had something for me that I was going to go off.
Yeah, the biggest bus in Bay Area history.
Yeah, and Zito, I think that's it, Steiny. Like, that was awful. Now, he had a performance in the Alls.
He had one great game, which is more than the Thomas has had.
Why are you on him so hard?
Because I drafted him high in fantasy.
No, but honestly, Steiny, when will it not be early? The old adage is late in June. When are you honestly telling us, as we listen to you today on this Monday, when do you really get concerned? Or are you really there now?
It's not early this season anymore. Now, it's early for this 7-year contract, but we're almost at the halfway point. We got another couple of weeks. We're at the halfway point. And he does not look good. That's all I'm saying. Now, I mean, he still looks, what do you think? Does he look better at, let's say, James Wiseman at his best?
Well, see, I think those aren't fair because those guys were rookies. They had, like Evan said, he had a great year last year, and then we took a flyer on him, or the Giants took a flyer on him, so he had experience. Those guys you mentioned, Russell had no experience outside of college, and we know Wiseman had none, so...
When we talk about bust, it usually is a draft pick. Somebody who was picked high and just. But I'm with you. I don't think it's not fair that Wiseman. The Warriors picked Wiseman, the Raiders picked Russell. So to me, it's about the teams that drafted him. But that's just me. Hey, you got that JP Morosi, Evan? Oh. Why don't you set it up for us?
Okay, so, sure. Earlier today, J.P. Morosi of MLB Network was asked about essentially the legitimacy of the San Francisco Giants, who currently stand a game out of first place, 10 games above 500, and obviously the owners of a 5-game win streak. Would you like to play the sound?
Yes, sir.
I've been so impressed, Lauren, by the overall strength of this Giants pitching staff. We know Logan Webb is so excellent, of course, all those ground balls. He's benefited from that Adames-Chapman combination on the left-hand side of the infield. Birdsong has really emerged as a young stalwart in this rotation as well. And let's focus on Robbie Ray, the former Cy Young Award winner. Look at those numbers. And, Lauren, the thing that stands out to me is that what we just saw in that highlight a second ago, a swing and miss fastball. He throws that four-seamer more than 50% of the time, and the batting average against that four-seamer is under 200. The slider, the changeup, the knuckle curve are all in play. Again, he throws that changeup a bit more now than he has in recent years, but I go back to this. When you can locate a swing and miss fastball more than 50% of the time among all your pitches, Lauren, it's conducive to a lot of success. It's a great ballpark to pitch in, and we also saw that Justin Verlander on the IL. He is expected to come back, obviously, at some point in time during the course of the year. I like the Giants' chances to make the playoffs.
Man.
There it is.
Yeah, that's Bubba. Nothing shocking there, though, Steiny.
Okay.
I know you're going to say it's early. I get it.
Oh, no. I love you, Steiny, but that's an incorrect quote about Mark Twain. There's no proof that Twain ever quoted The Coldest Winter. No, he did. A couple things. All right. Now, the two things he said before Robbie Ray. One was the combination of Chapman and Adames on the left side of the infield. Okay.
Tell us you don't watch without telling us.
Well, how about this? Hayden Birdsong has not been a stalwart in the Giants starting rotation. He's only got 4 starts.
But the bottom line,
he's not a stalwart.
But he's not the weak link.
No, but the point is,
I don't even think they miss
he's
Verlander.
not pitching every 4 days as a starter.
Well, but now you're getting too technical.
Well, he said stalwart. He should have said surprise or Birdsong's giving him a boost.
But them making the playoffs, when you look at the landscape of the National League right now, Steiny, I mean, man, you would think they can make something happen. And as early, whoever's out there with whatever time you feel like Major League Baseball, whatever juncture of the season they're in, the Giants got action. And the reason they got action is they got the two things that aren't going away. I don't believe, Steiny, if this rotation in regard to their starters and their bullpen keep this up, my goodness, man. And I did think of a bust. My boy from Dallas, the cornerback Larry Brown, that signed a deal with the Raiders and did nothing. So that when Oakland he came here to the Bay. Remember, he had 2 interceptions in the Super Bowl, Larry Brown?
I don't remember. I remember a guy named Rod Martin.
No, Larry Brown.
3 interceptions
1995
in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yep. But the Raiders got him. He did nothing.
Larry Brown.
Yep.
Sure not thinking of the basketball coach.
No, it's the cornerback. And then also D'Angelo Russell. That kid. What?
For the Warriors?
Yeah. I mean, what would you say?
I think he was functional. Because they were able to move his ass.
But as far as on the
court.
He
played less than Adames. And it's still early for Adames. It's even earlier for D'Angelo Russell.
I would call him a bust.
That's an interesting one. I'd ask Evan, but we got to get out here. Yeah, I don't know if I could. I wouldn't consider D'Angelo Russell a bust.
I'll wait for the word on the other side.
Kelly Oubre.
Like they're all.
That's
the same thing.
No, because they got something for Russell, and they didn't get anything for Oubre. All right, coming up tonight at 7:00, the Valkyries take on the LA Sparks, and you can hear the game on 95.7 and the Valkyries channel also on the Odyssey app. Kevin Dana, Sophia Jones, they have the call, and you can watch the games on KPIX Plus with pregame starting at 6:30. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
We go down the tough road, Steiny. Toyota Tundra.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Goo and Evan.
Hey, Steiny.
You know what I'm thinking about for tomorrow?
Talk to me.
You know what that is?
That's what you had Friday.
Yeah.
At the cafeteria.
Yeah, we're going to get into that tomorrow.
You sure the people are ready for that?
I think they are.
Because this story franchise is taking off.
We can do that. Finish up today with that, and we could talk about tomorrow is going to be just a wonderful day of audience participation. You know, let me let you in on a little secret about 95.7 The Game. And our boss. You know, he's very...
He didn't make it to the party.
No, he didn't. What's that tell you? Oh, by the way, oh my God. That's right. I forgot two things. But the boss is one of the greatest planners of all time.
No doubt.
He's
got a skill.
He comes prepared. He's a great idea guy some of the time. And, he's challenged us to come up with topics. And I came up with one that is a dandy. Well, and we're going to do it tomorrow. See, now you're being a jerk. No, and I'll tell you why. It's because when I said this to both you and Evan,
it is a great
reluctantly
call.
You were like, that's not a bad idea,
Steiny. When you get all giddy over you're the author of the idea.
It was my idea. But when I present it tomorrow, I'll say we came up with it.
But it's a great one.
It is a great one.
Unlike this...
I kind of want to tease it, but I don't want to give it away.
Well, you're a man of words. Can't you do both?
Just a big audience participation. Right. We're going to endeavor tomorrow to put together a comprehensive list that the whole Bay Area can end up using. And it'll be the official template of the subject that I'm asking to make a list for. And I believe what will happen from tomorrow's show is when we get this list compiled.
Oh, my goodness.
And it's going to be thorough because we've started it already. But when we get the Bay Area involved, it's going to go to another level. And I got to believe it will end up on 95.7's website as the quintessential list of what it is, essentially. Like when we say, hey, here's a list of we've compiled, it will become the official list.
So it'll live forever.
Yes.
Let's do it.
But it can also be the kind of list that we'll be able to tweak if things change.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah. And you were going to say something.
No, I didn't want to bring the party down, but I got to read this, Steiny.
Okay.
Sly Stone, one of the most influential and groundbreaking musicians of the late 60s and early 70s, who smashed the boundaries of rock, pop, funk, and soul, has died at age 82. So he was a legend. Rest in peace. And I just wanted to get that out there. You know, as you get older, Steiny, death hits me different. Because our day's coming. For this show, too.
How long do you think we're going to be able to keep doing this?
Steiny, I think the clock is ticking. Can I read something from Mark Ibanez?
I hope so. Oh, boy, don't.
Yeah, do you want?
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna.
Be sure. I have to, Steiny. He said I could read it. Be sure and tell Steiny that was real riveting radio, hearing about him playing pig and how to put your hands in the bag of chips and what kind of cigars you guys smoke.
I didn't smoke cigars.
That was riveting. LOL. Now, that was us, so he's making fun of us, but stand on business.
All right, I want to play this Tyler Fitzgerald sound from yesterday because it's clear that a lot of Giants fans feel like this team's got something going and it might be sustainable. But this is Fitzgerald on if last year's team could have done what this year's team's doing and the difference between the two teams. Take a listen, Goo.
It's no fun losing, but we weren't panicking in any way. Last year I think we probably would have panicked a little bit more, but we knew the club we had here, and we feel like it's special, and it's just, we scored 4 runs today, which we haven't been doing, so, there's more coming from the offense, but, for us just to put more runs on the board is the key, and we'll win a lot more games that way. But, yeah, there was no panic, but it definitely is a better feeling than losing.
What would be the biggest reasons why last year's team would have panicked, but this year's isn't? You know what I mean? Because he's basically saying if last year's team would have gone through a stretch of scoring only 32 runs in 16 games, they would have panicked.
Well, I'll just go to what we've been talking about all day. Was the bullpen and was the pitching as dominant as it is now early on? That's what I would say. Because I got to believe if you were doing this with the bats last year without these performances from both entities, you wouldn't be 10 games over 500. That's what he's got to mean.
Well, what I think's interesting is
you got the same manager.
Well, you got a lot of the same players, too. That's why I find it interesting. Now, I get it. Their pitching has been lights out this year. But for the most part, there haven't been dramatic changes to this team. And so, to me, I feel like I wanted somebody to help me explain, why you would say that with essentially the same personnel. And maybe it's Posey. Maybe the reason they're not panicking is Posey.
That's a good call.
Maybe the reason they're not panicking is, yes, because they do see that this pitching staff this year is significantly better than last year.
But to be honest, Steiny, as fans, and I was a part of it, we panicked just in regard to the bats and the way they were losing games just before they got hot.
Mr. Irrelevant he's saying Farhan would have panicked. See, I don't. That's what I don't understand, because if you think about Farhan Zaidi, I think people thought he was too passive. When I hear panic, I think you're making decisions and you're making moves that are born out of a losing streak or where you are in a moment where you think you're in big trouble and that you have to do something. Like, I think the criticism I heard of Farhan Zaidi was that nothing ever seemed to be urgent or nothing ever seemed to be something that they had to confront right away. And I think what people are saying with Posey is, at least this year, he let it get to a point where obviously the offense was struggling. Was it too late? Was it too early? All I know is, like, Posey, as of right now, gets the benefit of the doubt for just what looks like incredible timing.
And foresight to look at a Dominic Smith, I know it's early, who's made contributions. Mr. Johnson from Vallejo, Steiny, bringing back Jelly. So I'm just saying, moves around the edges, because it's not like the deadline was yesterday or it's coming up in 4 days. So even if you wanted to do something big, what could you do this early? And maybe there's something, but, I mean, if that's how he feels, all I'm saying is the Giants are in every game with their impotent offense up until here recently because of their pitching and their bullpen that seems like they don't even give up runs.
How much of it do you attribute to the lack of injuries that they've dealt with this year?
I mean, health is wealth. I can't say. What are you laughing at?
For example, last season they were the 6th most injured team in baseball. This year they're the 4th least injured team. So they've really had nobody get hurt.
Well, that's good luck.
No, you're right.
And they've
Outside
used it.
Verlander, but it looks like his replacement, whoever it is, even if it's by committee. Obviously, Birdsong's a big part of it. No, I'm just looking at this team. Maybe part of it is Adames, his leadership. And I know people are going to roll their eyes at that, but I got to give it to the guy. If you were to just see him in the dugout,
No, I told you
he doesn't
Friday.
look like he's hitting 193.
No doubt. And maybe he has confidence in himself more so than anybody else, and he knows he'll turn this around. But every time one of his teammates or comrades has a good moment, Steiny, he's the first, I got to commend that. Remember I told you, he ain't letting this eat him up, this slow start.
Well, I would just to challenge you, I would counter with under a different circumstance, if this team weren't winning, you or me or people would be saying, hey, Goo, I'd like to see Adames show some emotion or get mad about hitting 193, but he always seems to be this upbeat guy. It's kind of like, to hell with the vibes.
Yeah.
It's who cares if Adames is upbeat? He's hitting 193.
And I guess it's the perfect example of when one of your teammates have your back and pick you up.
What do you think about this? 510, everyone's job seemingly was in jeopardy. No one was comfortable. And then it's because this team has an identity. Farhan's Giants, no one knew. So their identity is pitching right now, right? Pitching.
Oh, man.
Relief pitching, middle relief,
timely hitting,
closers, and everything. I guess maybe this is a softball question, but if their roster is very, very similar, why does this year's team have an identity, last year's didn't? And is it just because, the pitching has taken an unbelievable step up, and that's now become their identity?
Well, how long? I don't know, Steiny, but you better get something to go with it, because I don't know how long we can expect this rotation and bullpen to be this filthy. It can keep it up, but all likelihood, everybody goes through a slump, every portion of your team, and I'm just thinking about what Evan said, and maybe they've parlayed best ability is availability into success, and if they were the 4th most or 6th most last year and the 4th most less this year, bam, that has to mean something.
Let's go to Jan. Jan's in Mountain View. Wants to talk about Farhan and Posey. Hey, Jan, how you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you?
Hey, doing well, thank you.
Well, I think to start with is the players know that they're going to be on the field every day. They're not going to be platooned and taken out after so many innings. And the same thing for the pitching, unlike under Farhan and the previous, manager. It was always, the spreadsheet and having to get them out after 4 innings or whatever, and instead of letting them stay on the field. And I think that's what Fitzgerald was maybe hinting at, is that, he knows his position and he's more comfortable, and they all, because they play each day, they get to know each other, and they're very happy about it, and they're doing pretty damn good. And I hope, and last week when Posey made his speech, that it's go time, they, I guess the bats woke up, they came together, and they're playing like a team. It's a team sport, and I'm kind of coming around to it finally, because I was kind of down I was not paying too much attention last year under Farhan, because he was, he wasn't doing anything to help the team. And you need players in there that know, that they're going to be, they're responsible and they're going to have that. They can take the field and they don't have to worry about coming out or having a platoon. And it, looks pretty damn good. So let's go, team.
Gotcha, Jan. Thanks for the call.
She's on board.
I mean, they say it starts at the top. So maybe there is something to the players feeling better about the direction just because it's Buster Posey as opposed to Farhan Zaidi. I mean, is it possible that stuff can trickle down to that degree? Maybe. Oh, my gosh, Donnie. And you forgot the respect element. But the bottom line is, why haven't they hit up until these last few? You know what I mean? They're trying, but you can respect somebody in your workplace more so than the other just based on, who they are and what they stand for. And Farhan never played the game. He's not a Hall of Fame, he's not what Buster Posey is to the Giants. So I'm just trying to put myself in the player's shoes, and I wouldn't slack on anybody, but I know if Steph Curry or Michael Jordan or Buster Posey is my boss, there's just something about me trying to put my best foot forward, and I believe all Giant players, Buster's gotten their attention. You have one of those guys, what do you call it, Steiny, to where you respect them so much, they don't even got to say much. They just they have so much respect, and that's how they lead. But why has that not rubbed off on Adames? Why are we getting – well, because –
I don't buy it. For a whole hasn't been clicking.
It's
not because they don't want to do it. It's not because they're not pressing. It's just baseball. So maybe that might lend to it doesn't mean anything. If you're in or out, you're going up there for yourself for the most part. And collectively, the Giants haven't been getting it done. But hopefully, they're out of this funk, hitting the ball, starting and scoring runs, and we'll see the gates open starting tomorrow in Denver.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, so last year, Patrick Bailey was the catcher. Last year, Chapman was still the third baseman. Ramos was playing. Yaz still here. Flores still here. Adames is new, but he hasn't paid off. Verlander's come. He really hasn't done much. I get it. Posey's far more well-known Posey's far more well-known than Farhan Zaidi, and as a player, he's certainly going to be more respected. As a front office guy, I don't know, other than his name, what the differences are between him and Farhan Zaidi, but maybe there is a respect level there with the players. But I mean,
would say resume, Steiny.
Well, what I would say is if a guy didn't hit last year and now he's hitting. How come? Because they have Buster Posey as at the top of the organization. That's going a little too far for me.
But we got a team that's not really doing that. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Nobody's hitting at that level outside of Ramos and Flores. So it's not just that part of it because that's not been idea.
I mean, I just feel like
a lot of guys.
I just feel like the team's essentially the same, and some guys are having better years than last year. Others aren't, like the two guys Posey's signed. And where is this confidence coming from? Where's this identity coming from? Where's this belief coming from? Is it all Buster Posey?
Where'd it come from in 2021? If I were to ask you that,
that's a great question.
No,
phenomenal question. I don't know.
Yeah,
because
they got it and never let go.
Evan, do you think there's anything? Let me just bring you in here for a sec. The injuries. Anything to do with the lack of injuries? Maybe because they are platooning less. A little curveball for you.
No.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't say the reason why they're getting hurt is because they're playing all the time. I think, honestly,
what?
The biggest difference is that they're pitching their ass off. Like, they're actually hitting worse than last year.
Right.
Like, their batting average is worse. Their OPS is down. They're hitting far fewer home runs. They, as an offense, are worse than last season.
And, Evan, real quick, if you're
But they're markedly better on the bump.
Can you, and I feel like you can, is it wise to expect this rotation with the Giants to continue that? That's why I think there's no doubt we're going to see a move for the offensive side of it.
Well, but what are you giving up? I mean, one of the reasons why their pitching staff and bullpen included has been so good is because you have a lot of young arms. Like Landon Root, for example, who pitched yesterday, he was a tail end of the season roster add last year. Only made like 4 starts, came out of the bullpen. This year he's in a starting rotation spot. He's been a lot better. Justin Verlander goes down. Hayden Burnsong, who got valuable experience last year, steps in and can pitch and hold his own. They have a lot of young guys in addition to obviously their 2 horses in Webb and Ray.
But do you expect this to last? I'm asking you.
I would define it as unsustainably sustainable. Like, this is how they're going to have to win games. Like, the idea that they're going to get one bat in here and change everything to me is a little fool's gold. But this is how they're going to have to win. Yeah. They're going to have to win close games, and so far they've proven that they can do it.
But if you get slippage, Steiny, and I'm just going off of if you get slippage from the rotation and you don't get that booster bat, then what? You're losing games the way you've been winning them. And that could change quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah, but it feels like the optimism's abounding right now. So the feeling's going to be that maybe they're pitching, they're pitching right now as an A. They're still going to be fine if they can keep it at a B+, and they get some hitting to match it. This is interesting from the 510. And we've heard this. This team treats players like people, not numbers on a spreadsheet. Period. Simple as that. There might be something to that. And then guys are coming to work comfortable, not scared they're going to be replaced by a minor leaguer.
You think that could have been well, again, I keep going to 2021.
It's also because they're winning. Like, yeah, clearly Willie Adames is pretty comfortable because he's hitting 196 and he's in the lineup every day.
And you think that's why the Dogs may not have been we're not on them like we would be had they been 10 under?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my
People would be
God,
ripping Willie Adames if they were 10 games below 500
Could you
right now.
imagine? I hadn't thought of that. So he's happy as all outdoors. Yeah, I ain't doing my best, but my team that's the most important.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Yeah. I mean, if they're 10 games under, Adames is in a lot
he's the reason
trouble.
He might be to blame.
Well,
that would be unfair, but you know what I mean.
Because
the darkest cloud, let's put the right on the table, brought to you by AGCO Pest Control, was Klay Thompson. And I know it was a different stage of his career, Steiny, but you could tell when he was in a sour mood or a dark cloud, if his shot wasn't going. You never want to be that. And that's what Adames has not been.
All right. Coming up on the other side, we got the crossover with Willard and Dibs. Don't forget to ask Dibs about we golfed yesterday for the first time this year, Dibley and I. Hey, Steiny here, and if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip that mental switch, time to unwind, and when I'm off the clock, I'm starting to drink a little new vodka, NUE vodka. It's American-made, award-winning, 7 times distilled, clean, crisp, and it's the taste you want in your go-to drink. I'm telling you, it's smooth, it's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar at your favorite spot. You're getting quality with NUE. That's NUE. No fluff, no pretense, just great vodka that doesn't make your wallet hurt. And you know what? No velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some killer cocktail recipes and make sure you try their all-natural flavors, cucumber and citrus. They are absolute game changers. Remember the name, NUE Vodka. That's NUE. It's not just my pick. It can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax mode, make the right call. Grab NUE Vodka, NUE, in stores now or head to nuevodka.com to find out where they sell it. Mm-hmm. It's tough for me to go without Fitz when I'm watching a Warrior game.
Well, I told you all you got to do is go to Macy's or somewhere and get you something nice.
What are you talking about?
You said Fitz.
Bob Fitzgerald.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Willard and Dibs. It is the crossover.
Fellas.
Yeah. Hey, guys.
What's going on? Yeah.
How we doing?
Yeah.
I didn't hear from you Friday, Willard. You're on my bad side.
I didn't hear from you either.
What happened?
I sent you a text.
No, you didn't.
You know,
I didn't
honestly,
get a text from you.
Before going to the party, Ken's party Saturday, I got a new phone. I was having issues, but I sent you a text Friday where you at, and I was behind home plate with an open seat.
I did not get that
Dibs, I
text.
saw some good view baseball Friday.
And I saw your seats, and I was thinking, all right. I mean, Bob Myers is one thing. Like,
my thing's messed up.
Who's your Giants Bob Myers? Like, who do you know over there?
Oh, no, it's none of that. It was my guy Bram from Warriors Huddle. He hooked me up.
Back me up. When's the last text I received from Go?
So it didn't go through, so I got you.
I would never
leave you. We had talked about it.
Never do that.
And then I had a seat. I said, maybe you could leave Christy, or she could leave you and give me some company. Because I saw myself on TV. I ain't making it about
If you would know.
But I was on the little score box.
Yeah, no, because it was me, Christy, and two of my best high school friends. And you know how high school friends have their own.
You love John Blue.
We have our own language and our own way and everything. So if you had given her a lifeline, she probably would have loved that.
Yeah.
She would have loved that.
What do you guys think is the best seat at a baseball game?
Ooh.
You could sit anywhere.
Oh, man, I think I know.
I'm a closer the better guy.
Okay.
I would
the closer the better.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So mine's behind home plate.
Yeah.
You see everything.
I don't mind if it's all, like maybe offset to a degree, like over toward one of the dugouts or whatever. But I know a lot of people that are like, I heard you say this the other day. I like to be in the upper deck so I can see the bay and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, I want to be right down on the deck.
No. What, I was very surprised at how great the seats were. I think it's a great angle up there. But I think if you said you can sit anywhere, I'm going with the halfway between home and third or home and first, about a third of the way up.
Yeah,
I think those are
that's
great
pretty good
seats.
spot.
Yeah, pretty good.
It's a pretty good spot.
I still am stuck on what I had in the 2010 World Series, which was high home, top deck, but front row.
I love those.
Those are good too.
Literally right behind home plate.
No, I got
could
you.
not have been more behind home plate. In fact, we were right next to the high home camera, so it's the cameraman and 4 seats, and we had the 4-seat row.
What scares me about that, though, is if the foul ball does come, do you then get afraid of heights? Like, I want to be able to go after that foul ball with gusto, and I would like to not fall out of the upper deck in the lower deck.
Yeah.
I'm against that.
I get it, but I mean, normally if a foul ball does go that high, that far up, it's either going to go over you or right to you, unless you really want to be like a reach out and grab it.
You got to go get that thing.
Okay.
Only foul ball I've ever caught was one that went up to the higher decks and then boink, played Cubert and came all the way down back to the bottom deck. And I happened to be the only one that was still looking for it.
Who did they play that day? You remember?
Colorado Rockies. I can tell you almost what night it was. Do you remember?
He got it.
Thursday night football in September, not last season, but the season before. It was the night that Tua played the Bengals.
Oh, that's when he got hurt.
Yeah, like the bad.
You remember.
The first bad concussion. I remember because Christy and I had the phone sitting in, like we propped it up on the seat in front of us because we were watching Thursday night football. Because it's September and the Giants and Rockies both stunk and they were out of it. So we also had Thursday night football on. And then Tua just got locked up in the middle of that game. So that's why it's like.
So you got the foul ball early.
I don't know, third or fourth inning, whatever.
Dibs and Steiny, have you ever gotten a foul ball at the game? I have. Gave it away, but I got one.
Yeah,
As did I. Yeah.
It was 1978 at Candlestick. It was one of those cold nights, and there was a foul ball, and it was on the concourse right in the lower deck between the first row of seats, the box seats, as we used to call them, and the higher seats. And I got a good beat on it, and I went after it, and it was loose, and there was a scrum, and I had the ball.
Look at the difference.
I had the ball. Did I come out with the ball? No, I did not.
Oh,
I did not come out with the ball. As I went down onto the pavement and got one hand on the ball, things happened, and when the scrum evaporated, I did not have the baseball.
Was the fumble caused by the ground, or did you lose
There was
it
no
before
fumble.
you hit?
There was
Okay.
no fumble. There was a knee on my neck.
It was a strip.
There were punches thrown, and the ball was removed. And maybe that's partly why I am the way I am now, because I'll never forget the first fan appreciation game at the Cow Palace for the Sharks. They were throwing Frisbees in the crowd. And at this point, I was probably 23, and there was a Frisbee that they threw, and it was loose. And there was about a 12 or 13-year-old that went for it, as did I. And on this day, your boy, the Dibber, got the Frisbee.
Look at him.
In similar fashion. So, yeah, the anger is well-earned, and it's well-worn.
Do you remember who hit the ball?
No.
Who hit the foul ball?
No, I'd like to say it was McCovey.
Yeah.
But we were big McCovey people in my family. We went to a ton of Giants games and a lot of Willie McCovey from, 76 to 80, I think, is when he eventually left.
If the two of you are out there listening somewhere, you're probably about 60 to 65 years old at this hour. But once upon a time, a preteen Mark Willard, who was obsessed with Will Clark, was walking back from the concession stands in that middle, the walkway aisle at Candlestick.
Yep,
the stick between the lower box and the upper box, right? Or whatever.
In the lower reserve.
Lower reserve.
Yep, exactly.
Yep. Walking right through that walkway, and the thrill launches one. And I look at that thing, and it feels like you're an outfielder, and the ball's hit right to you. And there's no stands, because I'm like, it's the walkway. And I looked at it. I practically did a Ricky Henderson I'm going to tap the hip.
Tap it.
Tell me you got it. This sucker is mine. The ball is coming, and I mean a split second before impact, there was a different kind of impact.
Oh, boy.
Absolutely sandwiched and crushed by two adult males. And I have no clue what happened after that.
So you didn't get it.
That was it. I don't know where the ball went.
Yeah.
I don't know where they went. I don't know where my popcorn went. Gone. Laid out.
Yeah,
Gone.
no flag on the play either back then.
Yeah.
It was a good no call.
And you weren't getting the ball.
I did not get the ball.
I will say this before you go, Steiny. The Oakland Invaders used to play at the Coliseum, and there were USFL, no nets. This is a true story. A young guru would watch prison stuff go down for that football.
Wow.
You would have it, but you wouldn't have it because he was coming to do what those two dudes did to Willard.
Yeah.
Like fisticuffs.
Yeah, it was real. New Jersey
Gladiators.
Generals, Philadelphia Soul. I mean, that's back when football was real.
Anthony Carter.
Exactly.
I never caught a foul ball at a game.
Keep trying.
Yeah. I almost had one at the Oakland Ballers.
Yeah. Did you ever get like a batting practice ball, or like have you ever gotten a ball of any? Did someone throw one to you?
Well,
did a ball dude hand one to a young Steiny?
Well,
like something.
Talk to us.
Well, back in the day, I was asked to throw out a first pitch.
Oh,
at the Oakland A's game. And,
just one?
Yeah, just one. And when I threw it to, what was his name?
Terry Steinbach.
No.
Oh,
he wasn't a catcher. He was 6'8", though. O'Terry?
Sean Jelly.
Dan O'Terry.
Dan O'Terry. That's who caught. And I needed all 6'8" because I went high.
Okay.
Very high. He had to come out of the crouch. And then he gave it to me, and it was a signed ball of
wow.
What's his name again?
Dan O'Terry.
O'Terry. Danny O'Terry.
Clearly, it's on your mantle.
Yeah. I got three first pitches in my resume.
Look
the first of which was at the Giants when it had to be 2007 when they stunk.
Yeah.
And I was working for a different radio station, and you got to September, and it's like so-and-so representing so-and-so company, they can't make it. And so, Lee Hammer, former boss.
He said yes.
We need somebody. Are you free? And so your boy got the last minute call, and out I go at AT&T, SBC, Oracle Park.
Monster.
Whatever it is, your boy got the call.
You throw a strike?
I sure did.
Out of bed.
And I got...
who caught it?
I can't remember, but I do know who introduced me.
Who's that?
Rennell Brooksmoon.
Of course
the Dibber!
Wow.
Dan Dibley!
I had the late Dick Callahan.
Yeah.
Former A's.
That's what I had. That's what I had when I threw mine out.
As did I. Both times I did it over in Oakland.
I told you the story when my dad got the last.
I love the story.
My dad got the last minute call because he and some others were like, he wasn't anymore, but this is when the Safeway Corporation was huge sponsors of the Giants.
Yeah.
And so some good friends of him were very high up in the Safeway organization, and we were there early to eat at the whatever club. I didn't know what. I was a little kid. But the guy who got the offer, come to the first pitch, he's like, I don't play baseball. I didn't know the first thing about sports.
And Pops.
So he goes, Tom, you want to do it? And my dad's like, yeah. So the great thing is Mike Krukow was pitching that day. And this was exactly, probably said that to him. Or hurry up, babe. Because my dad went out there and milked this sucker for everything that was. You're allowed to, at that time, go out and actually stand on the mound. A lot of times now they make you stand in front of the mound. He went out on the mound, and this guy, this is so my dad, he leans in to Bob Renly for the sign.
Oh, I love it.
Then he comes set. Then he checks the runner.
No.
And there's a great picture of him, like, finally going into the leg kick, and Krukow is standing behind the mound with his hands on his hips, and his facial expression is just like, dog, throw the ball and get off of the field.
Get off my mound.
Tell me Tom got it over the plate.
He threw it right in there, and
Stephen A.
Brenly came out and said, way to throw it in there.
Wow.
And that was the end of that.
No doubt. Dibs doesn't know I'm a little mad at him, Steiny. You were doing the morning show on this station years ago when Melvin was the manager for the A's. So they had Melvin on the day after I did mine, and I'll never forget Dave Stewart was talking to me, didn't know me, but he was like, you might want to be careful. And I said to myself, I'm from Union City. I struck out 14 in the TLC. Give me that ball. And I went out there and fired it. And the next day, Dib goes, yeah, Guru's unprofessional going out there. You said I took it too serious. But Melvin told the morning show, you guys had him on. Was it Aldretti?
Yeah, I don't know.
The catcher.
Yeah.
I had Velo. One of the digits might have been messed up.
Aldretti was the first baseman.
I got it on my phone.
Right. You were trying to get a job. You were trying to have somebody you were trying to have somebody notice and be like, whoa, forget radio, Daryl. We're going to send you right away to Midland. You got a future.
And there he
goes. Captain Tryhard. That's all I was saying.
Nothing wrong with that. That's pretty good. I would have expected that from you.
Your boy.
That's exactly how I would have expected that to go.
No doubt.
That's perfect.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Now, tell me if I'm wrong here, Mark. You probably know these personalities a little bit better than me.
Whatever.
Kruk and Kipe.
Yep.
I can see Kruk getting annoyed with that, but I could see Kipe getting a kick out of it.
I think,
and that's the difference between Kruk and Kipe.
Nah, I think more like Kipe would get a kick out of it because Kruk's annoyed.
That's true. That is true.
Kipe will also get annoyed.
Oh, I know those. Yeah.
Like they both. I think both of them. They are truly. I don't know if everybody knows this. They are family.
Oh, there's no. Come on.
That's not just a baseball thing. They don't go a day without talking to each other.
I believe.
They and
you and me, buddy.
They are exactly. Yeah. Old ship after every game. But they probably like best friends do.
You don't last this long if it's not pure.
You get, and I don't mean actual joy, but you get a kick out of the other one getting a little hot under the collar. Like it's funny.
Yeah. I can relate.
Well, I don't.
Those two. Like the first when I got to move back home and was covering the Giants, one of my favorite things was not even getting to do the shows or going to the game. It's the media meal before the game. When you go up there on the third floor and you sit, and those two have their table, you don't sit at that table. That's Kruk and Kipe's table, and those two guys.
Wow, didn't know that.
They run the room. Like it's almost like. You're welcomed into the fraternity once they start razzing you. Once they start making fun of who you are or what you're eating or what you said last night. And so that's who they are. That's who they are the whole time.
I love that.
Reminds me of Jerry Sloan, former Jazz coach.
Why? Who did he razz?
No, he didn't razz anybody.
Oh,
but,
that's just his personality?
Well, I'll never forget, he used to eat a pregame meal in Salt Lake, and there would be writers there, and just one day I'm sitting there eating, and he comes up to me, and he goes, "Excuse me, do you mind if I sit with you guys?" It was Jerry Sloan.
What did he say?
"Jerry, of course."
You didn't say that like that.
I said, "Of course." And he sat there and just talked to us like human beings for 30 minutes, and I was like, this guy is awesome. Just because him and was the assistant coach? I can't remember. Anyway, they would mingle. It was just a nice gesture.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because it had me thinking about earlier because you guys were discussing the Weber-Nelly situation and how fans felt. And Steiny, I think you captured it almost absolutely perfectly because in the moment it was 50% Weber is a baby. Weber can't take hard coaching, and 50% like, what are you doing? Weber's amazing. Nelly, like, how can you not make this work? The thing that struck me is, I believe it was 1 year later when Nelly was like, I'm out. So at that point, it went from 50-50 to about 97% anti-Nelly, 3% anti-Weber, because the whole idea of Nelly or Weber or Nelly, it was like, okay, if it's a 50-50 call, fine. You're going to take the coach, and the coach is really good. He is, at this point, like one of one in what he can do, and he got that team to the playoffs. And okay, Nelly, now you can go cook. And then a year later, he leaves. So at that point, looking back, it was all Nelly.
And the coach never wins nowadays. You know what I mean?
Right. Nowadays, the player says, I want the coach out, and Jenkins and Malone and Thibs.
And we're like, what happened?
Gone.
Yeah, wink. You know what happened.
Right.
By the way, did y'all hear Nelly over the weekend?
Yeah, we played it.
I just, I don't know how you guys took that, and for those who don't know what we're talking about, he came out and was just like criticized the Dallas Mavericks. Once again, hard for trading Luka. But I looked at that and I'm just like, man, I know people don't like getting older. That's not supposedly a good thing.
I don't.
But at the same time, I can't wait to be that many years old and where you have just fully stopped giving
it's coming.
The slightest rip what anybody thinks or what the consequences of it.
Steiny's there, I think.
Nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
Like my man might be there.
You just wake up and you're like, pow, 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 back to bed. That's it.
That's how
your
he
day.
came across.
I can't wait. I cannot wait for that.
Oh,
so
man.
good.
Yeah, no, but trading Chris Webber was fine.
Mitch Richmond.
Any number of them.
I said this. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, the baseball. I'm not saying they're winning 107, the Giants. I'm just not. This goes to Saturday. That was incredible. And Friday. But Dibs and Willard, if I told you like I'm telling Steiny and the listeners, I just feel like that season is happening over again in regard to the Magic. It hasn't been all perfect. I don't expect the bullpen and the starter to keep this up. Hopefully they won't have to, but you strive to be the best. But there's just some magic going on, it feels like, with the San Francisco Giants, the 2025 version.
I don't even know if it's magic for me. It is just good baseball. You've got a very good starting rotation that's healthy. You've got a very good bullpen. And for the most part, you play good defense. And was it the Saturday game where they scored 3 in the first and Atlanta had 2 errors in that first inning?
That was Friday.
That was Friday, okay.
And then Albies yesterday kicking it to get the win.
Right. So, I mean, you don't necessarily have to put up 8 or 9 runs to win. The Giants pitch great. The bullpen is great. The defense is above average. And sometimes it's okay to just wait for these bad teams to do bad things.
I tell you what my observation for the weekend, because I was there Friday and Saturday.
Oh, yeah, you had the kids.
This place is jammed.
Yeah.
This place is jammed. And I really want to find an entry point to have a conversation with an open conversation with the 95.7 The Game audience. We know that our logo is blue and yellow.
Yeah.
Like, I think we all know the score here. But even listening to you guys today, like, you find moments where, like, things are going on with the Giants, and it's almost like we're compelled to ask the audience, like, are you bored by this? Are you, like, do you like baseball anymore? Do you think this is sustainable? These kinds of questions. And I've decided we're clearly kind of sitting in some sort of an echo chamber, because that place is jammed.
Yeah, I saw it.
It is energetic. I was thrilled to not see people do the flipping wave like they were doing earlier this year. Like, it felt, maybe for the first time since COVID, that like that sort of pulsating Oracle Park 3rd and King Giants fan
live.
locked into the baseball game and the result thing is here. It's here. They're top 10 in attendance. They're top 6 in road attendance. I don't know what to tell everybody, but Giants baseball is cool. Yeah. Whether you want to agree with that or not.
It's a vibe.
The data is all like, it's there. Just go to a game. Just go to a game. You'll be able to watch it.
And without oversimplifying it, my question would be, why? Why this year? Why not last year? Is it Posey?
It's a good question.
I mean, I'm sure it's a lot of different things, but
I mean, more wins than losses is, I think, where it starts.
But also, I think you can think about a game and you can probably name 7 or 8 players who are going to start the game. And that, I think, matters a lot. Instead of, well, who's pitching? Well, who needs a rest? And who's going to get pinch hit for in the third? You've got a lineup, and I know it's not a gauntlet of great hitters, but you know of the 9 guys in the field, you know 7 of them, you probably know 8 of them, and they're going to play. I do think that matters a lot when you're not a diehard every game fan.
This could be such bad defense because it's a reach. But I put Buster Posey up there with Bay Area royalty in regard to former players and what he meant for his team. And earlier I told Steiny, what if Steph Curry was the GM or president of basketball operations? I'm not saying nobody's half-assing, but if just psychologically, if I'm playing for Steph, like some of these baseball players are playing for Buster, not I'm putting my best foot forward, Willard Dibs, but there's something subconsciously to where I'm just trying to not mimic what he did, but because of who he is, maybe that's bringing something out of me that if it were Tom Thumb, who was the president of baseball ops, that wouldn't get me to, I don't know, but there's got to be a parallel, something to Buster, just a quiet confidence.
I think it's what you're saying, you're onto something, but it's not so much just like because he's a great player. I think that a lot of these players either were close enough to this organization or they remember not just who he was, but what the organization
symbolized
at that time.
Yeah.
And since you're coming out of an era where I think there was a inherent distrust,
no doubt,
between the clubhouse and the front office. And so what he represents, great player, but I think he's trusted. I think he's trusted.
And sometimes that's all it takes.
And so now you have Bob Melvin and Buster Posey, and they are trusted in ways that Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi weren't. And so I think their connection with the players is deeper, and you get a different vibe. And I think that's true for the fans too.
I think there's something to it. I don't think there's any doubt about it.
Well, I mean, look at the Niners, just real quick.
Good comments.
You've got John Lynch there at the helm, and if you're a player and you're playing for John Lynch ostensibly, how do you not heed his work ethic and what he's done being in the Hall of Fame? I do think that sort of permeates down through the roster. I'm a little disappointed you didn't talk about my great start yesterday.
Oh, he did share with me. We had a bet that you weren't going to bring it up, but he said you beat him.
I said, Goo, asked Dibs about playing golf yesterday. He played well.
Was it only a great start, or did you play well?
I played well for the fact that I hadn't played in 6 months. I, quote unquote, beat Steiny, but we played from different tees.
That's what he did.
So it doesn't really.
Why'd you play from different tees?
And what does that mean?
Because
I should have played with
yes, I played from 6,100.
Okay.
And he played from about 6,350.
That's too much
for me. 6,350 is too much.
It's
when
too
you
much
only
for
hit
me,
the ball 200 yards on a good drive, 6,100 is actually probably even a little too much.
Is that because of your guys' handicap?
No, it's because
choice.
It's
just
because
personal choice.
Yeah, you can play whatever tees you want. And the older I get, the more I play forward tees because it's more fun.
Did you play Pat Williams? Like white tees? You played white tees and you played blue tees?
Essentially.
Combo. Just because the guy we played with, I always play combo.
I played blues probably, and he played the blue-black combo.
The blue-black combo.
Yeah.
Got it.
Too much course for me.
So you weren't behind him.
I shot a 96.
And what'd you shoot?
91.
Okay.
Shut up, Goo.
Yeah,
tidy 91.
Okay.
I felt pretty good about it.
Willard, so while we were at Ken's party, Dibs both of you guys got invited. We wanted to see. You were at the game. Saturday.
Yeah. I had the class there.
Yeah, that was
I had
awesome.
the class. Man, that's just so
Yeah,
weird.
well, that's awesome,
It's a weird
man.
experience. Like when you were in college and
Like
you wanted to
kids.
be in media and you were brought into the press box of the Giants and like Susan Slusser's sitting right behind you and Bags is right behind you and TK's right behind you. And most of these kids were, I'm like, free reign. You want to network? You want to go get some video out by the Coke bottle? And they just all stood up and walked out and got garlic fries and came back and sat down. That's it. That's it. I'm like, all right. Like, if that's all you want out of today,
I'm going to eat it.
all right. Okay.
All right, gents.
I got to get going.
All
I
right, gents.
got to cut.
You got to go hit some balls.
No, I got to cut a couple spots.
Oh, wow.
For 95.7, the game.
Whoop.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Let's start this week. Come
How
on
about
now.
that weekend,
That
huh?
was not bad.
Yeah.
That was not
bad.
Not bad at all. And for me, no gravy train here. This isn't about a 5-game win streak. They are the one-run wonders. That's a weird thing they got going on.
Yep.
You and I actually looked back to the last time any Giants game was decided by more than 2 runs.
More than 2.
More than 2 runs. And it's how many games was it?
It's been 14 straight.
4.
Unfortunately, they're only 8-6 in those games,
Oh,
but
my
hey.
God.
Torture is back with a capital T.
Whatever. They've won 5 in a row. What was building toward being an incredibly frustrating homestand ended up being a very, very satisfying one. But I don't say that from the standpoint even of, hey, the Giants won a bunch of games, so now this town's got Giants fever. Because, by the way, I showed up on Friday night. The Giants had only won 2 in a row. That's all. They had won 2 in a row against the Padres. It's not like this is even about that. But it struck me in the face, and this was not the first time
Right in the face?
Right in the face! It's not the first time I've been down there. That's not even what I'm getting at. But to go back-to-back games now that we are, whatever we are, 65, 70 games in to this season at this point, and it just kind of, I took a step back and went, why does the conversation sound the way it often sounds? And because I don't think it's accurate. Baseball is boring. Nobody likes baseball. The Giants are boring. Get me a player that hits. I don't want to buy a jersey. What is that sound? Because that sound has not permeated Third and King. It has not permeated Momo's or the Ferry or the garlic fries or out in center field or the Coke slide or anything. This place is freaking jammed with people who are into the game and showing themselves as good fans. You know what I mean? Like, not just out there, oh, it's sunny out. Like, no, activated by this game. A loud sound when the walk-offs happened on Friday and Saturday, what have you. I don't know, man. It is as healthy as I remember it being when the Giants were doing this every year.
Yeah, and they were doing it before COVID, and then you had the COVID year, and then you had the year after, which was kind of a COVID hangover, and then you got into the year where they won 107, and it was like, okay, Giants, they're good. And it didn't really seem to have that much of an impact, I don't think, in the marketplace or in the attendance, but you and I talked about this in the green room, and the attendance year over the last 3, this year is only a partial year, but they were up 6% last year, and this year they're up 8% off of that. So more people are going, and you're right, more people are engaged, and it's partly because this team is really good, but I do think a lot of it is the front office change and also the fact that you do know who's going to play every day. Yep. So if you have a Jung-Hoo Lee jersey, you can wear it knowing that he's going to play.
Yep.
And Chapman and Adames, they play every day. And Ramos plays every day. So as you start to go around the lineup and, Fitzgerald plays every day and Bailey plays every day that a catcher can play. So you've got guys that you can actually rely on and believe that are going to be in the lineup.
So, I wonder, 888-957-9570. Let's get into a conversation about this. Have the Giants been misrepresented? Have they kind of been miscast? Are the Giants cool? I don't know if you think they're cool from wherever anybody sits. I can tell you, if you want to go down to a weekend game, it's cool. It's very, very cool. It is an in thing to do. I almost got frustrated. You want to know what? I sat there.
Too many people?
I sat there on Friday and Saturday, and I thought to myself, I've already got my what's bugging you for next Friday.
Whoa.
And then it bugged me even more because my son is graduating 5th grade this Friday. So, spoiler alert, I'm not going to be here. I won't even be here to tell you what's bugging me. I might need to wait 2 weeks to tell you what's bugging me. You want to know what was bugging me at the Giants game?
Tell me.
The lines at the bathroom.
There you go.
You need more bathrooms. It didn't matter. Even those of us who were like, no, I'm mature. I can go during an inning. Doesn't matter. The line is down the damn walkway. Men and women. I don't care what gender you are, what inning it is, or who's hitting. The line is wrapped around the stadium to go to the bathroom. This place is jammed.
Yep.
Jammed. I went to see a friend Saturday who was sitting with his son out in the bleachers. And it was very, very, at the bleachers? Anyway, it was very, very difficult. You know where all those signs are sitting? No standing, no standing, no standing. Yep. I'm like, well, I got to find a spot to stand to wait for him to come meet me. And it's just boom, boom, boom. You're getting hit in the shoulder. They're hitting it. It was wall to wall out there at the ball game. I wonder if this sort of factoid makes anybody's eyebrows go up. You and I were looking at it. Do you know that the Giants are drawing fans at a higher rate than Fenway Park?
Yeah.
They are drawing more fans than the Red Sox this year. So, I don't know, man. It was just I don't want to act like here we are 60 some odd games into the year and there's some eureka moment. We're down there at Chase Center, Oracle Park, Lade. We're down there all of the time. But to take in kind of the full flow of a full weekend series, I was like, oh, this is the cool thing to do again. It's a cool thing to do right now in San Francisco.
Yeah, and summer is here, and eventually the weather will realize that summer is here, and maybe we'll get an actual warm day around the Bay Area. But you look at the attendance, and they are 10th in year-over-year differential per game as far as how much they're up. And attendance is up, as we mentioned, from the year before that. Attendance is up, and the team is playing well. And baseball is no longer a 3-hour yawn fest if the game is 3-2. If the game is 3-2, you might get 2 hours and 8 minutes. So there's no time to do the wave. There's no time to go to the bathroom, for example. Oh. You got to sit there and watch the game because baseball now, they've kind of figured it out. The thing moves, it hums, and a 2.5-hour game is more the outlier than it is the norm now.
Sometimes a little hot, almost a little too hot.
Too hot, yeah.
You know what I mean? I do think that's kind of a interesting sort of a side thought with the way the Giants play. The pitch clock is the pitch clock. I don't know. I've never heard anybody argue with the pitch clock. This has been a wonderful, wonderful invention. It just is. So, great. The pitch clock keeps the game moving. But when you don't hit the ball real well, which is, by the way, not just the Giants, it's a lot of baseball teams in 2025 with people throwing over 100 miles an hour. When you don't hit the ball real well, there are moments where you're like, yo, we just got here. I got my drink. I got my fries. It's the 5th inning. Crap. It's the 5th inning.
Already, yeah.
Now, luckily, the Giants always go to extra innings. I don't know. I didn't know that rule until this week, but all games go to extra innings. So don't worry. You'll get at least 10. It usually doesn't go 9. But outside of that, there are moments. And actually, Lovely Christie even says to me as we sit down Friday night, first pitch, she looks around and she goes, kind of a shrug shoulder sized crowd. And
that was 7:15, right?
7:15, right. But, Friday, and it's difficult to maneuver and get around and everything. And I just kind of nodded my head like, okay. And then she went to go maybe get in that restroom line or whatever the hell it was, like third inning. And she came back, and I went, hey, look around again. And we look up, left, right, center, upper deck, lower deck, bleachers. I'm like, oh, damn, it's jammed. It is full in here. And it was jacket weather. It was not because it was a perfect night or anything like that. We stayed all the way through the end, walk-off win, extra innings. People are pushing and shoving to get out to the ferry so that thing doesn't leave without you and all that. I mean,
39,153 on Friday.
Bro, jammed.
41,000 yesterday.
And energetic, too.
Jammed, yeah.
Like people are into it. It's not a lazy summer experience.
Right.
At all.
Get there early because the Giants play the second shortest average game in baseball, 2 hours and 33.
Not surprising.
Only one team plays a faster game.
Ooh.
I'll give you a clue, and I'll see if you can guess it.
Okay.
You want your clue?
Yeah, I want my clue. Only one team plays a faster game than the Giants.
Yes.
All right. Oh, that's too good of a clue.
Thank you.
I mean,
I just wanted to do
I'm
it.
like, the Blue Jays? No, the Rangers.
Yes.
The Rangers?
2:32. The Giants and the Royals are both at 2:33. 2 hours and 33. Don't be late, my friends.
Well, the Rangers also, similar to the Giants. Check this out. The Rangers have given up fewer runs than the Giants.
Wow.
And they've scored way fewer runs than the Giants. So that's what we're looking at. You're looking at any team that has a hard time hitting, but boy, can they pitch. And if you have that as a characteristic of your baseball team, yeah, you're going to play some quick baseball games.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
You can be home for dessert. It's okay. I mean, maybe that should be their new slogan instead of nobody like us.
Yeah.
Because guess what? People like us again.
I think the slogan should be P pregame. P game.
P game.
Yeah, you got to pee before the game. You got to get that out early. That way you can just watch the game.
Right, but if you're doing it right, you're probably going to need to go again. I mean,
only if it's an inebriation sensation.
I did. One of the people that was in my group on Friday night, one of them is that guy in our group.
Right.
And he doesn't let you not be that guy. So let's just say there were...
he's a drink bully.
There were multiple alcoholic beverages consumed prior to even getting to our seats.
Oh, yeah.
Prior to even getting to our seats.
He's a drink bully.
Yeah.
That's what we call those people.
I'm going to tell you off the air what he spent on that one trip to the bar.
Okay.
Before we even got to our seats.
It's got to be 3 digits.
Dude.
Seriously, 3
right,
digits.
Coming up tonight at 7, we got Valkyries, y'all. L.A. Sparks. Beat L.A. It's down in L.A., but you can hear the game right here on 95.7 The Game. Valkyries channel, of course, on the Odyssey app as well. Just download that app, search Valkyries. You'll see that. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game is at 6:30. We're hopping straight to your calls. Okay, Guru, Eric, if you want to weigh in on this. Okay, have the Giants kind of been miscast? By the way, this all gets discussed. 888-957. 9570 is the number. Good afternoon. It's Willard and Dibs.
to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Can I share a quick story about that? That was NBC Sports Bay Area. I don't need to tell you who that was. His name's Dwayne Kuiper. But anyway.
Good call.
Yeah, great call.
Yep.
Great moment. I'm not a fuddy-duddy when it comes to this stuff. I do think, there's proper decorum, time and a place, all these things. Where do you stand on cheering in the press box? And I don't want to, like most of our listeners, if not all of them, this will never affect you. I don't even know if you know this. You are not supposed, even if you, like I'm you all know this, I'm a monster Giants fan.
Yeah, yeah.
But if you're in the press box, there's no cheering. You're not supposed, it is frowned upon.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So where do you stand on that? What if a media member, I don't know, I don't mean like gets up and starts riding a broom around the place, but what if there's just a little like one clap?
One clap?
One clap.
One clap, yellow card, caution. Not an automatic straight red card to use soccer parlance, but definitely frowned upon. Like one clap, I mean, you're not supposed to do it. Sometimes emotion takes over.
Yeah, or sometimes you just forget. I was in the stands last night. Today, I'm in the box. What's in the box? Me. Yeah. I was in the box.
Did you one clap it?
I did not, but I'm trying to get a line for where you stand. Where would you stand on as the ball is flying through the air, one arm kind of half raised, like just raised? Like you're just watching, and the arm is raised, and then it goes over, and okay. That's it. Just an arm raised.
Yeah.
In the press box.
Arm raised is okay. Like, did your hand eventually make a fist and that fist got pumped?
No, I don't think so.
Was there any audible noise made?
I don't think so. Now, one of my students missed the class because he missed most of the classes.
Oh, geez.
Included in that was the class where we talked all about the decorum inside the stadium and how to conduct yourself inside the press box. I had approximately 10 students there. 9 of them watched Chappie's ball fly over the left field wall, and they sat there and closed their laptops and got ready to head downstairs.
You were all in the press box?
All of us. They gave us a whole row. Yes, shout out to the great Matt Chisholm and the entire Giants PR staff. They were wonderful to us. In fact, got us places that the ballpark operations department seemingly did not want us to go. And I would just drop his name everywhere. And I'm like, I don't know what your thing is, but the Giants PR staff says we're allowed to be here. So I'm pretty sure they run this thing. So we're going to be here. And anyway, we won out on that, but that's neither here nor there. There was one student who just kind of sat back as the ball flew over, and he's like, all right.
Oh, multiple claps.
That's a home run. Yeah.
So more than one clap.
It was about 8.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, 8 to 10 claps. And what's really funny is you watch that person kind of look left and look right. And you start looking around and realizing that nobody's doing what you're doing. But he's one of those personalities that, boy, that didn't slow him down.
Right.
Not even a bit.
Yeah. And decorum is an interesting word because in the press box, yes, it's not really rules, it's decorum. And yeah, if you're an actual media member, you understand the rules and you go about it in that way. There's also kind of the hybrid media areas, like when you have a big event like an NBA Finals where, especially at Chase Center, there is no press box.
Right.
There's a press section. And a lot of times, if you're in that section, you might be 3 feet away from a fan who's waving a towel, drinking a beer, and doing the whole thing. So it's a little bit more blended in that environment. But if you are in the actual press box, there's a certain amount of decorum that has to be, adhered to.
Yeah. He's not going to get a great grade in the class, but that not because of that. But
Did
anyway.
you give him a look, like a paternal?
Yeah. I'm like, yeah.
Whoop, yeah.
Whoop.
Right. Shh. Yeah, exactly.
It's okay. But I get it, too. That's pretty exciting.
Right.
I woke everybody up. And it was a game that was pretty sleepy. Wilmer had hit a home run, and outside of that, the Giants offense gave you just about a big old heaping pile of nothing.
Right.
And then with 2 outs and very little cooking, thunder. And we know this about baseball. sometimes the difference between a good team and a bad team, or a good season and a bad season, is just that team that sort of happens about 6 to 8 times during a year. They get the big hit at the right time. And they do. They lead the league in walk-offs. They had 2 more over the weekend. They've got all of these one-run victories. It doesn't feel like the Giants are a dominant team, but they've got a dominant record. They're a game behind the Dodgers.
That's right. Yeah.
And the Dodgers play the Padres this week while the Giants play the Rockies. Like, it is not unfathomable the Giants will be in first place when they arrive in L.A. on Friday.
Well, they almost should be, quite frankly, because Colorado is not only bad, they are historically bad. And when I say historically bad, I mean they might be the single worst team in the history of modern baseball.
They might be.
Their record right now, they have a 185 winning percentage. And if you look at that throughout the course of an entire year, that's about a 30-win pace. And there haven't been many teams since 1901 that have won fewer than 30 games, and their run differential is almost automatically going to be the worst in history. They're minus 198 in run differential over 65 games. That is minus 3 per game. So we talk about, the Giants in the one-run game, and they're 16-12. They've played the most. They've won the most one-run games, and that's been amazing. But the Rockies, on the flip side, they are so horrific. I mean, if you only win 2 of these 3, that's going to feel like a letdown.
Well, they only won 2 or 3 the last time they played the Rockies.
Yep.
And that was here. So, but I'm with you. When you play in the Rockies, you win that series. They did sweep the Marlins last week, did the Rockies, but that's the Marlins. That's not a good team either. So, we'll see. But I hear what you're saying. Yeah, they should be able to make up some ground here on at least one of the 2 teams. At least one of the 2 teams, you would think. All right, let's get out to the phones. 888-957-9570. Are the Giants finally, at long last, have they changed the conversation? And by the way, hint, hint, they have. Like, if you don't feel that way, my response to you is kind of going to be like, well, then I think you missed the bus. And that's okay. You might want to miss the bus. I'm not telling you who to root for. I don't care what sport you like. But it's been a while, I would argue, since the greater thought was that Giants baseball is cool. And if you go to a weekend series, I defy you to come out of there with any other opinion. It is a very cool place to be right now.
Yeah, attendance is up.
Yep.
They're winning a lot of games. They have a good regular lineup. They've got a great rotation. They've got multiple closers, and they've got a manager that everybody knows and respects. So the product right now is not quite chef's kiss, Michelin star, but it's a really, really good, reliable product.
Yeah, and probably one that is going to force the front office to try to make it chef's kiss, which we'll get to a little bit more here in a minute or two. But let's go to Guru in San Jose. Hi, Guru. Thanks for calling. What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Hey, Dan. What's going on?
Hey there.
Hey. Yeah. So, so one of the things you talked about is Giants baseball cool? And are we missing the plot here, basically, right? And I think that what has happened over the past couple of months has been like we needed proof that Buster Posey coming on board was going to change things, and indeed it has in the right direction, right? I think Dan said it good at the top of the call, or at the top of the show, where we now know who's going to play every day, and we now know who to root for. Like I'm gonna have a baby girl in a couple of months here,
okay.
my first child.
Congratulations, Guru.
I now know that I'm going to get that baby a Jung-Hoo Lee jersey. I didn't know that a year ago, and so just that feeling, and then also when the Giants were going through their losing streak, and then they made a couple of changes. They waived Lamont Wade, and they brought in a couple of new guys. When Buster said it's time to go, that is a very galvanizing quote. And I think we're underrating the significance of that, because it is, it just gives the sense of things are different now. And like that in and of itself has brought fans back to the ballpark. And now I look forward to going to Giants games. It wasn't like before. And And like on top of that, the Giants have one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. They by far have the best bullpen in baseball. If we're going to be nitpicky, I do think they do need to get a bat in the at the trade deadline. I think. You cannot keep playing 1-run games. Regression to the mean is a real thing, but like just the attitude of the team and the way they go about things is very endearing. And as a fan, I never left the Giants. I've been a fan of the Giants since the Barry Bonds days. But this is almost like me coming back and like looking forward to watching every game is because A, the Giants are winning, and B, they're going about it in the right way. So yeah, just my opinion. Have a great day, guys.
All right, Guru.
Yeah, thanks, Guru.
Congratulations on the forthcoming child. If we were going to build a voice that sounds like the polar opposite of our Guru, I think that's it. That's that Guru. So that's two very different gurus, and I don't think nobody will get them confused.
No doubt. And I do think that what he's saying is, for me, kind of the sweet spot of where Giants fans are, where, the Farhan and the Gabe Kapler era didn't feel like it was what Giants baseball is like what we used to have, which, with Bochy and Sabian, it's like, all right, it's going to be Timmy and Kane and Vogie and Mad Bum. Okay, here's our rotation and here's our lineup, and we're going to throw them out there and we'll hope for the best. And it won in those 3 years. And the other year, 2016, it was close. And now you look at this year's team and you've got 65, 65, 64, 64, and 64 among your hitters, games played. Mm-hmm. 2 guys have played all of them. 3 guys have missed just 1. Yaz has played in 60. So you have a lineup where you just roll it out there. Here's our lineup. And if your pitcher's better than our hitters, well, we still might win.
Well, it also, my thought on when it comes to what we do, what they do, anything that is entertainment in this world, to me, on some level is about storytelling. And when Buster got the job and started talking about how I'm here to help make memories, I think that that's the business we're in. We're in the business of making memories. Well, that's a lot easier to do when you allow your audience to know the people involved. And so we can even go on a journey that maybe we don't like, Willie Adames. I don't want to go on the I'm hitting 190 journey. That's not what I'm rooting for the guys who play on my favorite team by any stretch. But we're all on the journey together. So even when it's a negative stretch, the whole crowd, and I wrote this at one point on Saturday where Willie looked really lost in one specific at bat, and I'm like, you're starting to feel the angst. I thought for a while it was like, yeah, Willie's here and he's gonna come around. And then there was a period of time where it was like, oof, boy, this is taking a while, but that's okay. Willie Adames, good dude, great clubhouse presence. Something happened over the last week and a half where people's patience is starting to wear thin. It's starting to wear people down. And so, no, that's not a good thing, but in an awkward way, there is something positive in that. The Giants fans are allowed to get to know each of these players and exactly what they're doing and what they're going through at the plate or in the field, and it gives you a different entry point into what you're watching. Because I would argue when it was Farhan and Gabe, there's a lot of people coming in and out of the game, getting 2 at-bats a night, only hitting against righties or lefties, and you're like, is this guy hot or is he struggling? I don't even really know. I don't know because I get to see him in the 2nd inning, and then he doesn't come back again. So that's kind of one of the things that I really feel is important about this, what you're talking about, the everyday lineup kind of a vibe.
And it's like a product, if you go to whatever restaurant you like to go to, if you go there a lot, you come to expect certain things that they have on the menu. And if you go there and those items are changed and the menu's changed every other day, and it's like, well, the chicken sandwich that I really like, what, you don't have it today? No, we have the left-handed chef today, so the lefty doesn't have the chicken sandwich. You got to wait for the righty on Friday. You're not going to go back to that restaurant because the product in this case, is not consistent. And even though, Willie Adames is hitting a $192, that's not good. And he's going to be in the lineup tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday. He's going to be out there, and you hope for the best, but at least with this Giants team what you're going to get. And even though individuals have struggled, they're 10 games above 500.
38 and 28.
Right.
Yeah.
even though you've got, a guy hitting, $192 and your catcher's hitting $185 and late night Lamont, who's now an Angel, apparently.
Yes, indeed.
He's hitting $167 and, all the rest of it, Yaz is hitting $232, which, hey, that's actually not bad for this team. But
and he obviously, huge game for him yesterday. Huge game for him yesterday as they came back from 2 different deficits. Eric in Walnut Creek. Eric, thanks for your patience. What's going on, man?
You guys have pretty much been saying what I was going to say, except one little caveat that I was going to mention is this team is so much better on the bases. And I think that's a function of Buster Posey. I think that, going back to consistent traditional baseball with a traditional lineup, and then letting Bob Melvin manage a little bit more and letting him be aggressive on the bags. And I've actually seen that like the last 10 games of, okay, we got to get guys home. How are we going to do this? I mean, if you watch Fitzgerald play, he is their best base runner. Chapman, Jung-Hoo, now Johnson, shout out Big Lebowski. They're running so much better. The thing is, they still need a bat, another bat to drive these guys home at the end of the game. I think they have the foundation of what could be good, and that's what Buster has brought to the plate. The signings over the summer sucked. Verlander, I just call that a lazy signing. And Adames, you know what? I would bench Adames for the Rockies series. I mean, they can't do it now. Bring up Wisely. Fitzgerald's at short, Wisely's at second, and say to Adames, I need you locked in for the Dodgers series. You're just not going to be able to play every game and collect your check. You already got some of that money, but come on, lock in, guy. We need you to drive the ball. We know you're not an average guy, but in late innings, we can't have you swinging at balls that are low and away. And that's what I would say. I would double down on what they're doing now as of late. Great base running, aggressive base running, small ball, drive the guy home.
Eric, thanks, man. The one thing I'd say, though, about your Adames point, if I'm trying to get someone to lock in, the one thing I would never do is sit him in Colorado, because that's what Colorado is. Colorado is a lock-in producer. Like, that's where you go get your confidence. I'm not going to – if I'm going to sit Adames for anything more than a game, and by the way, I'm not, but if I'm going to sit Adames for anything more than one game, I'm going to do it at home. I'm going to do it at the place that bothers hitters more than any place in America.
And they sat him yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And didn't we talk about this late last week about maybe you sit him before you have an off day, and so now he gets 2 days, and I thought that maybe he could rent a dog, and I don't know if he did, but yesterday...
No word on that yet.
No one. I'm looking for a second source on that, but he sat yesterday, and he sits today, and now you go to Colorado, and he has time to yak in before you go to L.A.
Yeah, you've got 6 games at hitters' parks now. The Dodgers, especially... once you get to the J months, that's a hitter's park. The ball really, really carries there. And we know about Coors Field. This is a week to see if the Dodgers pitching staff is all hurt too. So it's not a great pitching staff either. This is a week to let your bats kind of wake up a little bit. At least you hope. So no, I think that if you're going to play it, you do it at home. They did. Back when you mentioned it, I think I shared this with you last week. The Giants were of like mind with you, which is give them a day off. And they had it on the schedule in Detroit.
Yeah.
And the day before it happened, he ripped 2 balls back up the middle to center field, and he went to Bob Melvin and said, don't do it. I found something. So Bob said, okay, all right, you're back in. You're back in the lineup. You're our guy. And it turns out he had not found something. And he went right back to slumping, seemingly even worse. And so, they did it this weekend. And they got away with it. They won the baseball game.
Yep.
And off you go. But no, I'm not turning shortstop over to Brett Wisely or any of those
Casey
other things.
Schmidt, yeah.
Well, and Wisely, you'd have to bring up who are you sending down? Like who are you getting rid of or DFAing or whatever for this? So no, you're gonna have to ride this out. Willie Adames is your shortstop. He's going to be your shortstop this year, next year, the year after that. We can go on and on and on. You're gonna have to ride this out. And plan for and hope that better days are coming. And I do believe they are. I don't know how much better. I don't think it can go like this forever.
I was going to say, I don't know how much worse this can get. And I'm just looking at the last 20 games. He is 6 for 66 over those last 20.
Good Lord.
With a triple. That's it. And 1 stolen base, an OPS of 329. Wow. Yet your team is 11-9, Mark.
Yep.
Over the course of those games, and that doesn't include yesterday's win, so really you're 12-9, in the last 21, even though your big ticket item has been awful. You're still winning.
It's incredible.
Is the point.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible.
If you were 5-16 over that stretch, then we can really talk about drastic measures.
And I think that's why so many of us are bullish on the idea of the Giants being bullish. Like, in other words, if you ask me right now, do I think that Buster Posey is going to do something? And everyone says at the deadline, my number one response is, why wait? Why wait?
Yeah.
I'd go over offer. If you've got somebody, I don't know who they want, but if you've got somebody circled right now, call them now. Call them now. And over offer. Don't let it wait till July. That other team may want to wait. They may want to wait for more competition, but maybe not. Go wow them with an offer and get the person that you want, because, here we go into some division games in June and July and all of that, and put your best foot forward now. Don't wait for August. You're right there. You have navigated the first, we're closing in on the first half of the season, and you're there.
Yep.
You're there. You did it. You're even Steven with the Dodgers and Padres.
And the deadline is still 7+ weeks away.
Exactly.
So if you could make an acquisition now, you would get an additional 7 weeks, even if it is someone like Ryan O'Hearn, who I've been talking about with the Baltimore Orioles, who, by the way, have plummeted now. They're third to last in the entire American League. So they're going to be looking to sell sooner rather than later. But if you could get them now and get an additional 7 weeks before the deadline, it feels less like a rental.
Yeah, no doubt. But by the way, the larger point, do I think the Giants will do something? Absolutely. This is a classic deadline acquisition team. You're good. You're in it. Your pitching staff is totally sustainable. So you got to add. You got to add because, A, they need a bat, and you need to send a message to the clubhouse that you have confidence in them. And in fact, Buster went on the TK show and said something that has everybody buzzing today, because it sort of feels like it's a clue into what's going to happen at the deadline. We'll play that for you next. And all of you Willard and Dibs listeners, check this out. We are so excited to finally share this with all of you. You want to play golf with us? You want to play some golf with us? Woo, here we go. We are going to be broadcasting from the beautiful Cache Creek Casino Resort on Friday, June 27th, and then we are playing golf the next morning with 2 lucky listeners and their guests, the morning after. So tune into our show this Thursday and Friday for your chance to win an overnight stay at Cache Creek, plus a round of golf with us. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
And Dan.
well said. How do you do it? Well, I'll tell you what, Mike. You never know what you're going to see.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Or, Kipe, some of us asked for it.
Yeah. You were asking for it?
Ask for it.
Yeah.
Ask, and you shall receive.
Yes.
Now, it's also because I know that the Giants can't hit the baseball.
Ah, there you go. There is that.
In the bottom of the 10th, with 2 outs and a runner at third, I said it out loud. I'm like, they need a wild pitch. We need a wild pitch up in this piece.
Pitch!
And then 2 pitches later, bang, wild pitch. Fitzgerald scores, and my 2 buddies, who are 2 seats away, look at me and they go, we just said wild pitch. I'm like, no, I just said. They're like, so did we. So apparently everybody was asking for a wild pitch. So there was a lot of, there was a prayer circle, if you will.
Has to be.
And it worked.
Well, when you have an offense that is averaging, checks notes, 4.11 runs per game, a lot of times you're going to need some luck, and not just Buzzard's luck, but actual luck in order to get enough runs to get a win. And there you have it.
I mean, I'm looking at it. You might know this better than I, like 4.11. Is that bad? I know it's not good.
Yeah, it's subpar. It's below the major league average.
All right. I mean, I got in the National League, I got the Rockies, I got the Padres, I got the Pirates.
Yep.
I got the Marlins.
And the
Braves.
Braves.
The Braves.
That's it. End of list.
Okay.
End of list.
All right. But
the league average is 4.3. They're at 4.11. And funny you said that about the Rockies. They're averaging 3.14. Shout out Pie. 3.14 runs per game.
Yeah.
And the Pirates are just a 100th higher than that. It's tough to score all around baseball, but the Giants are barely getting 4 runs a game, and they're 10 games above 500. So what do you want from them?
I mean, they if you do start looking at baseball as a whole, the first place Astros have scored fewer runs than the Giants. We already mentioned the Rangers. They're one of the worst teams in the league as far as scoring runs. Cleveland Guardians have a winning record, have scored fewer runs than the Giants. Like, the one thing I sort of think about, like, take those Red Sox. They've scored 330 runs. They're 3 games under 500. I wonder sometimes how people feel about this, especially in the day and age of short attention spans. You asked me this earlier, like, would you rather be 38-28 and not score? Or would you rather be, like, how about 33-33, but you're one of the top scoring teams in baseball? What would you rather be? I know what my answer would be, and I think that everyone would you'd probably agree, but it doesn't always sound that way. In other words, like, you want to win the game, right?
Yep.
Even if it's quote-unquote a boring game. Saturday was kind of a boring game. And then you got to walk to your car and go, we just saw a 2-out, bottom of the 9th, walk-off home run. That's pretty freaking cool.
Right.
So, I don't know, man. I'll take this. This is what has worked for the Giants in the past.
It has. And it's funny you say that because I've been doing deep dives on previous seasons.
Well, and deep dive dip.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
And in 2014, that team averaged 4.10 runs per game. This team is at 4.11.
Yeah.
That team was 12th in runs per game. This team right now is worse than that. And that team was really good with the pitching. And they had a great rotation. They didn't hit a lot of home runs. And they played good, solid defense. And so we talk about Buster Posey a lot and the blueprint and what Buster went through in his 3 title teams. And most of it was like this. Teams that don't score a lot. They were 12th, and 17th in runs per game those years. But their ERA was top 10 in all 3 years.
Check this out. We mentioned Buster Posey on the TK show. And by the way, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. And I think I'm free to announce that you and I will be live from Laughing Monk on Wednesday for 49er minicamp.
I cannot wait. Live from the Monk?
From the Monk. This is our first show at the Monk.
Willard and Dibs at the Monk?
At the Monk. Down in Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, greater metropolitan area. So we're going to go to practice, and then we're going to go to the Monk, and we're going to tell you all the secrets.
Great.
We're going to tell
Let's
you.
drink.
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
And knowing you, there's going to be a lot of laughing at the Laughing Monk because, yeah, you're a guy who likes to laugh, and I love that about you.
I do. I've been in a mode. I actually have something to share with you in about 7 minutes that I think might make you laugh.
All right.
I had a dream last night.
And you remembered it?
And I remember it.
Because you don't usually remember your dreams.
I don't ever remember my dreams. I don't remember the last time I remembered.
Yeah.
That's how long it's been.
Wow.
But I woke up. Part of it was I had a very restless night of sleep. We had the rag over the forehead.
No.
Yeah, we had one of those. We had one of those.
Dave Rigetti. Rags.
Brother, and not riches.
Yeah.
Just rags.
Man.
And so, yeah, we had the double headache night. We had the early headache, then do the Fox show, which brought the headache back.
Yep.
It's just too much talking, for crying out loud. One guy, shut up for once in a while, you know? I know.
You're this guy.
You want to talk?
Not really.
No, go ahead.
No, I like this.
Talk.
I mean,
shut up.
About what?
I don't know. Whatever you want.
I had a dream last night.
Did you?
I woke up, remembered it, and immediately had to apologize to my wife. I said, honey, I was mean to you in my dream.
Uh-oh.
She said, Mila's up. Go change your diaper.
Hey, isn't that one of the scariest moments when your significant other looks at you and goes, you were in my dream last night? And the tone that they use tells you everything about whether you need to give her a hug or run.
Run. Oh, yeah.
One of the two.
And usually it's like she'll wake up and say, you were a jerk in my dream last night. It's like, wait, do I have to apologize for that? It's your head.
Then you're like, wait a minute. No, that wasn't a dream. That was me.
that was Tuesday.
Actually, that happened.
Yeah.
No, I had a dream last night and Logan Webb was in it. And Logan Webb is a person of interest at this hour.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm dying to find out what Logan was doing other than throwing that heavy sinker.
Yeah, I mean, it started that way.
Right.
Started with just Logan was on the bump. But then, my God, it took some twists and turns. And now the authorities are on the search.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's been a restraining order.
There has been a complaint, at least. There's a minimum.
At least.
At minimum, there's been a complaint. But anyway, check this out. Buster's on the TK show. Is this a sign of things to come? If you're a longtime Giants fan, you know what the Zach Wheeler trade is. Zach Wheeler, now one of the best pitchers in baseball. It took him a while to get there. But once upon a time, he was traded for Carlos Beltran. In a year, I think it was 2011?
Correct.
2011.
Yep.
They go get Carlos Beltran. Beltran does not play well in the second half of the year. Wheeler becomes a great pitcher. The Giants do not win. They do not go to the playoffs. It is considered a huge miss by the Giants organization. Brian Sabian making the trade. Buster Posey does not look back on it that way. He looks back on that very differently. Remember, he's in his second year at that time. This is, again, TK show with Tim Kawakami. Take a listen to what Buster says about the Wheeler-Beltran trade.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Sabes. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game. And it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative because, again, it was the leader of our operation saying, I believe in you guys. And, Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was, you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while, too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things years down the road and then overanalyze them.
Was Buster inside the planetarium when he was doing this? What's that little noise going on in the background?
Yeah, a little something.
From experience, I can tell you they recorded probably in the ballpark, maybe even in the dugout, and the music was pretty loud, and they tried to do some fancy After Effects work.
That's what it was.
It kind of makes them sound like a robot.
Yep.
Okay.
Trying to tamp that thing down.
Nice job, Grandy. Thank you for deciphering that. But I think we'd like to get into that. What does that mean as far as a sign of things to come? 888-957-957 is our number. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. And yes, I will share the details of why Logan Webb is wanted by the law, at least in my dreams. Next on Willard and Dibs.
to second.
I'm a Giants
Boy, he
fan.
needed that, didn't he? Boy, he did. And he went down and dug it out.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You want to hear about this dream first, or you want to do
I
the
do.
Peltron?
No,
Okay.
let's hear about it.
All right.
I'm
Listen.
either really creeped out or fascinated or probably both.
Well, as is often the case with dreams, and I kept asking myself all morning, do I write this down? Because they fade, 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 hey, yeah,
that's coming up.
They fade. God, I can't get
Fade
here
the
soon
dreamer.
enough.
Oh boy,
And
too soon.
And
take the Dolphins. Lay the 4.5 cuckoosh.
Is Lucas in there? When's the draft? I got 2 other leagues. They're both texting me already about when the draft is. When's the draft?
Not scheduled.
Okay. Yeah, Lucas is usually like, it's tomorrow at 5. Like, that's when we find out.
Right.
It's tomorrow at 5. I'm like, we're on the air at 5, Lucas.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyway.
It goes away. So I've checked in with myself every hour. Like, you still got it? You still got the dream? Now, no doubt there are some details that have become fuzzy since 6 o'clock this morning when the alarm first went off. But here's the basic gist of the idea. I don't know what to do with this. And by the way, I want to say, don't let your mind go anywhere. Okay? Logan is a married man with a child. I have no idea who this woman was that he sent home with me.
With you?
With me.
He was in need of a closer?
I don't know.
What is going on here?
I don't know, Fitz. We're going to find out.
Logan was pitching. We were at Oracle Park, and Logan was pitching, as he is wont to do. That's what he does. That's his job. And I was doing my job. I was over there at the Giants game with a lanyard. I was doing my thing, and he was doing his. Somewhere along the road, there is a female, and he says, I need you to get her home. I need you to take this woman home. And, of course, you know, me and Logs, I mean, when you're tight like that, I'm like, no problem, Logs. I'll get her where she needs to go. Where she need to go, she'll tell you when she gets in the car. All right, off we go. And we're just driving. And she's being kind of awkward and a little mysterious because, you know, it's a dream.
Right.
And then I'm driving, and we go dark. Total darkness. And she is like a road home run from Dwayne Kuiper. Gone.
She's gone.
Gone. I wake up at the kitchen table in a house that looks like mine, but it's not.
Not yours, no.
I wake up and I start maneuvering from one room to the next and realize this is not my house. So where am I? Have I been drugged? I think I've been drugged by whoever this Logan Webb mysterious woman is. And now I don't know where I am. That's okay. I find my keys in my pocket. My keys are here. Great. So almost kind of like you do after a ball game when you don't remember where you parked. You just kind of head outside and start hitting the button until you hear the beep.
Yep.
Right? Beep, 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 beep. I hear it. Okay. I hear my car. I fly around the corner, and there is an old white pickup truck that's beeping when I hit my keys.
That's not what you drive.
That's not my car. Dude, where's my car?
Yep.
So then I get into said car and start driving. I don't know where. I'm trying to figure out where I am. And 6 a.m. 6 a.m.
And that's it.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
Who's the woman?
I don't know.
Who, like, what happened to Logan? Did he get out of the 6th?
I mean, probably. But my question is, was he involved?
Right.
That's what I want to know. Where's my car?
Right.
Where's my house?
Who's this woman?
Who's this woman? And Logan, were you involved in this in any sort of a way? So I don't know what happens next. I don't know if I got robbed.
Right.
I don't know if this was just a playful drugging just for fun because you're a bunch of weirdos. I don't know what happened because it's a dream and I didn't make it to the end. I'll let you know if it resumes tonight.
There never is an end in these dreams.
That's it.
You
I
just
woke
get to
up.
a spot, you wake up.
I woke up, but I know that somebody, so think about this. Not only did Logan send home a mysterious woman with me, but also somehow I'm drugged to the point where I'm put in somebody else's home that kind of looks like mine, and somebody during the time of sleep has replaced the electronic system from my car into a different car so that my keys, beep, beep, a different car.
Yeah.
Not my own car.
That's wild.
It's quite a mystery.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
My dream interpretation is, for one, you have a deep fascination, if not infatuation, with Logan Webb, to where you'll do anything to help him out, including drive home a strange woman who may or may not have drugged you. Additionally, I do think that you have a certain amount of a covetous nature over a white pickup truck.
Oh.
You want to drive a white pickup truck.
I don't think that I do.
Deep down, maybe you do.
Maybe I do. I
Subconsciously.
don't think that I do. I know that my, let's see, one of my, I have to always get the lingo right here. One of my soon-to-be stepdaughters.
Okay, yep.
Her boyfriend just purchased a new pickup truck.
Okay.
He's one of those kind of guys. Like, he works on stuff, works with his hands, puts stuff in the truck, drives it over here, works on this house. We're driving to Sacramento. I'm going to do this at the house. Now I'm driving back. All like, that's him. It's not a white pickup truck.
Sure.
It's a black pickup truck.
Okay.
I don't want to get into that.
No. Interesting.
I don't know what that's all about. But I've never wanted to drive a pickup truck in my life. The last time I was in a pickup truck was when I was a kid in high school, and we were allowed. Remember when we were allowed to be in the back of the pickup truck?
Oh, yeah.
What the hell was that? What on earth was that? We now have, you're not even allowed to sit in a car without your seatbelt on.
Right.
But when we were in high school, you could just hop in the back of the pickup and just drive around.
Right. It was encouraged.
What the hell was that? Why did they let us do that?
The level of
that was so
stupidity
dangerous
in society, and I don't want to get into nicotine and tobacco and all of that, but like you said, growing up, we had a car with bench seating in the front, bench seating in the back. I would sit up front between mom and dad, the three knuckleheads in the back, no seat belts, and we would just be off we go. No car seats, no seat belts.
No.
Just get in the car, shut your mouth, and we're going to wherever we're going.
I cannot think of anything more dangerous in my entire life, and we used to do it all the time.
Right.
Crazy.
I would ride my bike, not only with no helmet, but barefoot. And a lot of times you'd be on the back pegs, right? You'd be riding the back tire.
Yeah.
You'd be riding it, and somebody would be on the back pegs, likely barefoot.
Rolling.
It's just ridiculous.
Did you, what was I going to ask you? Now that just escaped. Oh, do you ever drive barefoot?
No, not often.
Okay.
Occasionally.
Okay.
It's not safe, though.
I don't find it unsafe.
It just, your foot could slip off, but I guess your shoe could slip off as well.
Yeah. I only do it if I'm wearing flip-flops. It doesn't feel good to drive in flip-flops, so I just kick them off.
Occasionally after golf, where you got hot foot, you take those socks off.
Let those suckers breathe.
Yep.
Anyway, so I don't want a pickup truck. I did go to Saturday's baseball game, and there was definitely a piece of me while watching that game. I'm like, Logan needs some help. Logan needs some help. Like, you guys.
Logan needs his friend driven home.
I mean, Logan is out there working his little took-us off, and all of you are not. You're not hitting the baseball. You're not getting him any runs. And then Matt Chapman hit a home run, but Logan had already left the game. With or without the mysterious woman, I have no idea. But I internalized that a little bit. It was uncomfortable in there in the 6th and the 7th inning. I'm like, they should score some runs. It'd be nice of them to score some runs. And then they finally did. And then, yes, last night I got a throbbing headache and had a dream that Logan Webb and his mysterious, unknown lady person pulled a fast one on me, drugged me, and stole my car. And then that was the end of that.
Yeah.
I'm left driving a white pickup truck down a highway I've never seen before. And then it was time to wake up and go work out. So that's what I did.
That's wild.
Yeah.
And from a guy who almost never remembers his dreams.
Ever.
Yeah. Which is crazy.
Don't ever give me another headache again, please. If there is a God or whoever's in control of whatever the hell's happening, please, no more headaches. Because A, they hurt, and secondarily, they turn San Francisco Giant favorites into criminals. I'm out.
Yeah, I don't think that
I'm out on that whole experience.
Even if that was real life, I don't think that he could be indicted in said crime.
Well,
even if this woman allegedly had drugged you, unless that he clearly was like, yeah, I'm sick of Willard and his 2 to 6 show.
Totally.
Give him a couple of these.
He's a giant. I'm a media member. There's an implied sort of a rivalry there. Again, I didn't call him guilty. I said he was a person of interest.
Sure.
Right? If this woman has disappeared and I'm driving down a highway to nowhere and I call the police and I tell them what happened, who's the first person they're going to go talk to?
Probably Logan Webb.
Logan Webb.
Yeah.
Or Krukenkype.
Right.
Just guys.
And a babe. Yeah.
Is Mark okay? Yeah. And a babe.
That's right.
That's it. So anyway, that's my story.
Fascinating.
That's all I got.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Dreams are crazy.
Yeah. Meantime, while we were talking that out, what you found about Carlos Beltran is actually pretty interesting. And again, just to reboot everybody, Buster Posey was on the TK show, and the Zach Wheeler trade, which netted the Giants Carlos Beltran back in 2011, and they were in first place at the time, and they did not end in first place. Oh, boy, they did not end in first place. Giants fans think back on 2011 as, wow, that was a tremendous failed trade. Multiple reasons. Zach Wheeler became a star pitcher. The Giants did not win, and the Giants did not keep Carlos Beltran. He went on to play for the Cardinals the following year and hit 32 home runs. Now, this is where I want to go to the young side of the show for a second. And I realize this is 14 years ago. But Grandy and Lucas, is this at all, not in your Wheeler house, but in your wheelhouse, do you remember at all the Carlos Beltran trade and how you felt about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. How do you feel about it now? Like, what do you remember about Carlos Beltran as a Giant?
I remember that he was awesome. It did not translate to team success. And I think he got hurt towards the end of the year. But he was great when he played.
Okay, Lucas?
Same. I remember he was great, and the fact that the Giants didn't really live up to expectations that season, that wasn't his fault.
Well, I'd like to congratulate both of your young minds because I think that a lot of people remember Carlos Beltran as coming over and not doing very well.
Oh, he had like 330 or something.
Dibs?
289. Yep.
Oh.
No, but his OPS was 920.
That's pretty good.
So he was really, really good. And I'm looking at the game log, and I'm not seeing much of an injury. I see that he missed about 2 weeks in August.
I want to raise my hand on something real quick.
Go ahead.
The 289 was in the same year with the Mets.
Oh. As a Giant.
That was with the Mets.
Did Dibs read the internet wrong?
As a Giant, Carlos hit 323.
Look at that.
That's a win for me, I think.
That's a definite win.
That's a dub. That's a dub. And by the way, I'm over here just taking an L on all of this because I do not remember Carlos doing this. I do not remember him playing this well. I don't know why I don't remember it, but I didn't think he was awful or anything. I just remember the experience kind of sucked so bad watching the Giants' first place season fall apart. And that was also the Posey injury year, was it not?
It sure was.
Yeah, that was the Posey injury year. So I just remember that year as a big old heap and pile of negative. I did not remember Carlos being this devastating. He was fantastic as a Giant. 920 OPS? That's like uber all-star level.
Right.
That's incredible. So
yet the team went 26-32 from the time they got him through the rest of the year. They went from
crazy
in first to, like you said, out of it. And I just remember this because the station that you are currently appearing on would officially launch 3 days later. August 1st, 2011 was our first ever broadcast. And so this was during the time where I was kind of biding my time, waiting. I was doing a show with a couple of temporary hosts, and then I got to a point where I couldn't stand the one guy, and so the former boss said, take a couple weeks. We'll see you on August 1st. And so I remember this trade thinking, I hate this trade because you love Zach Wheeler.
You love Zach Wheeler?
I love Zach Wheeler.
Why did you love Zach Wheeler? He was a minor leaguer.
I was covering the San Jose Giants at the time. I was doing games with Joe Rizzo. on Comcast Hometown Network, and his stuff was absolutely filthy.
Yeah.
And you never know with a single A pitcher
No,
if
and
they're
it took
going to
him a
actually
while, by
work
the way.
out.
Yeah, like it did. Zach Wheeler did not just suddenly become amazing right away.
No, but he got to the Mets in 2013, and by 2014 he was really good. Then he got hurt, and then it took him a while after that when he came back from the Tommy John. But I just thought that his stuff was unbelievable. That electric fastball and the curveball at the time was unlike any curve I'd ever seen.
Yep.
And so, yeah, you get Beltran, and he does well, but the team doesn't. I think that it's apropos for today in this conversation because of what Buster said. Like, that was a sign of a team saying, yeah, we're going to go for it. And I do think that this team this year is in that same place.
This is exactly what Posey said about that Zach Wheeler trade via the TK show.
I love the Wheeler trade. I mean, I just think it was such a bold move by Sabes. Bringing in Carlos Beltran, one of the great hitters in the game. And it was just a signal to the group that he felt like we were in a position to go out and win again. And I don't look at that as a negative because again, it was the leader of our operation saying, "I believe in you guys." And Wheeler is one of the best pitchers in the game, but it'd be nice if we had a crystal ball and could say that was you don't know. Nobody knows.
And it took them a while too.
Anybody that says they know, it's always easy to look back on these things years down the road and then overanalyze.
Yeah, you hear TK in the background go, and it took him a while too. We're talking about a 2011 trade. Do you know what year it was that Zach posted his first ever season with an ERA under 3? 9 years later, when he was 30. 30. He went to the Mets, and he went 3.42, 3.54, injured, misses a season, comes back to go 5.21, 3.31, 3.96, then leaves. So the Mets didn't get over on the Giants at all with that. They got who was essentially I would call him maybe a slightly above average pitcher in his time with the Mets. Then as a free agent, he goes to the Phillies and almost immediately becomes one of the top pitchers in baseball and has stayed there for quite a while, all the way into his age 35 season where he's 6-2 with a 2.96 ERA as we speak.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's another thing that probably gets overlooked. Like we're all like, oh, Wheeler's amazing. Were you really going to stick it out for 11 years or 9 years? It was a whole decade after the trade that he became great. That's crazy to think about.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, he was good, but you're right. Like now, the pitcher that we all think about with Zach Wheeler, he is phenomenal. He's a guy who's in the Cy Young mix, and he has been for the past few years, but it did take some time. And as we know now, you got to have that Tommy John injury. You got to have it, and then you miss a year, and then you come back, and a lot of times you're better than you were before you had it.
Yeah, no doubt. So anyway, but I do think, like you, I think what Posey's saying here is a window into the future because this team right here is a classic deadline acquisition team. They have, if you want to say overachieved, you can. I actually don't even agree with that. I don't agree with that. They're really good pitching. They're really good at pitching. And being really good at pitching means you're really good. And they're not just like, oh, they got a nice rotation. Best bullpen in baseball, really healthy, young, dynamic, consistent rotation, which is deep. It feels like they can withstand an injury. They've already withstood one. Verlander goes down. Kyle Harrison comes in. Verlander's about to be healthy again. What are they going to do there? I don't know. Harrison goes tomorrow. That's a big start for him. It's in Colorado. That's a little uncomfy. Carson Whisenhunt is knocking on the door. Like, they've got a lot of stuff in that spot, and you could make the case a little bit of a surplus. So, therefore, if you want to go after something, I think you really can. And I also, let's add this into the conversation. I don't want to be reactive on the day-to-day. I want to follow it without being reactive on the day-to-day with what's happening with Bryce Eldridge down on the farm. But he essentially hasn't gotten a hit since we left here on Friday.
Yeah.
He's been
He had one hit.
Okay. One.
He had a hit.
In 11 at-bats.
I mean, we're doing Bryce Watch, right?
We're doing Bryce Watch.
We committed to it.
We did, and we'll do that coming up next. But I want to that's not the June or July answer at first base, in my opinion.
No.
I don't think they want it to be. I don't think it is. I'm not saying if he forces his way up, great, force his way up. But in the same moment, I think the Giants right now absolutely have to be of the mind of acquiring a bat or bats. And first base is probably target one as far as a position that's open where you could add a bat.
Right, and think about what they've done since they made those moves, where they made all those wholesale moves. They haven't lost a baseball game. You got a new first baseman, you got a new outfielder, you got a new backup catcher. You made all these moves, and, well, it's worked because
5-0.
you haven't lost a game since you did that. So you're right, Mark. You're not looking to, all right, now let's bring up Bryce and add another piece. And, we'll get into Bryce Watch coming up. But the Giants are not overachieving. If you look at their plus-minus run differential, their expected record is 38-28.
Wow.
They're 38-28.
38-28.
The Padres' expected win-loss is 34-30. So if you want to look at a team that's overachieving,
Padres,
they're 3 games better than they should be. The Rockies should be 15-50, but they're 12-53.
Underachievers.
I mean, slackers, big time. And we can get into this more tomorrow about
what's the Dodgers expected.
They are 40-26. So they're a game worse than what they should be.
Yeah.
But in general, across like the Diamondbacks, 31-34. That's what you are. So the Giants are playing exactly the kind of ball that they should be based on their run scored, their ERA, and all the rest of it.
That's a fun analytic stat right there. Because what that says to me is anytime someone goes, they're overachieving, this is fool's gold, it's not going to last, I'm going to give them that. Be like, why would you say that? This is exactly who they are. So, oh, by the way, let that sink in. The Giants are good. The Giants are good. And this is working. And Buster's doing a nice job. And the ballpark is overflowing with people and all of that stuff. So that's one of the things we kind of wanted to talk about today. Have they been miscast? The way this team has been talked about. Oh, it's slow, it's uncool, it's boring, they can't hit, all of these things. They are 38-28, and the stadium is jammed, one of the top 10 attendance teams in all of baseball. That plus Bryce Watch right around the corner. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here.
the ball game, and the Giants sweep the Atlanta Braves in another one-run game.
Spectacular baseball. Fourth homestand of 7+ games to have every game decided by one run in Major League history.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Got to say, and the Braves are not a very good baseball team, but at all moments, or many moments of all three games, it very much looked like the Giants were going to lose those games. Yesterday, probably at the head of the pack, although, look, Saturday got down to the last out, 2 strikes away from that sucker being over. What a moment for Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
And sitting where I was from the box, the second it left the bat, I'm like, that's gone. And then you're like, oh, that barely made it. It barely made it.
Oracle Park.
Oracle Park. Yeah, and then, come on, man. Twice down, 1-0, then 3-1. To have Mike Yastrzemski, of all people. I mean, I don't know where you were, what you were doing when that hit happened yesterday, but they're sitting there. They're like, they're doing all the math for like the last time Mike's had a hit with runners in scoring position, and they were like, it was when John Quincy Adams was president.
Nice.
And like, I mean, it was ridiculous what his numbers had been lately with ducks on the pond. You just can't get one damn hit, and then it's like, whack, and right down the right field line, there it goes. So that's who the Giants have been. It's just very, very timely, and that's baseball, man. When it looks right, it's very timely, and I think that's why to a lot of people it feels like it's not sustainable. But I would sort of argue the opposite. What the Giants do is, because you're going to have days where you get a little lead, and then you're going to have other days where maybe you don't get that lead. But my God, when they get to the second half of a game, when they need outs, they get them. It's just incredible. And when you do that, you are flat out going to win more baseball games than you lose. That's just the rules.
Yeah, especially when you design it the way you do and you play in that ballpark where there isn't really a crooked number out there for any team. Even the best hitting teams are going to have a hard time against any pitching staff putting up 8, 9, or 10 runs in a game because the ballpark is not built for that. So you get into a tight game and you've got some clutch hitting, which they've had of late, and you've got an unbelievable lights-out bullpen. That is the formula for winning games. And the fact that all 7 of those games were one-run games is crazy. And I was doing a little research before the show, and the record for most one-run games in a year is held by the Giants.
Hey!
1978.
Oh.
They went 42-26.
How many of those games did you attend?
In 78, probably 3 or 4.
Not a bad.
For sure.
Wasn't that the year you just told the foul ball story?
That was probably about right. I was 10 or 11 when that happened.
Okay.
So back then, like, we would go to a good number of games. We lived up in the North Bay, and my dad would say, hey, Giants game, let's go, on like a random summer night, and you could, pay $4 or $5, and you'd get a ticket in the parking lot. We didn't go to the box office very often, and, the old man would roll up with a 10 or 20 spot, and, 4 of us are in, and
amazing.
I would get a chocolate malt, carnation chocolate malt. The wooden spoon would break within the first 3 or 4 bites.
Always.
And then you'd, pick whatever end of the spoon and you'd keep eating it and you'd dive in. And that was the year. And just looking at that was 42% of their games were one-run games.
Jeez.
This year's team, 42% have been one-run games. So get used to it, folks. That they might be on a course to break their own record for most wins by 1 run in a season.
What do you make of this? I wonder, not just you, Dibs. 888-957-9570. Echo chamber. It feels like there's still plenty out there who are doing the baseball's boring. The Giants don't have a star. This is not sustainable thing. And again, I was really, really I thought it was a great weekend for Bay Area baseball fans. Not just because they won games. I thought you performed great. I thought you did a great job. I thought you were engaged. I thought you did not do the wave. Everybody was nice to each other out there. I ran into somebody in the Pete's Coffee. I hope you're listening. I think his name was Tyler. God, I hope I got that right. I met Tyler out there at the Pete's Coffee. He goes, "You here with the lovely Christy?" I love when I run into those, but everybody, like, it was just really, really kind of a fun atmosphere, and the fans were locked in, and the numbers are great. The Giants are averaging 35,107 fans per game so far this year, and we've just gone through the cold weather, school still in session months. They're all getting out this week. So now what? Now you don't need to be in bed at 9 o'clock. So I would imagine this number's going to go. The Red Sox are coming.
Right.
This number's going to go up.
The Dodgers are coming.
The Dodgers
twice,
are coming.
I think.
Yeah, that's still maybe a month away, 3 weeks away.
Yep.
Whatever it is. But, like, that number's going to, what do you make of that? What do you think that is? Other than the obvious, the Giants have won more games than they've lost.
Right. I think it's a number of factors, one of which is where we are now as a society post-COVID. This is now 5 years removed from March of 2020 when everything came to a screeching halt. And so that year was just shut down. And 2021, we talked about it on Friday, how it was a distance from each other. It was a 6 feet away season. And then I think it has taken time not only for people to get back to their old patterns, but also San Francisco. You have people now back in the city. There are more conventions. There are more people who are working in person, I think, with more frequency. I know you still have some people who have, like, I'm remote halftime and I go in the city halftime. I do think with more people in San Francisco, it's more of an opportunity to go to the team. But the biggest factor for me is you've got a product now that you can rely on. You've got a product that you can believe in. If you go to any of your chain restaurants, and I'll just use Subway as an example because I used to go there a lot, and you know you can get a foot-long sandwich. You can get a foot-long, you get a 6-inch. You know what you're going to get, right? You're going to get whatever you want. You're going to get lettuce and tomato and peppers, whatever you're going to get. It is a standard thing where you can rely on what you're going to get.
Yep.
Like Taco Bell, McDonald's, for you, Round Table.
Right.
You're a big Round Table guy.
I'm laughing because I've reached the age where I'm like a foot long. That's 2 meals. What are we doing? That is a humongous sandwich.
I'm down to the half.
Yeah,
I go for the 6. Exactly same thing. But the point is, if you go anywhere, you know what you're going to get. If it's a good restaurant or a good business like Safeway, we always talk about see you in the aisles. You go to Safeway, you know you're going to get pretty much everything you need, paper products, produce, meat, milk, cheese, whatever you need, it's there. And that's what the Giants have become. Like, you go to a Giants game, you know what you're going to get. Is it Logan? Is it Robbie? Who's pitching? It's going to be a good pitcher. The bullpen, I know who's in the pen. The starting lineup, I know who is in the starting lineup. So now you've got a product, I think, that is much more digestible as a casual fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that matters.
I do too. It's funny, looking at who's coming next. Between now and the All-Star break, the Giants will have 5 more home series. 3 of those 5 teams are the Red Sox, Phillies, and Dodgers.
Hello, attendance.
The attendance only going to go through the roof.
Yep.
Philly is here, let's see, July 7th through 9th. The Dodgers come right after that. That's right after the Giants spend the July 4th weekend in Sacramento.
Inter-squad game against the Cats?
No.
They're playing against the Athletics.
They're playing against the Athletics. July 4th weekend. Sacramento. And go for a drive?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
It's going to be hot. Ooh, it's going to be hot.
It's going to be hot.
It's going to be hot.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, like I do think those numbers are going to go up from here as we get to the J months, the better weather, and some plus opponents coming into town. Obviously, the Giants will need to do their part and keep winning baseball games. I think you've kind of hit on a number of things here, but all of these things have been sort of a slow build. But that's where I've arrived. I don't know if everybody all across the board is fully feeling it yet. I don't know how many of you have been out to a game yet so far this year. But Giants baseball is, to me, it's a full circle thing. And I don't know that I felt that at any point until this year. 107 was 107. And even that was kind of a weird deal because you were fresh right out of COVID.
Yeah,
and
only half out of COVID.
Yeah, but that's right. So people were still trying to figure out what the hell was going on and how to do this, that, and the other, even including the teams. Trying to figure out how do we fill the ballpark, sort of not fill the ballpark.
They averaged 20,700 fans because the majority or the half of the year was we can only have about 10,000 people here.
Right. And then since then, it's been a mediocre baseball team that was sort of like trying to pitch to you like, hey, come out to the yard and Jock Peterson will have an at-bat and a half. And then we'll pinch hit for him. And you could be here for it. And so that felt just sort of nondescript, and the city is still trying to figure everything out and all of that. I'm not saying suddenly, San Francisco or any major city is healed. Obviously, we still got a lot of things going on. I hope everybody's okay in Los Angeles today. But Giants baseball is full circle. It's back. It's cool. It's full. They're winning. Buster Posey's in charge. I want to give the Giants sort of a compliment for timing, if nothing else. I don't think this is what they were thinking, but the timing of putting Buster Posey in charge was absolutely perfect because I think that the world here was ready to kind of follow this. The pitching staff was ready to maybe kind of step into their own. He was ready to go do the signings that he was able to conduct, and here we are. It's not done. I know fans would all like this to be an even more powerful looking team. I agree with you. But the rest of it is here, man. It's here. So, for one, I am ready to wrap up into a box and send out to sea all of these conversations about, what does baseball need to do to fix itself? How do they need to get the young fan back involved? How do we just speed this up? Everybody, how can we, it's like you arrive at the ballpark and immediately you're like, how can we get out of here? When can we go home? I think all of that is just a figment of our past imagination.
Yeah, it's not all the way back in my opinion, but I do think that baseball in general and specifically the Giants, I do think that they're close to getting back to where they were. And it's not only attendance, but it's also, quality of play. A big thing, though, that you just mentioned is the time of game. And I'm looking at the average time of game, 2019, 3 hours and 10, 2020, 3 hours and 6. This year, you're at 2:40.
Yep.
And that's a half an hour, but that is a significant half an hour because, like you said, you're at the game and you have to go to the bathroom, which is a human experience, and you might miss 2 innings. Or you wait to get food, and that's 2 innings. And so you do have to kind of change the way you fan now because the game, it hums. And attendance-wise, the Giants are up, and Major League Baseball across the board is not quite yet all the way up. And I think that, for many teams, it's tough because like Colorado and the White Sox, and there's so many teams that are just so dreadful that I think baseball still has a bit of a competition issue. You'll never be like football, which is, hey, any of the 32 really has a shot?
Anybody.
Even though you don't, but you kind of feel that way. I think that baseball, I don't know how they do it because the union is so strong, but you need to get to a point where teams like Pittsburgh and Kansas City and, all these other mid-market teams, that you have more of a chance,
I think it's easy, but it's not easy to do. But if you really want that aspect of baseball to be fixed, it's super easy, man. They need a salary floor.
Right. Not a cap.
Not a cap.
A floor.
Floor.
Yeah.
Like if you know what I mean? Come on, John Fisher. If you want to own a baseball team, you've got to operate it. You have to operate the team. You cannot just be here owning the baseball team and sticking whatever and whoever you want out there. If you're going to, unless you want to give up the right to sell tickets, if you want fans to be able to come for free, then you can do it for free. But if they're going to pay for baseball level prices to watch, then you've got to pay baseball level prices in order to perform. You have to. And that because that's all it will take. I sometimes I laugh at what we have in sports, what we will refer to as a small market. What are we talking about?
Right.
We give this label to teams that I'm like, that's not a small market. It's not. We'll go, there's LA, there's New York, there's Chicago, there's Boston, and then everyone else is a small market. I hear people say it about Houston.
No, Houston's
I'm like,
gigantic.
Houston, this is the top 10 city in America. So are we. So are we. You know what I mean? And so, Oakland, if you want to call it like I know it's its own city, but if it's a part of the major metropolitan area here of the Bay Area, people who have access to that, no, I'm not letting those teams cry that you're a small market. Look at the way Miami operates itself.
Yep.
What market is Miami? I don't even know. I don't have
Probably
that one in front of me.
15th.
Yeah.
Somewhere in
You're
there.
not a small market.
Nope.
You're Miami, Florida. What are you doing? No one has ever heard of any of your players ever. What are the White Sox doing? You play in Chicago. What on God's name are you doing? I just, that cannot be. You should not be allowed to do it.
Yeah.
But of course, no one's ever going to vote that through.
No, they won't, because, the owners, it's, the old boys network, and, the Athletics last year were 30th in payroll, $55.7 million in total payroll. The team that was 29th, the Guardians, they spent $94 million.
Yep.
So the A's were almost $40 million behind the team in 29th. So you're right about salary floor. I mean, that would be part of it, but then you've got the Yankees spending $300 million.
Right.
So if you're spending 6 times what the A's are paying, of course you're going to be a much better team.
No doubt. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, where we will be Wednesday after attending 49ers minicamp, talking to the players, listening to the coaches. Can't wait to go down there, check all that out, and then bring the sights and sounds to you, all of you Bay Area sports listeners. Yeah, you're never, I would not ask somebody to compete with that. Look, our Golden State Warriors have been accused of checkbook championships. And I don't think you can ask every NBA team. I can't ask if I'm a Sacramento Kings fan, I can't be like, why don't you do that? You can't demand that. But you can demand something. If the Yankees can spend $300 and the Dodgers can spend $300, then everybody can spend $100 or 90.
Probably.
You can do that.
Yeah, if
you can do that.
If you're actually trying to compete.
Yeah.
And that becomes part of the problem, is you've got some teams that aren't trying to compete, and in a league where there's no real salary cap and you can spend whatever you want. Of course, the rich are going to get richer, and I'm not advocating for just a complete cap and total parity, but it would help some of these other markets if they had a chance to, compete, because I think about Pittsburgh right now. They've got one of the biggest stars in the game, Paul Skeens.
Yep.
And all the conversation is,
when are they trading?
Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
There's no thought of Skeens will be a forever Pirate. There's no way. So it's just a question of when they trade him and how many millions of prospects they get for him so that they can come up and pop, and then they can trade them away as well.
I want to play something for you. This is from our buddy JP Morosi on MLB Network. Ready for this?
Yep.
Buy or sell, okay? Buy or sell. JP Morosi, MLB Network.
I've been so impressed, Lauren, by the overall strength of this Giants pitching staff. We know Logan Webb is so excellent, of course, all those ground balls. He's benefited from that Adames Chapman combination on the left-hand side of the infield. Birdsong has really emerged as a young stalwart in this rotation as well. And let's focus on Robbie Ray, the former Cy Young Award winner. Look at those numbers. And, Lauren, the thing that stands out to me is that what we just saw in that highlight a second ago, a swing and miss fastball. He throws that four-seamer more than 50% of the time, and the batting average against that four-seamer is under 200. The slider, the changeup, the knuckle curve are all in play. Again, he throws that changeup a bit more now than he has in recent years, but I go back to this. When you can locate a swing and miss fastball more than 50% of the time among all your pitches, Lauren, it's conducive to a lot of success. It's a great ballpark to pitch in, and we also saw that Justin Verlander on the IL. He is expected to come back, obviously, at some point in time during the course of the year. I like the Giants' chances to make the playoffs.
Ooh.
Oh. JP.
He said the P word.
Yeah, he did.
Playoffs.
He put the P in John Paul Morosi with the playoff talk.
Yeah. Buy or sell.
I'm buying it. I'm buying it because
Would you have bought it 5 days ago?
Yeah, I would have.
You would have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Even though, you made the point last week about a 28-hour period that changed all of our moods and fortunes, and you were so mad, and, you got this guy bunting, and why are they bunting, and no one can hit, and they lose 2 in a row. And
I'm still mad about the bunting.
I get that.
Like, I think difference in being mad and being dismissive or giving up. You remember our conversations.
Oh, yeah.
At no point where am I like, this is over. Like, in fact, we kept saying the grand scheme of the Giants, they're in good shape. But the day-to-day, I was frustrated. And that's not 100% gone. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to need to acquire more offense. But anyway, go ahead. You were saying.
I was saying that I have faith in them, and I do believe that they should be a playoff team based on 2 main factors. One, the National League is not that competitive at the top, and even in their division where the Dodgers have been banged up and the Padres haven't achieved quite like they should. And the real piece of it, though, for me is that the Giants have the pitching. They've got a great rotation. They've got 2 aces up top. They've got 2 or 3 young arms behind it. And even if you don't have Justin Verlander, and right now they don't, I don't know what he's going to contribute at all when he eventually gets healthy. You've got depth, and you've got an amazing bullpen with 3 legitimate closers. So that, for me, is what has staying power. Is you're a team that needs pitching and defense. You've got unbelievable pitching, and so, short of a real catastrophic event in your pitching staff, I do think that they've got enough to where they're going to be tough on any team they face at all times.
I want to run that around with the audience a little bit more. But just because you just brought this up, who would you pitch in Game 3 of a mythical playoff series right now? Who would you start? Let's fudge and go. And so he was at second, and he was very happy, and the Giants had tied the game at 5. But there was still a ton of work to be done, and they did it. They have outscored the opponent from that moment by 1 run exactly each night, and they have won all 5 of those baseball games. Look, there's credit to go around. Matt Chapman gets credit. Everybody who pitches for the Giants gets credit. All of you. You've all been absolutely fantastic. Little moments that you're not even thinking about. Top of the 10th inning, Friday night. Okay? Eric Miller is brought in basically to face a left-hander. Plunks him.
That's not good.
No. Bases are loaded with 2 outs. And a slow little dribbler. Spencer Bivens has to come in out of the bullpen. And he gets a slow little dribbler from a light-hitting middle infielder. And it's rolling kind of in that area in between the pitching mound and third base. And, of course, who comes flying in from a deep cover-the-line position, none other than Matt Chapman, and throws an absolute seed ball right at Casey Schmidt, which was more challenging to catch than you realize. And they did it, and they got him by a nose.
Yep.
And that's what set up the bottom of the 10th and a wild pitch that scores Tyler Fitzgerald. And you game Twitter video as 113th on my list of who gets credit for this winning.
It feels a little low to me, Mark, because I'm being told that by sources, when the Giants fell behind 5-0, there was a viewing of that video in the tunnel leading to the clubhouse that all of the Giants viewed, including Elliot Ramos. And so you amateur lip readers, what you don't know is when he's on second base, he's saying, I'm so fudging happy that I saw the Joe Shasky video. Otherwise, I would not have been able to deliver this gigantic fudging hit.
He's not saying happy. He's saying Shasky.
That's right.
Shasky.
I'm so fudging Shasky that I got to see that video. Thank you, Joe.
Do you know what I know? It's funny. Honestly, like for real. And this goes for Shasky. It goes for Guru. Sometimes it goes for me. It's rare, but sometimes it goes for me. The San Francisco Giants right now, like literally what they have done this week and what they're trying to tell us now, is their secret for success is to not act like us. They not like us.
No, thank you, Kendrick.
They not like us. There are no tables to flip. That doesn't even cross their mind. Guru came in the next day. He wanted to flip the spread. Shasky did flip the spread. I was ticked off. Every time somebody tries to bunt, I'm like, you're telling me that you can't hit.
I just wanted Adames to rent a dog.
And maybe he did.
He might have.
Nobody's seen him since you said that.
We'll see if he comes out hot in Colorado.
Man, we could use some more dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could use some more dogs. That'd
You're
be great.
right, though, about like the general nature of fans.
They're
like,
chilling.
We all want to get mad, and it's fine, and that's what makes it so great to be a fan. But if you're playing 162, and honestly, at the time they were still 33-28, right after that bad loss, and they lost the first 2 to the Padres. They're still 5 above. We look around Major League Baseball, and the Rockies are one of the worst teams, literally, in the history of the sport.
Yep.
The White Sox, and I hate to see it because Will Venable, shout out Santa Fe High School, a guy who I covered. He's the manager of the White Sox, and they're just terrible. And you look around baseball, and there are 5 or 6 or 8 teams that are just awful, and we're here screaming and yelling and flipping a table over a team that's 5 games above 500. It's a little bit spoiled. I get it.
How many baseball managers could you name?
Probably 15.
Oh, God. Really?
I mean, is that...
I'll take the under.
Yeah, I mean...
I'll take the under big time. I think I could name 4.
Well...
Right. That's one.
Dave Roberts,
Bob Melvin is the Padre guy named Schilt or something like that.
Sounds about right.
Schilt.
Bud Black is still suffering in Colorado.
Don't think so. He got fired.
Oh,
he got relieved of his duties.
That got off.
He got fired, and he immediately went, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, next.
You know how managers sometimes go out to the umpires, and they're like, I'm going to need you to throw me out. Hey, bleep you mother.
Totally.
Right? And then they throw.
That's right. He did get fired.
Bud Black.
I challenge both you guys to name the now current manager of the Rockies.
Oh, God. Yeah. Billy Sampson. I have no idea.
I thought it was Samson Billy.
I saw, you know what? I can picture him. He's a young guy, right? He's a young guy.
Yeah, he looks pretty young.
Okay, who is it?
His name is Warren Schaefer. Ever heard of him?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
No. I honestly, you know who I can name?
Black.
You know who's managing the Cleveland Guardians, don't you?
Oh, it's Vogt, right?
I believe in Stephen Vogt.
Yeah.
I believe in Stephen
And Aaron
Vogt.
Boone in New York still?
Aaron Boone in New
Okay.
York. Obviously, Kotze. We could do that one. That guy Joe with the Astros. He was a Giants candidate once upon a time. Joe something. He manages the Astros.
That guy Joe.
You know who I saw in the dugout on Saturday before the game? Dusty.
Oh, nice.
Dusty was on the campus. That man is a smile in a hat. It's unbelievable. That guy walks near, doesn't matter who he walks by, they smile. That guy is just the most unbelievable energy when he walks into any room. And he still looks exactly the same. How old is Dusty now? How old is Dusty?
75?
These days? Is he really?
Has to be.
Good Lord. Dusty is just...
He's 75. He'll be 76 in 6 days.
Oh.
I got it in just in time.
He looks
Good job, Dibs.
He looks fantastic.
Yep.
He looks fantastic.
I'm just looking looking at the list of managers, and yeah.
Oh, is Cora still in Boston?
Yeah, he is.
All right, Alex Cora.
Brian Snitker. I was going to guess Snitker, but I couldn't confirm nor deny.
No clue.
The Marlins manager is a guy named Clayton McCullough.
Great. Okay.
Pat Murphy in Milwaukee, ring a bell?
Nope.
Oliver Marmol in St. Louis?
Nope. Who's managing the Angels today?
Today.
Who is that?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
You could probably get the Cubs.
Oh, it's Ron Washington.
That's right.
He's managing the Angels?
Wash, yeah.
Since when?
2023.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
The manager of the Cubs?
You mentioned Brewers. Former manager of the Brewers. Left the Brewers for the Cubs.
Craig Counsell.
Yeah.
Yeah, only because you said that. I was like, man, is what's his name there? Madden? Madden's not there anymore. That's 2 managers ago.
Gone.
Yep.
That's 2 managers ago.
David Ross.
David
replaced
Ross.
him.
There you go. David Ross.
Tony Mansolino is in Baltimore now.
Who's managing the Phillies? Who's the manager of the Phillies? Exactly.
Got one guy.
The Phillies.
Oh, it's Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson.
We don't know who's managing the Phillies. Who's managing the Mets? Who's the manager of the Mets?
Carlos Mendoza.
Oh, it's not Bobby Valentine.
No, it was Buck Showalter.
When?
Up until 2023.
No.
I'm looking at Wikipedia.
Remember Terry Collins?
Yep.
I do. Terry Collins is still, oh my God, it's still the best argument in the history of arguments. It comes out I think the anniversary was just like 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, the anniversary when Noah Syndergaard hucks the ball. I don't even remember who they were playing. And he throws the ball so far behind one of the batters, the umpires throw him out right away, and Collins comes flying out, and the first base umpire intercepts him, and he's mic'd up, and you hear the whole conversation. You got to give us a shot. And he's like, what's the phrase? He's like, our bleep is in the blender, the umpires. Like, if we let you do that, our bleep is in the blender, or something like that. Anyway, it's a very famous, some of you will know what I'm talking about, but if you just go search out Terry Collins and whatever argument, you will see what I find to be one of the most entertaining exchanges between a manager and umpire that I've ever watched in the history of the game.
Okay.
You don't even need John Boy for that one. You just listen to him.
You can hear the whole thing.
You just hear them. Like they're sitting next to you in the living room. It's fantastic.
Terry Collins. Yeah.
Terry Collins.
The throwback.
Yeah. So that's
15 was probably a little hot. I don't think I would have gotten to 15.
Well, I got to 15.
Maybe to 8, but
maybe. Yeah, I got you. I would have set you at about 9.5.
Well, even looking at the list, like a good 6 or 7, it's like, who? Like,
I mean,
Clayton McCullough,
one of the best names in baseball. Twins manager.
Oh, it's not Baldelli, is it?
It is Rocco Baldelli.
Rocco Baldelli. Not bad.
Restaurant quality.
Hey, tonight at 7, there's a Valkyries game, y'all. They're playing the Sparks.
I don't know how much you watch the Valks.
Oh,
but
no, I've been watching the Valks.
What they did to the
crushed
Aces. Oh my goodness!
They embarrassed them.
They were up. I was listening to Gucci.
Yeah.
I was running some errands, and they're up.
Gucci.
They're up 8. They're up 10. It's like, okay, Ace is going to make a run, and this is going to be a tough one for the Valks. They're up 17. They're up 22. They're up 30. Get it, Valks?
Dude.
Coach DeCasse.
No.
Put it on them.
A couple things about the Valks. First of all, yes, they have the attention of the Willard house. Secondly, great night for Valks and Sparks. You got the whole night to yourself. There's no NBA. There's no Giants game. You are center stage tonight. I promise you. I will get home at 6:45. We will cook pesto pasta, and the kids are going to want to get to the Valks game as quickly as possible. So I love that. And yeah, they're everything you would hope for a brand new team to be, which is they're a box of chocolates. I don't know what I'm going to get. They go out there and crush the Aces, but they're still an expansion team, so they're going to struggle sometimes.
Yep.
But they could beat anybody. They're a ton of fun.
Super fun.
They're a ton of fun. So anyway, Valks and Sparks tonight, 7 o'clock. You can hear it here on 95.7 The Game. You can listen to it on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Also watch it on KPIX. Pre-game is at 6:30. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here for your phone calls, 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. And this is Willard for New Vodka.
fair ball. This game is tied. Yes, in the second.
Boy, he needed that, didn't he? Boy, he did. And he went down and dug it out.
Get on the ground. Elby kicks it. Here comes Yastrzemski, and the Giants take the lead.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
As if I need to tell you, that's Kruk and that's Kipe. They're on NBC Sports Bay Area. They're very, very good at what they do. And the Giants are a winner again, 5 in a row. Are you buying this now as a playoff team? And consider that still a work in progress. Like, I sort of look at the remainder of the Giants season, and I think to myself, not only, A, do I buy them as a playoff team, but I don't think that they're a finished product. Like, I think there's going to be some people on this roster who aren't on this roster right now. That's part of why I'm buying them as a playoff team. But mainly because, dude, the pitching staff rocks. They flat out shove. They are fantastic. They're fun to watch. They come at you from all kinds of different angles, all different parts of the game. And that is going to sustain, I believe.
I'm with you. And I think about like other sports and what sustains. And if you're a team that has a really good defense in the NFL and you're able to run the ball, then you're going to be in a lot of games. And that's, I kind of think, the 49er blueprint, which has been, have a good defense, be able to run the ball, have an offense that doesn't take a lot of risks and turn it over, and you're in games. And then if you could add in what they didn't have last year, which is good special teams, a good field goal kicker, and a punter who can pin the other team deep, that for me is kind of what this Giants team feels like for me. You've got a great starting rotation. You've got a great bullpen. You've got a solid defense. So you should be in every single game. There shouldn't be a long stretch where you're giving up 7, 8, 9 runs in a game. You should be playing a ton of 3-2 and 4-3 ball games. And they have, and they're winning those.
Yeah, we'll get back to the Giants here in a little bit at the top of the hour. I do have some specific Willie Adames things that I think we'd like to get into, but I went to a couple of these games over the weekend against the Braves, and I'm telling you, man, yep, drip that drop, because I was in pretty good spot for both of these, and good Lord. By the way, everybody who we ran into and said hello out there, it was so much fun, but that place was rocking. It was jammed. There were lines everywhere. It took too long to go to the bathroom. I had to go quite a bit because one of the people that went with me is one of those, what do we call them? They're like an alcohol
drink
pusher.
bully.
Yeah, drink bully.
Drink bully.
I like that.
Yeah.
He's a drink bully.
Yeah.
And again, in the kindest way.
Of course.
But it's one of these people that they're like, I'm going to buy you a drink. And you're like, no, I'm good. They're like, here it is. I bought you a drink. No, you have to drink it. No, drink it. Drink it because I bought you a drink. And you're like, all right, and drink it. And then I got to go to the bathroom in the 3rd inning, and then the 5th inning, and then the 7th inning.
There you go. And so you missed the 4th, the 6th, and the 8th.
Right, and the 3rd and the 5th and the 7th, those things all happen in 12 minutes.
Yep.
You go from the 3rd to the 7th inning of a Giants game.
That's baseball now.
So, yeah, man, it's a hustle out there. Do the hustle. But real
Every
quick,
day I'm hustling.
two quick NBA asides, if we may. I keep hearing people say something. You kind of insinuated it just a second ago. We're talking during the break with regard to the NBA Finals. And I just want to, like, this isn't something I'm passionate about, but I want to kind of push back on it a little bit because I get it. There's an NBA Finals game, and then we go, okay, when's the next game? Oh, God, is it Wednesday?
Yeah.
That's exactly when it should be. We've asked for an extra day off when the teams are traveling. I don't like travel day, play again. Play, travel, play. That's too much. It's too much. I don't think it leads to good things for the NBA players. The day where I want there to not be 2 days off is when you stay in the same city.
Right.
Now, they did that too.
Thursday to Sunday.
Thursday to Sunday. Now, I understand, though, why they did that. And for that, you don't blame the NBA. Blame the television networks because they don't want to play games on Fridays and Saturday nights if they can avoid them.
I get it.
Because all of y'all like to go get your drink on and start doing things on Fridays and Saturday nights, and you're not home in front of your TV. So I get where you're coming from. I'd love it if there were another game tonight. Like, let's keep playing.
Right.
I want more stuff. But at the same time, let's think about where they're coming from on this. And I would argue, at least to start the series, I know we're going to get either a Friday or a Saturday this week, I think.
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's because they want to set up Sunday, because that is, or
they're not playing Sunday.
They're not playing, okay.
Playing Monday because it's Father's Day.
Father's Day, there you go. So I understand the desire, but see it through the NBA's eyes and understand that I think for these first 3 games, that's exactly the way you got to go.
Well, I see it through their eyes, and I understand it. It's not for a lack of understanding. It's, for me, it's a desire to watch this product and not have to wait all this time between games. And I know why they do it. They want the fixed position TV spots that they think are going to net the biggest audience. And, well, the game 1 had one of the smallest audiences in NBA Finals history. So for all their hard work, they're still not generating the audience that they want, and it's because you've got 2 of the smaller markets involved in the finals. I just, as a viewer, watched this series, and through the first 2 games, it's been very entertaining. Game 1, of course, it was one for the ages with the Halliburton game winner again. Game 2 was kind of a predictable beatdown. If you were looking at the zigzag theory of a series, and you have a 68-win team at home, you could probably predict that Game 2 was going to go that way, and it did. It wasn't that compelling of a game. Oklahoma City went out there and put the hammer on Indiana, and now we wait. No game Monday, no game Tuesday. We'll get to Wednesday. Okay, there's a game. I don't like it. I understand it. I don't yike it, Mark.
I can't hear you say that
either.
phrase anymore.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, she was at gymnastics today. I'm talking about my almost 3-year-old daughter who, her L's are Y's.
When does she turn 3?
August.
Oh, my God.
So she's crawling around on an apparatus, and she's climbing up the ladder, and she goes, "Daddy, watch me on the yadder." I'm like, "Climb the yadder, honey. You're doing great."
Does she say no L's at all?
No L's.
She takes no L's.
She takes no L's.
She's like a Giants relief pitcher.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All
nice.
W's.
Okay.
Her L's are Y's, and so. And
what, Granny? Granny was.
Well, you said climb the yadder, so she wouldn't be able to pronounce climb.
It's climb.
It's climb.
Climb.
Climb the yadder.
Right.
Climb the yadder or climb?
She doesn't, like the L in the middle, she won't replace that with a Y. It'll just go silent.
Okay.
So it would be kind of yadder.
Climb the yadder.
Kind of yadder.
All right.
Yeah. But it's the go-to is I don't yike that, which is what Mark was referring to. So when it comes to the NBA Finals, Mark, I don't yike it. I understand it.
I know you don't yike it, but you have no choice but to yike it.
I understand, but what it does is...
Do you yike it when Steph Curry limps off the court?
No, but he's an older player.
I know, but
and it's not the network's fault that they had to go to Game 7.
It's not the net. No, it's not. It's not the network's fault that they had to go to Game 7. But in general, even the fact that Game 7 was on a Sunday, you didn't need to do that. Again, like if there's one change that I would make to the NBA playoffs, and I have not run the algorithm to see if this would make the season go to August or something like that, I have no idea. But I would prefer. I don't want to say I don't like it.
Thank you.
I would prefer if when the teams need to travel, they then get another day off in the city where they've arrived. So if you play and then the next day you travel, then you don't play again the next day. 2 days off in between when you're switching cities. And by the way, you know what might be worth looking at is if the NBA were to do that, maybe you go back to 2-3-2 instead of 2-2-1-1-1.
Right. You'd have to go to that format.
Because the 2-2-1-1-1 is what would create like, oh my God, this thing is getting drawn out, because there would be travel after every game once you get to a game.
Game
like
5.
Once you get through Game 4.
Right.
Once you're done with Game 4, you are city hopping for every game the rest of the way. And if you were going to create a second day off between all of those games, it would really, really get drawn out. And people may not like that. So, yeah, maybe you go back to 2-3-2. You know, if the players are going to continue to speak out like Aaron Gordon has with regard to, I would like an extra day there, maybe the NBA says, fine, we go back to 2-3-2 and do it that way. How would you feel about that? Because, like, I think there's a competitive disadvantage that takes place for the team that's earned home court advantage when they've got to go to the other city and play the entire middle of the series all on the road. I think that's why they changed it.
That is why they changed it.
And I agree with them. But now you're running into, you're running into the downside of this format with players feeling like it's just a little bit too much.
Right. I just think older teams feel like it's a little too much, and Aaron Gordon is, pushing 30.
Yeah, pushing 30 is not old.
Right.
Like,
but
that's not an old player.
It's not, but I'm looking at younger teams who had to go 7 games, and a lot of those teams did not sustain injuries because they have younger players. So I do think that if you built it out the way you're talking about, so the Rockets and the Warriors, you play Monday, April 28th, and then now you wouldn't play till Thursday, May 1st.
I get
and
it.
then you're going to be Saturday, May 3rd, or the 4th.
Sunday.
It'd be Sunday, and then Game 7 would have been the 7th. So if you're the team waiting to play them, you might have 11 days off if you sweep your series. So if you end up sweeping and you're waiting for the other teams to be done,
I get it.
That's why I think it becomes a little bit,
I get it, but put it this way. If you can't do that all the way, you're definitely going to do it for the NBA Finals. Like, I support that. Because there's nobody waiting on anybody. This is it. These are the two teams, and I want them healthy, and I don't mind drawing it out a little bit. So you get a little foreplay in there.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I mean,
draw it out. I know we want instant gratification, and you know what that would be, by the way.
It would be gratification sensation.
But you know what? Draw this thing out, man. You want to race to the finish line, then what do you got?
Summer League.
Yeah.
And the draft.
Yeah.
And the Valkyries.
Okay.
On the road tonight. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
7 o'clock.
Yeah, don't miss it.
KPIX, 6:30.
I mean, yeah, you kind of drag it out, but for me, you drag it out so much that you lose interest a little bit.
Do you?
I mean, come Wednesday, I'll be locked in.
Yeah,
But
good to go.
In the meantime, it's like, tonight, the puck, watch a little bit of the Stanley Cup. I don't know if you've been into that, but
I've not. You won't hear me criticize it at all or dismiss it. Hockey, playoff hockey is wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. Outside of playoff hockey, I think it's the sport that suffers the most in its translation to television. That's the way I've always felt about hockey. I used to go to hockey games all the time. In person, there is absolutely zero difficulty in following the puck at all.
When you're there.
Yep. There's none. It's a wonderful watch. It's a really great sport. I live in the North Bay. To go to a hockey game, I need to make plans for like 4 months ahead of time.
It's a long way.
I got to get babysitters. I got to save money for gas. Like, I got to figure out, can I get the day off work the next day? Like, it's a journey. Like going to a Niner game is a dang journey. You know this. And so that's kind of why it has slipped a little bit in my whole world, but it's nothing against hockey. And yeah, with everything else that's been coming at us, from NBA Finals to Valks to baseball to even a little bit of college baseball I've been checking out over the weekend. Hey, nice weekend for the West Coast squads. I don't know if you noticed that, but like Arizona upset North Carolina. Cats are in.
Okay.
Oregon State got themselves a win. You all right with that, Grandy? You okay?
Not happy.
Oregon State's in.
Yeah, Oregon got upset first weekend of the playoffs, and then I tuned everything out.
Okay. But like a lot of the what used to be called the Pac-12, a lot of those schools made it. And so anyway, I had a lot of fun watching that this week. So yes, I have not. I've seen some, but not a lot.
The reason why I mention it is because my father-in-law, Pop, as he goes by, he came up to me at my daughter's soccer yesterday, and he's like, "Are you watching the hockey?" And I haven't been watching the hockey, but he did like a 5-minute thing on, I think he called him Connor McDaniel, and I allowed it.
Perfect, yeah, just keep going, Pop.
He's like, I'm watching it, and it's overtime, and it's double overtime, and I was like, okay, because he doesn't watch a ton of hockey, although he launched into stories about the Broad Street Bullies in Philly back when he was living there 50 years ago, so he's got some hockey background, but it just hit me that the Stanley Cup Final, it's resonating with the casuals.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Valkyries tonight, Laughing Monk Studios moves to actual Laughing Monk. On Wednesday, we're going to go check out a little Niners mini camp and then get our butts over to Laughing Monk and host a radio show, and we are very, very much looking forward to that. How old are you when people stop correcting you? You mentioned he called him Connor McDaniel. What is the correct age to just let him go? Just let him go. He's on one. Don't stop him. You and I are not there yet.
No.
Like, and in our world, we almost kind of like, we almost get off on the
Well,
you
Captain
messed
Buzzer
up.
in there. I make one mistake, and he's
Exactly.
right. He's ready for it.
Jump on it, YouTube, text line. Everyone's like, you screwed that up.
Well,
You're an
even
idiot.
earlier, I was talking about Carlos Beltran's batting average with the Giants in 2011, and I was wrong. Yep. And both of these youngsters immediately jumped in.
on you, too.
Yeah.
I'm
And
like,
You
wait
brought
a
that
second.
upon yourself. I told you what I thought, and you said I was wrong.
You were right to do it. I'm saying
true.
that I'm not yet to the age, to Mark's point. Pop,
It's
my
more of a
father-in-law is...
person-by-person basis for me.
No,
Is
it is. That's fair, but my father-in-law's 81, and
over 80 is you've definitely
he
arrived.
comes to the soccer practice, and he is excited to talk sports and to talk about the Stanley Cup final.
Yeah, great.
Not plural, final,
Good
as
job.
you know.
Good job.
Hockey fan will come down your road for that
God,
one.
That's like saying San Fran.
And so when Connor McDaniel comes out, I'm like, I nodded.
Let it ride.
Let it ride. And then I actually, later in the
love
conversation, I said, Connor McDavid was the number 1 overall pick. And so I
you snuck it in there without correcting him.
Correct. Which is a way
That's
to do
kind
it.
of next level.
Yeah.
But it's risky.
It is, and I didn't do it like Steiny would. Connor McDavid. Connor McDavid.
John Sally.
Thank you. So I just tried to slide it in there.
By the way, there's also a front end. Because I do this with my 11-year-old, and I am always ready to smack my teenagers in the back of the head when they're there being the grammar police or the fact checkers. While the little guy is on a roll, man, and things are still magic and his eyes are still wide. And if he thinks that Casey Schmidt hit a home run in the last 3 weeks, fine, brother, fine. Maybe that happened in your dream. Logan Webb is a criminal in mine. It's fine. It's okay. Just ride with it, brother. If you think Casey Schmidt, if you want his baseball card, let's go to the store. Let's get you his base. I'm in the business of making this wonderful for you. But then there's teenagers. Those teenagers, they'll come out of the woodwork of your house, and they'll just be, no, he hasn't. And then and now we're bickering, and we're having a bicker party. And they know damn well that's what gets me triggered.
Yeah.
Who cares? Yes, you're an adult. I know, you're right. He's wrong. Just let it go.
Can you let the little guy get a W? Can you let little Jude just have this one?
Let it go.
Right.
Let it go. That's all. Anyway.
No, I get that. And I did that a lot with my first 2 kids. They were 2 years apart. And, Quest was very quick to correct or check his little brother, and I too much would jump to Keon's defense instead of just letting him slug his way out of it, not literally, but figuratively. That was my fault as a parent.
Do you take requests?
I do, yeah.
We have one.
Oh, okay.
Hello, 858, I think that says. Can Dibbers spend 2 minutes talking about the French Open finals? And I know, big clap from Grandy. I know the first thing you're going to say,
yep.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about with this French Open.
Right.
What event are you speaking of when you say French Open? I've never heard of such a thing.
Must be a darts tournament.
Uh-huh.
Or perhaps it's a croissant baking competition, because what that person's referring to, I believe, is Roland Garros. It used to just be the place. Now it's the actual tournament. They changed it from the French Open to Roland Garros. However, Mark, you go to ESPN.com, and under their tennis tab, it says French Open brackets. Hey, ESPN, get your head out of the clay. It's called Roland Garros.
Okay.
Now that that's been said.
Well, can I ask a question about that before you move on? I want to know, when are we going to honor this stuff and when are we not? I've been trying to do this for the Open Championship for years.
Yep.
And people think I'm a snoot ball for it. Mark, it's the British Open. No event exists. There's no such thing as the British Open.
Right.
I'm sorry. There's no such thing. And they're like, well, that's the way we differentiate the U.S. Open and the British Open. No. One of them's the Open, and then the other one's the U.S. Open. The other one came first. It's where the game was born. Have a little respect. That's the Open Championship. You don't want to call it by its name? I guess you don't have to call it by its name, but that's not its name. Call it by its name.
Right.
It's kind of like calling Andre Iguodala Iggy. He doesn't like it, so don't do it. Call him by his name. It's Andre. That's his name. Iguodala.
That's right.
That's his name. So where do we sit on that with Roland Garros and French Open? Because it was the French Open.
It was.
But now it's not.
And I do think you get a certain grace period where you adjust to the new reality, much like when you talk about these various stadia, like the Staples Center is a great example, right? Where the Lakers play. Well, it's not the Staples Center anymore. It's the crypto.com arena or whatever.
Yeah, crypto.
So you get a little bit of time before you, it's been 3 or 4 years now, so now you should probably know it's not Staples anymore.
Yeah, but the corporate sponsor thing to me is kind of like, whatevs. Do you know what I mean? Like for a while, remember when they changed the stick to 3Com Park?
Awful.
Take a lap.
And then Monster.
Yeah, whatever. No, that's the stick. You can do whatever you want with your signage. That's the stick. That we're at Candlestick Point, and that's Candlestick Park.
No doubt.
And so I'm not going with you just because you bought it. But this is a little different.
This is a tournament, and it's the first year. But to the texter's point about Roland Garros, what we had yesterday was what some people are calling one of the greatest tennis matches in the history of the sport. Carlos Alcaraz, youngster, might not even be 22 yet.
And a lot of videos of him celebrating with all of the ball people.
Yeah.
Like, did you see all that?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, kind of heartwarming, to be honest with you.
This kid, and I say kid, he's, almost 22 now, I think, Randy. He's been around already for what seems like forever. He is phenomenal, and he took on Sinner, who was number one in the world, and they played 3 tiebreakers in the first 4 sets, and then they got into the 5th set tiebreaker, which is a super tiebreaker, and it was just back and forth, insane tennis all the way throughout. So if you had a chance to catch it, maybe you didn't. That, to me, is what sports is about. Like, Stanley Cup final right now, Game 3, I'm going to throw it on, and, I don't have a dog in the fight, nor do you, but it's high-level, championship-level, make-or-break activity, and that's just what I love about all this stuff, which is why, for me, the NBA Finals, it's like, yeah, I'll be there Wednesday at 5 o'clock, but
you'll be there.
Can I get it any sooner? I mean, yeah.
No.
I know I can't, but I'd like to.
Miles Turner's a large man. He needs a moment, okay? He's got to fold all of his legs up for that plane flight that they're taking today. You know what they could do? I mean, this is what we did, and I get it. These kids are all like 20 years old. But when I was doing games for the Boise Hawks, my 2 seasons up there with the then Angels organization Single A, that was short season Single A. So what that means is it doesn't start until June because they wait for the draft, and then the drafted players go straight to short season Single A. The college players kind of then just spill into this league and keep on playing, but because it's short season, they condense it. And 76 games in 79 days. No joke. 3 days off for the whole summer.
Wow.
So how do we travel? Well, in the middle of the damn night. That's how. You could do that. Like the Thunder and Pacers could all go straight to the airport last night. You could do that.
Right.
And then get your off day today. Just go straight. I mean, you wouldn't get to the hotel till 4 a.m, but you sleep it off till noon.
That's what the Giants did, believe it or not, after the day game yesterday. They traveled to Denver last night.
Smart.
For today's day off.
Especially with altitude getting thrown into the mix. I think that's smart, especially with how quickly Giants day games go. Like, you're over at 3:20. There's no reason. Like, go to the airport. You get plenty of time. You're only flying to Denver. You can be there by a good hour. So, it doesn't work so much when you're talking about night games. I'm thinking about that game last night. It ended at about 7:45 our time. So that's 9:45 there. And if you're going to then get your whole travel party together, all of your gear, blah, 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 get over to the airport. By the time you land, in Indianapolis and get to a hotel, yeah, it's going to be like the sun's going to be coming up. So anyway,
yeah, for me, it's more it's the days
it.
between games when you're in the same city. I'm with you on that one. Like, and I know they want to do the Thursday and the Sunday, so you play in OKC Thursday, and Friday and Saturday you're just sitting around Oklahoma City, and then you play Sunday. I understand why they do it. They want the big marquee TV spots, but as a viewer and as a fan, it just takes a little bit of the sizzle out of it.
Your tennis requester wanted to say, my bad. I'm not all the way up on
it's
current
okay.
events, which, yes, but it's not your bad. It's totally fine. But then he goes on to say, my man Lendl won 3 titles. So this is an Ivan Lendl fan.
Okay.
Who was one of my favorites when I first was introduced to the sport as well. I was a Lendl and a Boris Becker guy.
Okay.
Myself.
Yeah, I was a Boris guy because as a fellow redhead.
Yes.
And my senior year, 1986, I believe, is when he won Wimbledon. And he was 18, as was I. So I always had an affinity for Boris Becker, even though I couldn't serve like him. I was about half his size, but
I would imagine you couldn't.
I actually tried to emulate his serve because he would toss the ball and get really low in a crouch and then jump up and explode into the ball.
He was kind of the Craig Kimbrell of tennis with the way he kind of approached that whole thing.
Right, with the high leg kick.
No, Kimbrell is the one that does that thing before he even goes into stretch where he puts his right arm up over. Do you know that he made his triumphant return for the Braves over the weekend at Oracle Park?
Oh, yeah.
And do you know that they then released him?
Gone.
He came all the way back. And then they put him out there. He got out. The Giants didn't score on him, and then they released him.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Why'd you go through the whole process of rehabbing him and getting him back out there?
Doesn't make sense.
That was weird.
Really weird.
That's super weird.
Yeah.
So, anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. Giants baseball is cool again. Fight me.
I mean,
seriously,
it's hard to deny when attendance is up over last year, which was up from the previous year. Now, they're not all the way back to pre-pandemic levels where even in like 2017, when they were starting to show that they weren't very good, they were getting 40,000 fans a game.
Yeah, it felt like for 15 years they sold the building out every game.
No matter what.
I don't know if that's true, but it felt like that. It felt like that. You know, you had the newness of the ballpark, and then you had the championship runs. And so throughout all of that, it felt like they pretty much sold the thing out all the time. But it's a new world and all of that, and very, very few teams, if any, do that. I don't know many teams that compare themselves to the Dodgers and the Yankees in any way, shape, or form as far as marketing arms and money and all of that. But outside of those two teams, the Giants are right up there as one of the next 5 or 6 teams in baseball. And I do think that the number 35,000 that's significant, that they're north of that right now. And as we mentioned earlier, that's with the Red Sox, Phillies, and Dodgers all coming to town over the next month. So I actually expect that number to go up.
Yeah, absolutely it should. And I don't know if it's going to get back all the way back to where it was, but I'm looking at 2017. The team went 64-98. It's a bad baseball team.
Yep.
And they drew 40,786 a game. For the year.
What year?
That was 2017.
2017.
Then the next year was Bochy's last year, I believe, 2018. Or it was 2019 was his last year.
2019 was his last year.
Yeah, so
yes.
in 2018, they get almost 39,000 fans a game with a 73-win team. Then the next year, they only drew 33,000. That was the last year before the pandemic.
Right.
That was the first year that you saw a real dip. They had 64 wins, 73 wins, and then that next year, 2019, that's where the attendance really dropped.
Right.
And then we had the pandemic.
Then we had cardboard cutouts the year after that.
Right. Yeah. You among them, which is pretty hilarious. But, I mean, that last year of Bochy, which is when Farhan was really starting to take full control. Yeah.
I don't like this guy.
And I think that's partly why, and I'm just looking at it right now, standard batting, they had 64 different people appear on the team.
Like in positions?
Yeah.
Or does that include pitchers?
It does.
Oh, okay. It
Actually,
does.
48 different human beings had an at-bat.
Okay.
And that does include pitchers.
Okay.
48.
Yeah, because they were still hitting then.
Ty Block, he had an at-bat. Jandal Gustav had an at-bat.
That's not a person.
Nick Vincent had 3 at-bats.
I remember him.
Like, I could keep naming off these people. Abital Avellino.
Nope.
7 at-bats.
I actually do remember him.
Aaron Altair had an at-bat.
Don't remember him.
The original Adames, Christian Adames.
Can we talk about Adames for a second?
Eric Kratz had some at-bats.
Eric Kratz had a huge at-bat. Eric Kratz had the at-bat. You know the story I always tell about the game that went so damn late? This is before the automatic runner at second base, and the kids hadn't moved up yet. So, like, I watched the game, then I did the show from the stadium, and then I got in my car and drove all the way to L.A. to make my daughter's soccer game.
Wow.
Because I had told her I would be there.
You drove all night?
Yes, the game went till, my show went till almost 3 in the morning.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Whoop, there was...
Eric Kratz at-bats.
Three also represents how many people were still listening at 3 in the freaking morning. But yes.
Number 3.
My boss at the time was like, nope, you have to go for a full 90 minutes after the game. I'm like, everybody's asleep, including you. But anyway, yeah, Eric Kratz had the game-winning, it was like a little fister pop-up that got dropped or something down the first base line.
April 12th, 2019.
There it is.
Giants 3, Rockies 2 in 18.
18 innings.
Kratzy went 0 for 6.
He couldn't,
with a run batted
he
in.
couldn't hit a beach ball, but he fisted a little pop-up over to first, and like the guy dropped it or something like that, and somebody scored. And they won. They won 3-2. It was the ugliest walk-off I'd ever seen in my life.
Yep.
But nobody cared. Everyone was just like, thank God. Thank God. I'm trying to remember which beat writers made it to the end of that game. Just ridiculous. Everyone's looking at each other like, somebody do something. That was one of the nights that started. I mean, I know COVID is what started the runner at second, but that game was one of the like evidence pieces where they're like, we can't do that during COVID. We can't be here for 7 hours. 7 hours.
It actually was only 5 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, unless you had to do 90-minute damn postgame show afterwards. Then it was 7 hours. Oh, my God, that was a crazy night. But, yeah, I remember Kratzy.
That was the team. Corbin Joseph is another guy whose name just pops. But this team was the one that fans basically said, nah, we're good. And I do think that it speaks to what we are dealing with now, where this team, as I mentioned, had 48 different people have at-bats. And all these names, I could throw in even more names, and you'd be like, it's not a real person. But it was it was how they were doing it. Fans were not connected to that team, and they were bad. Yeah. So I do think that, like, now the team is good, but it's also much easier to connect with this team.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And that's all of those reasons that we just kind of threw out there, which is like, A, it's being run by a legend. B, I think that the moves that are being made are a little bit more intuitive. C, you're seeing largely the same people out there. D, maybe probably most importantly of all, they're winning more games than they're losing. And, it's not even that. Like, they're keeping up with the Dodgers and the Padres. They're keeping up with them. You know what I mean? Like, I know everybody looks at that. Nobody wants to peacock yet. Nobody's swaggering into Dodger Stadium on Friday night. I know you're not there yet. I'm not there yet either. I know you still think that they're going to get it handed to them this weekend. Maybe. I don't know. But the idea that they're, after 66 games, that they're a game behind the Dodgers, that's a feather in the cap. No question about it. No question about it.
And, we always talk about baseball season's a marathon. It's not a sprint, and it is. But if you ever watch an actual marathon and, after the second or third mile, you start to see you got a group of 24 of the runners, and you get to the 8-mile mark, and now that group is down to like 11, and you get to where the Giants are, which is about 11 miles into a 26-mile race, and they're still one of the 5 or 6 runners that's in that pack.
No doubt.
Because if you're not in the pack, you very rarely see a marathoner come from behind, from like 2 minutes behind, and rally back and win. You got to be in that group. You're in the group, you stay in the group, you get down to the last 4 or 5 miles, and that's where the race can actually be won. And right now the Giants are, at the 10-mile mark, and they're one of the teams. And, it's the Dodgers, it's the Padres, and it's, St. Louis and the Cubs and the other teams in the National League. There's about 9 teams right now playing for the 6 spots, and the Giants are in that group.
Go ahead. Giants' longest losing streak of the year is?
4. Is it 4? I think it's 4, yeah.
That's absolutely correct. And it just happened one time. It was when they got swept in Minnesota.
Yep.
3-1, 2-1, and then 7-6 in 10 innings with a disastrous blown save by Ryan Walker in extra innings, followed by opening up a series at home against Arizona with a 2-1 loss. So that was their 4-game losing streak. Why do I bring it up? This is what my sort of clapback would be with anyone who goes, nah, this isn't real. It's going to regress because they can't hit. No, I would argue they're sort of long losing streak proof because of the way they pitch. That's the thing. When you watch the Giants play, I would argue it's going to be really hard to sort of like run away from them for a long period of time, because even though they don't score a lot, you're just not – I don't think you're ever going to have a stretch where the Giants give up more than 5 runs, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in a row. And if everything is being played around 2-1 and 3-2, then you're going to win some of those. They go through that stretch. The best example is they go through that stretch, right? 32 runs in 16 games.
Yep.
What was their record? I think they were 7-9.
Yep.
Okay. So they didn't score for 16 games, and they almost played 500 ball. That's bananas. This pitching staff is great, although I do need to start, and I will. It's always fun when they go to Colorado. But the over has hit again.
Yep.
The over hit again.
Shout out Grandy.
As far as the total runs in the series, what was it? Was it 22? Was that the total number?
I think it was 21.
21?
Yeah. And
Let's
I remember
see.
I told you guys they're going to score at least 20.
9 plus
5 is 14 plus 7
plus
is 21.
Yeah. And I had set the over-under at 17, right?
That sounds about right, yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's a win for me.
Yeah, that's a dub. Why are you looking at me like that, Lucas?
Because your over-under was 20.5.
No, that was the previous series. You should actually come to the show on Fridays.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you weren't here.
Over again.
You weren't here. You weren't here. You should lock into one job. You would have gotten that right.
Lock in.
Thank you.
You had too many jobs listening to these commercials telling you that you're the employee of the year and all these things.
Yeah, the quarter's running up.
Of the year.
I look forward to hearing your Rockies over-under total because
114.
Well, I'll take the under because the thing about Colorado is they can't hit.
Right.
Their offense is awful.
It's
yes,
insane.
you're at altitude and it's a very hitter-friendly place, but it's not like the Giants ripped the cover off the ball.
No. We haven't seen them go to Colorado this year. They do tend to hit the cover off the ball when they go to Colorado. You want to do a deep dive?
Well, provided that they actually hit the ball.
Go look at what they did last year in Colorado.
Okay.
I'd be curious. I
All right.
feel like once a year they uncork a 20 spot when they go there.
Oh. I do know that this year they are 7-2 in blowouts, games that are decided by 5 or more runs. The fact that they've only lost 2 blowouts tells you all you need to know about their pitching staff.
They're the best pitching staff in baseball.
They gave up a 10 spot once, and they gave up a 9 spot.
I want everybody to sit with that statement. Sit with it. And tell me that this isn't going well. They're the best pitching staff in baseball. I don't even know if it's arguable. Is it arguable?
Yeah, it's arguable.
The Mets have been awesome.
Okay. Giants have the better bullpen ERA. I know that.
Mets are number 1 in starter ERA. Giants are
number 1.
6th
Okay.
in starter ERA.
And the Giants are number 1 bullpen. Where are the Mets?
They are toggling. The Mets are number 2.
Okay.
The Giants
Mets
are, 0.59 ahead of the Mets, though.
Mets as a team, 2.85 team ERA, Giants 3.04.
Okay. Okay. And the Giants have given up 9 more runs than the Mets so far this year. So, yeah, and that's obvious. And they're a first-place club also. They hit the ball, though. That's the difference there. They also hit the ball. They've scored over 300 runs this year.
Giants in Colorado last year, 1-3-3-3-5-8 were your run totals.
Really? They only played there 5 times?
6. 1-3-3-3-5-8.
How many games did they win?
They won 3 of them.
They went 3-3 in Colorado?
In Colorado, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. They actually, here, they put up 10, 11, and 14 against Colorado.
Really?
At Oracle Park. I'm looking right at it.
Huh.
Yeah, that backwards. Backwards. Look at you.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, they did. I know the year before that, they did one of those, like, Brandon Crawford would always hit when they went to, remember? Like, they'd go to Colorado and Brandon Crawford and Yaz are like, watch this. And they would hit 3 homers in a series or whatever, pad their stats, have a game where the Giants win 21-8 or something like that. It feels like there's always one of those. I guess not last year. But no, I'm with you as far as what to expect in this one. I won't overdo it. It's going to be higher than 17, but I won't overdo it.
Yeah.
I'll do my dive tonight, come up with my number.
I like it.
Yeah.
It's different than a normal Rocky series because even when the Rockies aren't good, they normally can at least hit in their own ballpark. But this Rocky team is on pace to be the worst team in the modern era of baseball.
Yeah.
They have a minus 198 run differential. And I think the record I was looking earlier is minus 350. So they have a very good chance of having the worst differential ever. And also, they need to get to like 35 wins to avoid having the worst winning percentage since 1901. It might even be higher than 35 wins.
Good luck to them.
It's an uphill battle.
Yeah. No, this is a big week. It's a big week for the Giants because they're playing the Rockies while the Dodgers play the Padres, and then they go play the Dodgers for the first time this year, this weekend at Dodger Stadium. I do want to get into Adames a little bit and dip our toe in the water of, like, what is the level of discomfort? Because here's the arc of what I see, because Adames got the day off yesterday. Obviously, the team doesn't play today. They did that by design to give him 48 hours to just chill, just dial out. They went to Denver early. I bet there's a nice pool at the hotel there. Just put your trunks on, go out there, stare off into space, and talk about life with yourself. Just go do that. And then when you come back, grab a bat. We're playing at altitude. And hopefully this guy can get a hold of 1 or 2 this week in Colorado. And I say that about L.A. as well, where the ball also carries. He's not going to have Triples Alley to deal with this time around. So I hope, but I think at first there were enough runs driven in and the newness of the whole thing that patience was just overflowing with Giants fans. They were thrilled at his smile and the idea of where it was going to go at some point. Then it started to get to a little bit of like, all right, this is kind of lasting a little while, but in Willie we trust. It's okay, just a little bit of patience. Something happened last week. And even though it ended up being a really good week, I think it was because the games were at home. The Padres were here. Everything got ramped up a little bit in terms of attention. And for Giants fans, they were there. These were great crowds, and they were there to watch it. And when you're there to watch it in person, I think sometimes it hits a little bit differently. And I really felt it at the ballpark this weekend, Friday and Saturday. He did not have good at-bats, and it's starting to feel like a weight on the shoulders of Giants fans. I wonder where everybody's patience is at. Mine is still at a decent enough level, but the frustration is rising. It's frustrating. You know what I mean? Like, struggling is one thing. The inability to hit 200 is another. That's a next-level struggle, and especially for the price, this one is getting hard to stomach at this hour.
And it's a 7-year deal. Is that right?
7 years.
So 7-year deal, and we are not even halfway through the first year of the deal. So I'm thinking about it in terms of a round of golf, 18 holes. And if you break this down into 18 holes, he's played 2 holes of his 7-year career, and he started out bogey, double bogey. So you're not doing great, but it's only through 2 holes. And so you look at the rest of this year, and you look at 6 more years, certainly you would expect that it's going to get better. But like you said, we're now 65, 66 games into a season, and we haven't seen a lot. And, the at-bats are not just like, oh, he's hitting it hard and, buzzard's luck, and pretty soon he's going to snap out of it. He's not hitting it very hard very often. And too many at-bats are like you're talking about, where not that he looks lost, but he looks like he's pressing. And then when you start to chase out of the zone and you're in a spot where you're not getting anything to go your way, and yet here we go, Colorado, 2 days off. Like you said, put your trunks on, go rent a dog, check out, maybe you watch a couple of movies, and it's a whole new season starting tomorrow.
Did you know that he went 0 for the homestand?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, for the homestand.
There's only 7 games. He only played in 6 of them.
Good point.
What was he, 0 for 19, I think?
2 plus 3 plus 3 is 8, plus 3 is 11, plus 7, 18. Yeah. But 1 for 4 in Miami on Sunday. So I don't know the order of those at-bats, but he might be on about an 0 for 20 streak right now. Yeah. He's had 1 hit in the month of June.
1 hit.
1 hit in 22 at-bats in the month of June. And by the way, I could.
Yeah, but 4 walks.
Yes.
Yep.
4 walks.
8 strikeouts.
He has 5 hits since May 20th. May 20th was against the Royals in Kansas City, or Kansas City was here. So that means from the back half of the Kansas City series, 3 games in Washington, 3 games in Detroit, 3 games in Miami, 4 games against San Diego, and then the first 2 games of the Atlanta Braves series. All those games, 5 hits.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
And if you look at the advanced metrics from StatCast and all the rest of it, the advanced metrics are telling you that he's not being victimized by great fielding against him or just bad luck. His expected batting average right now, Mark, based on the exit velocity and all the rest of it, his expected batting average is 202. And his real batting average is what, 194?
193.
So he's only a few points lower than what you would expect. His hard hit rate is lowest of his career. Strikeout percentage is up. So it's more than just a guy who is just been unlucky. He's just been woefully bad.
In his last 20 games, he is 6 for 66 with 1 extra base hit. He's slashing 091, 208, and 121.
OPS of 121.
Well,
that's his slugging. His OPS is like
329.
329.
You have to be like, if anybody doesn't know what that means, you got to have, your OPS has to be over 700 for it to be considered like, well, that's okay. That's passable. About 700. 750 is when you're like, okay, that's decent. North of 750, pretty good. Up 800 or more, really nice. Really nice.
His on base is higher than his slugging. Whenever that's the case, you're doing nothing at the plate.
That extra base hit that you referenced, by the way, was in the game I referenced, which was May 20th in Kansas City. Those 5 hits since then are all singles, which means they could have just been ground balls with eyes. Like, I don't even know if he hit them hard.
Yeah.
So I get it, man. Listen, the guy is in a great spot to sort of like have fans be as patient as possible because he's this great clubhouse presence. He's the nicest guy ever. He's constantly smiling. Walk off for Tyler Fitzgerald, who was the first person to greet him at home plate. It's Willie Adames. Plus, he's yours / ours for a long time. So you're just going to have to kind of go through the wars with it. There's no benching him. There's none of that. Like, there's nowhere, no one's even considering any thought like that yet. But with all of that said, even this is going to test people. This is we're getting close to the halfway point of the season. And so his at-bats are uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah.
In the building. That's kind of, I guess, the best way to describe it. He walks up to the plate, and everybody's kind of like, oh, okay, how's this going to go? And if there's runners on base, it's really, really kind of uncomfortable. But, yeah, it's like watching a comedian bomb.
Oh, boy.
That's what it feels like when he's at the plate right now.
And you like no one's laughing, and you hear that person in the seventh row, like a couple throat clears.
Everybody looking at each other like,
I flew in from Albuquerque, and boy, my arm's tired.
Maybe now's when I should go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to even be here for this. That's what it feels like. And that is not a good feeling at all.
No.
Anyway, the Valks are playing tonight. 7 o'clock, Valks and Sparks. And it's right here on 95.7 The Game. And on the Valkyries dedicated channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app, search Valkyries. You'll see it right there. You can also watch the game on KPIX, pregame 6:30. We're also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. This is Willard Dibs.
Well said. How do you do it? Well, tell you what, Mike, you never know what you're going to see.
Now, back to
Willard and Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the great Kruk and Kipe on NBC Sports Bay Area. Did he start that with a kaboo?
I thought so.
What does Kipe say right when the pitch gets by the Braves catcher? What is that word?
Coming in. Here comes Fitzgerald.
It's a kaboom.
I thought so.
Coming in. The ball got by. Fitzgerald is coming in.
Play it again.
Coming in. Here comes Fitzgerald.
I disagree with you.
It's so clearly coming in. What are you guys hearing?
Here comes Fitzgerald.
No, he's not saying coming in.
Okay, one more time.
100%.
Coming in. Here comes Fitzgerald.
Come home.
Coming in.
Coming in.
The first two words out of his mouth.
Largely, categorically, and unequivocally disagree with you. He is not saying coming in.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. I think he's saying coming home. Play it.
Kaboom.
Coming in.
Come home.
Coming in.
Come home. Come home.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Anyway,
You got whatevered by Grandy.
yeah, you
on the air.
Well, you got crap in your ears. What do you want me to do about it? Yeah. Yeah.
You gonna take that?
Anyway, it sounds in the moment it had a little
Kaboo.
Kaboo.
Totally. That's all I can hear.
Only reason I even brought it up.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter.
Kaboo.
Yeah. Kaboo. All right. Anyway, you know what we didn't do yet?
What?
Want to go to the phones here in a sec. We didn't do Bryce Watch. So Bryce Watch is less fun when Bryce does a Willie Adames impersonation.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, exactly. But so far in AAA, it's not going great. It started great, and there was a grand slam, and then less. So here's where Bryce Eldridge is. And did you say he's off today?
Yes.
All right.
They have a home game, but it is in Tacoma. But they are the home team.
They have a home game in Tacoma?
Yeah, because remember Zach Beirudi said they wanted the Sacramento field to rest, so they moved the series that was supposed to be in Sacramento. They moved it to Tacoma, but I was looking, and I believe the Giants are still listed as the home team.
Okay.
Even though they won't be playing at home.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Bryce Eldridge yesterday at Sugarland, 0 for 4 with a strikeout, and the OPS, which after 2 days was over 1,200, is now at 671. But we're still in a very small sample for Bryce Eldridge. But that's your Bryce Watch today. And again, less fun with the Ofer. 1 for his last 11. But Super Bowl will try again.
Yep, 3 for 17 in a short stint so far, and now he gets to go out to Tacoma and try again, like you said.
Yep.
No rush.
Nope.
Just, find it. The Grand Slam right now, the high point.
I actually think it's kind of a good thing, to be honest with you. Just a little, for a moment, it's good for everybody to calm down. It's good for, remember 5 days ago, the Giants couldn't hit. Bryce gets called up on a Monday. He gets a grand slam. And so there was a feeling in the moment, I think, for some Giants fans, like, oh, my God, he might get called up any day. Like, Bryce is going to come save the team. And then the Giants win 5 in a row, and Bryce gets no hits for the next few days. Good. Relax. They need to go make a move, but it needs to be for another major leaguer. I don't want Bryce Eldridge to feel like that like he needs to be the savior of anything. And so I'm not saying this means he's not coming up this year or not coming up till September or any of those things. I think it's not a bad thing that all this calms down a little bit.
A little bit, yet we're still doing Bryce Watch, so I don't think that they're going to bring him up any sooner than they feel like he's ready. And the way he gets to press his way up here is if he goes out like Buster did when he got recalled and have an OPS of nearly 1,000. Buster was north of 990, and so after that stretch of games, it's like, okay, you've done enough. You're making it, so we have to bring you up. And Bryce has played, 4 games down there? Is that right? 4 or 5?
It's at least 5 now.
Yep.
It's
They
at
played
least
6
5.
in Sugar Land. I don't think he played in the first one, but
Here, I can get you this here if you give me literally.
I mean, he hasn't even played a home game yet, and he won't until the 24th of June. They've got 6 in Tacoma and then 6 in Salt Lake. This is going to be an 18-game road trip, Mark. 18 games in a row.
That doesn't even make any sense.
On the road.
Yeah.
It's minor leagues.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, it is. So anyway, your Bryce Eldridge, your Bryce watch is off for tomorrow, and then we'll get back at it on Wednesday after he plays tomorrow night, as you said, versus Tacoma, in Tacoma, as a home game.
That's right.
Okay. Whatever.
Okay.
All
right,
yeah,
minor leagues.
Whatever. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hi, Gene. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey. First off, quick apology to Kurt from Hayward Hills for my irreverent impersonation of him last Friday. I hope he took it in good spirits, but if he didn't, then once again, my apologies.
Gene, you need to stand on what you say and stand on what you do.
Okay. Anyway, secondly, so I want to just quickly talk about how quickly my impression of our GM has changed in the last 2 weeks. I thought that Posey was starting to look like, frankly, if we're 38-28, let's put it this way.
Yep.
If we were 28-38, okay, I think that there would be a lot more focus on these really poor, off-season acquisitions that he made. They're 2 busts so far. I mean, you look at Verlander. I mean, he may be done. We don't know for sure, but at his age and with his injuries, kind of piling up, that may be a bust there. But the bigger bust, of course, is who you've been talking about, Adames. I mean, if this keeps going like this, he may be the worst free agent acquisition in the history of the Giants. Come on. And listen, if he was hitting in the low 200s but playing an exceptional shortstop, which is arguably certainly one of the most important positions on the field, you could live with it. But he's not even that good an infielder. I mean, he's sort of average.
No, he's not. He's flat out not been good out there. He's a good infielder, but he has not been a good infielder this year.
Right. So it's hard to imagine. I mean, he's not a youngster either. So I don't know. It's hard to imagine him getting too much better in the future. But I'm talking about how my impression changed. So, Posey made a couple of changes a few days ago, 6 games ago, or whatever it was. And he's just simply said, it's time to go. And just those words alone apparently resonated, and along with the changes he made, seems to have made a difference. I want to tip my hat and give him credit for all that. So, look, he's new at the job. He's going to make mistakes, maybe even some big ones. But overall, hey, I wish him well, and I tip my hat to what he did last week, and hopefully we can keep it going this way.
Gene, thanks. There's no question that the message was received. I can't point to any of those specific moves and be like, oh, that's why they're playing great. Right. The 3 new guys, they immediate dividends. Johnson had the great game in right field with the 2 hits, and then the next day Smith had 3 hits, and that was key in another victory. But outside of that, like if you look at their collective stats between the 3 new guys, they're hitting the ball the same way the other Giants hit the ball, which is not really well. But to me, the whole whole experience was bigger than that. It was the collective shaking of the team.
Yeah.
To kind of wake them up a little bit and change the dynamics and the vibe. And to some level that had to work. I mean, all the games have been razor thin, but
right.
I don't think it's a total accident.